The 13-pound bowling ball glided and rolled down the lane, completing approximately 20 rotations before colliding with the first pin. The pin toppled backward, and with a combined force, both the ball and the pin knocked down all the others. "Splendid, Uncle Kevin," exclaimed the young master with excitement. "Just luck," Huang Kevin replied with a smile, exchanging a high-five with the young master. Although his talent was remarkable, he hadn't played in a while and was still seeking to regain his touch. To his surprise, all the pins fell. Indeed, it was sheer fortune. The ensuing match was fiercely contested. Professional players exhibited superior strength control compared to amateurs, and their athletic prowess was equally notable. Bowling, a sport well established in Europe, is commonly enjoyed as indoor activities are limited and young people seek entertainment outside. Some communities also take pleasure in hosting similar competitions. Huang Kevin's skills were sufficient, but the young master lagged slightly, coupled with two older family members who seldom ventured out for recreation. Thus, Huang Kevin's team found themselves at a disadvantage. Youngsters typically allocate more time for leisure, which allowed Robben and his team to momentarily take the lead. "You are destined to lose," Gutty remarked with a raised eyebrow. "Losing is acceptable," Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. However, the outcome cannot be determined at halftime. He was feeling quite confident. "Then let us continue playing," Robben suggested. After a few frames in the second game, the young master could no longer keep up. Huang Kevin decided to replace him, playing 2 frames solo. The tables quickly turned. All participants were non-professionals, yet Huang Kevin excelled in arm strength, control, and hand-eye coordination among them. His throws were nearly infallible, with minimal fluctuation. Raul and Maldini, the 2 seasoned players, also found their rhythm, gradually closing the score gap. By the final throw, they had completed a comeback and narrowly clinched victory. "Damn, if only you had been more accurate," Robben chastised, witnessing the flicker of hope for victory transform into disappointment. Robben could not help but display the traditional flair of the Dutch team. "What can I do? I don't play often," Sneijder retorted with dissatisfaction. "TCH. We played together before. You scoundrel caused us to lose," Robben responded, displeased. "Let it be. It's merely for fun," Raul quickly interjected. "Indeed. There's no need to take it so seriously," Maldini added, supporting Raul. Having been a captain for too long, he was accustomed to this role, even when not facing his own teammates. "Then contribute a bit more. The losers should treat dinner," Robben proposed. I'll pay," Sneijder nodded in agreement. A group of them rushed to the bowling alley and soon left in a flurry. After dinner, Ramos returned home, while Huang Kevin settled in to watch the news. Mourinho had indeed not gone easy on Cruyff. He even made a special appearance on television to respond. "He is both an outstanding player and an exceptional coach," Mourinho remarked. "Yet time is exceedingly cruel. It is quite challenging for the old to keep pace with the progress of the times. If I recall correctly, the current coach of Real Madrid has suffered a 4-0 defeat against Cruyff, whereas my encounter with Capello ended in a 2-1 scoreline. The disparity in results alone reveals certain issues." "Are you implying that Cruyff is inferior to you, Jose?" the host inquired with a chuckle. "They relish a coach like Mourinho, one who speaks boldly." "I did not assert that, but in comparison, you must understand that I made history from the outset at Leiria, and during my tenure at Porto. I secured 5 championships in 2 years, including the UEFA Cup and the Champions League." Mourinho extended his right hand, displaying 5 fingers. "At Chelsea, I have already amassed 6 championships, and the trophies I have garnered over 6 seasons are nearly on par with his. When I managed Chelsea, the club was not particularly formidable, so I effectively built a team. In contrast, he merely coached an already illustrious powerhouse. Ajax was among the finest teams in Europe at that time, and Barcelona, lacking a Champions League title, benefited from the unique characteristics of their region, which provided a solid foundation." The host did not expose Mourinho's clever ruse, as he included the Community Shield in his tally. The significance of the Community Shield trophy is generally deemed minimal. It has historically been treated as a friendly match by Ferguson and Wenger. Huang Kevin shook his head with a smile, acknowledging Mourinho's fierce competitive spirit. Anyone who provokes him must face a decisive outcome, and even in victory, he would not easily concede defeat. In the study of the apartment, Capello sketched a relationship diagram on the whiteboard, noting each member of the team. Huang Kevin, Raul, and Salgado were the first to be eliminated from suspicion. Following a few incidents, and correlating the times with surveillance footage of the training ground, he dismissed a portion of the players. Ultimately, it appeared that Ramos, Torres, Cassano, and Higuain all had ample opportunity to commit the infractions. Subsequently, Capello crossed Ramos's name off the list, reasoning that Ramos lacked motive and maintained a good relationship with Kevin, thus ensuring his integrity. Higuain also seemed devoid of motive. Having been afforded numerous chances, a young forward should be content, one would think. Torres and Cassano, frequently subjected to criticism, presented plausible motives for wrongdoing. Higuain's remarkable proficiency in tire disassembly raised suspicions. Players from less fortunate backgrounds often associate with unsavory characters, a common trait among South American athletes. However, Higuain's father was a star player, and his family background was relatively stable, which ironically became Higuain's vulnerability. Capello surmised that Higuain likely did not engage in theft during his youth, yet his current adeptness at tire disassembly cast significant doubt. The three players on the bench interacted with one another, potentially forming a cohort. Capello encircled their names, confident that the culprit, or culprits, lay within this trio. Satisfied with his deductions, Capello resolved not to pursue the matter further. He was not a police officer, after all, and did not require exhaustive evidence for every assertion. Moreover, he is not one to harbor grudges. The following day, during the lunch break, the members of Valdebebas were engrossed in discussions regarding the matters involving Mourinho and Cruyff. Cruyff was keen on generating profit, while Mourinho harbored disdain for Barcelona. Neither was inclined to bring an early conclusion to this ongoing feud. I have heard whispers that Cruyff once humiliated Mourinho. In a conspiratorial tone, Cassano remarked that it was said Cruyff deemed Mourinho lacking in ability, a slight that Mourinho would not easily forget. This contradicted what I had previously heard. Casillas interjected. "Where did you hear about Barcelona?" Raul inquired with curiosity. "I heard it from my national team teammates," Casillas replied without elaboration, continuing, "At that time, Mourinho was not particularly significant at Barcelona. He served as both a translator and a coach, though most regarded him merely as a translator. On one occasion, a groundskeeper soaked Mourinho's suit with a hose, and the players on the sidelines erupted in laughter. The groundskeeper did not apologize and laughed along with the players, while Mourinho, with a scowl, walked away. Not long after, he departed from Barcelona to pursue coaching elsewhere." Huang Kevin nodded in understanding. No wonder. A proud man like Mourinho would naturally hold a grudge when belittled. If even the groundskeeper dismissed him, it would be intolerable for Mourinho. It seemed akin to a farcical slap in the face of the protagonist. Regrettably, the Dream Team proved too formidable, leaving Mourinho unable to exact his revenge in a satisfying manner. If the King Huang truly managed to lure Messi away, it would be no exaggeration for Mourinho to bow down to him. "It appears you are quite intrigued by coaching matters, and that is splendid," Capello suddenly interjected, stating, "The B-team coach informed me he is encountering some difficulties, and I need to dispatch a few outstanding players to assist him in resolving these issues." "Are you looking to send someone to serve as an assistant coach?" Salgado inquired. He was nearing the twilight of his career and wished to remain involved in football. Coaching seemed a fitting choice. Having started playing in the youth teams, one inevitably feels trepidation towards the end of a career, as life after football feels like a crucial part of existence has been severed. "Not precisely, but close enough," Capello replied, smiling as he surveyed the first-team players. The Real Madrid players found the coach's smile somewhat unsettling. "Cassano, Torres, Higuain, you three are to report to the B-team now," Capello commanded. The Real Madrid players thought. No wonder the coach's smile seems off. This was evidently at odds with what the coach had stated. Assisting the B-team coach felt more akin to being demoted. Cassano and Higuain exchanged glances. Had their affair been discovered? Yet, what of that lad Torres, who had not been involved in their tire-changing escapade? Suppressing their underlying confusion, they rose to head toward the B-team. Cassano had been through this 3 times before and felt no apprehension. Going to the B-team was akin to returning home. Although it was Higuain's first time with the B-team, he had contemplated this day ever since he had interfered with Capello's vehicle, thus he was mentally prepared. Only Miguel Torres appeared utterly bewildered. Currently, the team is shorthanded, and the coach is contemplating relegating him to the B-team, a decision indicative of his dissatisfaction. Cassano and Higuain strolled along while conversing, seemingly devoid of any pressure, reminiscent of mischievous students being punished yet laughing at their predicament. In stark contrast, Torres walked with teary eyes, glancing back with apprehension, fearing he might never return to the first team. The remaining players continued their training. As Capello remarked before making his way to the B-team training ground, He intended to convey his instructions to ensure that the B team coach would take good care of those three individuals. On April 5th, during the match against Mallorca, the trio relegated to the B team did not make the squad. Huang Kevin also did not travel with the team for the away game. The score remained 1-1 until the 83rd minute when substitute Baptista struck a long-range shot that deflected off an opposing defender and found its way into the net, enabling Real Madrid to turn the tide and secure a hard-fought victory. Following a brief respite, the entire team flew to London. On April 8th, in the press room at Stamford Bridge, Capello observed a spirited Mourinho fielding questions from reporters, and he felt a chuckle rising within him. Was that big mouth preparing to deploy three defensive midfielders again? He found it amusing to consider Ancelotti's lack of strategy and Mourinho's limited intellect. Did he truly believe that three defensive midfielders could counter Kevin? In the previous match, Kevin had played as a goalkeeper, and today, he was omitted from the starting lineup altogether. When the second half commenced and Chelsea's weaknesses were exposed, what could Mourinho do when he brought Kevin on? His earlier defeat to Ancelotti was not due to Ancelotti's superiority. It was simply that AC Milan's players were superior to those of Juventus. In terms of tactical acumen, who in the football world could rival Fabio Capello? However, the match unfolded differently than he had anticipated. Shortly after the kickoff, Lampard unleashed a long-range shot that breached Casillas' defenses. Chelsea, employing a 4-3-3 formation, maintained a solid defense without resorting to overly defensive tactics. Yet, Real Madrid struggled to find clear opportunities. Cassano, having returned to the first team, found amusement in Capello's discontent. Noticing his mood, he felt a surge of joy. "You better not let the coach catch you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble," Huang Kevin warned. "Don't worry, I have experience." Cassano replied confidently. "Good luck trying to find a flaw in me." By the 74th minute, Ballack, receiving a pass from Lampard, sent a shot sailing just above the crossbar. Unable to remain seated, Capello approached the substitutes bench, bending forward with his hands on his knees to align his gaze with Huang Kevin's. "Kevin, it's your turn." "They seem unable to manage," he instructed. "All right, coach," Huang Kevin nodded, shedding his training jacket to begin warming up. The other substitutes rolled their eyes, realizing that Kevin was indeed treated differently. In the past, when coming off the bench, Capello had never been so courteous to them. As Huang Kevin jogged along the sidelines, he noticed the anticipation meter reaching 100, prompting him to select a reward. Ding! You have received a match experience card for the quarterfinals of the FA Cup 2022-2023 season, Manchester United vs Fulham, featuring Jadon Sancho. Huang Kevin mused. "I previously thought the system was quite thoughtful. Today is so pivotal, yet he was granted an experience card. Players emerging from Dortmund often come without a manual. Sancho should be regarded as a second-tier talent at Dortmund, yet his performance at Manchester United has barely reached a third-tier level, or perhaps even worse. Currently, the aggregate score stands at 2-2, with Chelsea possessing an away goal. Should this score persist until the final whistle, Real Madrid will face elimination. It would have been splendid to have a player like Rodrigo or Dembele instead. Alas, in such circumstances, there are no alternatives. Fortunately, Sancho's technical proficiency is commendable." Moments later, Sneijder approached the sidelines and exchanged a high-five with Huang Kevin as he departed the field. Huang Kevin has entered the game, but time is not on Real Madrid's side. Indeed, Capello has somewhat overestimated his position. Had Huang Kevin not been injured, introducing him earlier would have been advantageous. Upon his entrance, Huang Kevin naturally became the focal point of Real Madrid's attack. He frequently received passes on the left flank, as teammates sought him out whenever in possession. Sancho's skill set proved to be better than he initially anticipated. Although he may not possess the explosive speed of a top-tier striker like Bale, it is nonetheless sufficient. The Chelsea players have exerted themselves for 80 minutes and are significantly fatigued. Even as they focus on the Yellow King, Huang Kevin felt little pressure. De Jong intercepted Kalou at the back and promptly delivered the ball to the left flank. Marco came sprinting down the left side, with Ballack and Lampard desperately tracking back. Eshin, that African powerhouse, was also pressing forward, ready to reclaim possession. Huang Kevin, who had just crossed the halfway line, could only chuckle at the attention he was receiving. This is an excessive focus on the Yellow King. Despite their fatigue, so many elite players would not dare to underestimate him. As Marco approached, Huang Kevin swiftly pivoted, his right foot deftly caressing the ball beneath him. With a crack, the ball soared across the pitch towards the right flank. Without having tested Sancho's crossing ability, Huang Kevin intentionally left some room. The pass was slightly undercooked. Fortunately, Chelsea's defensive focus was on the left flank, allowing Robben to effortlessly run onto the ball, which landed a few meters from the right sideline, unchallenged. After receiving the ball, Robben turned and darted towards Chelsea's penalty area. "What are you thinking?" Mourinho shouted from the sidelines. "If we concede, we will be eliminated. Get back quickly." After the pass, Huang Kevin surged forward, while Ashley Cole remained vigilant beside Robben. A left-footed player possesses the advantage of differing foot dominance compared to most players. Right-footed players find it challenging to defend against left-footed opponents. However, Ashley Cole also favors his left foot, nullifying that advantage for Robben. Moreover, Ashley Cole is well aware of Robben's playing style, consistently positioning himself in front of Robben's left side. Close marking could easily allow Robben to evade him, so this positioning offers various options for interception. Robben, with the ball, recognized Ashley Cole's prowess, and upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, he needed to make a swift decision. Observing Huang Kevin's run, Robben nudged the ball forward, feigning an acceleration to break through. Ashley Cole quickly shifted his body to retreat. "Excellent." Robben smiled and surged towards the ball, extending his left foot to deliver a precise through pass. As Ashley Cole extended his foot, it was too late. He could only watch as the ball rolled past him towards the left flank. Kevin Huang seized the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball forward into the penalty area. John Terry was merely half a step behind him. Kudasini, reacting swiftly, charged out, attempting a sliding tackle while extending his arms to broaden his defensive reach. Huang, with his right foot, deftly flicked the ball to the left, accelerating past Kudasini. The excitement that had filled Stamford Bridge moments before dissipated into a chilling silence. Chelsea fans gasped in horror. An open goal. Approaching the edge of the small penalty area, Huang slowed his pace, feigning a shot that caused Terry to tumble, sliding out of bounds. However, Huang's left foot caught on a pothole, delaying his shot, and as he regained his composure, he delicately chipped the ball with his right foot. Mark Claret had leapt in front of the goal, using his arm to deflect Huang's attempt away from the net. A penalty, an inevitable goal, and Mark Claret found himself in dire straits. Indeed, the red card followed. Bollock, visibly agitated, confronted the referee, even shoving him, which also warranted a red card. Mourinho shouted from the sidelines, likely unleashing a torrent of invective, while the fourth official urged the referee to take action, another red card. Huang's mere presence on the pitch had led Chelsea to incur 3 red cards, and a player who scores a hat trick should rightfully take the ball home. Perhaps today, he would take those red cards with him as well. Kevin once again etched his name in history, in a sport that has existed for over a century. I never imagined there could be so much innovation and surprise. The repetitive commentary of familiar scenes has dulled the fervor that football once ignited. Though my passion for Milan remains unwavering, I pondered how Kevin would rescue Real Madrid today, as Chelsea parked the proverbial bus. Perhaps he would breach their defenses with a free kick. Yet, forgive my lack of imagination, I found no suitable Italian adjectives to encapsulate the improbability of generating 3 red cards with a single strike, especially in such a pivotal Champions League match. In the previous match, Kevin had made history with the first long-distance goal by a goalkeeper in the Champions League. Today, he achieved 3 red cards in 1 game, creating a new legacy across 2 legs of competition. The Russian tycoon got what he desired. Chelsea would indeed become world-renowned, and Mourinho was right. He truly is a special one. Throughout both legs of the Champions League, Kevin served as the backdrop for historic achievements, remaining the first. After the match concluded, he could still hold his head high. Losing to Kevin was no disgrace. When he next encounters Rijkaard, Mourinho will retain a psychological edge. In the presence of Kevin, even the world's greatest coaches can only strive to minimize their losses. In the global hierarchy of coaches, Kevin's coach should receive only half the points, with their scores adjusted according to how many matches they lose to Kevin. If one day, someone manages to defeat Kevin, perhaps, though the odds are slimmer than the likelihood of the earth exploding, it should still inspire hope. Should such miraculous events truly occur, the one leading the charge to vanquish Kevin would undoubtedly be acknowledged as the greatest coach in football history. However, Mourinho is far from being in a jovial mood. As a combative coach, he tends to voice his grievances during press conferences whenever victory is achieved. Now, with Chelsea having received 3 red cards in quick succession, he is nearly beside himself with rage. Mourinho, in a fit of emotion, is almost inclined to confront van der Velden with a few punches. Yes, that German gentleman. who previously extolled the virtues of Real Madrid's number 10 in the newspapers, has displayed a biased inclination in his officiating. Already ensnared by Boas, Mourinho has formulated a theme for the post-match conference. "Let go of me, Villas," he asserts calmly. Villas-Boas gazes at Mourinho with apprehension, wishing to prevent him from doing anything foolish. Should he strike the referee, the repercussions would not be merely a few matches suspension. "Release me. I am fine now," Mourinho reiterates. Boas reluctantly loosens his grip. Indeed, Mourinho refrains from storming towards Herbert van der Velden. However, he does make a rather contentious gesture towards the stands, his fists clenched, wrists crossed, mimicking the action of being handcuffed. This is Mourinho's way of expressing his dissatisfaction, signaling that his team has suffered an unjust treatment. The Stamford Bridge crowd erupts in a crescendo of boos, while Boas buries his face in his hands, unable to bear the sight. It is over. Completely over. Referee van der Velden strides once more to the sidelines, pointing towards the players' tunnel, barring Mourinho from even approaching the stands. Boas and the other coaches hastily escort Mourinho away, aiming to mitigate his punishment. Once Mourinho has exited the pitch, Boas and the other coaches deliberate on potential substitutions. The reason for delaying the substitutions lies in the fact that the outcome of the impending penalty kick could significantly influence their subsequent strategy. Should it be missed, they would undoubtedly focus on defense, striving to eliminate Real Madrid with an away goal. Conversely, if it were to be converted, even with just 9 players remaining, they would aim for another goal to push the match into extra time. Kudasini observes the Real Madrid players in the penalty area deliberating over who will take the spot kick. Still harboring a glimmer of hope, having endured 80 minutes of the match, he is loath to face Huang Kevin in the closing moments. Following the previous match, he meticulously reviewed the replay. Huang's long-range strike had truly transcended his capabilities. Not only was it swift, but the lack of spin rendered the ball's trajectory somewhat erratic. From the television broadcast, it appeared unremarkable, yet as a goalkeeper, he is acutely aware that such unpredictable arcs could lead to missed saving opportunities. If Huang were to take the penalty, he could execute a stunning shot. Should he attempt a mid-air bicycle kick or a feigned move with his left foot before striking with his right, Kudasini knows he would be helpless, merely becoming a bystander. All of them have served AC Milan. His father even shares a name with Capello. Can't they extend a modicum of courtesy? "Kevin, you take the penalty," Raul suggests. He is one who dares to shoulder responsibility. However, Raul possesses more confidence in Huang Kevin than in himself. This decisive moment will determine whether Real Madrid advances to the semifinals, so it is prudent to let the most reliable player take the penalty. "Yes, let Kevin take it." Guti nodded in agreement. Huang Kevin, though inclined to allow his good friend Ramos to take the shot, since Ramos has scarcely scored since his return to Real Madrid, understood that the pressure in such a situation was overwhelming, and thus resolved to take it himself. As he approached the penalty spot, the expression on Kudasini's face darkened. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge was charged with a cacophony of boos. Boo, boo, boo. This was the last scene Chelsea fans wished to witness. In the VIP box, Abramovich and Calderon sat side by side. Abramovich's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he focused on the figure at the penalty mark. He desperately needed a player of great renown who could bring championships. Calderon, with a smile, remarked, "The best team and the best player." Kevin's presence could turn the tide of the match. There has never been such an exceptional player in the annals of football. Indeed. Abramovich nodded in agreement. "Your player is quite impressive. Who do you think will win?" Calderon inquired. "It's hard to say," Abramovich replied, shaking his head. He was reluctant to concede that Chelsea might lose, yet the dire situation made it difficult to claim victory for them. "Let us just wait and see. Kevin will undoubtedly not disappoint us," Calderon expressed cheerfully. "Florentino is nothing. That scoundrel dares to challenge the great Ramon Calderon?" Ramon Calderon, who secured Kevin from our arch-rival Barcelona. How could that traitor Florentino possibly overturn his reign? The thought of his former friend opposing him soured Calderon's mood. Later, during their flight home, he would need to review transfer targets and calculate potential kickbacks to lighten his spirits. In this world, the allure of fame and fortune is unparalleled, and fortunately, Ramon Calderon could easily obtain both. Kudasini had mentally prepared himself. In truth, he felt less burdened than one might expect. If he managed to save Huang Kevin's penalty, it would garner him some time in the limelight. If he failed, it was no great shame. After all, even Buffon could not accomplish what was beyond him. Even if his legendary goalkeeper father had been in his prime, it was unlikely he could have surpassed Buffon's feats. Kudasini mimicked Dudek's leaps, his face animated with various expressions. He combined the details of the penalty saves from the 2005 Champions League final between Liverpool and Milan. The scene was undeniably comical. Huang Kevin focus on Alonso stemmed from his mastery of theatrics, capable of easily provoking the opponent's emotions. Dudek's antics were inherently humorous, and paired with Kudasini's exaggerated facial expressions, it felt as if the scene had shifted to a comedy set. Seeing that Huang Kevin remained unfazed, Kudasini ceased his antics and stood firmly on the goal line. Provocation is effective only when the opponent reacts. The lack of reaction only served to transform the provocateur on the field into a jester. Huang Kevin remained unperturbed. This exemplifies the distinction between the arena and personal matters. He harbored no animosity towards Kudasini, who merely sought to unsettle his mindset. However, the King of Yellow would not stoop to quarrel with a younger rival. Although Kudasini was of an older age, Huang maintained a cordial relationship with him. In a sense, he could be considered a nephew. An uncle ought not to become irate over trivialities. Despite his calm demeanor, as an elder, he believed it was essential to impart some wisdom on the younger generation. One should not provoke an opponent beyond their capabilities, for that would only awaken their primal instincts. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Huang Kevin stepped forward with his left foot, leaning his body to the left, while his right foot deftly skimmed beneath the ball. With a resounding thud, Kudasini lunged towards the left side of the goal, his body soaring through the air as the ball sped toward the right. It was a miscalculation. Kudasini still held a flicker of hope, for the ball appeared to be soaring high. He lay on the goal line, fixated on the ball. It struck the underside of the crossbar with a thunderous noise, rebounding fiercely off the goal line before bouncing back up. Kudasini sprang to his feet, hoping to evade the situation. It didn't cross the line. The ball did not cross the line. He called out to Van der Vaart. Van der Vaart glanced at the assistant referee, who signaled him affirmatively. After blowing his whistle, Van der Vaart resolutely pointed towards the center circle. The goal was valid. Huang Kevin indeed. This kick could determine whether Chelsea faced elimination, yet he dared to execute a Panenka penalty. The goal was a sight to behold, perfectly mirroring Zidane's exquisite Panenka in the 2006 World Cup final. Interestingly, it was also a clash of white against blue, with the number 10 converting past the Italian goalkeeper. Yet, in the end, the team of number 10 faced elimination. Today, the team clad in blue would find it no easy task to stage a comeback. As for Huang Kevin, it was fortunate that Materazzi was absent, otherwise, he might have been forced off the pitch. However, that assertion is misguided. Materazzi would never insult Huang Kevin. In every interview, he praises Huang, perhaps mistaking him for Huang Trotzi. The Inter Milan players share a good rapport with Huang, and several Barcelona players also enjoy a favorable relationship with him. Ronaldinho? His situation is rather dire. He has been sidelined by Guardiola, while little Messi maintains a stable position as a starter. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last saw our cousin. What has he been up to? Haven't you figured it out yet? Our cousin simply lacks footballing talent. Wasn't he reported by Mundo Deportivo? The father of a neighbor from my second aunt's house, whose distant grandson is a classmate of our cousin's little uncle, claims that he is selling signed jerseys through his connections at Barcelona and the business is thriving. Is that so? Can he procure a jersey of body for me? Certainly. It is said that our cousin is doing exceptionally well now. He can acquire jerseys from any star player you desire. Previously, my cousin bought a jersey worn by Pelé during the World Cup from him, complete with a certificate of authenticity. Such rare memorabilia comes at a premium. Alas, I must begin to save money as well. I am particularly eager to acquire an Effenberg jersey, sighed Villas-Boas. Ultimately, he was unable to make the save. He turned his gaze to the bench, instructing Maluda and Shevchenko to warm up. With Anelka suspended, Chelsea had few attacking players in good form to deploy. Even with a limited roster, they needed to field offensive players. Trailing in the score, they had to take risks. Capello observed the pitch, contemplating substituting Huang Kevin. Recently, he had updated his divination equipment. Today's reading brought mixed feelings. However, should Chelsea manage to score, removing Kevin would mean he could not return to the field. Raising his right hand, Capello noted that only a few minutes remained in the match, so they would have to endure. Following Chelsea's substitutions, they appeared severely unbalanced. With 2 red cards in midfield, and having withdrawn Lampard and Eschen, the midfield was completely vacated. This retro 5-forward strategy re-emerged on English soil, reminiscent of the 12-35 formation originally devised by the English. The introduction of the offside rule intensified defensive duties, leading to the decline of the multi-forward formation. The subsequent WM formation evolved from this change. While the effectiveness of Chelsea's attacking cluster could be debated, their momentum was undoubtedly formidable. The team itself exuded resilience. And with the addition of 2 fresh legs, Shevchenko dropped back to orchestrate the play, sending Malouda surging forward. With 5 forwards and a single fullback, Chelsea held their ground against Real Madrid's numerical superiority. After an initial attempt, Chelsea pressed on, but their greatest flaw became evident. Lacking midfield support, they found themselves without an escape route. Malouda, receiving the ball on the left flank, was besieged by Ramos and De Jong, rendering him incapable of managing the situation. Ashley Cole advanced ahead of him, but there were no teammates to whom he could pass. Seeing this, Shevchenko hurriedly retreated, yet his intentions were all too apparent, prompting Raul to closely harass him in midfield. With no alternatives, Malouda was forced to make a desperate pass. Shevchenko suddenly sprang into action, but Raul swiftly extended his leg to intercept the ball, redirecting it to a teammate. In a moment of desperation, Shevchenko fouled De Jong to prevent Real Madrid from launching a counterattack. Tactical fouls are often a necessary evil, and a mere warning for this infraction seemed reasonable. Indeed, Chelsea's foremost dilemma was their inability to advance in a positional battle against a superior number of players from Real Madrid. They struggled to make the necessary passes and create space, thus forcing Shevchenko to commit a foul. Time was running short for Chelsea. Once De Jong regained his footing, he placed the ball down and quickly passed it laterally to Guti. Guti carried the ball to the flank and, spotting Huang Kevin's position, delivered a delicate lob. The ball sailed over Terry, heading toward Chelsea's left side of the penalty area. Huang Kevin, having launched into motion, raced towards the Chelsea box. Although Chelsea's players were eager to defend, they were not primarily defensive players. The ball ricocheted in the penalty area, veering towards the top corner of the small box, where Huang Kevin, positioned alongside Kalou, effortlessly received it and began a diagonal sprint. Kalou closed in on Huang Kevin, steadily reducing the distance between them. Kudasini, having adjusted his stance to face Huang Kevin, prepared himself for a potential save. The Chelsea supporters behind the goal could hardly contain their excitement, rising to gaze intently at the penalty area. Should another goal be scored, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. Even if they managed to equalize with 2 goals, the away goals rule would see them eliminated. As for scoring 3 goals in the remaining 5 minutes, that was a mere fantasy. Hush, hush, hush. Kudasini remained fixated on Huang Kevin's feet. Each of his minuscule steps seemed to echo in Kudasini's heart, quickening its rhythm. He understood the gravity of the moment. Suppressing his anxiety, he prepared to make a save. Just as he deliberated whether to advance, Huang Kevin had already sprinted to the edge of the small box. With a deft side movement, Huang Kevin unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot against the ball. Bang! Kudasini instinctively dove, extending his foot and hand. Yet he was unable to prevent the ball from rolling into the right side of the net. This seemingly gentle shot pierced Chelsea's goal once more. 21. Total score 4-2. Real Madrid had staged a remarkable comeback. The elated Real Madrid players swiftly surged into the penalty area, arms wide open, embracing one another in celebration. The exhilaration of turning the tide from trailing to equalizing, and ultimately gaining the lead, surpassed all earthly joys. The shadow of elimination dissipated, leaving only jubilation in their hearts. You truly are something. Tonight, we must revel in London. It's on me, shouted Guti with excitement. Playing alongside Kevin, I've no inkling of how to lose. Ramos scoffed, disdainful of Guti's naive exuberance. We ought to celebrate indeed, but I think I'll pass, Raul remarked, having been unable to penetrate the inner circle. What's the matter? Huang Kevin inquired, pushing through his teammates. That kid Holler is in London too. He's unwell, and I must return to keep him company, Raul said with a smile and a shake of his head. Then let us celebrate back at the hotel. It's been a while since I've seen him. Huang Kevin replied with a grin. There's really no need for that, Kevin, Raul said awkwardly. The absence of their hero in the celebration would indeed cast a shadow over their joy. No worries, there's a bar at the hotel as well, Huang Kevin reassured him, wrapping an arm around Raul's shoulder. Raul could only nod in agreement as they turned back. Following the restart, Chelsea continued their relentless assault. Yet their fervor could not compensate for their numerical disadvantage. In the 94th minute, as Shevchenko's long-range shot was parried by Casillas, the referee Vanderl blew the final whistle to conclude the match. "Let us go and acknowledge the crowd," Huang Kevin waved and smiled. One by one, the Chelsea fans began to rise, leaving only the Real Madrid players and the Milangs in celebration. "Kevin, we still need you at the press conference." Baldini approached him. "All right, I'll head there now." Huang Kevin nodded in response. At the press conference, Mourinho and Capello were already seated. As Mourinho spoke, Huang Kevin quietly made his way onto the stage and took a seat. "This referee, I cannot fathom his reasoning. If he were a musician, he ought to be playing the piano, and if he were a fan of Kevin, he should have bought a ticket to watch the match. Our victory was snatched away. We led for over 80 minutes, only for the situation to take a complete turn. As I mentioned previously, I have never lost to Real Madrid in a match with 11 players on each side." The journalists, thrilled, raised their recording devices. Indeed, Mourinho was their beacon of hope. "Mr. Mourinho, what does that gesture mean?" a reporter inquired, a typical tactic to elicit a response from him, as they hoped he would divulge more. Whether Mourinho would face harsher penalties for his words was beyond their concern. Though angered, Mourinho was far from foolish. After venting, he had regained his composure. He understood the journalist's intentions clearly and stated, "It means nothing. Everyone is entitled to their interpretation. That is all I wish to convey." Seeing Mourinho remain tight-lipped, the reporters shifted their focus to the Real Madrid players and coaches. "Fabio, did you steal Chelsea's victory today? What do you think of Van der Vaart's officiating? Kevin, your shot resulted in 3 red cards. Do you have anything to say about that? Mourinho has commented on you several times. Do you wish to respond?" Capello adjusted his glasses with a nonchalant gesture and remarked, "The team's performance was poor today. Before Kevin came on, Chelsea deserved the victory more than we did. The final result was fair. That is all I have to say." Capello's message was clear. Chelsea had played better before Huang Kevin's introduction, which undeniably influenced the outcome. Mourinho let out a cold snort, eager to hear Huang Kevin's perspective. When the microphone was passed to Huang Kevin, he smiled and began. "Creating a few red cards was merely an accident. Winning is what matters. As for Mr. Mourinho, I have seen his comments about me. I want to say he is not a bad person. Like the Chelsea players, he simply desires victory too much. Sometimes, his words may not reflect his true intentions. I hold great respect for such an outstanding coach. That is all I wish to express." Mourinho's expression was captivating. He was adept at engaging in disputes. Yet Huang Kevin's graciousness left him with a complex emotional state. He could not continue to criticize Huang Kevin for lacking respect when someone else spoke kindly of him. At a loss for how to proceed, Mourinho stood up and swiftly departed the press conference. On the bus back to the hotel, the Real Madrid players were still buzzing with excitement. Cassano and Guti sang together, while Capello, seated in the front row, finally grasped the mixed emotions surrounding their fortune. The joy of winning and advancing was overshadowed by the looming presence of Mourinho. This was merely the beginning, not the end. In the upcoming days, he would remain embroiled in a war of words with Mourinho. Upon arriving at the hotel, the Real Madrid players prepared to celebrate. Huang Kevin waved his hand, saying, "You all go ahead. I want to check on that kid, Jorgel. Make it quick." Guti urged. Huang Kevin remained silent, gesturing as he accompanied Ramos and Raul into the elevator. "The child has contracted conjunctivitis, and some classmates have taken to calling him Rabbit, claiming it is contagious, which has led him to dread attending school in recent days," Raul lamented, rubbing his temples. Although Hojier lacks talent and is rather introverted, this only heightens the concern of his father. In the face of such exclusion from his peers, the boy can only feel anxious. "I'll go take a look," Huang Kevin said with a smile. Children often speak without a filter. Sensitive and introverted ones are particularly vulnerable to hurt. Upon reaching the room upstairs, Huang Kevin encountered the eldest son, who was following Raul's mother. "Kevin, this is our first meeting," Maria Blanco said with a smile. "We are all fans of Atletico Madrid, but we also hold you in high regard. In Europe, it is common to choose a favorite team based on social class, and it is hardly surprising that Raul's family, with modest means, are supporters of Atletico. Thank you for your support," Huang Kevin said, embracing the elderly lady and joking, "You raised the great captain of Real Madrid." Maria Blanco shrugged and replied, "I didn't envision it that way initially. Life is unpredictable." "Let it be, mother," Raul said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as he sat on the sofa. "No need to recount those old tales. Kevin doesn't have the time for them. He is the hero of the day. All right, Maria Blanco winked at Huang Kevin and continued. He once scored 8 goals in a single match for the youth team and even outperformed Guti, which is why Guti often had a bone to pick with my son. It was evident that she took great pride in her son's achievements. The young prince felt a bit embarrassed. Huang Kevin, who might also score 8 goals in a single match for the first team, found such comparisons rather humiliating. What's the matter, young man? Huang Kevin called out to the eldest son. Uncle Kevin, the boy smiled shyly, then hid behind the sofa, peeking out with his eyes closed. It's contagious. I'll play with you once I'm better, Uncle Kevin. Raoul shrugged at Huang Kevin, explaining that both he and the doctor had assured the child that his condition was not viral conjunctivitis and was not contagious. Unfortunately, the boy was more concerned about the words of his classmates. Huang Kevin knelt down behind the sofa and embraced the eldest son. Don't come near, Uncle Kevin. I don't want to infect you. The boy flailed his small hands in protest. Huang Kevin lifted him onto his shoulders. The sensation of weightlessness caused Hojier to open his eyes, and Huang Kevin reassured him, Don't worry, you won't infect me. Really? Uncle Kevin? The boy asked eagerly, looking down. I promise. Huang Kevin nodded. The boy let out a sigh of relief. Maria Blanco glanced at Raoul and winked, prompting Raoul to realize the underlying issue. His son did not believe his words, yet he would easily trust those of a teammate. It seemed, in this instance, that he had failed as a father. Huang Kevin continued to converse with the eldest son. Uncle Kevin, I don't want to go to school, the boy confessed. Why not? Huang Kevin inquired. Because they are all afraid of me, the boy replied, disheartened. That is simply because they do not understand, Huang Kevin said, gently ruffling the boy's hair. Such eyes are quite remarkable. Really? Would I deceive you? Huang Kevin spoke softly. These crimson eyes are not merely a case of conjunctivitis. They are known as Sharingan. When your eyes revert to their original state, you will possess astonishing abilities. The child, lacking confidence, needed a boost. What remarkable abilities? The young master inquired eagerly. Huang Kevin replied, I can't very well tell you that you can pilot a Gundam, can I? Moreover, your Sharingan won't manifest the Tomo. It merely grants you greater prowess than the average individual. Since I lack Sharingan myself, my understanding is somewhat limited. Huang Kevin spoke with a hint of ambiguity. The young master nodded in agreement, reassured by Uncle Kevin's evident expertise, certain that he was indeed correct about the Sharingan. Noticing his son's spirits lifting, Raoul encouraged. Go celebrate with them. I will keep him company. Very well, Huang Kevin said, rising to bid farewell to Maria Blanco, and together with Ramos, he set off to reunite with his teammates. Upon returning to his room earlier than expected, Huang Kevin reopened the system, having just received a prompt. Altered the fate of the mediocre defender Miguel Torres to a certain extent, earning 100 fate points. Significantly changed the fate of the unremarkable player Javier Gonzalez, earning 20 fate points. Only the young master's fate was displayed below. Huang Kevin clicked to reveal it, and an image appeared. Javier Gonzalez, having listened to your explanation of the Sharingan, believes wholeheartedly. He frequently gazes into mirrors, awaiting the red to fade into something extraordinary. A week later, he fully recovered. Javier felt empowered, even noticing improvements in his football skills, and he asked his father Raoul about it. Raoul, reluctant to dampen his son's spirits, acknowledged Javier's progress. Young Javier believed this was the power of the Sharingan, and his behavior began to take on a more eccentric flair, causing concern for Raoul and his wife. Despite their attempts to dissuade him, Javier Gonzalez remained undeterred. Mere mortals could never comprehend extraordinary power. After a few years filled with confidence, Javier entered adolescence and began to sense certain issues. The Sharingan had not allowed him to stand out on the team. By chance, he stumbled upon various depictions of the Sharingan online and realized that to truly harness its power, one must first experience intense emotional upheaval. Though he had yet to read the manga, discussions among netizens had already acquainted him with Itachi's notorious deeds. Javier could not bring himself to emulate such actions, so he resolved to pursue a different approach. Javier Gonzalez began to date girls frequently. Under your guidance, he excelled in the realm of romance. Yet whenever he became lost in love, he would seek opportunities to break up. Javier's frequent dating and subsequent breakups caught your attention. Upon observation, you discovered the profound impact your casual remark had on him. Consequently, you gifted Javier a set of Naruto and explained that the Sharingan was merely a fabrication. After a brief moment of confusion, Javier Gonzalez expressed his understanding, thanking you for all you had done over the years. after your departure. Heyoher collapsed onto the bed, feeling as though life itself was fading away. He no longer felt exceptional. He was merely an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual. One day, he discovered that former Real Madrid player Miguel Torres had become a manga artist after retiring. Heyoher sought out Torres, and upon encountering the youthful exuberance of Heyoher, the creatively stagnant Torres felt an immediate connection. Torres took on the artistic duties while Heyoher devised the plot and dialogue, and their collaboration gradually gained recognition, leading to the global phenomenon known as Real Madrid Ninja. Real Madrid Ninja primarily narrates the tale of the number 10 of Real Madrid, who plays football by day and moonlights as a ninja, saving the world by night. Certain elements bear resemblance to Naruto, particularly the iconic line about fluttering leaves and the idea that fire continues to burn eternally, which became a classic quote in Real Madrid Ninja. In 2025, as Real Madrid Ninja prepared to be adapted into an animated series, a Japanese journalist inquired whether they had plagiarized from Japanese manga. Torres, visibly agitated, asserted that Real Madrid Ninja is a comic imbued with Chinese aesthetics, with all inspiration drawn from their own experiences. Heyoher concurred, retorting to the journalist that Kishimoto is merely a comic artist and knows nothing of ninjas, which were not invented by him. Thus, their work bears no relation to Naruto. Despite certain similarities to Naruto, as time progressed, their work indeed evolved into its own unique style, a key factor in Real Madrid Ninja's worldwide appeal. The income of Torres and Heyoher soared, and beyond the animation, Real Madrid Ninja was transformed into video games and various merchandise. Grateful for his success, Heyoher generously gifted luxury cars to his parents and siblings. In 2027, at the age of 27, Heyoher finally married, and you attended his wedding. He expressed gratitude for your support and encouragement, which had allowed him to mature and shoulder familial responsibilities. During the festivities, Raul reflected on his son's transformation from a whimsical youth to a successful partner in a manga studio, leading him to insist on sharing drinks with you, resulting in a drunken mishap where he was accidentally injured by the equally inebriated Pepe. The following day, Heyoher experienced intense abdominal pain. Yet he smiled while lying on the hospital bed. As the doctor prepared to perform an appendectomy, he was puzzled, suspecting a problem with the anesthesia. Excitedly, Heyoher grasped the doctor's hand and declared, "This body cannot contain my aspirations. I am destined for another world. After I pass, please extract my Rinnegan and leave it for Uncle Kevin." The next day, Real Madrid players were set to explore London before returning to Madrid. Huang Kevin had initially intended to counsel the young Heyoher, but a phone call compelled him to alter his plans. Without even glancing at the newspaper, he hurried out for an appointment. Upon arriving at the venue, Huang Kevin pushed open the door to the restaurant, which exuded an Italian ambience in its signage and decor. "Kevin, over here," called Mourinho, clad in an all-black suit, raising his hand. Huang Kevin approached and took a seat. "I guessed you hadn't left London, so I wanted to meet with you," Mourinho said with a smile, his once defiant face now showing signs of fatigue. "I truly did not expect Mr. Mourinho to summon me." After Huang Kevin finished speaking, he smiled and picked up the menu to order a few dishes. "You are aware, aren't you?" Mourinho inquired. "Aware of what?" Huang Kevin replied. "I have parted ways with Chelsea," Mourinho stated. Even while attempting to suppress his emotions, it was evident that Mourinho was affected. Huang Kevin felt this should be termed a dismissal rather than a mutual agreement. Mourinho's pride compelled him to formulate a more palatable narrative. "That is truly unfortunate. I had just risen and was oblivious to this news," Huang Kevin remarked, shaking his head. "Mourinho indeed performed admirably at Chelsea. I had contemplated our numerous conflicts," he continued. Mourinho opened up. He refers to Abramovich. "He is a naive billionaire who believes that wealth can resolve all issues. We had an agreement that he would not interfere with the team. Yet, both he and Kenyon were inserting players into the squad last summer. Chelsea even profited in the transfer market, providing me with unwanted players without any transfer fees. How could such a team possibly aspire to win the Champions League?" Mourinho lamented. Huang Kevin listened attentively, occasionally nodding. "It is not only the wealthy. Many club presidents with a strong desire for control exhibit similar behavior. Moratti was quite generous with spending on Inter Milan and had profound emotions for the club. However, he too experienced multiple conflicts with players and coaches. And after fans urged him to leave Inter, he gradually lessened his interference. Florentino Perez, during the first era of the Galacticos, even meddled in the coach's tactical decisions. Even upon his return, his favored bail became a source of frustration for some coaches. These presidents, like players, evolve over time. They gradually learn to relinquish their business mindset and begin to embrace the rules of football. Unfortunately, Mourinho did not encounter Abramovich under circumstances as favorable as those of Moratti. "What are your plans next, Mr. Mourinho?" Huang Kevin asked. "I shall take a break for a while and await opportunities to coach other teams," Mourinho responded with a smile. "When I coach my next team, would you be interested in joining me to secure all the championships?" "Such matters are uncertain," Huang Kevin laughed. "Perhaps one day we may find ourselves on the same team, but no one can predict when that day will come." Mourinho's next team is likely to be Inter Milan. How could the King of Yellow possibly play for Inter? "Very well, let us dine," Mourinho chuckled, not insisting on Huang Kevin's immediate response. After their meal, Mourinho introduced Huang Kevin to the restaurant owner, Alvaro Marzino, who indeed was Italian. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Kevin," Marzino said, wiping his hands on his apron before extending one for a handshake. "The dishes are quite delightful," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "When you return next time, I will prepare a few of my specialties." "I had not made any preparations today," Marzino remarked, stroking his bald head with a grin. "Then I shall see you next time," Huang Kevin nodded, rising to leave the restaurant alongside Mourinho. I never expected that a single match would lead to Mourinho's dismissal. However, this can only be considered a catalyst. The discord between Mourinho and Abramovich had long been evident. Last night, I spoke with Shevchenko, who mentioned this very issue. As for why Shevchenko did not reach out, it was due to his discomfort in the situation, making him hesitant to converse with Huang Kevin. "When we were in Milan, we were all Ballon d'Or winners, yet our circumstances have now diverged significantly." By the time Huang Kevin returned to the hotel, most of his teammates had yet to arrive. In such a bustling city as London, Guti and the others opted to indulge in some leisure activities. It was only after lunch that the entire team boarded their connecting flight to Madrid. "Uncle Kevin, what brings you to me?" Jorge Gonzalez inquired timidly. "It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to have a chat with you," Huang Kevin replied, ruffling the young man's hair with a smile. "Oh, and what is it that you wish to discuss?" the young man asked, tilting his head in curiosity. "I want you to know that every individual in this world is unique. If you find yourself lacking sufficient accomplishments in a particular field, it may be that you have yet to discover the right direction for your development," Huang Kevin explained. "I don't quite understand," came the young man's response. "You will come to comprehend it in due time," Huang Kevin sighed. "One cannot simply tell the child that he lacks talent and should cease playing football. The truth is, enjoying the sport can still promote physical well-being. The concern lies in an excessive passion, an incessant urge to follow in one's father's footsteps." Approximately 3 hours later, the entire Real Madrid squad landed in Madrid. "Let us head to Kevin's home," Cassano proposed. "I need to take the child home," Raul stated. "So do I," Salgado chimed in. He was quite fond of the daughter of former Real Madrid president Sanz and was known as a family-oriented man. "Honestly, I hadn't intended to invite you all," Guti chuckled. "Come on, for those who don't wish to return home, let us gather at Kevin's." "I have no objections," Huang Kevin replied with a grin. Staying at home can be rather dull. Most players felt fatigued after the match and chose to return home to rest. Huang Kevin headed home with Guti, Cassano, and Ramos. "Let me tell you, my videos are garnering quite a viewership," Cassano announced as he settled onto the sofa. "It's merely the edited footage of Kevin's training match," Ramos scoffed. "Ha, caught you." Cassano leaped from the sofa, pointing at Ramos. "Then why do you still watch?" "I just happened to come across it." Ramos averted his gaze. "You were clearly intentional, keeping tabs on me, weren't you?" Cassano raised an eyebrow. "You're envious that my videos are so popular online. Who would envy someone like you?" Ramos retorted. "You are indeed envious." "Nonsense. I only watched out of pity," Ramos countered. "And you claim it was by accident. I've caught you again." Sitting at the bar, Guti glanced at Huang Kevin and asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" "No need," Huang Kevin chuckled. "They will naturally quiet down once they grow weary." After about 10 minutes, Cassano and Ramos finally ceased their banter. "Kevin." Cassano sought to sit beside Huang Kevin, eager to please. What is it?" Huang Kevin inquired with a smile. The expression on Cassano's face was unmistakable. "You see, I am a celebrity in the online realm, yet creating videos necessitates a plethora of materials." Cassano rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Are you interested in filming something? Perhaps something akin to that previous Frontline Boy, which was quite good, or even a movie?" This suggestion was met with enthusiasm. Ramos exclaimed. Kevin's script is bound to be exceptional. It was rare for him to concur with Cassano's proposal. Let's forget about the movie. Huang Kevin interjected. The process of preparing for such a venture is exceedingly laborious. During football, there is no time for acting, and if one does not perform, then what purpose does writing a script serve? We know our own capabilities, and his skills would struggle to craft a remarkable screenplay. Observing Cassano and Ramos's disappointment, Huang Kevin added, however, we could film a short DV piece and upload it to Antonio's account. Yes, that sounds splendid. Cassano clapped his hands with excitement. Regardless of what we shoot, as long as it features Huang Kevin, it will attract a vast audience. What genre do you wish to pursue? Huang Kevin inquired. I believe a narrative grounded in reality would be best, such as a poor lad rising to become a football star, immensely adored by women, Cassano suggested. Surely you are not referring to yourself? Ramos asked. Isn't it so? I currently play for Real Madrid, and I have nearly 1,000 girls I've dated. Cassano retorted, puffing out his chest. Huang Kevin cast a sidelong glance at Cassano. His experiences would be fitting for a documentary. Nevertheless, even a serious film could captivate many fans. People are often more intrigued by the tales of grassroots success than by those of privileged individuals like Kaka or Pirlo. Cassano's romantic history is also quite fascinating. Indeed, his narrative would lend itself well to the silver screen. I think we should film a story about street gangs. Showcasing the harshness of reality, Cassano ventured. Let us not delve into that. There is little of substance to capture, he said dismissively. They merely steal or attempt to extort tourists. Those on the streets hardly qualify as gangs. I propose a story about a band, Beauty interjected. Unable to resist joining the discussion. He has always harbored a deep love for music, owning a record label, and occasionally performing alongside his artists. Kevin, what are your thoughts? Ramos asked. I'm open to anything. You can deliberate, and I'll draft a simple script, Huang Kevin replied. Crafting a straightforward tale would pose no challenge for him. Let us base it on my experiences. It could inspire children. Parents would certainly prefer their children not to witness your escapades with women of dubious names. That is still better than what you suggested. Music is preferable. I could even enlist help to compose a couple of songs. No. Let us focus on the story of a poor boy becoming a football star. Throughout dinner, they struggled to reach a consensus. Cassano and Ramos were steadfast in their positions, agreeing to produce a respectable script. After the meal, the pair departed to prepare at home. Beauty also took his leave. After washing up, Huang Kevin spent some time playing a handheld gaming device before retiring for the night. The following morning, the newspapers were abuzz with discussions surrounding Mourinho's dismissal. He was, after all, the most talked about manager in Europe. According to Marca, Kevin has already caused managerial changes at both Barcelona and Chelsea this season. And this may not be the end. In the upcoming Champions League and league matches, Barcelona will face Real Madrid thrice. The young Guardiola may find it difficult to endure until the season's conclusion, potentially becoming another coach dismissed due to Kevin's influence. The victor between AC Milan and Manchester United will face Real Madrid in the final. Huang Kevin holds his head in despair. Can he be blamed for this? Losing is merely a catalyst. The primary reason for the departures of Rijkaard and Mourinho lies in their conflicts with the club's hierarchy. As reported by AS, UEFA has announced a sanction against Mourinho. Though he has been dismissed, he will face an additional 3-match suspension next season, which may raise concerns for interested clubs. 3 group stage matches are crucial for determining progression, and a coach's absence from the sidelines can have significant repercussions. According to Mundo Deportivo, Pep has performed admirably. With Barcelona's fortunes on the rise, the entire team is brimming with confidence ahead of the upcoming El Clasico. Zambrata, watching the news at home in the morning, feels no such confidence. The helplessness of wanting to defend, yet being unable to terrifies him as he contemplates facing Huang Kevin. Buffon may be suffering, but his plight pales in comparison to Zambrata's. When Huang Kevin arrived in Serie A, he was at Juventus. At that time, the Calciopoli scandal had yet to erupt, and Juventus and Milan were direct rivals, leaving him questioning his existence as he was outmaneuvered by Huang Kevin. After finally receiving an invitation from Barcelona and hearing rumors of Huang Kevin's potential transfer there, Zambrata was filled with joy. Yet reality dealt him the harsh blow. Huang Kevin did not join Barcelona, but instead moved to their archrival, Real Madrid. It can be said that Huang Kevin's entire career has been intertwined with the direct competitors of the teams he has represented, and mercy is never granted in their encounters. As he faces 3 upcoming El Clásicos, Zambrata is filled with dread. While he previously expressed a desire to leave Europe, he truly does not wish to confront Huang Kevin again. Being ridiculed by newspapers and football programs has severely impacted his confidence. The impending 3 El Clásicos have left him restless. During training, his focus is solely on the pitch, merely running mechanically. "Watch out, don't let him pass," Thuram shouted. Zambrotta quickly surged forward to pressure Iniesta. Iniesta, with nimble footwork, deftly maneuvered the ball, executing a skillful move. Zambrotta, a moment slow in response, lost his balance as he reached out, feeling a sharp pain in his ankle. He was injured. Zambrotta's initial reaction was not disappointment or sadness, but rather relief. The weight of pressure lifted. He was finally spared from the El Clásico. Real Madrid secured narrow victories over Muniz and Santander, winning by 1 and 2 goals respectively. On April 22nd, Milan drew 2-2 away against Manchester United. The following day marks Real Madrid's Champions League match day. On April 23rd, the entire European media buzzed with coverage of the Champions League. Both matchups promised to be captivating. In an interview with Portugal's largest circulation newspaper, O Jogo, Mourinho shared his insights. Mourinho stated, "I believe I am qualified to assess Real Madrid. During my tenure, I never conceded more than 2 goals in a single match against them, which is widely acknowledged as a considerable achievement." Guardiola's caliber does not reach the heights attributed to him by Cruyff. Previously, he suffered a 4-2 defeat to Atletico Madrid. In the 2 matches preceding the Champions League, he garnered 2 draws, perhaps due to insufficient time for cohesion. However, the match will not accommodate his excuses. Barcelona is destined for a severe defeat. "I believe that in a 2-legged Champions League tie, the outcome can often be determined in just 1 match." According to the Milan Sports Daily, Milan has seized the initiative with 2 away goals. However, Ancelotti must devise a strategy to contain Ronaldo, whose dynamism poses a significant threat to Milan. As for Real Madrid's match, the only suspense lies in how many goals they will score. The Times reported that Premier League teams face formidable opponents in the quarterfinals, with Manchester United being the last hope. Ferguson, in an interview, acknowledged that he has prepared some new tactics to confront the upcoming match. Marca conveyed that Ronaldinho faces exile, as several players within Barcelona are reportedly dissatisfied with the management and coaching decisions, including the increasingly prominent Messi, who shares a close bond with Ronaldinho. AS emphasized that referees must exercise caution with Barcelona's substitute goalkeeper Pinto. Should there be a recurrence of incidents where the imitation of the referee's whistle disrupts Real Madrid's offense, UEFA and the Spanish Football Federation should contemplate a lengthy suspension for Pinto. Interestingly, Cruyff also expressed his opinions regarding the Champions League. In a column for the World Sports Daily, Cruyff wrote, "Barcelona's football is advanced and progressive. Kevin has scored more goals after joining Real Madrid, but this has come at the expense of other players' contributions. During his time at AC Milan, Kaká exhibited formidable attacking prowess, and Shevchenko also effectively advanced the ball. At that time, Kevin would enter the fray to assist his teammates. However, the situation at Real Madrid is entirely different. Raul and Guti are always prepared to direct the ball to the left before considering their own play. This approach is negative and diminishes the characteristics of the players. Substituting Raul and Guti with others would suffice, as long as they can pass the ball to Kevin." Capello employed a simplistic and anti-football method to secure victory, unworthy of any championship. Upon awakening, Huang Kevin noted Cruyff's commentary. "Apart from the final remarks, the old man made some valid points. He is indeed the godfather of Barcelona." With keen insight, the primary distinction between his time at Real Madrid and Milan is the transition from a multi-core to a single-core system, with his attempts on goal also increasing. Yet, Cruyff omitted a crucial aspect, concealing key information that casts Huang Kevin in a negative light. After a period of silence, Huang Kevin found it difficult to restrain himself from responding to Cruyff's remarks, which have become considerably more astute. Firstly, Guti and Kaká are not of the same ilk. Guti possesses a singular skill set. Apart from passing and set pieces, he significantly lags behind Kaká in other areas. Kaká excels in advancing the ball, while Guti often arrives late for attacking opportunities. The complexities of these 2 styles of offense and defense differ substantially. Dribbling the ball oneself to break through can draw the opponent's defense, while a late-arriving offensive maneuver allows teammates to attract defenders, suddenly darting forward to receive a pass and execute a surprise attack. The lack of breakthrough capability prevented Guti from becoming the focal point of the offense. Capello's tactics effectively masked Guti's inconsistency. Thus, it is not the constraint of the yellow ball king that limits Guti. Rather, Guti is unable to shoulder the role of Kaka. Expecting a playmaker to function as a dribbler is quite unrealistic. Indeed, Roll has made certain sacrifices. This reflects the evolving trends in football. The 4-3-3 formation has made a robust resurgence, with an increasing number of elite clubs adopting it. Within the 4-3-3 setup, the central forward bears a heavier burden. The lone striker must assume defensive duties, provide support, make runs to draw defenders, and fulfill a multitude of responsibilities. Hence, strikers with a singular skill set are gradually being phased out of starting lineups in prestigious teams. The defensive setups in the midfield have become increasingly stringent, with offensive strategies often initiated from the flanks. In such scenarios, it is crucial to have a forward pressuring the opposing defense in the center. Observing Kaka's recent matches, he occasionally opts to carry the ball down the wing. Huang Kevin is too indifferent to respond to Cruyff. Since the old man's retirement, he seems content to engage in verbal sparring through the newspapers for profit. Aside from Mourinho, few players and coaches persist in quarreling with Cruyff. It is simply a waste of energy. At around 4 p.m., the entire Real Madrid squad arrived at Camp Nou. While changing, Huang Kevin scratched off a lottery ticket. And indeed, he won the second prize. His luck was sufficient to maintain a minimum standard. After donning his boots, Huang Kevin opted to draw again. Ding! You have obtained a single match experience card for Erling Haaland from the 9th round of the 2022-2023 Premier League season. Manchester City versus Manchester United. Incredible. It's him. Haaland possesses heading ability, yet his playmaking skills do not quite match those of forwards like Benzema or Van Persie. His ball control and shooting are commendable, but he struggles when the ball does not immediately lead to a goal. Although he is tall, his ability to hold the ball with his back to the play is not particularly strong. However, in counterattacks, Haaland excels remarkably. With exceptional physical attributes, speed, and striking power, he can shoot with both feet. His off-the-ball movement and ability to retreat while facing away from the goal also showcase impressive talent. Overall, he is not ideally suited for the role of a frontline striker, especially against a team like Barcelona that favors organized play. Coach, I wish to play as a forward. Huang Kevin stated directly after changing. Are you suggesting a positional swap with Roll? Capello inquired. A dual striker setup. I need a partner, he responded. Very well. I shall adjust the starting lineup. Capello nodded in agreement. This match is a focal point in the Champions League, and Camp Nou had already displayed banners to apply pressure on the Real Madrid players. Indeed, many legends were present in the stands today, with Pelé sitting alongside Cruyff. As both teams returned to the player tunnel, Huang Kevin exchanged greetings with Messi. The two have maintained a good relationship, and rumors circulated that Barcelona might sell Messi to AC Milan for a staggering 200 million, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Alright, let us review today's starting lineups. Real Madrid's 4-4-2 formation features goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Heinz, Pepe, Ivanovic, Ramos, midfielders, Robben, Guti, De Jong, Cassano, forwards, Raul, Huang Kevin. Barcelona adopts a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Abidal, Gabriel Milito, Marquez, Thuram, midfielders, Deco, Yaya Touré, Xavi, forwards, Iniesta, Eto'o, Messi. The injuries to Puyol and Zambrata have left Barcelona's defense vulnerable, and although Thuram can play as a right back, his recent form has significantly declined. Fortunately, Huang Kevin has taken up a forward position today. Capello has effectively utilized Huang during the two-legged Champions League tie against Chelsea, successfully unraveling Mourinho's tactical strategies. Indeed, in the last 3 matches, Huang has played in markedly different roles, indicating that Capello is far from the rigid tactician described in the press. He is experimenting with various approaches. The coaches take their places alongside the players. Guardiola extends his hand to Capello and wishes, I hope today's match goes smoothly. Capello, with a hint of implication, responds, as long as you don't emulate Rijkaard. Guardiola nods and proceeds to his coaching seat. Zambrata, seated in the stands, wears a satisfied smile, relieved that he no longer has to contend with Huang. Even if Huang plays as a forward today, Thuram will find no reprieve. Zambrata has an acute understanding of Huang's movements. Unless the opportunity is exceptionally favorable, Huang will initiate attacks from the flanks even when positioned centrally, keeping the fullbacks in primary responsibility. The players engage in a coin toss, with Barcelona taking the first kickoff. Eto'o plays the ball sideways, and Iniesta, unhurried, waits for his teammates to advance before initiating an attack. Although the Dream Team has just embarked on its journey, their penchant for creating localized numerical advantages has long been established. Both wingers frequently retreat to support their teammates in organizing attacks. Upon receiving the ball, Xavi encounters Huang's pressing. Swiftly, Xavi uses his right foot to pivot on the spot, causing Huang to overcommit, yet Huang halts and charges at Xavi once more. Xavi extends his arm for balance and attempts to evade Huang's challenge. He had an opportunity to pass earlier, but opted to dribble past Huang first. Possessing the enchanting ability to spin, Huang is well acquainted with Xavi's ball protection techniques. This time, he stays close but does not lean into Xavi. As Xavi prepares to turn and face the Real Madrid half, Huang suddenly accelerates and deftly hooks the ball from between Xavi's legs. Realizing he has lost possession, Xavi immediately grabs Huang's arm, but Huang quickly sidesteps and plays the ball sideways. Guti receives the pass, yet Touré is quick to press forward. Guti, wary of the situation, swiftly turns and returns the ball. De Jong, upon receiving the ball, immediately plays a diagonal pass to the right, prompting Ramos to advance with the ball. Deco rushes towards Ramos, who has already assessed Huang's position and opts to pass to Guti before pushing forward himself. Guti executed a direct diagonal pass without halting the ball, seamlessly combining with Ramos in a wall pass. Touré and Abidal initiated their runs towards Ramos almost simultaneously. Danger, don't both go. Watch the center, Guardiola shouted from the sidelines. Touré quickly pivoted to run towards the center in search of Cassano, while Ramos seized the opportunity to advance past Abidal with the ball. Huang Kevin, Raul, and Robben surged into the Barcelona penalty area. Thuram and Marquez trailed closely behind Huang Kevin. The veteran Thuram had to remain vigilant of the wider positioned Robben, a considerable challenge for a 36-year-old defender. As Ramos approached the right side of the penalty area, he struck the ball with the inside of his right foot while in motion. With a crack, Abidal instinctively extended his foot to intercept, but failed to touch the ball. The sphere veered leftward from his foot. Several Real Madrid players sprang into action within the penalty area. In a moment of distraction, Huang Kevin darted past Thuram. Marquez, recognizing the trajectory of the ball potentially leading to a goal, hurried towards the net. Valdez instinctively reached out, his fingertips grazing the descending ball, altering its path slightly towards the left post. Unmarked, Huang Kevin leapt and successfully redirected the ball into the net with the inside of his left leg. Mere inches away from the goal. Kevin. Just as the match commenced, Kevin had initiated this offensive play with a steal and ultimately finished it. Throughout his career, Kevin has scored with his feet, head, chest, and heel. Today, he completed his repertoire with a goal using the inside of his left leg. In a sport devoid of challenges, Kevin consistently sets personal goals and pursues them vigorously. For him, playing against Barcelona signifies an opportunity to break the record for goals in the national derby, and nothing more. After the goal, Raul and Ramos advanced rapidly from either side, and I noticed Huang Kevin joining the celebration with the defenders. The young coach Guardiola covered his head, caught off guard by the early concession. Indeed, this goal came about because Xavi's footwork was a bit sticky. Young Messi dropped back to request the ball but hesitated to pass, attempting to bypass Huang Kevin instead, whose defensive prowess is well known. This goal was indeed avoidable. Yet, Coach Zhang, observe how Real Madrid's wingers pressed high, restricting the fullbacks from providing support. Robben initiated the run, and Huang Kevin seized the opportunity. Before entering the penalty area, Robben and Cassano widened their positioning on the flanks, with Huang Kevin and Raul executing a crossing run. Capello's tactical nuances were commendable. Guardiola, still restraining his emotions, was joined on the sidelines by Puyol, who was recovering from injury. Damn it, you must apply tight marking, deny him space to turn and accelerate, don't let him roam freely. If necessary, resort to physicality. Puyol, with his long hair, emphatically struck his left palm with his right hand, urging, stick to him as if he were your boyfriend, no, girlfriend. Don't afford him the chance to escape. Gabriel Milito, with his hands on his hips and head bowed, exuded an air of defiance without uttering a word. Has he forgotten the moment he was sent off for elbowing Real Madrid's number 10? Yet, he still resorts to physicality. Barcelona resumes play. Upon receiving the ball, Xavi immediately faces pressure from Robben. In a team like Real Madrid, players must set aside their pride and become mere bricks in the wall. Regardless of their tactical standing in previous clubs, at Real Madrid, no one is exceptional. The last time they lost possession, it resulted in a goal against them. Xavi has become more cautious, promptly returning the ball. Barcelona's defensive line is positioned high, and the ball rolls a few meters before reaching Thuram. Thuram swiftly passes it sideways, and Marquez, lifting his head to survey the field, prepares to strike with his right foot. The ball hurtles towards the backfield, veering towards the left side of the center line. Observing Guti racing forward, Eto'o follows suit to offer support. Guti arrives alongside Iniesta just as the ball descends. The two leap almost simultaneously. Guti's height gives him an advantage, while Iniesta raises his arm to maintain balance, inadvertently colliding with Guti's chest. Unsteady, Guti falls backward, using his leg to nudge Iniesta. Neither manages to connect with the ball, and they tumble to the ground near the left midfield, where the ball bounces and is gathered by Eto'o. Eto'o immediately returns the pass to Deco and turns to surge forward. Deco crosses the halfway line with the ball, swiftly pivoting to deliver a through ball. Heinz, recognizing the challenge of marking Messi, opts to defend the ball instead of the man, suddenly lunging to position himself before Messi, arms outstretched to block Messi's path. Though it is but a fleeting moment, it allows Messi to secure possession. With a swift pass, Heinz sends the ball sideways. De Jong, advancing laterally, spots the retreating Kevin and promptly delivers a lateral pass. Kevin extends his left foot to intercept the ball and charges towards Barcelona's half. Xavi immediately grasps Kevin's shirt from behind, feeling his own body being propelled forward by Kevin's momentum, almost unable to hold on. Suddenly releasing his grip, Xavi catches Kevin off guard, causing him to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, Xavi grips Kevin's arm from the left side, as Touré closes in to apply pressure. The referee, ready to blow the whistle, prepares to call the foul should Kevin lose possession. Unsteady, Kevin shakes off Xavi's grasp, successfully evading him, and with a deft movement of his left foot, nudges the ball forward in front of Touré. Remarkably, amidst such intense physicality, Kevin manages to deliver a quality cross. Guti, receiving the ball in the attacking zone, is thwarted as he takes too long to release it, and after several passes, it reaches the midfield where De Jong, under pressure, falls to the ground. Messi seizes the opportunity, dribbling through the center, executing a 1-2 with a teammate before skillfully maneuvering past Heinz with a feint, creating space to shoot. Just inches away, the ball's arc was perfect, yet it veered slightly off target. Casillas did not make contact, resulting in a goal kick. Oh, the diminutive flea Messi. This offensive play was truly exquisite, receiving the ball from the center circle, advancing to the front, executing a 1-2, and then using a deceptive move to send the national team's veteran, Heinz, tumbling to the ground. With a gentle touch, he evaded and created an angle to shoot. Yet the final touch lacked precision. Indeed, Barcelona is rich in talent. On the bench, there is the exceptional newcomer Boyan, who, alongside Messi, has the potential to bear the weight of Barcelona's attacking line for the next decade. The last I heard, the duo projected as the striking partnership for the next 10 years was Adriano and Martins. Both have since departed from Inter Milan, while Martins has shown promise at Newcastle. He undeniably falls short of the caliber expected from a mainstay at such a prestigious club. Adriano, on loan back in Brazil, has also performed commendably, netting 7 goals, surpassing his league tally from the past year and a half with Inter. One can only hope for his triumphant return. In truth, it seems that Messi and Boyan possess a greater prowess than Adriano and Martins. It's not entirely fair to say they are superior, their styles differ significantly. Messi's dribbling is astonishing, and though I haven't witnessed Maradona's artistry firsthand, only Messi consistently navigates through multiple defenders with such finesse. I do acknowledge Messi's brilliance, yet I have not observed the greatness in Boyan as the papers suggest. It feels as if the media has exaggerated his talents. While Boyan's style bears resemblance to that of Romario, he still lags considerably behind. Barcelona's hierarchy professes Boyan's bright future, even heralding him as a future Ballon d'Or recipient. Surely, one wouldn't presume to possess a deeper understanding of the game than the esteemed figures at Barcelona and Cruyff himself. As Messi stands just outside the penalty area, he watches the ball fail to find the net and turns away, expressionless. He aimed to showcase his skills before Kevin today, but conceding an early goal unsettled him. Upon reaching the midfield to collect the ball, his dribbling and shooting felt promising, yet alas, it just missed the mark. Were it Kevin, perhaps he would have danced past the defenders before taking a shot? Yet again, that wouldn't be entirely accurate. as Kevin's long-range shots from just outside the box are formidable as well. Messi shakes his head and retreats. Despite his efforts, he still cannot keep pace with Kevin. Sighing in resignation, Casillas takes the goal kick. Ivanovic passes laterally to Ramos, who, upon looking for an opportunity, opts to push the ball forward without finding a chance. De Jong, upon receiving the ball, seeks to connect with Guti. Although both are positioned as defensive midfielders, Guti occupies a more advanced role, spotting Deco next to Guti. He can only play the ball sideways to the left. Hines lifts his foot to pass, but Xavi, sliding to intercept, halts the ball at the sideline. Robben, turning to receive the ball, collides with Xavi's leg. As Xavi's leg shifts, the ball rolls out of play. That's our ball. He pushed me from behind. Xavi exclaims as he rises, rushing toward the referee, Massimo Busacca. That's their issue, Deco interjects, hands raised in surrender. Busacca clarifies, he didn't intentionally collide with you. He stumbled over you, and such minimal physical contact does not constitute a foul. What are you saying? Must one cause grave injury for it to be a foul? Xavi retorts, exasperated. Each match against Real Madrid feels like a battle of vengeance for him, and the loss of possession to them infuriates him further. Mind your words if you wish to remain on the pitch, Busacca warns, pointing at Xavi. The commotion among the Barcelona players has caused him considerable irritation, and he is losing patience. Enough, Max says, wrapping an arm around Xavi and firmly guiding him away. Don't earn a yellow card over such trivial matters. After the Barcelona players depart, Hines swiftly races to the sidelines, retrieving the ball and tossing it back onto the field. As the players of Barcelona congregated in the left midfield, the right flank appeared desolate, presenting a golden opportunity for an ambush. Upon receiving the ball, Guti surged forward. The Barcelona players still entangled in disputes, yet to return to their positions. Cassano, stationed on the right, fervently gestured with his arms, utterly unmarked by defenders. However, Guti paid him no heed. He took a couple of diagonal strides just beyond the center circle and, in motion, executed a deft diagonal pass with the inside of his right foot. Huang Kevin, caught off guard by Guti's right-footed delivery, was a moment too slow to react. Hastily adjusting to extend his left foot, inadvertently redirecting the ball to the right. With a quick flick of his right foot, Huang nudged the ball towards the right side of the penalty area and accelerated down the flank. The moment he sprang into action, he effortlessly outpaced Thuram. The Barcelona players who had engaged in disputes had yet to regain their positions, leaving the right side alarmingly vacant. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the fans at Camp Nou, typically reserved, unleashed a cacophony of boos directed at Huang Kevin. It was only as he entered the penalty area that he finally gained possession of the ball, and the relentless charge of Thuram culminated in a robust collision. Fool! Guardiola clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. This could lead to a penalty. Yet, the subsequent turn of events was entirely unforeseen. Standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 84 kilograms, Thuram collided with Huang, who was slightly taller but considerably lighter. Huang merely staggered sideways to absorb the impact, while Thuram fell to the ground within the box. Steadying himself, Huang Kevin wasted no time. Adjusting to strike the ball with the underside of his left foot, Valdez, positioned to the right to defend against Huang, launched himself in a desperate dive. But his distance was too great. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he failed to touch the ball as it sped into the far corner of the net. Raul, poised for a follow-up, swiftly turned to charge towards Huang. Valdez remained seated before the goal, reluctant to rise. Kevin, goal, 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 goal. It had been a considerable time since Kevin had scored such an unremarkable goal. This one was purely a product of physical prowess, a stark contrast to his identity as an artist on the pitch. While it made Thuram, a once great defender, appear quite foolish for Kevin. This goal felt exceedingly mundane, perhaps even less taxing than the energy expended fetching a water bottle from the sidelines. Today, Kevin's form seemed subpar, yet he still found the net. Had he been in peak condition, he would have confidently navigated into the box, leaving no opportunity for Thuram to impede him. Nevertheless, even in less than ideal form, defeating Barcelona remained a trivial task for Kevin. As discussions among Barcelona regarding their future Ballon d'Or candidates unfolded, Kevin could already use the trophy as a goalpost at home. In another 8 years, he might even repurpose it as a bowling pin. Although Kaká is a player for Milan, I must admit he is indeed fortunate. After missing half a season due to injury, Kevin's margin in the voting against Kaká remained surprisingly slim. It is only due to divine favor that he managed to seize the Ballon d'Or in a football realm where Kevin reigns supreme. Indeed, let me mention a widely acknowledged fact. Kevin is akin to a deity. On the stands, Zambrotta revealed a smile. What do you think? He remarked that Huang Kevin would initiate an attack from the flanks. He is undoubtedly the one who understands Kevin best. Yet, he soon concealed his smile, fearing he might be captured in an unflattering moment like Messi had been. The last time Messi smiled in the stands, it caused quite a stir. That young lad is a prodigious talent. Had he been Italian, the supporters would have undoubtedly regarded him as a national treasure. It is perplexing why the Catalan fans and media seem to relish in creating trouble for him. Previously, the young lad had inquired about Milan's situation with a hint of mischief. His furtive demeanor was rather amusing. He could easily discern Messi's intentions. Fortunately, Gianluca Zambrotta is of good character and would refrain from reporting or disclosing anything to the media. Otherwise, Messi would bear even more scrutiny. That boy is exceedingly candid. His abilities trailing behind Kevin, and he lacks the maturity that Kevin possesses. One can only wonder why Kevin excels in every aspect. Should he take the field today, his performance would hardly eclipse that of the aged Thuram. Although his current prowess should surpass that of Thuram as a full-back, does a score of 8 versus 6. 5 hold any significance when compared to a forward rated on a scale of 12? Thuram sat on the ground, mirroring Valdez's posture, scratching his head in confusion. In the past, he had directly shoved Huang Kevin out of bounds, pinning him against the advertising boards while he played for AC Milan. Even though that number 10 has significantly improved over the years, and he himself is on the decline, such a scenario should not be the case. Observing Huang Kevin's silhouette, the physique of that number 10 appeared only slightly more robust than before, with little alteration, yet how has his capacity for confrontation enhanced so remarkably? The first half had barely commenced, and they were already 2 goals behind. This certainly dealt a blow to Barcelona's morale. Upon the restart, they promptly squandered possession. Force him to receive the ball with his back to goal, press him, and deny him the chance to turn. Guardiola shouted from the sidelines. Huang Kevin, poised to receive the ball on the right, nearly gave Guardiola a thumbs up for his astute observation. In such a brief span, he had identified a flaw in Holland's back-to-goal play. The new generation of forwards seldom excels in receiving the ball with their backs turned. And top-tier forwards with such capabilities are exceedingly rare, perhaps due to the rapid pace of the game, which leaves little time for ball retention while awaiting teammates. Huang, indeed, lacks the trait of receiving the ball with his back. Thus, even with enhancements, today's back-to-goal scenario remains a challenge. However, he could circumvent this issue. After Gudi's lateral pass, Ramos delivered a diagonal ball. Observing keenly, Huang Kevin refrained from turning, calculating the perfect moment to lift his foot, allowing the ball to roll beneath him. With the studs of his boots slowing it down, the ball came to a steady halt before him. Abidal rushed in immediately. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang Kevin accelerated forward. He slightly angled his body, his foot crossing over at an angle, yet his shoulder collided with Abidal. At that moment, Abidal finally comprehended why Thuram had appeared so flustered earlier. He narrowly avoided being knocked down. Once he steadied himself, Huang Kevin surged into the penalty area with the ball. Seldom recognized that his speed could not match Huang Kevin's. After taking 2 steps back sideways, he halted within the box, adjusting his stance to brace himself for the impending collision. Huang Kevin, unable to decelerate, collided with Seldom. The impact caused Seldom to bend forward and take several steps deeper into the penalty area, while Huang Kevin merely swayed slightly before regaining his balance and unleashing a powerful shot. The resounding thud echoed as Valdez, rushing to make a save, failed to touch the ball. Turning around, he saw the ball roll past the left post and out of play, prompting a sigh of relief. He quickly raised his arm to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Today, Huang Kevin's playing style was notably different. Indeed, we all know of his exceptional physical attributes. Yet the precise extent of his prowess remained elusive. He is not one to engage in physical confrontations, often evading opponents with ease. However, today's match showcased a style reminiscent of Vieri, where he engaged in physical duels to create scoring opportunities. Remarkably, within just 20 minutes, all 4 of Barcelona's defenders had suffered at the hands of Huang Kevin. This approach could not continue unabated. The injuries to Zambrotta and Puyol had significant repercussions. Guardiola rubbed his bald head in contemplation. He discerned the strategy. Huang Kevin thrived on exploiting space for explosive sprints. and Barcelona's high-pressing defense inadvertently provided him with ample room to maneuver. Yet, despite recognizing the issue, he found himself powerless to effect change. It was impractical to alter a well-established tactical system merely for one match, shifting from a high press to a more conservative approach without proper training. Such a sudden tactical shift would leave the players disoriented and likely diminish their performance. In his time with the B team, he had envisioned the tactics of the first team and naively believed that leading the first team would soon astonish the footballing world and establish him as a prominent coach. However, upon reaching La Liga, he finally grasped why so many esteemed coaches struggled against Huang Kevin. How could a core player change positions 3 times in 3 matches? From goalkeeper to winger to forward, and even occasionally playing as a defensive midfielder. The fluidity of his playing style made it challenging to devise a strategy against the number 10 of Real Madrid. Barcelona launched another offensive. Eto'o received the ball but was swiftly pressured by De Jong, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground, clutching his leg and rolling in agony. Frustrated by the turn of events, Guardiola could no longer contain himself and kicked a water bottle tossed by a fan onto the field. Laughingly, the bottle struck Dos Santos on the head, prompting an immediate apology from Guardiola. The young coach was clearly unable to maintain his composure. His animated presence on the sidelines was quite striking today. The referee issued a warning to Guardiola, and given his first encounter with Huang Kevin, such a display was not surprising. Mourinho was not entirely wrong. In facing Huang Kevin, they had lost both matches by a single-goal margin, which was no small feat for a powerhouse. Indeed, Huang Kevin played as a goalkeeper, and in the second match, he was a substitute. Coach Zhang observed as the young prince of Camp Nou, Boyan, warmed up in preparation for his entrance. The stadium erupted with applause, as Barcelona fans held great expectations for this promising talent. In the stands, Li Changlong offered his applause in support of his friend. Boyan, apart from playing in fantasy leagues, also had aspirations of creating signed jerseys. He was inclined to leverage his father's connections to procure samples and manufacture more signed jerseys. However, he was genuinely pleased that his brother was experiencing greater success. Even if he didn't fully comprehend the situation, he recognized that his close friend wasn't as heralded by the media as suggested, certainly not on par with Messi. Yet, even if he couldn't match Messi's prowess, becoming the next Kaká would suffice. After all, his cousin was remarkable and still had Kaká by his side. "Where shall we go tonight?" Ronaldinho inquired, nudging Li Changlong playfully. "You decide," Li Changlong replied with a smile. "All right then. Come with me tonight. We'll choose a more discreet place where we won't be photographed," Ronaldinho grinned. Li Changlong nodded in agreement, though he was indifferent to being spotted. After all, what was the use of playing football? His meager salary could barely compare to the profits from selling a single jersey, especially his cousin's jerseys, which sold exceptionally well. If just 1 out of 10 fans purchased a signed jersey, he could easily envision himself owning a club in the future. Upon entering the field, Boyan greeted Messi, who smiled and patted him. They had known each other since their youth team days and shared a cordial relationship. Both players had gentle dispositions. Despite any media provocation, there was little animosity between them. "We are Barcelona fans, coming from all corners, regardless of race or skin color." As the team anthem resonated, Barcelona organized another offensive. The midfield trio showcased formidable control. On the right flank, Xavi regained possession while Puyol, absent today, donned the captain's armband. Not facing Huang Kevin, Xavi remained remarkably composed, choosing to dictate the tempo and stretch Real Madrid's formation. Robben's pressing was effortlessly evaded, and as Guti approached, Xavi swiftly passed. Touré, making a forward run, received the ball and quickly distributed it to the left flank. Deco advanced rapidly down the left side, prompting Ramos to rush forward in an attempt to press. In the midst of his run, Deco made a quick horizontal pass. De Jong immediately surged towards Iniesta, who turned and advanced to the center circle, distributing the ball back to the retreating Messi. De Jong pivoted to assist Messi against Heinz, who was poised for an opportunity. Messi, with a subtle touch of his right foot, maneuvered the ball left, feigning with his shoulder before deftly nudging it forward with his left foot and suddenly sprinting towards the penalty area. Even with Heinz's defense, he was a step behind, falling short by over half a meter. Inside the box, Messi executed another feint, deceiving Ivanovic, and with a quick motion, he created the angle for a shot. Casillas managed to deflect the ball out for a corner at the near post. Messi, his dribbling is simply inimitable. Indeed, The young prodigy Messi exhibits remarkable agility in his dribbling, with an ability to swiftly alter his pace. When defenders extend their legs, he adeptly changes direction within confined spaces. It is inherently challenging for passive defenders to keep pace with an actively attacking rhythm. Furthermore, although Messi may not possess the same speed as Kevin Huang while in possession, his ball control is equally exceptional. It appears as though the ball is glued to his feet. This time, within the penalty area, he deftly navigates past two defenders, maintaining the ball under his command. We observe a corner kick, delivered to the center. Ivanovic, his aerial prowess is truly commendable, as he once again heads the ball away. A long pass seeks the left flank, where Robben executes a delicate lobbed pass. Yet, the right side remains unguarded. Huang Kevin receives the ball with his chest, only to be collided with from behind by Melito, who tumbles to the ground, resulting in a shot that Valdez manages to deflect. Marquez clears the ball past the goal line, granting Real Madrid a corner kick. The pace of play in this national derby is astonishing. Indeed, while Barcelona may engage in intricate passing and organization, their attacking tempo escalates rapidly. Real Madrid, on the other hand, boasts players like Robben and Huang Kevin, who can penetrate defenses and shoot with ease. Cassano's style is increasingly reminiscent of Raul, favoring repeated feints and dribbles to create opportunities, likely influenced by Raul himself. This young prodigy seems to be rediscovering his true self. Huang Kevin positions himself at the left post, with Thuram blocking his path. Guti approaches the corner flag. Huang Kevin raises his left arm, and as Guti takes a run up, he deftly lifts the ball. Huang Kevin quickly sprints outside the penalty area, while Thuram follows closely. He remains cautious, sensing that Huang Kevin may soon pivot towards the goal, thus refraining from sprinting with full intensity. However, he soon realizes he has underestimated the situation. To his dismay, he falls for the ruse. Huang Kevin draws him out of the small box, allowing the ball to glide effortlessly towards the center. Ramos leaps in front of the goal, directing a header straight towards the center of the net. Thwack! Valdez instinctively raises his arms to block the header attempt. The ball lands in the left side of the small box, resulting in a chaotic scramble within the Barcelona penalty area. Cassano attempts to strike, but Marquez, after shielding the ball, clears it powerfully. The ball ricochets off Xavi's back, veering towards the right flank. Huang Kevin swiftly accelerates towards the ball's landing spot, with Abidal and Touré lagging slightly behind. Huang Kevin skillfully controls the ball, delivering a pass in front of Touré. Guti, receiving the ball on the left, promptly sends it forward with his left foot, and the ball rolls through Touré's legs towards the edge of the penalty arc. Upon reaching the arc, Huang Kevin encounters Marquez and quickly flicks the ball with his heel. Subsequently, he collides with Marquez, stumbling slightly but regaining his balance as Marquez falls just outside the penalty area. Raul seizes the ball, unleashing a powerful strike with his left foot that curves rapidly. Valdez, despite his immediate leap, cannot reach it in time, and the ball schemes past the left post into the net. 30 minutes into the match, Real Madrid has scored 3 goals. For Guardiola, facing his first national derby as a coach, this presents an overwhelming crisis. He stands on the sidelines, mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. Raul has once again altered the scoreline. Capello's return to Real Madrid seems poised to maintain the perfect record in El Clasico. Guardiola, having taken the helm at Barcelona mid-season, has had limited time to instill his tactical philosophy, which was evident today. However, in comparison to Real Madrid, this Barcelona side still lacks maturity. Indeed, from corner kicks to the offensive maneuvers just outside the box, Real Madrid's coordination is remarkable. During the corner, Huang Kevin cleverly drew defenders away, and in the subsequent attack, he positioned himself adeptly, executing a wall pass with Guti to set up Raul. Much of Real's rhythm emanates from Huang Kevin's initiatives. Interestingly, Max found himself once again toppled by Huang Kevin, who seemed to be engaging in a physical contest with Barcelona today, causing their defenders considerable distress. Nevertheless, he ought to exercise caution. His hearing has not fully recovered. Even with robust physicality, he should refrain from excessive contact. Indeed, Huang Kevin's history of injuries is as lengthy as his highlight reel. He should rely less on brute force and utilize finesse instead. A few moments later, Guardiola witnessed his defenders faltering. Max, closely trailing Huang Kevin, ultimately stumbled just outside the box. Although his shot was thwarted by Valdez, Guardiola wore a grim expression. Barcelona's defense resembled the Maginot Line, as Real's number 10 appeared to enter and exit at will. If this continues, both he and Barcelona risk being memorialized in infamy. Seizing the moment while Real Madrid's players celebrated their goal, Guardiola swiftly summoned Deco. He urged them to utilize their hands more. "We are trailing by too much," Guardiola said. Embracing Deco. "As long as you don't go overboard, the referee will likely overlook it. Don't cling on. Use your hands to disrupt his speed. Then let go and use your hands again." Deco nodded, his experience allowing him to grasp Guardiola's intent effortlessly. "I understand, coach," he replied. Guardiola patted Deco's shoulder and gently urged him, "Go on. I trust you to handle everything. Collaborate with your teammates defensively, but also seek opportunities to attack. With your football intelligence, you certainly know the right moments to act." Deco's expression, already burdened, grew even more somber. These coaches only ever speak sweet words. Despite high football intelligence, they never negotiate for salary increases with the club. When faced with formidable opponents, they resort to flattering rhetoric, though internally grumbling. Deco relayed Guardiola's message to his teammates. After the restart, Barcelona launched another offensive. Upon crossing midfield, Thuram felt his legs falter and executed a delicate lob pass. Noticing Xavi's forward run, Messi swiftly vacated his position, drifting towards the center. Hines advanced to apply pressure, prompting Xavi to make a quick lateral pass, allowing Messi to strike the ball directly towards the right front. Xavi surged past Hines to reclaim possession and, without waiting for Hines to close the gap, immediately pivoted to deliver a back pass in a triangular formation. Messi maneuvered the ball laterally along the right flank of the penalty area, delivering it to Iniesta's feet. Ramos closed in to apply pressure, and Iniesta, with a deft touch using his right foot, feinted twice before pushing the ball toward the center. Messi, racing into the box, extended his foot to control the ball, but Boyan, arriving in haste, struck it poorly, sending it soaring into the stands. Casillas approached the ball boy, requesting the ball. Yet the young attendant at Camp Nou hesitated. Anxious, Casillas seized the ball himself. With the first half nearing its conclusion, he was keen to orchestrate one last offensive thrust. Placing the ball on the ground, he prepared to launch it with a powerful kick, and upon noticing Huang Kevin's positioning, he struck without hesitation. The ball zipped across the halfway line, hurtling towards the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. Huang Kevin squeezed past Max to receive the ball on the right flank. Valdez, decisively exiting his penalty area, was a fraction too slow, allowing Huang Kevin to receive the ball, and with a deft touch, he nudged it past Valdez. Milito, quick to close in on Huang Kevin, was unexpectedly knocked to the ground as Huang Kevin surged forward. The Barcelona supporters, in anguish, had shut their eyes. An open goal. Huang Kevin raced to the edge of the small box, effortlessly guiding the ball into the net with his right foot. After scoring, he joyfully sprinted to the corner flag, executing a somersault. The only sound resonating through Camp Nou was the jubilant cheers of the Madrid fans. The jeers from Barcelona supporters had faded, their expressions growing increasingly numb before the camera. At Camp Nou, they were no strangers to such humiliations. They had grown accustomed to it. Yet, in the previous Clásico, despite the brilliance of their number 10, their players often succumbed to fouls, a sight that was quite gratifying. But in this match, while Real Madrid's number 10 completed a hat trick, he had already knocked their defenders down more than a dozen times. How frustrating. They had even stripped away their final joys, hadn't they? As Xavi exited, the king of the ball, Boyan, urged his teammates to persevere. Observing the dispirited players on the field, Guardiola shouted encouragement. The Barcelona players did not disappoint him. After the restart, they maintained the score at 4-0, successfully navigating to halftime through a series of precise passes. Experiencing his first Clásico, Guardiola hurried to comfort his disciples. Capello scoffed, shaking his head. This young man lacked the gravitas of a coach. Huang Kevin walked to the sidelines alongside Ramos, where Capello swiftly approached, offering a water bottle and towel. After Huang Kevin rinsed his mouth and wiped his face, Capello inquired, "How do you feel, Kevin? There were fewer fouls from Barcelona today, but you had quite a bit of physical contact. Is there any discomfort?" "I feel great, coach. If I were uncomfortable, I would let you know," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. With the immunity card in hand, he had no fear. In a match of this magnitude, he had no intention of saving his immunity card. In fact, during the last match against Chelsea, he had come on as a substitute without using the immunity card, and he had managed to endure those 10 minutes without issue. "That's good to hear. Very good." Capello nodded with a smile as he accompanied Huang Kevin back. They returned to the changing room. Huang Kevin removed his shoes and peeled off his socks to relax. The prolonged tightness of the shoelaces had been quite constricting, leaving marks on his feet as they emerged from the confines of his footwear. "I have prepared a particularly stylish celebration for today," Cassano exclaimed excitedly. "Idiot. You must score before you can celebrate," Ramos scoffed. "I am certain I will score," Cassano retorted. "In contrast, you should thank the Barcelona coach for not allowing Ronaldinho to play. You can finally avoid becoming a mere obstacle, raising your arms like a novice before him." Antonio Cassano. Capello reprimanded. Silence. The decision to reinstate Cassano to the first team was based on tactical needs, but it did not equate to forgiving those little rascals. After all, Fabio Capello was a man of clear demarcation between public and private matters. Once the match concluded, those individuals would be relegated back to the B team. Cassano reluctantly fell silent. "Now, let us discuss the first half." Capello adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Leading does not mean you played well. Kevin, with 3 goals and 1 assist, I could lead the team just the same. Do you understand my point?" Huang Kevin responded. "What is the point of singling me out at this moment? Isn't that inciting resentment? I, Huang, have always stood firmly with the masses and will not become a minority." Fortunately, his amiable nature spared him from disdain. If another player were to be singled out for comparison, belittling others, isolation in the locker room would be inevitable. Pass the ball more. The passes have been insufficient and subpar. Oftentimes, Kevin creates opportunities by colliding with opponents himself. If your through balls are only at this level, I could easily recruit a few kids from the B team. They could perform just as well, like Callahan, who frequently assists our B team's top scorer. Your good friend is named that, correct? Capello gazed at Cassano, who weakly replied, "Yes." The top scorer of the B team was certainly not a badge of honor for first-team players. Therefore, in the second half, more passing is essential. Additionally, Robben will be substituted for Diarra to strengthen defense, while Guti will move to the left flank. "Is that agreeable?" Capello inquired. "Yes, coach," Guti nodded. "Very well. Relax and prepare for your entry," Capello affirmed before departing the locker room, granting the players some space. "Fabio is becoming increasingly intimidating," Cassano remarked, patting his chest. "I dare not speak in his presence, as I have a feeling he is targeting me. If you do nothing wrong, the coach will not trouble you," Ramos stated. Cassano glanced at Huang Kevin and then at Ramos, saying, "You have a good father, so you're not afraid of Fabio." "Unfortunately, my father does not hold the same standing as Kevin." "You bastard, are you seeking death?" Cassano playfully jumped behind the bench, beckoning Ramos with a finger in challenge. Higuain, seated across from them, nearly rushed to deliver a punch to his good partner Cassano, a response tinged with PTSD. Huang Kevin and Raul stood up, vacating the battlefield. Everyone gathered to witness Ramos' chase after Cassano, noting a remarkable enhancement in Sergio's agility, as Raul commented with his arms crossed. "They often engage in such playful antics." "Practicing frequently," Guti acknowledged. "All right, it's time to take the field," Baldini called, prompting Ramos and Cassano to cease their playful rivalry and join their teammates in exiting the locker room. Upon emerging, they spotted Messi, to whom Huang Kevin greeted with a friendly nod, which Messi reciprocated. Once both teams returned to the pitch, referee Busaka approached Barcelona's captain, Xavi, with a serious demeanor. "Advise your teammates to temper their aggression," he instructed sternly. "What more can we do? My teammates have been heavily clashed into by that fellow," Xavi retorted angrily, his tone reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I believe you understand my point. If you seek confrontation and cannot handle it, that is your issue." Busaka pointed out to Xavi, "Tell them to refrain from excessive contact. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to issue cards." The derby was proceeding smoothly largely due to Huang Kevin's resilience, as he appeared exceptionally robust in duels. Nonetheless, even the most formidable players can unexpectedly be brought down. Should Huang Kevin sustain an injury, the situation would surely escalate. Reflecting on the recently demoted referees, Busaka was keen to maintain control over the match. Xavi, suppressing his frustration, nodded in acknowledgement. The referee blew the whistle to commence the second half. Raul delivered a lateral pass to Huang Kevin, who responded with a swift return. De Jong's role had shifted since the first half. While partnering with Guti, he focused on defense, but with Diarra now alongside him, he became a pivotal playmaker in midfield. Messi and Xavi pressed forward. De Jong quickly sent a back pass, which Ivanovic received before delivering a direct pass to Diarra. Diarra, receiving the ball with his back to the goal, felt Xavi rushing in to intercept, nudging the ball towards Real Madrid's penalty area. Positioned ahead, Messi seized the opportunity, breaking through one-on-one with Pepe, who hastily closed in on him. As they entered the box, Pepe opted for a sliding tackle, but Messi, unable to shift his footing, instinctively struck with his left foot. Casillas dove promptly, extending his hand backward, yet he could not prevent the ball from finding the far corner of the net. With the second half barely underway, Messi had already breached Real Madrid's defense. Leo, Leo, Leo. The Camp Nou erupted with joy, welcoming the Argentine boy, Lionel, affectionately dubbed Leo. This goal from the young Messi ignited hopes for a comeback, reinforcing the belief that if Real could score 4.5, so too could Barcelona. While the gap remained significant, the possibility was undeniable. Yes, today, Messi has been exceptional. He consistently challenged the defense, and finally, in the second half, he unlocked Real Madrid's goal, the commentators noted. The crucial error lay with the Real players. Ivanovic should not have passed to Xavi, who had already made his move. After receiving the ball, Diarra's handling was somewhat sluggish, perhaps due to his recent entry into the match and lack of rhythm. This seems to be the case. However, Capello appeared to hold a different opinion. His expressions while addressing the players from the sidelines clearly indicated his dissatisfaction. A top-tier coach maintains rigorous expectations for his team, insisting that even with a significant lead, conceding a goal is unacceptable. Diarra shrugged in response, indicating the poor quality of the pass. "I apologize, it was an unintentional mistake," explained Jovanovic, gesturing as he spoke. The Serbian's pursuit of Spanish proficiency has encountered certain hurdles, and his progress has been rather slow thus far. "Never mind, it's inconsequential," Pepe consoled, wrapping an arm around Jovanovic's shoulders. He tends to be gentle with his teammates, though he can occasionally misdirect his passion. "Be cautious. We must secure a resounding victory," Ramos exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Today, if we win, let us see if they activate the sprinklers." "I wager they will," Pepe replied. "I doubt it," Casillas hesitated. Last time, Barcelona attributed their failure to a malfunctioning sprinkler system. Another instance would be quite embarrassing, lacking any semblance of class. "I believe they will not," Heinz chuckled. "Very well, I'll bet they will. Let us wager a meal," Ramos declared. "Agreed. It's settled then." The solitary goal conceded did not significantly dampen the morale of Real Madrid's defense, who quickly regained their focus. Upon resuming play, Guti received the ball on the left flank and promptly delivered a diagonal pass forward. Huang Kevin, positioned centrally, received the ball just as he encountered Xavi. Xavi's eyes flared with anger, as his home had been vandalized by fans in retaliation for Huang's foul against him. Although Xavi had instigated the foul, was Huang and the fans entirely blameless? With unyielding determination, Xavi charged towards Huang, lowering his center of gravity before launching into a sliding tackle, his gleaming studs catching the light of Camp Nou. Contemplations of suspension were far from Xavi's mind. He solely aimed to send Huang off the pitch with a well-timed tackle. With a swift maneuver, Huang deftly evaded Xavi's foot, taking the ball forward and executing a turn to escape. Huang employed his signature dribbling technique, one that Xavi was renowned for. Xavi's eyes burned even brighter with indignation, perceiving this as a provocation. Huang swiftly passed the ball to Guti and surged forward. Thuram attempted to close in on Huang, but he quickly pivoted and darted towards the center. The entirety of Barcelona's defense was fixated on Huang. Abidal and Gabriel Milito crouched low, poised to turn and pursue. On the flanks, Heinz and Cassano found themselves unmarked. Yet Guti remained steadfast in his belief that the central pass was the optimal choice. As Deco pressed forward to challenge, Guti deftly sidestepped him with his right foot, then followed through with his left to delicately lift the ball. The ball soared swiftly, clearing Barcelona's entire defensive line. At that instant, Huang Kevin surged forward, leaving Abidal and Milito trailing behind. The nearest Xiaomi Lido was dropped over 2 meters away. Guardiola on the sidelines could not help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness! Such explosive power, why not pursue a career in football? As the ball descended, Huang Kevin lifted his left foot, deftly cushioning the ball's impact. Subsequently, his left leg nudged the ball into the penalty area. Valdez, seizing the moment, rushed out of his goal, hoping to avert danger before Huang Kevin could regain possession. Yet he underestimated Huang's explosive agility. Haaland's physique is already remarkable. With Kaká's attributes and the proficiency in sprinting, Huang Kevin's initiation was among the elite, even among sprinters. Arriving first at the ball, he extended his left foot, expertly flicking the ball to the left, successfully evading Valdez. As Valdez followed Huang's movement, his balance faltered, and in an attempt to dive, he lunged forward just as Huang's left foot made contact with the ball. The ball surged forward, slipping past Valdez's outstretched fingertips, just as his arms fully extended in a futile effort. A moment too late, he missed everything. From the sound of the ball rustling the net, Valdez knew. It had happened again. He would have to retrieve the ball from the goal. The flicker of hope ignited in Camp Nou felt as if a torrential downpour had descended, drenching the Barcelona fans with an overwhelming chill. From the heart to the bloodstream, then to the skin, a profound coldness enveloped them. The broadcast zoomed in on the front-row Barcelona supporters, their faces ashen. 15 goals were already disheartening. Yet, they feared this was not the end. Embracing his teammates with open arms, the beaming number 10 appeared more formidable to them than Franco, who had long oppressed Catalonia. Ever since the transfer of the Real Madrid number 10 to La Liga, they had endured relentless mockery from Espanyol fans. At least when Espanyol faced Real Madrid, it wasn't as devastating. Huang Kevin. The goal seemed effortless. After successfully evading the offside trap, he easily placed the ball into the net. Indeed. But Huang's shooting technique today seemed somewhat awkward. Was he unwell? Yes, I share that sentiment. Normally, Huang's shots are crisp and fluid. Yet today he lacked his usual finesse. With victory now assured, Capello ought to have substituted players earlier. Barcelona players hung their heads in despair, particularly veterans like Max. In the 04-05 season, they were defeated by AC Milan, which featured Huang Kevin, in the Champions League, and subsequently fell to Milan again in the finals the following season, marking the beginning of Huang's career at Real Madrid. Over time, they had encountered Huang numerous times, yet each occasion rendered them mere background figures. Such a reality is truly disheartening. The coach had done everything within his power: meticulous tactics, rigorous man-marking assignments, even instructing them on how to disturb their opponents without incurring cards. They had exerted every ounce of effort, yet victory remained elusive. Guardiola polished his head in deep contemplation. Is the question one of defense or offense? Offense may yield goals, but it could also lead to greater losses. Defense will strive to concede as few goals as possible, yet uncertainty lingers. Today, the hard-hitting style of Real Madrid's number 10 is indeed worrisome. By heavens, they are giving it their all. Guardiola has summoned Henry to warm up at the sidelines. Barcelona resumes play, with Iniesta receiving the ball. He takes nimble steps, advancing past the halfway line, proactively seeking out Huang Kevin. Iniesta deftly pushes the ball forward with his right foot, and Huang Kevin's eyes widen in astonishment. Such audacity to showcase his skills in front of the master. Although Huang's defensive prowess may falter today, his understanding of the art of fried meatballs far surpasses that of Iniesta, who has only recently become a mainstay in Barcelona's lineup. His familiarity with Iniesta's maneuvers eclipses even that of Xavi. If not for his own miscalculations, Xavi might not have even managed to intercept. However, Iniesta is a different story altogether. As Huang Kevin extends his foot, he has already anticipated Iniesta's next move. When Iniesta nudges the ball, Huang Kevin, having momentarily lost his balance, suddenly extends his left foot backward. Iniesta collides with Huang Kevin, only to realize, to his dismay, that the ball has vanished. Huang Kevin swiftly hooks the ball forward with his left foot. Iniesta immediately nudges Huang Kevin from behind, causing Huang's left foot to uncontrollably send the ball toward the center circle. With a subtle shift of his left shoulder, he successfully evades Iniesta. Huang Kevin charges toward the ball, and although Xavi, who has crossed the halfway line, is closer to it, Huang Kevin has already dashed past him to seize it. Xavi steals himself, applying force with his left foot while leaning back, aiming for Huang Kevin's ankle. He executes a sliding tackle. Huang Kevin's ankle is struck, causing him to stumble sideways, yet swiftly regain his footing as he advances past Xavi's outstretched leg. Meanwhile, Xavi remains on the ground, clutching his right leg in agony. Alas, has Xavi sustained an injury? During the tackle, he inadvertently landed on his own right leg and was further affected by Huang Kevin's movement, likely resulting in a thigh muscle strain. Ironically, he has tackled himself. Huang Kevin continues his run, but Thuram appears quite incensed, rushing forward to embrace Huang Kevin and kick the ball out of bounds, engaging him in a heated discussion. I suspect he is demanding that Huang Kevin cease his advance due to an injury. However, Thuram's request lacks merit. Xavi initiated the tackle, pursuing the ball, and it is the defender who has been injured, not the attacking player. It is unreasonable to demand that the attacking side halt their progress under such circumstances. The Barcelona medical team carries Xavi off on a stretcher, while Henry readies himself to enter the fray. Xavi, unfortunately, cannot escape a yellow card, with Thuram also receiving one, prompting discontent among the Barcelona players who confront the referee. Huang Kevin's prowess is noteworthy. My goodness. It is the first time I have witnessed such a fierce tackle that resulted in self-injury. Huang Kevin's physique is indeed remarkable, despite Xavi's attempt to tackle him. He continues to charge forward unscathed. It dawns on me that today, Huang Kevin is emulating the playing style of Vieri. Yet, that cannot be entirely accurate. For Vieri's shots are not so awkward, although the physical confrontations do bear some resemblance. I was utterly amused. Surely, this time, Xavi should have learned his lesson. Each time he instigates a confrontation with Huang Kevin, he finds himself sidelined. It seems that during the last match, Xavi also sustained an injury, which is rather unfortunate for him. Yet, who can blame him for constantly seeking to foul? Both Xavi and Puyol possess a rather aggressive style. And I recall Puyol's notorious elbow strike on Ronaldo, which seemed almost lethal. Puyol's defensive approach is characterized by an unyielding physicality, often clinging to his opponent and employing his elbows with abandon. At times, when he fails to keep pace, he ends up tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner while attempting to clear the ball. In contrast, Nesta's defensive technique exudes a certain elegance. I noticed Thierry Henry poised to enter the field, while Baldini stood on the sidelines, inquiring, "Aren't we substituting Kevin?" Their movements are certainly significant. Observing this offensive play, Capello shook his head. Truth be told, he wished to replace Huang Kevin immediately, but he thought it prudent to allow him to take the free kick first. However, Huang Kevin had no intention of executing the kick. He gestured for Guti to step up while he advanced into Barcelona's penalty area. The Barcelona defense braced itself for the encounter, with Milito and Marquez positioned closely beside Huang Kevin. Despite being pushed aside several times, they chose to defend him collaboratively, eager to emulate Puyol's tenacity. Positioned at the foul spot on the left, Guti had no choice but to aim for another target. Once the whistle blew, he took a run-up and delivered a long pass. The ball flew directly into the right side of the penalty area. Unmarked, Ramos leaped up and headed the ball, which soared past the goal and struck the left post. As Barcelona's defenders rushed to the left, Raul, positioned by the post, jumped and executed a header, facilitating yet another aerial pass. The consecutive headers had already disrupted Barcelona's defensive formation. Huang Kevin leaped undeterred, and by the time Milito realized, it was too late. Huang Kevin executed a header that struck the ball with precision. The ball zipped past Milito's head and hurtled toward the goal. Valdez barely had time to react before it found the back of the net. The crowd erupted, "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The silence of Barcelona's supporters contrasted sharply with the exuberance of the Madridistas, intertwining on that Wednesday night. Despite having triumphed over their rivals numerous times, Real Madrid fans remained fervent, celebrating wildly, as if they could never tire of such victories. Kevin! 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 Goal! 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 After Huang Kevin scored yet another seemingly ordinary goal, I finally grasped the depth of his message. He intended to convey that even through such unremarkable means, he could effortlessly lead Real Madrid to triumph over Barcelona. Moreover, he served as a beacon for his less talented teammates, demonstrating that one need not rely on midfield goals, spectacular long-range strikes, or solo runs. Even the most ordinary players in Real Madrid could learn from him and score against Barcelona. While guiding his teammates to victory, he never neglected to downplay his own skills, always encouraging those around him. Huang Kevin embodies the essence of a true team leader, perpetually considering the welfare of his less capable teammates. Even if they may pale in comparison to the team's chef in Kevin's estimation, Kevin harbors no disdain for them. His exceptional skills are complemented by an admirable character. As the strongest football king shines brightly, Kevin's methods of scoring are as numerous as the stars in the sky, earning him the title of the Doctor of Football. Yet, he never considers himself superior merely because his teammates' goals may lack flair. This is the essence of Kevin's strength and humility on the pitch. Baldini and Galbiati rushed to the sidelines to celebrate. Capello turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, extending his index and middle fingers, instructing, "Come straight over, warm up again before entering." Damn. Higuain swiftly removed his training jacket and approached the sidelines. Once the holiday arrives, He plans to seek out a martial arts instructor to learn how to break someone's fingers. It's your turn. Raul pointed towards the sideline. Huang Kevin glanced over, and indeed, Higuain stood at the edge of the field. He pushed past his teammates, embraced Higuain, and then exited the pitch. Today, Xavi's fouls were excessively brutal, and they would undoubtedly commit more infractions. Capello wrapped his arm around Huang Kevin's shoulders, smiling as he spoke. Yes, I understand, coach. Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Capello truly is an exceptional coach. No matter how many times he experiences it, Huang Kevin is always reminded that not only does he substitute him, but he also explains the reason behind it. Among all the coaches he knows, only Ancelotti possesses a temperament similar to Capello's, although the plump Ancelotti always insists on Huang, the football king, taking medication, making Capello slightly preferable. Upon returning to the bench, Huang Kevin refrained from engaging in conversation. The national derby was still worth watching. Soon, Barcelona exhausted their last substitution, with Giovanni dos Santos replacing Touré. Guardiola was intent on fighting to the last. Shortly thereafter, Guti made a late run and scored from distance, further altering the scoreline. The final score settled at 7-1. At the post-match press conference, Guardiola restrained his emotions. Capello, too, refrained from making any harsh remarks, as winning required maintaining a semblance of dignity. After the match, the entire Real Madrid team departed for the airport. The team bus was met with the fervent wrath of Barcelona fans, but fortunately, no harm was done. Upon returning home, Huang Kevin retreated to his study, engrossed in writing. Albert. After completing his piece, Huang Kevin rang for assistance. What can I do for you, sir? Albert inquired. Huang Kevin handed over the freshly written articles, stating, I hope these can be published tomorrow, one for the World Sports Journal and another for the Madrid media. The old steward had maintained connections with the media, making such matters easily manageable. Understood, sir. As Albert inspected the documents in his hand, he asked 2 minutes later, Sir, do you think anyone would believe this? It matters not whether the Barcelona higher-ups believe it, nor whether their coach does. All I need is to provide the Barcelona fans with an outlet for their frustrations. They may not even believe it themselves, but they require a scapegoat, and I will direct them towards this target. Do you understand? Sometimes, right or wrong is of little significance, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Understood, sir. But I hope those Real Madrid players haven't actually made such statements, Albert queried. Rest assured, when I say they said it, they indeed said it. Huang Kevin remarked with a smile. Albert nodded and promptly departed to send a fax. He had always maintained connections with the media, making it exceedingly simple to get such matters published. Huang Kevin's writings, irrespective of their accuracy, were undeniably provocative, embodying the very essence of what newspapers yearned for. The following morning, the World Sports Daily indeed featured Huang Kevin's anonymous submission on its front page. Titled The Reasons Behind Barcelona's Failure, the future King Boyan faces exclusion. It articulated how the young Guardiola had evidently yet to master the art of unlocking his players' full potential. Even for Kevin, it was only under a specific tactical framework, with the entire Real Madrid team centering around him, that he achieved a phenomenal performance. It was patently unreasonable for the promising player Boyan to be deployed as a forward. He required a more elevated tactical position. Genius players necessitate space to sprint, as evidenced by Messi's several bursts of speed during the match. Although Messi scored and skillfully maneuvered past multiple Real Madrid players, even with a 99% contribution to success, could there truly be no 1% of error? Furthermore, Xavi often neglected to pass to Boyan when he found himself in open space, displaying an arrogance unbecoming of a captain. His demeanor starkly contrasted with that of Guti, who embodied the spirit of a playmaker rather than merely viewing himself as an integral figure in the team. Deco, upon breaking through, prioritized finding Iniesta, affording Boyan no opportunities whatsoever. A few midfielders were systematically undermining Barcelona's future. On the defensive line, several defenders exhibited woeful performances, unable even to execute a long clearance towards Boyan. In an era where distribution skills are increasingly paramount, each of Barcelona's defenders warranted replacement. In stark contrast, Ramos, who excelled in providing assists during the match, illustrated the myriad issues plaguing Barcelona's defense through his successful long passes and their frequency. The most significant problem lay with Guardiola, who completely failed to position Boyan within a suitable tactical framework. Under such circumstances, excellence was simply unattainable for Kevin. Real Madrid employed a 4-4-2 formation. with Raul's movements serving as evidence. Guardiola still had a long journey ahead if he aspired to be regarded as a distinguished coach. The Marca featured a headline: "Exclusive interview with Real Madrid's defense, the pressure brought by Boyan." After the match, we were fortunate to be invited to fly back to Madrid with Real Madrid. Seizing the opportunity, we interviewed several players, all of whom coincidentally mentioned one name: Boyan Kirkic. Pepe, the formidable defender of Real Madrid, stated, "Seeing that kid instills an intangible pressure in me. It's a defensive instinct. Every pore of my being trembles. Experience tells me that if I don't keep a close watch on him, the match will become exceedingly troublesome." Ivanovic, the player with the highest success rate in aerial duels during the second half of La Liga, noted, "Although I won the aerial duel against him for his height, it was quite remarkable. Boyan, standing merely 1.7 meters tall, almost bested me. Setting aside height factors, I find his pure heading ability exceptional. It is an innate talent." Similar to Bierhoff and Klinsmann, the La Liga will soon witness a powerhouse named Boyan. Heinz, who has become the subject of a fierce competition between Liverpool and Real Madrid, remarked, "My professional journey has not been without its challenges. After being loaned to Portugal, I encountered numerous prodigies. Undoubtedly, Boyan possesses more talent than Quaresma did at that time. Although I successfully intercepted him, his dribbling displays remarkable ingenuity. To flourish, he requires more opportunities. He is still quite young and in need of further experience." Kevin also shone at the age of 21, whereas Boyan is merely 17 this year. Current player Ramos stated, "I learned a great deal during my time in Milan. Maldini and Nesta helped me mature significantly. I believed my future would be seamless, but upon witnessing Boyan, I realized I was mistaken. The sensation he evokes in training reminds me of facing Kevin. Admittedly, he lacks Kevin's maturity, yet he is undoubtedly a player of potential akin to a future Kevin. It's astonishing that Barcelona has a player with talent surpassing Messi. I would never underestimate him merely because he hasn't T-scored. Boyan is a formidable threat. Good afternoon, Kevin." At around noon, Ramos arrived at Huang Kevin's residence. "I made some comments about the Barcelona players in your name in the newspaper," Huang Kevin chuckled. "Oh, is that so? A simple phone call would suffice. There was no need for me to come over," Ramos replied nonchalantly. It was nothing significant. He casually picked up the newspaper, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Huang Kevin on the sofa and asked, "Kevin, did you write this article in Marca?" "Yes, that was me," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. "Goodness, that Boyan. I scarcely felt his presence. How could he possibly become the next Kevin?" Ramos exclaimed excitedly. "I naturally had my reasons for doing so," Huang Kevin replied with a grin. "All right, I share your sentiment," Ramos said, before inquiring, "Did you summon me for a particular reason?" "Yes, we'll discuss it once everyone arrives," Huang Kevin said, as most teammates gathered at Huang Kevin's home later. Only Robben was absent. Sneijder remained composed, secretly reveling in the fact that Robben had finally been excluded from the core group. At last, Wesley Sneijder would become a pivotal member of Real Madrid. Huang Kevin explained the newspaper matter to several defenders, though he did not disclose that he was the author, merely stating it was in his name. "Are we preparing for another gathering today?" Cassano asked excitedly. He had canceled a date to attend. "Sort of. But there is a theme," Huang Kevin chuckled. "Is it to celebrate our triumph over Barcelona?" Salgado queried, as he rarely participated in such events. It was precisely due to the victory over Barcelona that he wished to celebrate with his teammates. Huang Kevin waved his hand with a smile and added, "Moreover, we are here to celebrate for Al Yang, who has been accepted into the business school of the Polytechnic University of Madrid. Naturally, as teammates, we must commemorate his achievement. The Dutch team now generally comprises high school graduates, equivalent to vocational school qualifications. The vocational high school leads to vocational universities. De Jong, Sneijder, and Robben all graduated from standard high schools and are eligible to apply for universities. Among them, Robben's academic performance stands out, and despite balancing work and studies, he is poised for a promising future. Unable to pursue full-time education, he opted for a less rigorous business school, influenced by Ramos and De Jong. Ramos is attending university, with a slight assist from a privileged young lady, though it is of little significance. Now, Robben is set to embark on his university journey. Huang, as the organizational coordinator for Real Madrid, recognizes the team's elevated educational standards and feels compelled to orchestrate a celebration. "Is that so?" Cassano remarked. A hint of envy towards his teammates' academic pursuits evident, though he would never admit to it. "I wasn't aware before, but since Kevin mentioned it, Let us prepare a surprise party for Al Yang, Raoul suggested with a smile. Yes, that's precisely my intention, Huang Kevin concurred. Snyder rolled his eyes. Realizing the reason behind Robben's incessant text messages, inquiring about his availability, it was merely an opportunity for Robben to flaunt. The camaraderie between Robben and Snyder is strong. Yet competition simmers beneath the surface, as they often vie for the same position on the flanks, with only one allowed to play at times. Is there anything we need to prepare? Salgado inquired. Indeed, there is, Huang Kevin replied, producing a stack of A4 paper for his teammates, which included lyrics along with phonetic annotations. Salgado hummed a few lines, and nearly everyone recognized the song. It was exceedingly famous, with versions in multiple languages. And Real Madrid players were well acquainted with the melody, having even featured in the film The Bridge on the River Kwai. Beauty volunteered to conduct, and the entire team commenced their practice. Later, the party planning company and the band arrived at Huang Kevin's residence to set up the venue. Every teammate, regardless of their standing in the locker room, had received a gift from Huang Kevin on their birthday, and if time permitted, he would assist in celebrating. Such camaraderie in the locker room stems from the balance of both on-field and off-field relationships. Under the guidance of professionals, the garden began to take on a festive appearance. Robben, having spent an entire day at home, yearned to boast to Snyder, yet that rascal claimed to be busy, much to Robben's displeasure. Having something to do during the holidays? Could it be an affair? Robben thought maliciously. He had already shared his news with Kevin, so there seemed little point in further boasting. Should he perhaps call his acquaintances from Chelsea and Groningen? Attending university without being ostentatious was akin to not attending at all. Robben paced his home, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. How did you know I was accepted? If you wish to invest, seek me out. I guarantee profits, he declared. De Jong? A high degree does not equate to good judgment. A Dutchman does not deceive another Dutchman. If the annual return is below 30%, I will offer you my head. Robben's statements grew increasingly absurd. His wife, Bernadian, could no longer tolerate his antics, fearing he might end up orchestrating a Ponzi scheme. Shouldn't you give Kevin a call? Bernadian suggested. Forget it. Kevin is an exceptional student, and I have already discussed this with him, Robben remarked. Suddenly, he seized his phone, searching for Van Persie's number. That lad hasn't even graduated from high school. He must flaunt his accomplishments in front of Van Persie. After a brief look around, Robben remembered he did not have Van Persie's contact information. Damn it, I must ensure to obtain Van Persie's number for the next national team match. This is such a waste of time. Bernadine looked on helplessly as her husband paced the living room. She could empathize with Robben's actions. After all, during his time at Chelsea, Robben held a more prominent tactical position, enjoying considerable influence on the flanks. However, upon arriving at Real Madrid, things were no longer exceptional. Even without comparing himself to Kevin, he found no advantage over his teammates. Each member of the Real Madrid locker room was a genius. This stark contrast made Robben yearn to regain his confidence elsewhere. Finally presented with an opportunity, he was unable to share it with others, which was indeed disheartening. At that moment, Robben's phone rang. Bernadine watched as her husband sprung into action with a swiftness surpassing that on the pitch, abruptly grabbing the phone from the coffee table. Kevin, I'm not coming over. Do I really have to? Hello? Robben listened to the busy signal, feeling somewhat disgruntled as he turned to Bernadine. Kevin invited us over, and he just hung up. Then let us go. It's a perfect opportunity since we have nothing else to do, Bernadine eagerly responded. She was keen to avoid watching Robben continue his restless pacing in the living room. Honestly, what is this? Robben complained. His wife had already begun changing clothes, prompting him to do the same. After Bernadine applied a light touch of makeup, the couple departed about half an hour later. After approximately another 20 minutes, they arrived at Kevin's doorstep. Bernadine quickly exited the car, and Robben voiced his complaints throughout the journey, which she found somewhat unbearable. Today, her husband was acting unusually. Upon pressing the doorbell, Albert answered and ushered them into the courtyard. There, they spotted a cake displayed in the yard. Kevin, it's not your birthday today, is it? Bernadine inquired in surprise. No, but there is something worth celebrating. Kevin replied with a smile. He approached the cake to light the candles, gesturing for the Robben couple to join him at the table. Observing the abundance of utensils, Bernadine felt puzzled. Is this a confetti ball? She asked. Yes. Give it a pull. Isn't that inappropriate? Not at all. Go ahead, Kevin encouraged. With a slight tug, a loud pop resonated as the confetti ball burst open, scattering golden flowers and a banner unfurled, reading, Congratulations to Arjen Robben on successfully applying to the business school of the Polytechnic University of Madrid. The sound of bagpipes filled the air. Robben was still in a daze when hidden Real Madrid players emerged from all directions of the courtyard, singing along to the band's accompaniment. How could we forget old friends? How can we not reminisce? Old friends shall never be forgotten. May our friendship endure. As we once wandered day after day in the green hills of our hometown, we have also endured countless hardships, wandering and struggling everywhere. Long live friendship. Kevin, everyone. Robben rubbed his eyes vigorously. He swore it was merely the strong wind today. Amidst the joyful gathering of the Real Madrid players, one individual remained restless. Capello spent this day off with utmost caution, not daring to step outside. The source of his unease stemmed from an early morning divination, which revealed the hexagram of Heavenly Lake. According to the interpretation in Shaoyang's Meihua Ishu from the Northern Song dynasty, this hexagram signifies turbulent times filled with obstacles and misfortunes. It advises against rash actions and advocates a gradual, cautious approach. Hence, Capello's anxiety led him to confine himself to his study. Fabio, you should go out and get some fresh air, urged Laura Capello as she entered the study, placing tea before him. I do not wish to go out today, Capello sighed. Get some fresh air, invigorate your mind, Laura insisted, opening the window and tidying up his desk. Reluctantly, Capello stood up, deciding to take a brief stroll outside the building. As he donned his coat and stepped out of the apartment, Capello avoided walking too close to the building's edge or the road. After a few minutes downstairs, he longed to return home. While walking back, he remembered the videotapes he had brought from the team, still in the car. As he approached the vehicle, an indescribable stench assaulted his senses. A foreboding feeling washed over him, prompting him to quicken his pace. The foul, fishy odor intensified, and upon opening the car door, he was greeted by a row of opened herring cans laid across the driver's seat. Capello was at a loss for whether to curse or to thank the scoundrel for not spilling the contents in his car. This scene left him momentarily breathless. His fists clenched tightly, his face flushed with rage. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and shouted 3 names. Cassano, Higuain, Torres, I will not let this go. The following day, Huang Kevin arrived at the team to discover that Cassano and a few others had been demoted to the B team again. What happened? He inquired upon reaching the training ground. Not sure, but the coach didn't he drive in today? Raul replied. What is going on? Huang Kevin asked, puzzled. Cassano was still at his house until midnight last night. He couldn't help but admire their audacity. How could they dare to cause trouble so late at night? No wonder the coach was angry. Due to Capello's presence, the players refrained from speaking loudly during training. On April 26th, during the match between Barcelona and La Coruña, Huang Kevin nearly burst into laughter. Guardiola had indeed placed Boyan in the left-wing position. Barcelona lost 0-2 to La Coruña, extinguishing their hopes of contention for the title. With increased possession, Boyan seemed unable to manage the ball effectively. Huang Kevin speculated that Guardiola was playing a game. After all, having taken over midway through the season, he had little to strive for in terms of honors, and the only opportunity for glory, the Champions League, had been ruthlessly taken from him by Real Madrid in the first leg. Coincidentally, Marca questioned him, and perhaps this was his way of intentionally placing Boyan at the center of the attack. Such behavior was rather intriguing. A day later, Real Madrid triumphed over Athletic Bilbao with a score of 3-0 at home. Huang Kevin and the 3 heroes of Team B sat together in the stands. A photo of the 4 of them was featured on the sports program that evening. Higuain and Cassano were engaged in lively conversation, while Huang Kevin occasionally interjected. But Miguel Torres wore a sorrowful expression. 2 days later, the team played at home again, facing Barcelona in the Champions League. Huang Kevin occupied a spot on the bench. The first leg had ended with a resounding score of 7-1, ensuring Real Madrid's progression to the finals. Sneijder scored the only goal of the match with a long-range shot. At the post-match press conference, Guardiola notably chose not to attend. However, the media was relentless in their scrutiny. The following day, skepticism echoed throughout Europe. Marca commented that Guardiola had rotated most of his key players for the Champions League, mistakenly believing he could turn the tide at the Bernabeu. No one could comprehend his actions. It was essential to recognize that Real Madrid held a significant advantage with 7 away goals for Guardiola to achieve a comeback. He would need to defeat Real Madrid by a score of 7-0, a feat he could hardly accomplish. World Sports Daily remarked that while Guardiola was a remarkable player, he fell short as a coach. His recent performances had been disappointing, and if Barcelona sought to revitalize their fortunes, they would need to appoint an experienced coach come summer. The Times asserted that as one of Spain's elite clubs, Barcelona should not entrust their future to a coach with a youth team background. L'Equipe suggested that Mourinho might seek employment in the summer, and a return to Camp Nou could be a favorable opportunity for him. After Barcelona's decline, Real Madrid needed only one more victory to completely distance themselves from Villarreal, who sat in second place, thus securing the championship in advance. Later, AC Milan eliminated Manchester United in a penalty shootout, becoming Real Madrid's opponent in the Champions League final. On May 1st, Huang Kevin experienced another store refresh. Special template, Senju Hashirama, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Garrincha, 10,000 points. Zico, 10,000 points. Didi, 10,000 points. Skills, Cruyff dribbling mastery, 1,500 points. Badminton mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. Special item, Dembele's keyboard, 200 points. Wow, the Great Pillar. Although it paled in comparison to the battle prowess of the Scions, the skills of Senju Hashirama were impressive. Unfortunately, the special template could only be admired. In the upcoming Brazil special, Huang Kevin only utilized the Garrincha experience card. Didi was a key player in the 1958 World Cup, with Pelé following as another giant. Zico, often referred to as the White Pelé, also boasted commendable offensive capabilities, scoring 591 goals in 734 appearances for Flamengo. Nevertheless, the original version remained superior. As the season concluded, Huang, the king of goals, had firmly decided to purchase the template. The effects of Dembele's keyboard were uncertain. Would it lead to frequent tardiness after purchase? Based on Huang Kevin's experience, as long as the items were not consumables, overly inexpensive special items tended to lack significant utility. Ultimately, he deducted 120 points once more, acquiring Badminton Mastery and the Immunity card. The skill of Badminton Mastery would elevate his badminton performance to a professional average, while slightly enhancing his jumping ability and explosiveness. Another 2 boosts achieved. The recent gains have been quite commendable. The professional level brought forth by these mastered skills is secondary, rather. The enhancement of various physical attributes proves immensely beneficial for Huang Kevin. With an increase in explosive power, he can ensure that on the field, as long as his experience card is not subpar, he can outpace his opponents or even leave them behind right from the start, which is of paramount importance. On May 4th, during the away match against Osasuna, Huang Kevin remained in Madrid, having been informed of this arrangement by Capello in advance. He only needs to participate in 2 more matches, with the decision on whether to play the full duration contingent upon circumstances, as he must prepare for the Olympics. Remaining at home, Huang Kevin also engaged in some specialized training. After concluding his evening practice, he watched the match on television. The teams played a rather lackluster game for over 80 minutes, until in the 84th minute, Patricio Pina scored the first goal. Moments later, Robben equalized with an assist from Higuain. Ultimately, Ramos surged forward to deliver a cross, allowing Higuain to score his 6th goal of the season with a decisive finish. The away fans erupted in jubilation. With 3 matches remaining and a 10-point lead, the championship was secured in advance. Even more exhilarating than clinching the title was the prospect of celebrating in front of their archrivals just 3 days later. Although Huang Kevin resided in a somewhat remote area, he could still sense the city's vibrancy as Higuain's last-minute goal echoed through the streets. Real Madrid supporters poured onto the streets to celebrate yet another league title. Flipping to another channel, he saw reporters interviewing fans on the street. After watching for a while, Huang Kevin retired for the night. The next day, the arrival of the esteemed young lady in Madrid brought good news for Huang Kevin. The contract renewal negotiations had concluded, the terms would remain unchanged, and all image rights would revert to him. To honor the negotiation expert, Huang Kevin dedicated himself wholeheartedly. The young lady, an exceptionally talented player, managed to avoid injury. And Huang Kevin was also unscathed. The only issue was the need for a higher quality bed. On May 7th, the day of the National Derby, the entire Real Madrid team arrived early at the Bernabeu to prepare. He was curious to see their expressions and wondered if they would line up to welcome them. Who knows, the last time they had activated the sprinklers. It would be delightful if the Barcelona players could welcome them in a line, Guti remarked with a smile. Forget about it. We'll find out when we take the field, Salgado said, patting Guti on the shoulder. Huang Kevin quietly tucked away a lottery ticket for the first prize. Barca's luck today did not seem particularly favorable. It had been a long time since Huang Kevin had drawn a first prize. Observing his full expectation meter, he opted to draw a lottery. Ding! Won the experience card for the Champions League final of the 1997-1998 season, Juventus vs Real Madrid, featuring Zinedine Zidane. Wow, what a surprise. Previously, Huang Kevin had contemplated whether he would draw Vieri. Just like the last time he faced Barcelona, he would fully utilize his physical abilities. Little did he know, he had drawn Zidane. As a midfielder, Zidane possessed almost no shortcomings aside from a lack of speed. He favored using his physicality more than the average attacking midfielder. Often seen shouldering opponents before elegantly maneuvering past them, a sight rarely witnessed among his contemporaries in the attacking midfield role. Although they did not draw Vieri, the Barcelona players were not likely to have it any easier. Huang Kevin could not suppress a smile. "Kevin, today you will start, but you won't play the entire match," Capello remarked. "Understood, coach," Huang Kevin nodded in response. "Good. Although we have already secured the championship, matches against Barcelona always carry a deeper significance. I do not wish for you to treat this game lightly," Capello continued, addressing the other players. "Rest assured, coach." Raul stood up, declaring, "We will give our all. Even with the championship already in hand, we shall not ease our momentum." "Very well. Go out and warm up," Capello nodded approvingly. During the warm-up, the joy of the supporters was palpable as they brandished various banners and handmade signs, not only encouraging the Real Madrid players, but also mocking Barcelona. The rivalry between the two teams' fans was more intense than that of the players themselves. Every touch of the ball by a Real Madrid player was met with jubilant cheers from the supporters, while the Barcelona players were met with nothing but jeers. In the stands, celebrated former players and star supporters of Real Madrid were in attendance, with Di Stefano and Calderon engaged in conversation. "Did you know Real Madrid now wields significant influence in Asia?" Calderon remarked with a smile. "Indeed, that is quite impressive," Di Stefano nodded in agreement. "Since I became president of Real Madrid, the club's global influence has skyrocketed," Calderon boasted. Di Stefano, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "That is indeed the case." As the honorary president of the club, Di Stefano was pleased to be present at such an event, hoping to witness Real Madrid claim every possible title. However, sitting alongside Calderon was a source of irritation, as the latter often relished boasting about his success as president. To Di Stefano, Calderon was merely a fortunate individual who happened to sign Huang Kevin. Nadal sat in the stands, persistently searching for Inzaghi's figure. Upon realizing that his counterpart had seemingly not come to the Bernabeu, Nadal felt a pang of disappointment. The last time they met, Inzaghi's lack of Spanish hampered their communication, prompting Nadal to learn Italian in anticipation of their next encounter. Yet, he was disheartened to discover that Inzaghi was absent today. After all, he was a player, and it was still the middle of the season. The stadium's announcement system erupted with music, prompting Nadal to join the die-hard fans in the south stand. Raising his Real Madrid scarf and roaring, "Onward, Madrid! Onward, Madrid!" The players had already returned to the tunnel, and the match was about to commence. Although it bore no implications for the championship, the national derby remained a national derby, and the atmosphere in the Bernabeu was still fervent. Let us first take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Real Madrid's 4-3-3 formation features a goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Hines, Pepe, Ramos, midfielders, Gago, Guti, De Jong, and forwards, Huang Kevin, Raul, Robben. Barcelona adopts a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Abidal, Puyol, Marquez, Zambrata, midfielders, Gudjonson, Touré, Xavi, and forwards, Henry, Boyan, Messi. In the previous two matches, Barcelona suffered numerous injuries, and the absence of Puyol and Zambrata significantly impacted their defense. Fortunately, both have returned from injury. Indeed, Puyol is a pivotal player in Barcelona's defense. However, Barcelona still faces a shortage of personnel today. Xavi, having sustained an injury from tackling Huang Kevin in the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals, has remarkably recovered to play. Yet Deco's training injury will see him miss today's match, which is a substantial blow to Barcelona's midfield. However, a question arises regarding Real Madrid's Cassano. Typically, even if he is not a starter, he would at least be on the bench, yet he is absent from the squad today. Is he injured? Without Cassano on the pitch, Real Madrid will adopt a different style of play. Robben's breakthroughs have become more direct, and he is currently among the top players in La Liga for dribbling and drawing fouls. The Barcelona players have entered the pitch, preparing to line up and welcome for the Real Madrid squad. Having secured the championship 3 rounds early, it is customary for the opposing team to form a guard of honor for the newly crowned champions, and the jeers echoing through the Bernabeu are particularly directed at Xavi. Ronaldinho remains absent from the squad, suggesting he may be heading to a new team this summer. Regarding Huang Kevin, it seems Barcelona has indeed dismantled the bridge after crossing the river. Ronaldinho was the core of the dream team. However, it cannot be entirely said so. Ronaldinho often indulges in off-field distractions, which would understandably displease the coach. I doubt Guardiola's capabilities, not solely for sidelining Ronaldinho. His tenure has not yielded many victories for Barcelona. One would expect him to prolong the championship suspense, rather than welcoming Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. Nonetheless, Barcelona has displayed a degree of grace in this instance. What else could they do without grace? Could they activate the sprinklers at the Bernabeu? Real Madrid fans would gladly take the opportunity to confront Xavi. The foul he committed against Huang Kevin could be edited into several minutes of footage. Puyol, alongside his teammates, stands in the tunnel, while the referee crew observes from the center circle, paying respect to the newly crowned La Liga champions. The expressions on the Barcelona players' faces are far from pleasant. It is a challenging scenario for any professional athlete to line up in honor of their archrivals on their home ground. Marquez lowers his head to touch the grass of the Bernabeu, hoping for a favorable outcome today. Puyol shakes his long hair as if to cast away all worries. Unfortunately, the jeers from the Bernabeu persist, echoing in his ears. As the players in white emerge from the tunnel, the jeers transform into applause. Raul, wearing the captain's armband, is the first to appear, and the Bernabeu erupts in cheers. Raul approached Pep Guardiola, shaking his hand as they led the team onto the pitch. The Barcelona players, albeit reluctantly, offered a round of applause. As the Real Madrid players emerged from the tunnel one by one, the patience of their supporters gradually waned, especially since they had yet to catch a glimpse of the team's greatest asset. Even Iker Casillas, clad in a pink jersey, had exited the field, followed closely by Robben. At last, the Real Madrid fans were treated to the sight they had long awaited. Hail St. Kevin! Hail St. Kevin! Hail St. Kevin! The Santiago Bernabeu erupted with fervor, elevating the atmosphere of Madrid at 9 o'clock. Although the player in the white jersey, number 10, had missed half the season, he remained an indispensable part of the team. His presence or absence transformed Real Madrid into 2 entirely different squads. Kevin entered the field, raising his arms in applause towards the surrounding stands. Aside from Messi and Zambrata, the Barcelona players offered little in the way of applause. Who truly understands? Perhaps this is the price of being the king of the Bernabeu. That Atletico lad, Kevin, is far more popular than you, Guti remarked, nudging Raul playfully. Raul shrugged and replied, "What can I do? At my home, Kevin is more adored than I am. Children naturally gravitate towards the finest players. Perhaps one should not rush into parenthood," Guti quipped. Raul shook his head. As the last player to enter, Kevin joined his teammates on the left side of the referee group, while the Barcelona players gathered on the right. The season's final El Clasico was about to commence, marking the 4th encounter between the two teams this season. In their previous 3 clashes, Real Madrid had triumphed over Barcelona with scores of 1-0, 7-1, and 1-0. Though today's match bore no significance for the championship, it was crucial for pride, and the Barcelona players would certainly not concede easily. The team captains flipped a coin as the referee frequently checked his watch. Beep. Real Madrid initiated the match. Raul played a lateral pass, and Kevin, receiving the ball on the left flank, once again found himself confronted by Messi. In the opening phase, the 2 players occupied overlapping positions. Messi's expression bore no trace of ease. Guardiola had instilled a pressing requirement, eager to reclaim the ball from Kevin's feet. Yet, was such a feat merely a matter of desire? As Messi approached Kevin, he pondered which dribbling move Kevin might employ to evade him. Upon reaching Kevin, Messi spread his legs and lowered his center of gravity, mimicking the stance of a defender. While the ability to intercept the ball was a question of skill, his attitude was undeniably commendable. In the next moment, Kevin suddenly accelerated, nudging the ball forward with his right foot. As Messi prepared to extend his foot, Kevin's left shoulder had already shielded the ball from him. Kevin surged forward, with Messi trailing behind. Due to Kevin's physicality, Messi found it impossible to make a tackle. As he chased back, Messi wore a bewildered expression. He had not anticipated the use of body positioning. He had previously thought that Kevin's role as a forward necessitated such tactics. Yet, back on his familiar left flank, Kevin continued to employ his physicality. On Messi's youthful visage lingered a trace of concern. Would Kevin transform into a player who relied solely on physical prowess? The two dashed forward for less than 10 meters when Xavi immediately charged towards Huang Kevin. With swift agility, Huang Kevin pivoted, using the back of his foot to shield the ball from Xavi while his right arm blocked Messi. He deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, delivering a diagonal back pass to Guti. Upon receiving the ball, Guti deftly tapped it with his left foot. In that fleeting moment of adjustment, Gudjohnsen surged forward to apply pressure, denying Guti any chance to distribute the ball. Guti executed a series of feints, attempting to evade his pursuer, but upon finding no opportunity, he promptly returned the pass. Suddenly, Boyan burst forth from behind De Jong, successfully intercepting the ball, but immediately faced De Jong's tugging grip. As he fell, he managed to send the ball down the left flank. Henry, on the left, initiated a fierce attack, but Ramos swiftly dispossessed him, with Pepe rapidly providing support to reclaim possession. This was merely the beginning, and Henry hadn't yet acclimatized to the pace. Ramos launched a powerful clearance. Real Madrid's counterattacks were indeed lightning fast. Robben drifted wide, and after Huang Kevin controlled the ball, Max ensnared him. Yet, he showed no intention of passing. With finesse, Huang Kevin executed a Marseille turn, deceiving Max, and dribbled into the penalty area, taking a shot. Alas, he failed to keep the shot down. Nevertheless, Huang Kevin's performance remained commendable. He excelled in blending physicality with technique, and his movement remained agile, unexpectedly appearing on the right flank, catching Barcelona off guard. Indeed, although Robben did not secure the ball, his lateral movement successfully occupied Abidal, demonstrating that positioning could create impact without necessarily receiving the ball. Guardiola broke into a cold sweat, clapping his hands and shouting, "Maintain your positions, do not afford him a chance to shoot easily." Puyol and Xavi joined in, clapping and encouraging their teammates. Having narrowly avoided serious injury in the previous match, Xavi felt this was a divine decree. Today, he was determined to shine brilliantly, to confront and disrupt the championship celebrations of Real Madrid and that number 10. As play resumed from the back, Xavi received a pass from Zambrata and advanced with the ball. Guti charged at him with a flying tackle. The ball rolled into midfield as Xavi lay on the ground. The referee made no call, having observed that Guti had touched the ball first. Huang Kevin extended his right foot to hook the ball, prompting Touré to rush in for a challenge. Huang Kevin swiftly turned, pulling the ball with his right foot before transferring it to his left foot, using his heel to flick it into the center. Gudjohnsen raced toward the ball, but De Jong's reaction was quicker. After 2 steps, he executed a sliding tackle, successfully pinning the ball beneath him. As Gudjohnsen charged at De Jong to apply pressure, Huang Kevin moved in to support. With his hands on the ground, De Jong nudged the ball towards Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin spun and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball soared from the arc's left front, hurtling towards the right flank. Barcelona's defensive focus was drawn to midfield, leaving Robben unmarked. The ball zipped through the air, finding Robben almost instantaneously. He leapt, using the inside of his right foot to redirect the ball forward, accelerating to retrieve it, taking quick, measured steps diagonally towards Barcelona's penalty area. "Stop him," Puyol shouted, turning to alert his teammates. Max fell behind as the Mexican defender cautiously shifted his weight closer to Robben. Just as he neared Robben, the latter suddenly sprang into action, deftly nudging the ball and swiftly dribbling laterally. Aware that he could not keep pace, Max hastily executed a sliding tackle from behind, bringing Robben down. The referee Alfonso Barrawal promptly retrieved a yellow card from his pocket. Huang Kevin rushed over to help Robben up, inquiring, "How are you, Arjen?" "I'm fine. It feels like a mere tickle," Robben replied with a broad grin. "Then get up," Huang Kevin urged, applying a bit of effort to assist Robben. Guti approached, asking, "Shall I take over?" "Let me handle it," Huang Kevin replied, glancing at the position. The foul was alarmingly close to the goal, where Zidane's free kick possessed formidable power. Poised to catch Valdez off guard, Guti nodded and began to retreat. Given the proximity, a wall of defenders was unnecessary. It was merely a tactic to intimidate the Barca players. Quickly form the wall. For heaven's sake, shift a bit to the left. Do you wish to expose the goal to him? Valdez shouted from within the penalty area. You two switch positions. He prefers bending the ball. so the taller player should cover the most likely trajectory. As Huang Kevin approached the foul spot, he felt the mounting pressure. Real Madrid players began to crowd the wall, and with Cassano absent, the confrontation was less intense. Raul positioned himself towards the right, ready for a potential left-footed follow-up. The merengues hushed, aiming to create an optimal environment for Huang Kevin's free kick. Meanwhile, the previously subdued Barca supporters had now become the primary voices within the Bernabeu, their boos escalating from the away stands. If possible, they would have preferred to take the field themselves to block the goal. Huang Kevin glanced at the referee. The referee, Barrawal, lowered his whistle, and Huang Kevin immediately sprang into action. Standing just behind the left side of the ball, he stepped forward with his left foot. Maintaining his position behind the ball, and with his body weight shifting forward, he struck it fiercely with his right foot. Bang! The Barca wall leapt almost in unison. The ball soared over Zambrata's head, and Puyol, rushing in for a defensive intervention, had no time to jump. The ball had already zipped into the 6-yard box. The speed was astonishing. Positioned towards the left, Valdez even took a step towards the center, slightly bending his knees in preparation to leap. But in the next instant, he was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was the ball traveling at great speed, but it also curved dramatically. It veered before his eyes, appearing to head straight for the center before executing an exaggerated arc and penetrating the left side of the net. Valdez didn't even raise his hands, merely watching as the ball nestled into the back of the net. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Barca supporters had only booed for a mere 10 seconds before their voices were once again drowned out by the home fans. Female supporters in the front rows fervently waved their handmade signs. Newspapers speculated on the market value of La Win's e-commerce, significantly increasing Huang Kevin's popularity. Kevin! Kevin! Goal! 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 In the opening 9 minutes, Kevin propelled Real Madrid to an early lead. After a lengthy hiatus from taking free kicks, Kevin executed a free kick that could be enshrined in history, with an impressive conversion rate of 29, surpassing that of the so-called free kick master by 13 percentage points. The likes of Juninho pale in comparison to Kevin, had he not frequently relinquished the opportunity to take free kicks to Guti and Ramos. His goal tally would have undoubtedly soared even higher. Perhaps what Kevin took was not merely a free kick, but rather a penalty just outside the box. The records for free kicks are within his grasp. Should he desire, he could easily shatter them. To date, Kevin has yet to achieve a free kick hat trick, not due to inability, but rather disinterest. He could very well score 4 or even 5 direct free kicks in a single match. However, should he truly break every record, there would be little reason for him to remain on the pitch. One day, when Kevin bids farewell to the football field, his career could be succinctly summarized with a single statement. Football is a monotonous sport devoid of challenge. Guardiola clutched his bald head. As a former professional player, he shared the pitch with numerous stars. Teammates and rivals like Ronaldo, Figo, Enrique, and Vieri saw him become a mainstay in the 90s, retiring only in 2006. Although he never faced Huang Kevin directly, by the time Huang joined Milan, Guardiola had already ventured to Qatar. Yet, through footage, Guardiola recognized Huang Kevin's prowess. It was only after becoming a coach at Barcelona that he realized Huang Kevin's abilities exceeded his expectations. Observing the figure surrounded by Real Madrid players, the young coach Guardiola shook his head repeatedly. "It's all Laporta's fault. Everyone focus," shouted Xavi, pacing around. Hatred serves as a driving force, at least one of them. Today was a crucial match for him. Another loss would mean waiting until next season for revenge. After a brief moment of distraction, Puyol joined in the rallying cry. The two successfully ignited the fighting spirit within the Barcelona players. As both teams returned to the midfield, the previous despondency on the faces of Barcelona players had vanished. With a sharp pass, Boyan set up Henry, who surged forward with the ball. Robben made a token attempt to intercept, but was easily bypassed. De Jong swiftly covered the right flank. Henry immediately side-footed a pass to Gudjonson. Gudjonson paused momentarily to allow his teammates to advance, but as Gago charged into press, he quickly delivered a diagonal pass to the right. The intent of his pass was glaringly obvious, prompting Marcelo to squeeze past Messi and stretch out a leg. Messi reacted swiftly, nudging Marcelo aside to snatch the ball from his feet. The two became entangled on the right flank, and Messi quickly laid the ball off to the advancing Xavi, who was swiftly met by Heinz's flying tackle. Before he could adjust, Xavi was brought down. As he tumbled, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, rapidly sending it off with the outside of his foot. Messi seized the opportunity, momentarily halting to deceive Marcelo, before cutting in from the right towards the center. After Hines rose to his feet, he lunged diagonally towards Messi. As Messi sprinted, he deftly placed his right foot forward, pivoting effortlessly, and caressed the ball with his left foot beneath it. The sphere sailed past Hines and into the penalty area, heading straight for the center, prompting Casillas to rush out of the 6-yard box and punch the ball away in front of Boyan. "Move forward," Ramos shouted emphatically. Upon receiving the pass, Gago immediately spotted the left flank occupied by Kevin Huang. Without steadiness on the ball, he deftly nudged it with his right foot. With a swift motion, Kevin Huang angled his body slightly, allowing the ball to roll in front of him. A gentle push with his right foot synchronized the ball with his stride. Touré surged across the halfway line towards Kevin Huang, who quickly pivoted, extending the inside of his right foot to the ball, pulling it back for yet another Marseille turn. He evaded Touré's challenge, while simultaneously causing Xavi's slide tackle to miss. The nearby stands erupted with fervent enthusiasm as fans shouted with abandon, completely absorbed in the moment, their minds consumed with the name of the number 10, Kevin. Kevin Huang charged past the halfway line, only to be met by Puyol. As he continued his run, Huang executed a lateral flick with the outer part of his right foot, but Gudi's return pass was slightly off. Zambrata, who had been shadowing Huang, quickly accelerated to join him in pursuit of the ball. Zidane's only weakness was speed. Nonetheless, Huang maintained a subtle advantage on the left flank. Anticipating the ball's arrival, he spun around with a right-footed pull, using his left foot for support to turn once more. Another Marseille turn. As Huang retreated with the ball, Zambrata persistently attempted to challenge from behind, but failed to find an opportunity to strike. After executing 2 consecutive bicycle kicks, Huang raised his left arm, positioning himself to block Zambrata, stopping the ball at his feet before rapidly advancing towards the approaching Marcelo, nudging the ball forward as he dashed towards the byline. Zambrata helplessly extended his arms, frustrated by the pace of the young Marcelo, who, despite not having a significant physical advantage, proved to be quite tenacious. Often, he would fall, yet his hands would cling to his opponent's body while his feet continued to press for the ball, displaying commendable defensive spirit. However, his offensive capabilities slightly outweighed his defensive skills, reminiscent of his Brazilian predecessor Roberto Carlos. In truth, an earlier pass would have been wiser. He had anticipated Zambrata's absence and sought to cut inside, but Max's rapid approach caught him off guard. Valdez launched a long ball forward towards Henry. Henry, employing deceptive footwork, broke through and entered the penalty area. He fell, but it appeared to not warrant a penalty, as the referee refrained from awarding one. Barcelona players approached in protest. Suddenly, a fan wearing a hat rushed onto the pitch. Both teams were engrossed in the action within the penalty area, oblivious to the intruder's entrance. He swiftly dashed from the flanks into the penalty area, first thrusting his left hand downwards with force, while his right hand swung upward, striking Xavi on the neck. Both sets of players were taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. Staff from the Bernabeu rushed in and tackled the fan to the ground. Barcelona players encircled the fan, eager to avenge Xavi, while the staff had to intervene to restrain the furious Barcelona players. The subdued fan, unperturbed by his predicament, his face pressed against the turf, continued to shout with fervor, "You scoundrel! You tackled Kevin from behind again today. Next time, it won't just be fists." The Real Madrid players exchanged glances in disbelief. Robben was the first to push through and separate the Barcelona players, followed closely by Ramos and De Jong. De Jong, pushing Gudjonson, feigned a conciliatory tone. Such incidents are hard to control. With so many fans, irrationality is inevitable. You struck a fan, and that escalates the situation. Indeed. It's nothing serious, Raul chimed in. Xavi, seated on the ground, glared at Raul, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've been knocked down, and it's nothing serious?" Real Madrid players stepped in to mediate, while the Bernabeu staff seized the opportunity to escort the fan off the field. For a considerable time, this fan would be unable to return to the Bernabeu to watch a match. However, the Madridistas showed no concern for the individual who had struck Xavi. Instead, they applauded him as if he were a hero for scoring a goal. Robben, observing the fan being pushed aside, felt a significant pressure. Damn it. Even the Madrid fans wanted to steal their thunder. He rubbed the back of his head, watching as Xavi stood up, assisted by his teammates. Given the circumstances, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. He instructed them to refrain from being crude in the tunnel and to provide the fan with something to eat. Along with a jersey, Capello covered his mouth and spoke to Galbiati, who nodded and hurried to relay the message to the staff. This farce affected both teams. And for a while, neither side managed to mount a notable attack. Gudi's direct pass found Raul, who quickly laid it off. As Huang Kevin received the ball, Puyol surged in from the flank. Huang Kevin executed a Marseille turn, evading Puyol. Valdez rushed out of goal, and Huang Kevin deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, evading Valdez's grasp. Both players raced toward the right flank. Valdez, unable to maintain his balance, fell, allowing Huang Kevin to turn and strike the ball with his right foot, sending it soaring over the crossbar and out of play. The Marseille turn, yet another Marseille turn. After a long hiatus from using technical skills, Huang Kevin was reveling in his finesse today. Indeed, his execution was commendable, although he couldn't quite control the final shot. Nodding to himself as he returned, Huang Kevin acknowledged his eagerness in that attempt. Raul approached, smiling. Your Marseille turn is even more impressive than Zidane's. Haha, is that so? But it's all for naught if it doesn't result in a goal. Huang Kevin replied with a grin. He is approximately the same height as Zidane. However, their playing styles differ considerably, resulting in a noticeable gap in the execution of the Marseille turn. Huang Kevin tends to avoid leaning heavily on his center of gravity, opting for a lower stance to maneuver more steadily, though this restricts his fluidity. Thus, as long as he can ascertain that his opponent cannot reach him, he generally refrains from committing fully to his center of gravity. The Marseille turn he just performed exhibited a higher center of gravity than Zidane's, naturally appearing more aesthetically pleasing. You need not always drop back to organize, Raul remarked as they progressed. You overthink. Organization is merely a secondary task. I require space to sprint, Huang Kevin replied. That's good, Raul nodded. Your comfort in playing is paramount. As long as you play comfortably, we shall prevail. Huang Kevin mused. Raul truly places his trust in the king of Huang. What is going on? Puyol asked, tossing his hair. Max sighed, there's no choice. If I press and am bypassed, it falls to you. Be alert. Opportunities to intercept will surely arise. Puyol acknowledged, though he himself felt uncertain. Yet this was the duty of a captain. I will do my best, Max nodded. Zambrata, on the sidelines, endeavored to minimize his presence. After several confrontations, he realized he could not contain Huang Kevin today, nor did he believe his teammates could. His primary dilemma was not how to defend against Huang Kevin, but rather how to avoid having to defend him as he advanced with the ball. Zambrata's eyes gleamed with determination. He resolved to hold back, allowing Max to press while he focused on Raul. As long as he did not engage Huang Kevin, he would not be outmaneuvered. The astute Gianluca had finally conceived a strategy to counter Kevin. Barcelona initiated another offensive. Yaya Touré advanced with the ball. Upon reaching the arc, Gudi surged forward to apply pressure, prompting Touré to deftly pass to Xavi. Xavi, receiving the ball with his back to the play, felt De Jong's right foot collide with his heel, unceremoniously asserting his presence. Xavi stumbled but remained upright, losing control of the ball. Gudi, having retreated to the halfway line, quickly extended his foot to hook the ball before him. With his right foot, he pulled the ball while his left foot provided balance, turning to scan the field. Noticing only one defender near Huang Kevin, he swiftly lifted his left foot, positioning it behind the ball, executing a seamless combination of moves. With a sharp touch, Huang Kevin received the ball, flicking it forward with his left foot, successfully evading Gudjonson's challenge. Aware he could not outrun Huang Kevin, Yaya Touré opted to lower his center of gravity and wait for Huang Kevin to approach. As Huang Kevin received the ball again, he brushed it with his right foot, executing a half-bicycle kick that artfully evaded Touré's outstretched foot. Huang Kevin then deftly maneuvered past Touré with a flick of his left foot. Xavi, sprinting to catch up, accelerated towards Huang Kevin, who momentarily hesitated his dribble. A change in rhythm allowed Huang Kevin to glide past Xavi, who found himself unable to keep pace. Puyol prepared to press, but Huang Kevin had already begun his swing with his left foot. Stop him. As Puyol's words faded, a tremendous sound erupted. Huang Kevin struck the ball fiercely with his left foot. In an instant, the ball darted through the defenders of Barcelona and entered the penalty area. As the ball approached the 6-yard box, Valdez quickly launched himself sideways, only to realize mid-air that he had misjudged the ball's velocity. He had jumped too late. Valdez could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net, producing a soft rustling sound as it spun within the mesh. The fallen Valdez rolled twice on the ground, reluctant to rise from the grass. Damn it, I have to retrieve the ball again. Kevin, goal. A ferocious long-range shot from 35 meters out. During stoppage time of the first half, Kevin breached Barcelona's goal once more. Generally, players with exceptional technical skills do not overly rely on strength, while those with great power often struggle to achieve top-tier technique. This is evident when comparing the Brazilian legends Ronaldinho and Roberto Carlos. Ronaldinho lacked the raw power of Carlos, while Carlos did not possess Ronaldinho's finesse. However, such limitations do not apply to Kevin. He embodies a perfect amalgamation of strength and skill, reminiscent of Zinedine Zidane. Yet, in terms of physique, technique, and speed, Zidane pales in comparison to Kevin. The disparity between them is akin to comparing myself to Baggio. Zidane's transfer fee was $64.5 million, approximately over $80 million today, while Kevin's transfer fee, including add-ons, was merely $1.2 billion, a player tenfold superior to Zidane, with a transfer fee only 15 times that of Zidane, not accounting for inflation. In terms of acquiring players, Calderon's vision and decisiveness far surpassed those of his predecessor, Florentino. Following the goal, Huang Kevin was again surrounded by his teammates. Real Madrid players celebrated wildly in front of the Barcelona penalty area. This Huang Kevin is something else. Poor Barcelona. Indeed, even as a Real Madrid fan, one can empathize with their feelings. Watching Huang Kevin show off 4 times in a season would drive me to the brink. Well, it's actually 3 times. Huang Kevin didn't play in the second leg of the Champions League. 3 times is still excessive. TCH. If I were paid the salary of a Barcelona player, I wouldn't just watch Huang Kevin show off. I'd gladly help him do so. What's the matter? After Huang Kevin scored, are you going to go kiss his shoes? Goodness, if I were paid Puyol's salary, I wouldn't just kiss Huang Kevin's shoes. I'd even give him a bath on site. Puyol's salary is quite substantial. Just give me a substitute's pay, and I'd be content. Wait, what is up with Robben? Wow, Robben is truly incredible. As Barcelona resumed play, the referee prepared to blow the whistle for halftime. Robben charged directly from the right flank to the left, executing a tackle that sent Xavi, ball and all, crashing into the advertising boards. Today, the iron pot I ordered online finally arrived, and I won't need a soup pot anymore. A cast iron skillet has been passed down through 3 generations. Just as I returned from work, I purchased some pigskin and am now preparing to season the pan. My culinary skills have yet to flourish, as I find myself hindered primarily by my tools. Now, it is time for a performance reminiscent of a master chef from the East. In the chapter titled The Highly Cultured Team, a tense moment unfolds. The players of Barcelona obstruct Robben's exit from the field, while Real Madrid's players shield him, leading to yet another standoff. Nearby, supporters fervently cheer for Real Madrid, eager for the clash to ignite. Having witnessed many such encounters, they have grown fond of these fiery moments. Regardless of the opponent, Real Madrid has always held its ground. What's the matter? Don't you want to play? The referee, Mr. Barrowall, interjects sternly between the 2 teams, his thoughts laced with frustration. To avoid blame, it is imperative to resolve this situation. Coaches and substitute players attempt to mediate. But as the confrontation fails to escalate, Barrowall blows the whistle, instructing both sides to return to their locker rooms. Indeed, matches involving Real Madrid are always intense, with the players exhibiting unparalleled passion. The veteran Raul has often been inadvertently caught in the chaos. It is true that while Real Madrid tends to engage in brawls, it is largely provoked by opponents' reckless tackles on Kevin Huang. Fans watching from their screens might recall Baggio. Had he possessed such teammates, his career would have undoubtedly flourished further. There's truth in that. Each confrontation Real Madrid faces stems from the opponent's malicious fouls. This brings to mind the infamous match between Manchester United and Arsenal in 1990, where 11 players ended up in the hospital. I remember it vividly, narrated by the esteemed Wang Kevin. It was a remarkably fierce encounter. Yes, Winterburn's retaliatory foul sparked the conflict, as malicious tackles can easily inflame emotions on the field. Today, Xavi's repeated tackles on Kevin Huang led to his early departure. One can only hope that both teams find calm after retreating to their locker rooms. They entered the tunnel at staggered intervals, avoiding further confrontation. Once inside, Robben was already seated. Your performance today was commendable. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will likely start in the Champions League final, Capello remarked upon entering the locker room. Snyder ran his fingers through his hair, cursing his oversight. Damn it. I inadvertently allowed Robben to become the first confirmed player for the Champions League final. Should I grab a baton and storm into the Barcelona locker room to confront Xavi? Ramos interjected, visibly displeased. It seems his habit of engaging in brawls before the final whistle has become outdated, having been loaned out for half a season. His teammates have transformed the end of the match into the middle. An entire 45 minutes pushed forward. Perhaps I should just wait for Xavi with the national team? Ramos sighed, contemplating. Well, now we are down to 10 players. The upcoming match will undoubtedly pose challenges, Roll stated. Kevin can manage to cover both flanks himself. Beauty remarked with a smile. His range of movement surpasses that of the defenders. All right, gentlemen. Capello clapped his hands and stepped to the center of the locker room. Regardless, this is a national derby. Respecting your opponents is also a form of self-respect. Therefore, I need you to give your all. We shall not make substitutions in the second half. Beauty, remember to make more forward runs in conjunction with Kevin and Raul. The two defensive midfielders should also look for opportunities to push forward. Everyone needs to move a bit more to compensate for the absence of one player. Understood, coach. Beauty nodded in agreement. Well then, take a moment to rest, Capello affirmed, before exiting the locker room. It's unusually quiet in here today, Beauty observed. That's because Antonio isn't here, Ramos quickly interjected. Indeed. Beauty clapped his hands, adding, that guy is quite noisy when present, but it can get a bit dull without him. He probably won't return to the first team for the rest of his life, Ramos scoffed. Capello appeared notably irked this time. The bench was hardly filled. Yet B-team players were brought up, while players like Cassano were not allowed to return. As the 15-minute break concluded, the players from both teams encountered each other again in the tunnel. Kevin Huang smiled and nodded. Messi responded briefly before following his teammates onto the pitch. The intensity of the confrontations today was palpable, making it unsuitable for reminiscing. Surprisingly, Guardiola substituted Edmilson for Xavi. This Brazilian, a pivotal defender in the championship-winning squad, had become an essential piece for maintaining balance in midfield under Rijkaard. Guardiola's choice to replace him clearly indicated a defensive inclination. The pairing of Touré and Edmilson as double defensive midfielders was an uncommon sight in Barcelona's lineup. As the second half commenced, Boyan swiftly played the ball across to Henry. Henry dribbled past the midfield and promptly returned the pass. Following Xavi's exit, the veteran Gudjonson became the focal point of the midfield. A forward by trade, he possessed remarkable vision and passing abilities, making his versatility invaluable. Gudjonson deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, anticipating Beauty's approach, before quickly flicking it to the right and executing a swift diagonal pass to Messi. Receiving the ball, Messi turned and deftly maneuvered, drawing Gago into motion. Messi then flicked the ball to his left with his right foot, prompting Gago to shift his weight, only for Messi to pull the ball back, causing Gago to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. Spectators in the nearby stands widened their eyes in astonishment. Nearly every time they faced off, Real Madrid players found themselves bewildered. That long-haired lad indeed possesses remarkable skill. Marcelo attempted a tackle, but was evaded by Messi's deft touch. Messi angled inward from the right, and as Heinz pressed forward, Pepe opted to join the attack. With a decisive move, Messi spotted space in the center and executed a backward pass into the penalty area. Pepe swiftly threw himself down, managing to block the ball. Pepe did that intentionally, leaving Messi an opening, signaling him to pass. Seeing the opportunity, Messi complied. In truth, with Messi's prowess, he could have easily taken it himself. Perhaps he felt compelled to involve his teammates after failing to score from acute angles on 2 occasions in the first half. Yet, it must be noted that Pepe's defensive maneuvering was perilously close this time. Deceiving Messi with a pass, should he fail to intercept, would leave only Ramos and De Jong facing 3 Barcelona players down the right flank. Pepe delivered the ball to Gago, who had returned to the area. Gago turned and collided with Touré, losing control of the ball. De Jong seized the opportunity, nudging it forward with his right foot, and Gago, regaining composure, deftly set it up for Marcelo. Marcelo surged along the left sideline, rapidly advancing the ball. Crossing the halfway line, he swiftly laid it off to Guti and continued his run forward. Huang Kevin and Raul advanced centrally, one on each side, successfully drawing the attention of Barcelona's defense. With a deft touch, Guti lifted the ball over the top. Zambrata, catching sight of the play, felt a surge of excitement and darted toward the flank. Leaving Huang Kevin for Max Marcelo's pace was commendable, yet he still lagged slightly behind the ball's speed. The ball bounced several meters forward after hitting the ground on the left flank, prompting Marcelo to accelerate towards it and swing his left foot. Just as Zambrotta reached the edge of the penalty area, the ball zipped past him, rolling too closely for him to extend a leg. Huang Kevin charged swiftly from outside the box into the area. Max, Puyol, and Edmilson, returning to the box, formed a barrier in the center. Roll had ventured too far forward, placing himself in an offside position, thus irrelevant. Upon seeing Huang Kevin lift his foot, Puyol finally cracked a smile. No matter how many Ballon d'Ors one collects, it is impossible to curve a shot around 3 defenders from such close range. Yet, in the next moment, Puyol's smile froze. Huang Kevin's right foot swung and missed, the ball rolling beneath him. De Jong, following closely, charged into the right side of the penalty area, striking the ball with the outside of his foot. Valdez dove swiftly towards the right post, yet the ball veered sharply towards the left side of the goal. He misjudged the trajectory entirely. The ball, unimpeded, found its way into the net. In the second half, during a counterattack, the 10-man Real Madrid once again altered the scoreline. Kevin, what defines intimidation? This is intimidation. Whenever Kevin appears in the penalty area, he becomes the primary defensive target for the opposition. Although he could effortlessly lob the ball over 3 defenders for a goal, he chose instead to provide his teammates with more opportunities, demonstrating through his actions why few speak ill of him. The special treatment from the coach stems from his prowess, while the support from his teammates is rooted in his charismatic personality. Even nearly 2 years after transferring from Milan, Kevin remains an unavoidable topic in interviews with Milan players. For quite some time, whispers of factions within the Real Madrid locker room, Brazilian, South American, and local cliques, surfaced, often making headlines due to player conflicts. However, since Kevin's transfer to Real Madrid, such stories have nearly vanished. The last remnants of discord within the team dissipated following Van Nistelrooy's departure. Though newspapers and former players frequently criticize Real Madrid as a violent team, they fail to perceive the deeper layers beneath the surface. The current Real Madrid is a united ensemble. Even Capello, a coach notorious for his frequent conflicts with players, has remarkably avoided making headlines due to such disputes throughout his extensive coaching tenure. This is evidently a testament to Kevin's influence. While Raul dons merely the captain's armband, Kevin carries an intangible emblem upon his arm. Huang Kevin turned to embrace De Jong, exclaiming, "What a splendid shot." De Jong replied with a smile, "It's primarily because of your excellent cover." This time, he found himself unmarked, with no defenders obstructing his path. As long as he maintained composure, the shot would be manageable. Huang Kevin and Raul, positioned in tandem, effectively drew the attention of Barcelona's defense, allowing him to make a decisive run. The exhilarated Galbiati turned his head to witness Capello standing stoically on the sidelines, hands clasped behind him. The hem of his unbuttoned suit jacket fluttered in the breeze, and a subtle smile graced his lips beneath the blue-tinted glasses, his expression betraying little emotional turbulence. Galbiati quickly subdued his smile, crossing his arms as he positioned himself behind Capello. It was only the 3rd goal, and he certainly ought not to display excessive enthusiasm. It appeared that aspiring to be a head coach would require a few more years of patience. The rejuvenated Barcelona players, hands on their hips, glanced back. Conceding another goal shortly after the second half commenced was a significant blow. Henry silently trod back, observing the jubilant Real Madrid players returning to midfield, when he suddenly recalled Wenger's words. It seemed that in Barcelona, they were indeed striving for a mere second place. This season, they were not even in contention for that, trailing Villarreal by 7 points. If they were to lose this match, any theoretical chance of securing second place would vanish. Atletico Madrid and Sevilla, positioned right behind them, were only 4 points adrift. Should they falter in this match, those teams could potentially surpass them with just a single point separating them thereafter. If their performance faltered, they might not even qualify for the Champions League next season. As Barcelona resumed play, Messi's foray down the right flank remained steadfast. Gago was easily bypassed, while Marcelo and De Jong surged forward together on the right. Messi, upon turning with the ball, intended to play a return pass. Noticing Huang Kevin positioned between him and Edmilson, he opted for a long pass to the left. Abidal advanced, misjudging his footwork, causing the ball to deflect off his left foot toward the center. Guti swiftly closed in for a challenge. Abidal showcased his formidable physical prowess, arriving at the ball's vicinity nearly simultaneously with Guti, despite being further from it. Both players extended their feet to hook the ball, failing to bring it under their control. However, Gyuri found himself at a distinct disadvantage, on the verge of tumbling. Abidal exerted pressure with his leg, while Gyuri leaned forward, quickly pressing his hands into the grass. Lifting his left calf to nudge the ball once more. The ball ricocheted off Abidal's foot toward Gyuri, who raised his left hand to guide the ball beneath him. Utilizing both hands and feet to shield it from Abidal, Gago approached for support, and in a moment of serendipity, Gyuri, despite his awkward stance, managed to pass the ball out of the fray. Though his ball control appeared clumsy, it was evident that he possessed keen intelligence. Players with less physicality must rely more on their intellect, and after increasing his appearances over the past 2 seasons, Gyuri's consistency has markedly improved. Yes, it would not be accurate to claim that he is always stable. Gyuri exhibits remarkable intelligence on the field when in good form. He swiftly delivers long passes to Huang Kevin. Even in the presence of defenders, if the ball is accurately placed, Huang Kevin typically manages to control it. Conversely, when his performance wanes, he resorts to dribbling or making incisive runs, striving for close-range passes. Indeed, Gago once again passed to Gyuri, whose intention was too transparent this time, resulting in an interception. Gudjonsson received the ball on the left flank, and as Gyuri applied pressure, Gudjonsson, unable to find an opportunity, opted to retreat with a pass. The force behind Gudjonsson's delivery was considerable. Touré misjudged his stop just outside the penalty area, with the ball striking his ankle and deflecting to the right. As Huang Kevin surged forward, Puyol executed a decisive sliding tackle. The ball collided with Huang Kevin's left ankle. As he lifted his right foot, the ball leapt upwards. And with a subtle force from his right heel, he skillfully lifted it entirely. He executed this maneuver side-on, deftly avoiding Puyol's foot. Huang Kevin swiftly pivoted, using his right thigh to elevate the ball once more. However, he miscalculated the strength, causing the ball to strike his shoulder and momentarily delay his momentum. Ramos surged rapidly from the right flank, eager to support Huang Kevin. Touré advanced towards Huang Kevin from the side, while Puyol had already regained his footing. With a gentle touch of his right foot, Huang Kevin halted the ball at his feet, promptly transitioned it from his right foot to his left, and executed a Marseille turn, effectively shielding Puyol and Touré behind him. After retreating a few meters with the ball, he returned it to Gyuri, who was in position to receive. Edmilson, from behind, fouled Gyuri, earning himself a yellow card. The Marseille turn has been Huang Kevin's signature move today. Indeed, the strength and resilience he displayed were extraordinary. Even Puyol's push from behind could not unbalance him. Nevertheless, the absence of Robben became evident. Had he been on the field, there would have been no need for a back pass in that moment. Alas, the numerical disadvantage is an unavoidable circumstance. Gyuri initiated the play from the front, directly passing to Huang Kevin. His passing intention was overly apparent, prompting Gudjonsson to charge forward. In such moments, there was no time to control the ball. Huang Kevin deftly flicked it with his right foot from behind to his left side, immediately turning to advance with the ball. Tackle! Guardiola shouted. He had already reconciled himself to the impending defeat, yet that did not equate to his desire to witness Barcelona concede another goal. Edmilson rushed towards Huang Kevin, who swiftly feigned with his shoulder, allowing the ball to glide past him as Edmilson extended his right foot. With his left foot, Huang Kevin nudged the ball forward, successfully evading his opponent. Raul vacated the center for his teammate and moved towards Huang Kevin's left front, while Zambrata, seizing the moment, followed Raul back, once again entrusting Huang Kevin to Max, with an air of calm, maintained his center of gravity, awaiting Huang Kevin's approach. Regrettably, the jersey tightly clinging to his back betrayed him. It was not that he was unwilling to press forward, rather, an inner voice urged him to remain at the edge of the penalty area, at least delaying the inevitable bypass. Raul had already dashed into the penalty area. Opportunity. Huang Kevin's right foot once again skimmed the ball, executing a rapid half-bicycle kick before pushing it with the inside of his right foot. With a sharp crack, the ball swiftly rolled past Max's right side and into the penalty area. Raul suddenly surged forward, darting in front of Zambrata, whose attempt to intercept the ball with his foot was in vain. Valdez had nearly vacated the 6-yard box, and as Raul rushed towards the ball, he had no time to adjust, taking a large step forward with his left foot, striking the ball with the inside of his foot. At such close range, Valdez could only react quickly, diving to his side, but as he turned to look back, the inevitable happened. It had indeed gone in. Roll, roll, roll. The old prince had transformed into the Lord of the Rings, yet his celebration remained unchanged, kissing his ring. The score stood at 4-0, with Huang Kevin assisting roll. Yes, this outcome is hard to accept. However, I believe this does not reflect Barcelona's true prowess. Indeed, the second half should have seen Real Madrid at a disadvantage, as being a man down had a significant impact. Nevertheless, De Jong's goal left Barcelona in a state of shock, with Real Madrid dominating play during this stretch. Moreover, having faced 3 consecutive El Clásicos recently, the Barcelona players were physically and mentally exhausted. This was particularly evident after the previous match, which had completely deflated their spirits. In earlier encounters, Barcelona's defense had been resolute, and their movements energetic, but today, their actions appeared passive, merely waiting, and, if this continued, they would surely concede again. Guardiola was preparing to make substitutions, bringing on Salvini for Touré, aiming to bolster their attacking capabilities. However, with both Xavi and Deco absent, Barcelona's midfield struggled to maintain control of the ball. Was it perhaps a risk to replace yet another midfielder? The team was beleaguered with injuries, leaving him with limited options. Indeed, the primary issue for Barcelona now was the need to push forward. They could not afford to be besieged by Real Madrid. If they could advance and score a goal to stabilize their footing, the numerical advantage would soon become apparent. Capello turned back, raising his index and middle fingers, beckoning to the substitutes bench. It dawned on him that Higuaín had not made the matchday squad. The young prospect Callahan glanced around, realizing the coach's gesture seemed directed at him, and hurriedly approached the sidelines to inquire. "Coach, are you calling for me?" "Yes, it's you." "Warm up," Capello replied. The 20-year-old Callahan excitedly removed his training jacket and began to warm up by the pitch, alleviating the regret that lingered in Capello's mind. After taking the lead, he felt that something was missing if no one was warming up on the sidelines. Huang Kevin jogged back. Messi, stopping him in midfield, asked why. "What's wrong, on?" With a smile, Huang replied, "We're going to lose again." Messi, hands on hips, shook his head. "We've been losing continuously. I've been trying my hardest. So why can't we win? The newspapers often speak ill of me. The new coach treats me well, yet I still feel lost. Perhaps it's because you don't fit in at Barcelona?" Huang suggested, covering his mouth. "I don't know," Messi murmured, looking down. "You've never played for another team. How would you know which one suits you? Isn't it unusual to feel you have so few friends in the first team?" Huang continued. "Is it unusual? Every young player has gone through this," Messi asked, his eyes wide. "Of course, it's not normal." Huang Kevin pointed towards the sidelines. But upon realizing he could not locate Torres, he withdrew his finger and remarked, "You know Miguel Torres, right? We all take great care of him. Real Madrid and Milan resemble one big family, where everyone's relationships are harmonious. This is what constitutes the normal atmosphere of a team. Is that so? Should I take my leave then?" Messi inquired, gazing intently into Huang Kevin's eyes. "I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, but you must have observed the conduct of my teammates when I was fouled. You are an exceptionally talented player, and you deserve better companions," Huang Kevin replied earnestly. There is no need for the king of football to sacrifice himself for Barcelona, as the Catalans do not regard him as one of their own. Players of such caliber are revered like fathers in any team. I will think it over," Messi whispered as he noticed his teammates returning. Huang Kevin smiled and waved his hand. Barcelona resumed play, yet the visiting supporters in the stands had diminished by half. They had followed Barcelona to the Bernabeu in hopes of witnessing their triumph overshadow Real Madrid's victory, rather than witnessing a humiliating defeat. The remaining fans in the stands waved white handkerchiefs to express their discontent. As time progressed, Barcelona's numerical advantage became increasingly evident. Such a disparity in numbers cannot be easily compensated for by mere effort. While Callahan warmed up on the sidelines, he kept his eyes fixed on the pitch, worrying for his senior teammates. As he raised his legs in warm-up, he inadvertently stepped onto a water bottle with his left foot, causing him to tumble towards Capello. Caught off guard, Capello was knocked down, instantly capturing the attention of the entire stadium. Both teams were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. With his upper body crossing the white line, Capello lost all semblance of his previous composure, his glasses tumbling from his face to the ground. Fuming, Capello turned to find Callahan rolling on the ground, clutching his ankle, too pained to emit a sound. Upon spotting the crushed water bottle, Capello quickly comprehended what had transpired. In such a situation, he could only accept his misfortune. After rising from the grass and adjusting his glasses, he looked down at his suit, now speckled with grass clippings, and dejectedly returned to the coaching bench. Let Baptista warm up, and then substitute Kevin, Capello instructed. This unexpected incident left him feeling unsettled, fearing further misfortunes. Baldini hurried over to relay instructions. After Baptista stood up, he glanced at Callahan, who was being attended to by the medical team, and meticulously collected the debris around him before removing his shirt to warm up. Even during his loan spell at Arsenal, he had heard various rumors regarding Real Madrid's medical staff. Despite the recent acquisition of a renowned physician, Baptista remained skeptical of the team's medical crew. On the pitch, Huang Kevin and Marcelo executed a series of 1-2s as they surged towards Barcelona's penalty area. Zambrotta seized the opportunity to poke the ball out from under Marcelo's feet and off the sidelines. Marcelo, quick-witted, swiftly turned to retrieve the ball. Zambrotta and Edmilson positioned themselves near goal, while Huang Kevin, having momentarily retreated, suddenly pivoted and accelerated. Huang Kevin sprinted towards the referee, and Marcelo hastily tossed the ball to him. Huang Kevin deftly nudged it with his right foot, sending the ball rolling forward to the left. Raul charged in, receiving the ball without hesitation and passing it laterally, as it rolled past Salvino's right side into the center. Salvino quickly turned to pursue Huang Kevin. In the center, Huang Kevin controlled the ball, with Salvino at his side, while Max and Puyol positioned themselves in front of him. Guti dashed from the Barcelona defense line into the center. Eager to receive the pass, Huang Kevin deftly maneuvered the ball to his right with his left foot, as the three defenders closely trailed him, determined not to grant him any space to strike. Suddenly, Huang Kevin came to an abrupt halt, deftly using his right foot to control the ball before flicking it into the penalty area with his left. Guti, standing in an offside position, quickly stepped aside. Puyol turned to chase back as Huang Kevin surged into the box. Puyol gritted his teeth, exerting force with his feet, while Huang Kevin slightly slowed down, giving Puyol a glimmer of hope. However, once inside the area, Huang Kevin adjusted his direction and lifted his left leg to strike. Puyol swiftly extended his foot in an attempt to block the shot. With a resounding thud, Huang Kevin connected with the ball just as Puyol's foot reached out. The Barcelona captain instinctively looked back, witnessing Valdez at the near post stretching his arm as the ball flew past him into the junction of the post and crossbar. Capello, not waiting for Huang Kevin to celebrate his goal, pushed Baptista towards the fourth official. "Hey, substitution," he announced. Huang Kevin's active performance today made Capello's decision to substitute him entirely reasonable. Barcelona now needed to adjust their mindset, securing their Champions League qualification and preparing to regroup under the coach's guidance for the next season. Indeed, the situation for Barcelona was not particularly optimistic. Huang Kevin applauded the stands and approached the sidelines to high-five Baptista for the substitution. "Should I head to the locker room for a shower first?" Capello inquired, handing him a towel. Having been brought down several times in the second half, Huang Kevin's jersey had become quite dirty. "Never mind, I'll wait for my teammates," he replied. As the match neared its conclusion, Messi received the ball in midfield, turned, and delivered a penetrating through ball. Henry's shot from outside the penalty area pierced through the Real Madrid goal, ensuring Barcelona would not leave empty-handed. In the post-match press conference, Guardiola solemnly remarked, "Robben's foul was outrageous. I know many Dutch players and am familiar with Dutch football. The current Dutch players are unfamiliar to me. Robben is an exceptional player, yet his actions were unbecoming of a player of his caliber. I'm sorry, but I don't believe Robben has any issues," Capello retorted. Real Madrid players seldom provoke. Xavi has tackled Kevin from behind several times. Robben's concern for Kevin's safety may have caused him to lose his composure. You must be aware of the clash between Barcelona and Bilbao, where Maradona ended up in the hospital. What I mean to say is, as long as you manage your players, we can have a good match." Guardiola remained silent, and Capello chose not to continue the discussion. Huang Kevin, not waiting for the reporters to pose questions, pulled the microphone closer and stated, "I do not wish to reiterate what has been said, but the coach's points are indeed valid. Alliong is an exceptionally talented player who has also been accepted into business school. He is not a bad person. Rather, he is a highly ambitious individual who continuously strives for self-improvement. For such an outstanding player, we should indeed extend a bit more care." After the decisive match in Luzhniki, Huang Kevin returned home close to midnight. He watched 2 episodes of The Legend of the Condor Heroes before finally succumbing to sleep. Competing against Barcelona is never an easy feat. He did not feel particularly fatigued before slumber, yet he managed to rest for over 10 hours. By the time he awoke, it was already 11 o'clock. Descending the stairs, he happened upon the young lady preparing lunch. "When did you arrive in Madrid?" Huang Kevin inquired with surprise. "I just got here not long ago. It has been a bit relaxed these past few days," the young lady replied with a smile as she turned around. "That's perfect. We can truly unwind for a few days," Huang Kevin remarked with a grin. The young lady rolled her eyes and said, "If we could sleep separately, it might be more relaxing. Unfortunately, that girl Lily has been quite busy with her studies. She has been persuaded to focus." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. "Today's newspaper carries some astonishing news," the young lady said, winking. Huang Kevin glanced at the newspaper on the table and took a seat to read. According to World Sports News, fans who stormed the pitch and assaulted Xavi may face a lifetime ban from attending matches. Such cases typically receive similar treatment. Huang Kevin recalled similar news where, even if not a lifetime ban, individuals would be prohibited for decades, nothing particularly surprising. As he continued reading, Huang Kevin discovered the true nature of the young lady's comments. According to former Real Madrid president Florentino Perez has provided us with evidence regarding Calderon's bribery and other matters. This former president has decided to part ways with his friend, stating, "Under no circumstances can Calderon's actions be accepted. I will find a way to impeach him." Florentino has proposed a new slogan, "Make Real Madrid great again." We are quite skeptical of this, as the current Real Madrid is already quite remarkable. Is he preparing to lead the team to the moon? AS has become Calderon's mouthpiece since his ascension, obtaining first-hand information from within Real Madrid, a privilege not afforded to Marca and other newspapers. According to World News, Calderon is facing severe financial issues. It is said he even uses Real Madrid's credit card to buy coffee. His potential tax evasion is also worth investigating. Such behavior is clearly unworthy of the 21st century's best football team. He is nothing more than a beggar in a tie. Huang Kevin could only label him as wasteful. Given Huang's popularity, it is certain that Calderon reaped additional benefits. To still use Real Madrid's funds for personal expenses and be caught with evidence is purely his own fault. Florentino himself has been embroiled in numerous scandals, and political maneuvering is also a game played within European football, whether through membership systems or clubs like Inter Milan. Such news is not uncommon. Smaller teams struggling with performance, or once prominent clubs like Hamburg, have their share of such disarray as well. Ultimately, it all boils down to performance. A commendable record can shield one from the ire of fans, regardless of the circumstances. Huang Kevin believes that Calderon can endure for a while longer. With the locker room atmosphere flourishing and Real Madrid's results being satisfactory, the only critique from fans pertains to Capello's tactical approach. Having secured the league title in advance this season, the Champions League final looms ahead. Even if Florentino expresses discontent, it seems unlikely that Calderon would falter under such pressure. The young lady, balancing a tray, inquired, "Did you see that?" "Indeed, it's of no consequence," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. The allegations against Calderon regarding kickbacks seem unfounded with respect to the esteemed Huang. The young lady arranged the cutlery for him, and, upon sitting down, expressed her concerns. "Florentino Perez possesses greater capabilities than Calderon, yet he strikes me as rather arrogant. Should he return to Real Madrid, I fear he may set his sights on you." Huang Kevin felt inclined to commend her insight. Florentino's arrogance is not to be underestimated. His assertion that it is time to inform UEFA about the essence of Real Madrid reveals his mindset. "Rest assured, I am unfazed," Huang Kevin smiled. "Should it come to it, I can buy out my contract and return to Milan, where you can support me." "Really? When?" the young lady asked, counting on her fingers. "Just in time. Your buyout clause has been reduced by 50 million euros. The 200 million euro clause, including taxes, amounts to approximately 260 to 270 million euros. It is not yet that time," Huang Kevin quickly urged. "That would be a considerable sum for me. To purchase myself for over 200 million euros would be insanity. Milan cannot afford such a figure. Despite your continuous investments, expenses have also accumulated. Even without the new stadium, the salaries of numerous attacking players and the renovations around Milanello have consumed substantial funds. The remaining balance is primarily reserved for transfer fees and the initiation of the new stadium, with little left over. Previously acquired players such as Mata from Real Madrid, Gorka from France, and Balotelli could potentially be sold during the summer to generate some income from Milan. However, even then, Milan would not have ample funds to spare. Should a buyout occur, regardless of where Huang goes, the funds would not be sourced under the club's name. It would resemble Neymar's transfer to Paris, where players negotiate their buyout from the club owner to minimize impacts on the club's financial health. Financial fair play regulations have not yet been finalized, but whispers of impending changes are already circulating. By the way, reach out to the agents of Raul and Guti to see if they can secure long-term contracts from Calderon, Huang Kevin suggested. These two wish to retire at Real Madrid without experiencing significant pay cuts. The esteemed Huang can assist them in sealing their contracts before Florentino's resurgence, ensuring that when the time comes, they can decide their own fate. Even if Florentino wishes to part ways with Raul, it ultimately depends on Raul's own desires. Guti and Raul's contributions deserve a final long-term agreement. Understood, the young lady replied, setting down her glass. Let the scouts from Milan take a closer look at the defenders. Paul and his companions are aging, and their successors must possess ample potential to seamlessly transition into their roles once Paul and the others retire in 2 years. Huang Kevin continued, speaking of successors, that young lad Kevin seems to be quite gifted. He hasn't even mastered walking yet, and he can already kick a ball. The young lady remarked, gazing at Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin replied, even you, my lady, are jesting about the matter of the young football king. With a chuckle, he added, well, allow me to showcase Kevin's talent. Amidst the young lady's exclamations, Huang Kevin swept her off her feet. As they ascended the stairs, he nonchalantly retrieved his phone to send a group message. The football king is in seclusion today. Any meetings will be postponed. After a brief separation, the young lady felt utterly exhausted. 2 days later, during the away match against Zaragoza, Huang Kevin did not accompany the team. The match concluded with a score of 2-2. But the journey was arduous. Capello initially intended to use this game as a warm-up before the Champions League final. However, the opponents ignited the emotions of the Real Madrid players by obtaining 2 yellow cards shortly after the match commenced. It's no joke, Real Madrid has never shied away from a brawl. By halftime, both teams had accumulated 7 yellow cards, and the emotionally charged Real Madrid players struggled to focus on the game, falling behind to their rivals. In the second half, Higuain and Cassano, who had returned to the first team, each scored. Yet, in the 60th minute, the opponent's defender Sergio Fernandez equalized from a corner kick. In the frantic final moments, Real Madrid's relentless attacks failed to alter the scoreline. By the time the teammates returned to Madrid, it was well past midnight. Unable to find anyone to join him, Huang Kevin played legend for a while before going to bed, mindful not to disturb the young lady too often, lest she take issue with him. The following day, Huang Kevin awoke to find the young lady seated on the sofa in the living room. Kevin, there is something you must remain calm about once you learn, she said gravely. Huang Kevin's heart skipped a beat. It had been a long time since he had seen such a serious expression on her face. Go ahead, he urged. Forget it. You should see for yourself, she replied, pushing her notebook towards him. It suddenly dawned on Huang Kevin what day it was. Taking a seat, he said. Please help me with the donations. I've already taken care of it, she responded. Players from both Milan and Real Madrid have contacted the foundation, along with Moratti and several Italian clubs. Ricardo and Ramos each donated 2 million. Inzaghi and other players are also contributing actively. Cruyff just reached out to me as well. Please thank them on my behalf. How could Sergio have so much money? That's more than his annual salary, Huang Kevin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Ramos has spent quite a bit on real estate and investments. He probably doesn't have much left after that. He just took on an advertisement, she explained. Should we return the money to him? She inquired. Forget it. Let us accept it all. We can find an opportunity to repay them double in the future. Huang Kevin sighed. Among good friends, there's no need for such formality. Paul and the others are still tallying the contributions. It's estimated that the Milan players should donate a few million. I plan to add to it, donating 20 million euros in the name of the Milan club. The young lady concluded. That's a commendable approach. Every contribution counts, and there's no need to itemize it separately. Huang Kevin inquired. How much do I have left? In cash, a little over 100 million euros, but taxes are looming. Those bloodsuckers in Spain will be watching, the young lady reminded him. Then please assist me in donating 100 million in my name, Huang Kevin replied. Certainly, that was my intention. Using your personal name would draw too much attention, the young lady stated. I will ensure that the foundation sends over a few secretaries to guarantee the funds are allocated appropriately. She believed Huang Kevin was donating excessively, but refrained from voicing her concerns. Huang Kevin nodded. appreciating the prudence of her approach. He continued, "When does the broadcasting right for Milan expire?" For China, the current bundle for Serie A is held by Tiansheng Company, the young lady elucidated. The bundle includes broadcasting rights for Inter Milan, Juventus, and several other significant matches, which will last until the conclusion of the 2008 to 2009 season. Thus, whenever a team invests, Milan will involve them in negotiations with the national television station to secure a reasonable price for the broadcasting rights, while I will personally supplement the share for other Serie A teams. Huang Kevin, resting his chin on his hands, remarked, "A man must repay his debts and return kindness. The smaller Serie A teams are financially strapped. I appreciate their goodwill. Let the funds be returned in a different manner. All right. I will inform them to avoid any misconceptions about the value of broadcasting rights, preventing them from expecting more during negotiations," the young lady replied. "Your consideration is commendable." Huang Kevin nodded. "Prioritize the lesser individuals before the noble. There is no issue. You don't look well. Perhaps you should rest," the young lady expressed her concern. "I will lie down for a bit. Call me if anything arises." Huang Kevin nodded and ascended the stairs. The situation was already known to everyone. Raoul stood in the courtyard and said, "Kevin must be feeling quite distressed. We should step forward at such a time. We are all aware of the circumstances. Just tell us what to do," Beauty inquired, holding a wine glass. Chinese fans are enthusiastic, but largely due to their friendship with Huang Kevin. "That's how I see it," Raoul replied. "Although we contributed financially, it is crucial for us as Real Madrid stars to take a stand. Kevin often says we are a high-quality club. We should demonstrate that at this moment. Let us record a collective message of support." "That seems rather mundane," Ramos expressed his dissatisfaction. "When I called, the people from AC Milan were already doing something similar. We must show greater sincerity." "I have no objections," Cassano shrugged. "This isn't a time for frivolity." "Then what do you propose?" Robben asked. "Previously, when you were in university, Kevin organized us to sing for you. This time, we must sing together," Ramos suggested. "In Chinese?" "We can't do that," Salgado said, feeling challenged. Although he wished to exhibit sincerity, it was proving difficult. "No worries. I have already selected a suitable song, complete with phonetic transcriptions in various languages." Ramos opened his backpack and took out a stack of papers, distributing them to each teammate in turn. "Very well. Let us proceed accordingly," Raoul remarked with a nod. Beauty once again assumed the role of temporary commander. Meanwhile, Capello, resting at home, dialed Calderon's number. "Fabio, is there something amiss?" Calderon inquired, his schedule already quite occupied. Despite his disinclination towards Capello, he maintained a courteous demeanor until a suitable coach was found. Capello's tenure would have to continue. "Mr. President, I have just received news of this calamity. Real Madrid must take a stand," Capello asserted. "I am well aware, good heavens. I have been preparing for this. That is Kevin's homeland. It matters not which country it is. It is our duty as the premier club. I am prepared to make a donation on behalf of the club, and I, along with the staff of Real Madrid, will also contribute." Calderon replied from the other end of the line, "I share your sentiments. I was just contemplating the best avenue for our donation. I will head to the team shortly to address it collectively." Later that evening, when Huang Kevin awakened, the situation had escalated significantly. More Italian clubs became involved, and upon learning the news, Messi and Ronaldinho, along with Cristiano Ronaldo and several other players, also made donations. The impact of this event within the football community far exceeded expectations, and Huang Kevin could only jot down the names one by one. He tirelessly called to express gratitude to friends in the football world and various social organizations, finally retiring to bed with a hoarse voice once others had fallen asleep. After Huang Kevin had drifted off, two videos quietly circulated across domestic networks. The first featured Kaká and the entire Milan squad offering their blessings. The second showed the Real Madrid team, somewhat awkwardly, singing, "Gently awaken the slumbering soul, slowly open your eyes." On May 18th, during the final round of the league. Back at home, Huang Kevin donned the captain's armband as he took to the field. Prior to the match, what was supposed to be a celebratory welcome for the new champions transformed into a moment of silence. Assigned to face Riquelme, Huang Kevin played 45 minutes, delivering an impressive performance with 1 goal and 3 assists, leading Real Madrid to a resounding 6-2 victory at home, thus concluding the season perfectly. Yet, Capello felt no sense of relief. He knew that Ancelotti, that rotund figure, would surely employ some underhanded tactics. AC Milan's strength posed a formidable challenge. And even Japanese fans recognized Ancelotti's propensity for off-field maneuvers. They specially mailed a multitude of origami cranes to the Real Madrid club, hoping to shield Kevin from any ill-fated influences. He had to be well prepared. After the match, following the press conference, Capello hurried home. Upon entering his study, he began to organize his prized possessions. 2 divine whips had to accompany him. Should that rotund Ancelotti dare to resort to trickery, he would confront him directly. The Taiji diagram and Linglong Tower must also be on hand, allowing for both offensive and defensive strategies. What could Ancelotti possibly leverage to secure victory? With the necessary preparations in place, Capello found a newfound sense of tranquility as he settled down for the night. The following day at the team, those 3 youngsters arrived punctually without causing any disturbances. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Before lunch, Capello encountered an unexpected visitor. Cardinal Assolorati, what brings you here? Capello inquired briskly. Their relationship had deteriorated irreparably following several accusations regarding his beliefs, yet they could not afford to openly confront one another. I feel it is my duty to ensure the smooth conduct of the match during such a significant occasion as the Champions League final, Cardinal Assolorati remarked, narrowing his eyes. He reflected on how his name had scarcely graced the newspapers in recent times, and the allure of fame had become addictive. He could hardly remain idle during the final. However, this Champions League final is in Moscow. Capello reminded him, feeling somewhat exasperated by the Cardinal's opportunistic nature. Without the Cardinal, he held sway on the sidelines. But with him present, he had to accommodate the Cardinal's sentiments. Having embraced Taoism, he no longer required Assolorati's assistance. No worries, the Orthodox won't be able to harm us. The division of sects is merely a human construct. It is indeed worthwhile to engage with them, seeking common ground while respecting our differences. The new century calls for a reformation in religious perspectives, Cardinal Assolorati stated. Very well, Capello nodded. Please accompany us henceforth. The Cardinal, satisfied, nodded in agreement. He was finally able to grace the global football stage once more. After the match, he intended to discuss matters with Calderon. As the most renowned club in Spain, Real Madrid should not allow a heretic like Capello to serve as their coach. Around 1 in the afternoon, the entire Real Madrid squad boarded their chartered flight. Huang Kevin took out his GBA to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team. Recent times had not offered any noteworthy new games, so he resorted to this classic. Despite its slightly inferior graphics, the storyline and premise were quite commendable. After more than 5 hours of flight, the Real Madrid team landed in Moscow. Upon reaching their hotel, Huang Kevin received a call from Inzaghi. Little Kevin, are you ready to face your first defeat in the Champions League final? Inzaghi inquired with a boastful laugh. If you can manage it, that would be splendid, Huang Kevin replied with a smile, though I cannot fathom when I might lose. You shall find out on the day of the final. That would be ideal, Huang Kevin chuckled. He subsequently spoke with Kaka and others. While meeting before the final was off the table, a phone call posed no issue. Once Huang Kevin ended the call, the young lady shot him a provocative glance. Checking the time, it was only a little past 8. It was still too early. He queried with exasperation. Is it truly appropriate for the Milan president to reside in the hotel of Real Madrid players? What of it? Many family members have arrived here, the young lady said. Wrapping her arms around Huang Kevin's neck, her voice sweetly teasing. Your little Lily will take a leave of absence to cheer you on the day before the final, ensuring she won't miss the action. Indeed, it is best not to delay her for too long, Huang Kevin remarked. Students should prioritize their studies. Once they leave the classroom, they will realize the challenges of self-learning. It seems she does not believe that academics should take precedence. The moment I mention it, she becomes disobedient. The young lady whispered in Huang Kevin's ear, her hands beginning to wander restlessly. Was she under the impression that the esteemed Huang Qiuwang was concerned about his reputation, hence refraining from taking action against her? Huang Kevin swiftly turned and pinned the young lady down, and soon enough, the neighboring Raoul couple could hear incessant knocking on the wall. May 21st, the day of the Champions League final. Capello opened his backpack once again to inspect its contents. After ensuring everything was in order, he retrieved his cherished Taoist robe and the previously damaged, now repaired feather fan. Having donned the robe with meticulous care, he sat on a chair to meditate, awaiting the time to depart. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Kempinski Hotel, Professor Alfonso from Milan University was assisting Ancelotti in calibrating machine number 9. Current technology cannot keep pace with our aspirations, Carlo, Professor Alfonso expressed. What seems to be the issue? Ancelotti inquired, raising an eyebrow. Did we not previously discuss the installation of receiving devices within the jerseys? Professor Alfonso, with his silver hair, sighed and continued. It is challenging to avoid affecting the player's movements. The receiving devices will increase the weight of a certain part of the jersey. Unless there is a breakthrough in technology, we can only continue to enhance the willpower augmentation devices, but we cannot revolutionize the receiving end for the players. Oh, the progress of science is always arduous. I can empathize with such matters, Ancelotti sighed. The mysterious and potent force of willpower necessitates auxiliary devices for the human body to harness. Otherwise, his theory could advance further. Perhaps one day, we could elevate a player to the status of a new deity, much like the currently favored Kaká in the Milan squad. In the afternoon, at the stadium, Ancelotti attended a press conference alongside Maldini, while Raul stood beside Capello. Carlo, as one of the coaches who knows Kevin best, how would you defend against him? Before Ancelotti could respond, Capello pulled the microphone closer and declared, "Let me correct you. I am the one who knows Kevin best. His significant statistical improvement since transferring to Real Madrid is the best proof." Huh? Ancelotti raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. A coach who relies solely on one player while the others become mere supporting characters indicates a flaw in his tactics. Although Kevin did not score as many goals during his time at Milan, his on-field performance was exceptional, and he would step up in crucial matches. Moreover, Kaká and the forwards also performed admirably. Raul scored plenty, along with Cassano and Robben. Real Madrid has never overly depended on a single player. Capello retorted with annoyance. Is that so? Or is it merely your belief? Ancelotti dismissively replied. The newspapers across Europe are well aware that Real Madrid suffers from Kevin dependency. Only you seem oblivious. Kevin has not encountered the finest coach at Real Madrid. Scoring more does not equate to him maximizing his impact. Be cautious. For an inept coach may lead you to defeat, Capello remarked with a disdainful grunt. Raul and Maldini exchanged glances, their prior facade of harmony now stripped away. Once the two coaches finished their discourse, the journalists, brimming with curiosity, began to pose their inquiries. This brief exchange alone was sufficient to fuel several days' worth of news articles, allowing for a retrospective on Ancelotti's playing days under Capello, further enticing fans to engage. Raul, what kind of team do you perceive Real Madrid to be? Paulo, does AC Milan possess the means to defend against Kevin? Share with us your sentiments regarding facing Kevin in the final. Raul and Maldini locked eyes. Maldini lifted his chin, gesturing for Raul to speak first. With a smile, Raul replied, I cannot alter others' perceptions of Real Madrid. I hold my own views regarding both on-field and off-field matters. On the pitch, Kevin is undeniably a pivotal player for us. However, I do not feel that I or Guti have sacrificed anything. Players should inherently give their all for victory. In a one-on-one situation, my chances of scoring are 70, while Kevin's stand at 100%. Thus, in such scenarios, it is only prudent to allow the more assured teammate to take the shot. Off the pitch, both Kevin and the coach have spoken on this matter. Though Real Madrid players may exhibit impulsiveness, they are not malevolent. They are merely passionate young men, each possessing kindness and talent. This current team represents the finest iteration of Real Madrid I have ever experienced, and I do not believe any team surpasses us. I must disagree with your assertion. Maldini interjected, seizing the microphone with a smile. You believe Real Madrid excels, while I maintain that Milan is supreme. Such matters are subjective and cannot be definitively resolved. The only lament is Kevin's absence. His presence is sorely missed in Milan. Paolo, you have yet to elucidate how you intend to defend against Kevin. A journalist from Italy pressed. Maldini chuckled and shook his head, pausing before responding. Kevin is a prodigious talent. My father and I both regard him as the most formidable and gifted player we have ever encountered. Defending against Kevin is a formidable challenge, yet we are prepared. Compared to other teams, we have shared a lengthy camaraderie with Kevin, which allows us to understand some of his subtle habits. This knowledge will be advantageous. So, will you emerge victorious? The journalist continued. Such inquiries are not for me to answer. Only God knows, Maldini replied with a smile. The two coaches, secure in their positions, refrained from further provocations. The tension between the two captains was notably subdued. After addressing a few more questions, both parties departed the press conference. Baldini hastily approached Capello, saying, That esteemed coach has brought something again. Capello rubbed his temples, feeling a headache approaching. Each time he brought along a Vatican treasure, it left Capello on edge. What did he bring this time, a relic or a shroud? Capello inquired. Neither. It is the Lance of Longinus. After donning their gear, Huang Kevin had yet to draw his experience card. Recently, fortune has smiled upon me. Just the other day, I won the first prize. According to the law of conservation of luck, Huang Kevin sensed that today might bring a setback. He cast a glance at Casillas, pondering that should he draw a goalkeeper, it would mean relegating Casillas to the stands. The coin danced on his fingertips, its coating gradually fading away. First prize. Once again, the first prize. Huang Kevin swiftly tucked away the scratch card. His anticipation heightened as he opted for the draw upon reaching the threshold of 100. Ding. You have obtained a one-time experience card for the UEFA Champions League final of the 1988-1989 season, featuring AC Milan vs Steaua Bucharest, with Marco van Basten. At last. As a center forward, Van Basten possesses exceptional qualities across the board. His technical prowess is undeniable, particularly his deft ball control. Yet he seldom employs intricate maneuvers to outpace opponents. His formidable explosiveness and strength suffice to enable him to physically surpass adversaries with ease. Simple shifts in weight are all that are required, an approach influenced by his considerable height. Van Basten commands an impressive aerial presence, and when in possession of the ball, his actions are typically a sequence of a touch, a feint, and a shot. His ability to execute high-quality strikes with both feet and his head renders Van Basten's shots a constant threat. As an exceptional forward, he also possesses substantial organizational skills, deftly drawing defenders away to deliver incisive passes, and his heading ability is remarkable, often providing assists to teammates in precarious positions. It is fair to say that he is a forward with almost no weaknesses, save for his ankles. A player of this caliber allows Huang Kevin the freedom to express himself on the pitch. Raul and Capello return to the locker room. Let us go? The captain is back. Time to warm up, Gutty announced. This is for you, Kevin, Raul said, handing Huang Kevin the blue armband. Slightly taken aback, Huang Kevin accepted it without hesitation. Ramos stepped forward to assist Huang Kevin in donning the armband on his left arm. The atmosphere at Luzhniki Stadium today was rather complex. Following closely behind his teammates onto the field, Huang Kevin was immediately met with a chorus of cheers and jeers. The cheers emanated from the stands filled with home and visiting fans, as the Mellinger and Rossoneri supporters celebrated him. Conversely, the neutral section of the crowd echoed with jeers from some local fans, though they too were accompanied by cheers, rendering their discontent less pronounced. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. Huang Kevin applauded the stands in gratitude, marking the first round of applause at Luzhniki Stadium today. The roar of nearly 80,000 fans soared to the skies of Moscow, as Spaniards and Italians achieved what Germans could not. There are supporters even in the Far East. Gutty remarked. Moscow is Europe, Huang Kevin replied, somewhat exasperated. What's wrong? Do you not consider the great Russians as Europeans? Milan players gathered at midfield, observing Huang Kevin's interaction with the crowd. Kevin is adored everywhere, Perlo commented, arms crossed. There has never been a player in football history who has garnered such attention. That is because Kevin's prowess transcends mere belief, such is the essence of football. Kaka gestured toward the jubilant fans in the neutral stands, exclaiming, Kevin is truly remarkable. Today, we have our work cut out for us. Paolo Maldini shook his head and remarked. Nesta rolled his eyes, retorting, I would be more inclined to believe you if you could play as a right back. His tone was laced with disdain for Otto, as such a partnership severely impacted his performance. Kevin's position was also rather fluid. Maldini chuckled dryly. Perhaps he might saunter over to my side. That would be ideal, Nesta replied. Come, let us warm up. Today's match will not be easy. As he observed Real Madrid commencing their warm-up, Maldini waved his hand. Inbu stood at the sidelines, arms akimbo, intently watching Huang Kevin during the warm-up. After a few seconds, he turned to join his teammates. Huang Kevin's warm-up consisted of simple passing and receiving drills, accompanied by some minor technical maneuvers. Even such modest actions elicited cheers from the stands. During the warm-up, the broadcast frequently captured the star fans in attendance. Since this Champions League final was held in Moscow, not every football legend was willing to set aside their biases to watch the game there. Nevertheless, as two of the most successful clubs in Champions League history, the presence of football luminaries and celebrity fans in the stands surpassed that of ordinary teams. The Maldini family alone was quite extensive. The club endeavored to provide them with more tickets, but it remained insufficient to meet the demands of the Maldini clan. Cesare Maldini had 6 children, 4 of whom were present today. Each family had no fewer than 2 children, and overseeing them was a challenge that rivaled the intensity of the Champions League final itself. "Mom, Kevin has peed again," shouted Valentina Maldini. "Martina, keep an eye on your cousin. You claim to have matured, but if you cannot take care of Kevin, forget about traveling during the holidays." All right. I hope one day you can give me a little brother, so my practice today won't be in vain," Valentina retorted. "Stay out of adult matters, or you will certainly forfeit your travel funds, Miss Martina," Valentina said with irritation to Adriana. "Today's children are nothing like we were. They've reached adulthood and still expect their parents to finance their travels." "Times have changed," remarked Mrs. Maldini with a smile. Monica Maldini turned to inquire, "You are quite familiar with Kevin, right? After the match, could he possibly take a photo with us? If Paolo wins, I believe Kevin would not refuse. But if Paolo loses, shouldn't you, as his sisters, support him?" Mrs. Maldini asked. Donatella Maldini sighed, saying, "It seems our wish to take a photo with Kevin may remain unfulfilled." Adriana quipped, "Those 3 must be pretending to be his sisters." Cesare Maldini sat alongside Di Stefano. In the 1958 Champions League final, he had faced Real Madrid, who had defeated AC Milan 3-2. That year marked the first time a 26-year-old Cesare Maldini had reached the Champions League final. "Back then, I thought he would be a tough opponent. Who would have imagined we would all grow so old so quickly?" Old Martino smiled and remarked, "I don't consider myself old just yet." Di Stefano chimed in, feeling a renewed sense of youth. Old Martino gestured toward the stands, shaking his head. "With so many youngsters around, it's hard not to feel aged." Di Stefano added, "Those fellows have grown up, and they are not charming at all." He noted that his children constantly sought the wealth he possessed. "Paul and the others are decent kids," Old Martino replied. Di Stefano flashed a mischievous grin, not befitting his years, pointing to the field. "Your son is bound to have headaches defending against Kevin, just as you did against me back in the day. That's different. I could devise ways to defend against you. However, Paul will find it challenging to contend with Kevin," Old Martino retorted. "You can use Kevin as a reference point, and so can I. We might as well just inflict mutual harm." Chelsea had been eliminated, yet their owner, Abramovich, still graced the stands. He observed the stars of both teams, akin to someone emerging from the desert and stepping into a supermarket, eager to take each one to Stamford Bridge. The crux of his discord with Mourinho lay in Shevchenko. Shevchenko thrived under Ancelotti. Thus, if he were to lure Ancelotti away, could it not revive Shevchenko? A familiar coach could also entice Huang Kevin and Milan stars. This seemed exceedingly advantageous. As a successful businessman, he would refrain from uttering platitudes about building a powerhouse from scratch. It was far more pragmatic to hand Ancelotti a check. Abramovich remained unconvinced that anyone could resist the allure of wealth. In the VIP box, Calderon appeared buoyant, as though he had already clinched the championship. Barbara did not dwell on such matters. Regardless of Milan's victory, she remained Huang Kevin's girlfriend. If Real Madrid triumphed, she still held that title. When Milan faced Real Madrid, she would be Milan's greatest informant. Barbara exchanged flattering words with Calderon and urged him to expedite contract renewals for Raul and Guti. Both were friends of her Kevin, and Kevin's mention of this clearly indicated his skepticism regarding Calderon's ability to outmaneuver the formidable Florentino. The director's camera frequently shifted focus. Nadal and Djokovic sat together watching the match. The legendary Schumacher, accompanied by family, was spotted among the Real Madrid supporters, with Alonso seated nearby. As the players returned, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, eagerly awaiting the clash of titans. Back in the players' tunnel, Kaká exclaimed with surprise, "Kevin, you've donned the captain's armband today." "Indeed. My teammates have taken care of me," Huang Kevin smiled. "If you return, I could pass this on to you," Martino said, patting Huang Kevin's arm. Raul, catching wind of their conversation, stepped in front of Huang Kevin and said in Spanish, "No need. Kevin will be with us." After greeting his former teammates, Huang Kevin lingered at the back. Noticing the shoes of Milan's players and the gloves in Kaká's hands, an image of a theologian unconsciously surfaced in Huang Kevin's mind. It is said that the king of football has encountered misfortune in his choice of associates. With competent coaches, each one seems to be steeped in eccentricity. Perhaps this is a hallmark of Italian coaches. Even if AC Milan refrains from being overly aggressive, Huang Kevin still resorted to using an immunity card. Marco van Basten, after all, was forced into premature retirement due to injuries. While it was claimed that his ankle troubles were the cause, it must also pertain to his style of play. The king of football, Huang, possesses even greater explosive power than Van Basten. Thus, caution is advisable. The players from both teams followed the officiating crew as they re-emerged from the tunnel. The entire world was in a state of agitation, as this clash between the champions of the Champions League and their runners-up marked a historic high in the number of countries broadcasting the event. The cheers and jeers at Luzhniki Stadium melded into a singular cacophony. This verdant field had become the epicenter of global attention. The Russian maidens, clad from head to toe, circled the Champions League emblem in the center circle, which was quite disappointing and severely infringed upon the freedom of attire. Red balloons were continuously released into the air within the center circle, as the players from both sides took their positions flanking the officiating team. Before the Champions League anthem could play, a moment of silence commenced. Once the coaches made their entrance, they exchanged only a brief handshake before returning to their respective benches. The long-standing rivalry between Capello and Ancelotti is well documented. The last encounter in the Champions League had been revisited by the press, and this occasion was no different. Any fan who follows the Champions League final is likely aware of the tensions between them. As the Champions League theme resounded, Cardinal Ancelotti eagerly emerged from the players' tunnel, holding a ceremonial plate, flanked by his entourage. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of the crowd. Satisfied with the effect he had created, Cardinal Ancelotti raised the plate high, allowing the spear of Longinus to come into view. His attendants cautioned him. There might be those who would covet the relic at such a moment. "Fear not," replied Ancelotti. "The Russians are even more fearful of losing a weapon here than we are." He glanced at his dark-clad companions, adding that he harbored no belief in the relic's power. Consequently, he had not brought the genuine spearhead from St. Peter's Basilica. Instead, it was merely a replica intended for display. Should it be lost here, both Ancelotti and the Pope would find great delight, as they could exploit the situation for a bit of profit, later revealing the authentic piece as having returned to St. Peter's Basilica. Would that not be a miracle? Carrying the ceremonial plate towards the coaching bench, Ancelotti's smile gradually faded as he beheld Capello, clad in his coaching robes. Capello, too, had little time to acknowledge the cardinal, as he was engrossed in final preparations alongside his trusted aides. One by one, he produced his arsenal of tactics. Galbiati, noticing Ancelotti adjusting his equipment beside the Milan coaching bench, inquired, "Fabio, why does he always carry a small radar?" Capello smirked as he adjusted his glasses and remarked, "One must never judge solely by appearances. Initially, I too questioned what that fellow Ancelotti was up to. However, inspiration struck me from a film. That rascal Ancelotti is merely using modern technology to disguise his sorcery. If we were to dismantle his contraptions, we would undoubtedly uncover photographs of Kevin and various magical implements within. The spinning radar is but a ruse." "How intriguing," exclaimed Galbiati and Baldini in unison. They had not considered this angle before, but Capello's words resonated with undeniable logic. While they had encountered sorcerers on the pitch, they had never before witnessed the intertwining of technology and witchcraft. Ancelotti's cunning was indeed remarkable. At the Milan coaching bench, Tassati skillfully retrieved Ancelotti's notes, gathering some magical components to commence protective measures at the sidelines. "We need several more protective formations," Ancelotti cautioned. "That scoundrel Capello excels at underhanded tactics. Without ample preparation, we may not withstand his schemes." "Understood." Tassati nodded, extracting a black powder from a vial, and began inscribing a hexagram at the edge of the field. As an assistant coach and a seasoned professor of dark magic defense, he possessed considerable insight into counteracting an opponent's sorcery. "Ah, Kevin Huang," he mused. "I've come to realize that all coaches who have trained this fellow tend to be rather eccentric. Young man, your account has vanished." "Huh? And you dare to add a suffix to the main title? You are merely engaging in a 7-day cycle of banter." "Alas, the dog is forced to concede, and we have been compelled to arrive here. If you are dissatisfied, you may visit the Black Kevin Forum, where the sentiments are unwavering. Enough of that. For the sake of that 100 million euros, a few flattering remarks are warranted. Kevin Huang is indeed generous." "Huh, your account too has vanished. I, on the other hand, have never once insulted Kevin Huang on the internet. I had just recently followed the Kevin Huang page and have now unfollowed it. I deeply regret the turn of events and am sincerely remorseful. I hereby vow to sever all ties with Kevin Huang and pen this declaration to express my contrition. Tears fall as I write, lost for words." It is evident that the fanatics are the surrendering faction. While Kevin Huang may find redemption, the fanatics shall never have that chance. I shall forever hold a grudge against them. Indeed, the fanatic had only just returned to normalcy before resuming his sycophancy. I had long sensed something amiss with his character. Director Zhang chuckled. Capello and Ancelotti are the principal highlights of the opening match. Italian fans had eagerly anticipated their performances, as they are currently the most successful coaches in Italy, both possessing a wealth of intriguing narratives. Speaking of narratives, I am reminded of Mourinho, who was recently dismissed. He has already proclaimed Real Madrid as the victors of this match, which has incited protests from Milan fans. Mourinho is undoubtedly an outspoken and colorful character. However, let us first review the starting lineups of both teams. AC Milan's formation consists of a 4-4-2 with 3 central midfielders, goalkeeper, Dida, defenders, Maldini, Colazza, Nesta, Otto, midfielders, Ambrosini, Pirlo, Kaká, Gattuso, forwards, Torres, Ibrahimovic. Real Madrid, on the other hand, employs a 4-3-3 with 2 defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Heinz, Pepe, Ramos, midfielders, Gago, Guti, De Jong, forwards, Huang Kevin, Raul, Robben. Today, the starting lineups from both teams are remarkably strategic. The combination of Gattuso and Ambrosini is specifically designed to counter Real Madrid's attacking line, particularly targeting Huang Kevin. Indeed, AC Milan's defensive line lacks sufficient speed, which is why Cassano remains on the bench, as Capello aims to unleash Robben against Milan's defense. In terms of defense, considering that both Ibrahimovic and Torres are more adept with their feet and lack exceptional heading ability, Capello opts to have Van Nistelrooy on the bench, allowing Heinz, who excels in defensive duties, to play centrally, while Marcelo and Huang Kevin form a formidable attacking duo on the flanks. Thus, even before the match commences, the tactical duel between Europe's esteemed coaches has already begun. Captain Huang Kevin is fortunate enough to win the coin toss, and both teams return to their respective formations. The Slovak referee, Luboš Michel, frequently glances at his watch, and at precisely 7:45 p.m., he sounds the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. Raul initiates the play with a lateral pass. Huang Kevin dribbles past the halfway line, and Gattuso immediately charges forward. Huang Kevin takes small, measured steps, taking his time to accelerate. It is not necessary to rush the tempo at the onset of the match, even though Huang Kevin's speed has yet to fully materialize. Gattuso remains vigilant. As he approaches within 3 meters, he carefully shifts his weight, bending slightly as he closes in on Huang Kevin. He extends his arms to maintain balance, ready to engage and impede Huang Kevin's movements, rendering him unable to initiate his play. Recalling their brief training sessions together, Gattuso is on high alert. With a swift motion, Huang Kevin casually nudges the ball with his right foot, prompting Gattuso to shift right, positioning himself along the sideline to block Huang's attempt to pass. However, as he adjusts, he sees Huang Kevin deftly hook the ball back with the tip of his right foot, a vertical flick, more challenging than a lateral maneuver. Yet, with Van Basten's finesse and Huang Kevin's innate talent, he is more than capable of executing such a feat in the presence of an old friend. Huang Kevin takes the opportunity to tease Gattuso. Once a backdrop for Ronaldinho, Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo, Gattuso finds himself momentarily playing the role of Huang's supporting cast. As Huang Kevin hooks the ball back with his right foot, Gattuso awkwardly shifts left. Before his left foot even touches the grass, Huang deftly transfers the ball to his left foot, a nimble maneuver. Gattuso, now alert, rapidly processes the situation and attempts to adjust his balance. Yet, in the next instant, he realizes he has miscalculated once more. With a swift touch, Huang Kevin propels the ball forward with his left foot, darting past Gattuso. Unable to adjust his center of gravity once more, Gattuso reached out, barely touching Huang Kevin's jersey before being shaken off, and he found himself seated on the grass. Damn it, Kevin, you have no sense of loyalty. Gattuso turned his gaze towards the stands. His vision may not have been exceptional, yet he was aware that his daughter sat there. He had hoped to amend his recent shortcomings through his performance, but it seemed today would be another failure. Pirlo and Otto wasted no time, surging forward together towards the right flank. Ambrosini was also on standby, ready to spring into action. Raul quickly vacated the center to provide support. As Huang Kevin advanced, he lifted his left foot, delivering a precise pass to Raul. who in turn returned the ball with a deft touch. Marcelo, with the ball at his feet, darted forward with remarkable speed. After a series of rapid changes in pace and direction, he unleashed a powerful shot with his left foot. The strike was sudden, catching the opposing players off guard. The ball soared towards the goal. Dida reacted swiftly, making a crucial dive to parry the shot. Ramos, having sprinted from the center to the right, turned and sent the ball soaring into the stands. Real Madrid's first attack resulted in 2 shots on goal, indicating that Marcelo's presence was a clear signal of Capello's intentions. Today, Real Madrid aimed to dominate through offense. Indeed, the 2 fullbacks for Real Madrid pushed high up the pitch. Appearing in AC Milan's penalty area shortly after the match commenced, a scenario familiar to Maldini, reminiscent of his days alongside Cafu. Huang Kevin was in fine form today, prompting AC Milan to exercise caution. Colazza and Nesta were engaged in a discussion regarding their defensive strategy. Capello, on the sidelines, erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! Kevin passes to you, and you can't return the favor?" Once he received the ball, Kevin had already moved to the flank. If you pass it to him, he could cut in from the left side of the box and shoot. Do you really think your shot is superior to his? I put you on the field to collaborate with Kevin, not for Kevin to accommodate you. Understand, you fool? With his head down, Marcelo trudged back. What more could he say? The instinct to attack was ingrained in Brazilian defenders. He had felt the rhythm and attempted a shot, only to find himself rebuked. Spotting Ramos also returning, Marcelo believed Ramos would comprehend his predicament. I concur with the coach. You should not have taken the shot yourself, Ramos remarked, accelerating back. Leaving Marcelo standing alone, he pondered, was it not the world that was flawed, but rather himself? Milan's defense began to orchestrate an attack. Raul's pressing remained relentless. It was hard to believe he was a 30-year-old forward, having maintained near full attendance this season. Though Raul did not secure a Ballon d'Or during his peak, his consistency was exceptional. Since joining the first team, he had exceeded 30 appearances each season. Except for his debut season, he consistently played around 45 matches annually, underscoring his resilience against injuries. Approaching Pirlo, Raul refrained from striking immediately, deliberately maneuvering to Pirlo's side before unexpectedly extending his left foot. Cautiously, Pirlo turned and played the ball laterally to Gattuso. Observing Kevin Huang's imminent challenge, Gattuso pivoted and executed a long pass towards the left flank. The quality of this pass was rather average, causing Ambrosini to miscontrol the ball, which veered towards the edge of the penalty area. He charged forward, wrestling with Guti for possession before turning and delivering a back pass, resulting in Guti tumbling to the ground. After assessing his teammates' positions, Pirlo deftly pushed the ball forward with his right foot, instantly delivering a precise long pass. The ball swiftly traversed the midfield, soaring over the heads of 2 Real Madrid defensive midfielders, heading straight towards the back line. Torres's pace was blistering. He left both teammates and opponents trailing behind, and as he approached the penalty area, he had to await the ball's descent. Hines sprinted back desperately, but at the moment the ball fell, he was unable to position himself ahead of Torres. Torres, in the right side of the penalty area, adeptly controlled the ball with his chest, allowing it to drop before suddenly accelerating to unleash a powerful strike. Goal! Fernando Torres! Exclaimed a jubilant Crudelli. Following a well-organized midfield play, Pirlo found Torres, and this goal was both concise and efficient. Torres's turning shot was nearly on par with Kevin's. His speed was comparable, though he fell short in other aspects. Yet, possessing a shooting technique and speed akin to Kevin's was sufficient for him to breach the defenses of a team of Real Madrid's caliber. Milan fans in front of the television screens were animatedly rubbing their faces. They had grown accustomed to the commentary style of this devoted Milan supporter. For the former number 10 was indeed exceptional. While it may sound somewhat feeble, upon reflection, Crudelli's words held merit. Torres was indeed an outstanding forward. However, even in terms of shooting technique, he lacked the variety that Kevin possessed. Just the difference in finesse, such as the lob shot, highlighted a considerable gap between the 2 players. Contemplating the retired number 10 jersey, Milan fans yearned for the return of the king to Milan. Just 4 minutes into the match, Fernando Torres had propelled AC Milan into the lead, igniting exuberance among the Milan supporters in the stands. Real Madrid had pushed too far forward, although Ramos refrained from joining the attack. Kaká's drift to the left wing rendered him unable to provide cover near the penalty area. This was AC Milan, whose transition from slow to rapid tempo was instantaneous. Indeed, in AC Milan's games, We often witness Pirlo delivering long passes to the front line, with Inzaghi controlling the ball on his chest before passing to Kaká or Torres, both of whom relentlessly pressed against the opponent's defense. These two players possessed remarkable speed and impact, necessitating multiple defenders to contain them. Their simultaneous forward runs could easily disrupt the opponent's defensive structure, and their ability to assist each other with passes made them particularly difficult to defend against. Reflecting on this, I was reminded of the former duo of Kaká and Kevin Huang during the days of Shevchenko, when Milan's attacking cluster consistently reaped rewards from counterattacks. This was the principle that in martial arts, speed conquers all. If you can execute rapid counterattacks while maintaining close coordination, it becomes effortless to tear apart the opponent's defensive line, as evidenced in Arsenal's matches. Watching Ancelotti bounce excitedly on the sidelines, Capello wore a smirk of derision. The lack of insight displayed by Kevin, despite his coaching experience, is astonishing. Does he not comprehend that a football match concludes only when the final whistle is blown? Today, the Milan players exhibited an exceptional performance. Their remarkable form was evident right from the outset. Capello suspects that Ancelotti, that scoundrel, might have employed some dubious tactics. A post-match urine test for the Milan players is imperative. Huang Kevin retraced his steps alongside his teammates. Just as the celebrating Torres approached, he deliberately raised his head to glance at Huang Kevin. In response, Huang Kevin offered a subtle thumbs up. Truly, he is the player I had faith in. Thriving on the field with Milan. This moment was witnessed by Kaká and Ensuing, who exchanged knowing glances, both prepared to showcase their finest abilities. As the match resumed, Robben once again played the ball to the left flank. Ensuing swiftly closed in on Huang Kevin, with a deft touch of his right foot. Huang Kevin sent the ball forward, causing Ensuing to instinctively assume it was a miscue, and he hurriedly extended his right foot. With a quick flick of his ankle, Huang Kevin struck the ball, which sped through Ensuing's legs. Huang Kevin accelerated, evading Ensuing's attempt to reclaim the ball. Gattuso charged forward once more, and both he and Huang Kevin sprinted towards each other. Initially, Gattuso was slightly closer, but within a second, he found himself lagging behind the ball. With inherent explosive power and speed, Van Basten, enhanced by Huang Kevin's remarkable athletic prowess, emerged as the fastest player on the pitch today. Even the unrefined Torres fell short in comparison to Huang Kevin. In a fervent encounter, the fans erupted in cheers for Huang Kevin, while the Rossoneri could only remain silent. For that was indeed Kevin. Approaching the ball, Huang Kevin had gained nearly half a meter of advantage, poised to seize possession. Gattuso, steeling himself, committed to a sliding tackle. Huang Kevin, unable to adjust in time, leapt to allow Gattuso to send the ball out of play. What a valiant effort from Gattuso. AC Milan's defense against Huang Kevin was intensely vigorous today, yet remained fair. Gattuso is known for his relentless defending, often scrappy, yet rarely resorting to malicious fouls. After him trailed Otto and Pirlo, with much of AC Milan's midfield energy focused on containing Huang Kevin. Marcelo stood outside the penalty area, preparing to throw in the ball. His gaze immediately fixated on Huang Kevin. Having just faced reprimand, he was now wary. Suddenly, Marcelo's eyes widened. Huang Kevin discreetly gestured towards the front, while he himself began to retreat to midfield. The astute Marcelo grasped Huang Kevin's intention, pretending to throw the ball back. He caught Gattuso and Pirlo off guard as they followed Huang Kevin into midfield, only to suddenly pivot and toss the ball to Robben. However, Robben faltered, miscontrolling the ball and inadvertently delivering it to Nesta's feet. Although he quickly countered, Nesta surprisingly executed a delightful nutmeg to bypass Robben, subsequently passing the ball to Maldini, who surged forward along the flank. It appears Nesta has adopted the nutmeg technique, a skill currently in vogue in the football world, particularly attributed to Kevin Huang. The nutmeg is deceptively simple, yet challenging to master. Notably, Barcelona's Messi and Iniesta have both showcased this maneuver multiple times in recent matches, with Iniesta's performance closely resembling Huang's, suggesting he has likely studied Huang's footage extensively. Maldini launched a long pass towards De Jong, who intercepted the ball just ahead of the defensive line. It became evident that without Ivanovic, AC Milan was resorting to aerial bombardment. Once the front trio gained possession, they almost instantly found themselves in a one-on-one situation. Minutes later, Pirlo delivered another long ball, and Iniesta skillfully redirected it with his chest to Kaká. Kaká, with his back to the defenders, executed a Marseille turn and deftly backheeled the ball into the penalty area. Torres suddenly sprang into action, Ramos, who had been closely marking him, anticipated the movement and collided with Torres from behind, causing Torres's shot to lack power. The positioned Casillas awkwardly managed to clutch the ball just in front of the goal line. This was unacceptable. Huang continued his retreat towards the halfway line. Inside the penalty area, Casillas was visibly frustrated. "Damn it, do you not want the Champions League?" he shouted. "I've already effected his shot." Ramos retorted, dissatisfied. Hearing Ramos's voice, Torres glanced back, exclaiming, "Damn. I didn't expect to encounter Ramos after leaving La Liga last season." He had nearly faced ruin at the hands of Ramos and Puyol. His transfer to Milan was partly motivated by the desire to escape the rough defenses of Serie A. "Never mind, just be cautious," Huang advised, wrapping an arm around Ramos's shoulder as they moved away. Ramos, irked, remarked, "This guy has been mingling with Barcelona players in the national team. He must be deliberately targeting me." "You should try to understand others' friendships," Huang replied with a smile. "He and Puyol might be close friends." "How do you know it's Puyol, Kevin?" Ramos inquired, realizing the implication. "Isn't it obvious? They often communicate when playing against Barcelona." Huang explained. "Fair point. I suspect he might be the mole. Otherwise, how would the newspapers know so many locker room secrets?" Ramos mused. "Such matters are delicate. It's best not to speculate," Huang advised. "At least for the first half, try to refrain from attacking. Milan has relied heavily on long passes today, and we need you to clear the ball. Their players are aging, and we can afford to exert ourselves in the second half." He had been closely observing AC Milan's matches. With Maldini and others aging, their stamina was noticeably waning, especially towards the latter stages of the match. The intensity of a Champions League final naturally demands greater endurance. "All right, I understand," Ramos nodded. "Truly, Kevin, you have quickly devised a strategy to counter Milan." As the game progressed, the strategy was set to ensure Robben received ample passes, allowing him to take on Maldini. Once Maldini grew weary, Kevin would take his place. Ramos, with a confident gesture, expressed his satisfaction with the plan, proclaiming, "What a splendid idea. I am indeed brilliant." After solidifying the tactics, he consulted with Guti. "Is this feasible?" Guti voiced his skepticism. "Kevin believes so," Ramos replied. "If Kevin thinks it's good, then let us proceed." Guti nodded in agreement, opting to pass to Robben, holding back his runs until the second half. As Casillas initiated the play from the back, Ramos executed a diagonal pass to Guti, who immediately returned it to Gago. Gago, along with De Jong, possessed commendable ball distribution skills and defensive prowess, forming a midfield duo with both strengths and weaknesses. They had no trouble in attracting the opposition with their ball control. As Torres pressed forward, Gago skillfully passed the ball laterally to the left. Marcelo, prepared to advance, found Guti making a run and quickly delivered a diagonal pass. Ambrosini rapidly closed in on Guti, who, with no time to adjust, deftly flicked the ball with his left foot. The ball soared swiftly to the right flank, unfazed by Ambrosini's absence. Robben anticipated the ball's trajectory and skillfully directed it forward with his chest, accelerating past Pirlo. He then began a rapid series of touches with his left foot, darting towards the Milan penalty area. Approaching the edge of the box, he suddenly veered diagonally into the area, but Maldini, with impeccable timing, executed a precise slide tackle, sending the ball flying from Robben's feet. Guti, making a forward run, charged towards the ball, but Maldini adeptly leaped to evade Guti's sliding challenge. Indeed, Maldini and Nesta showcased their attacking prowess. What a remarkable tackle, quick and precise. Italian defenders truly excel in this regard. Huang Kevin seized the opportunity to intercept, anticipating Maldini's movements. As a former teammate, he understood Maldini's rhythm, making a slight adjustment before unleashing a powerful shot from 40 meters out on the right flank. Dida could merely parry the ball away. A corner kick ensued, marking a critical moment. It remained uncertain whether AC Milan could withstand Huang Kevin's tactical corner. He approached the left corner flag, understanding that a strategy was imperative against Milan. Guti positioned himself just outside the penalty area, ready for a late run and distant shot. Raul stationed himself on the left side of the small box, with Nesta closely guarding him. Ramos and De Jong took their places centrally and on the right, respectively. Milan players shifted positions, displaying utmost caution. Dida's side, recalling how Huang Kevin had once shielded him from fireworks and encouraged him not to fear the clutter behind him, granting him the courage to stand resolutely on the goal line again. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid facing Huang Kevin, regardless of their past camaraderie. The pressure of Huang Kevin's prowess weighed heavily on him. After several adjustments, Daida ultimately chose to stand at the near post. Recognizing it as the most favorable position for intercepting headers, as players at the front post rarely misjudge the ball, unless it was specifically aimed at them. Daida gestured towards the far post and instructed Otto, "Position yourself by the goalpost. This way, there will be no issues." He personally covered the near post and the center, leaving the far post to his teammates. This was, theoretically, the most flawless defense. Huang Kevin raised his right hand, displaying 2 fingers, as the penalty area resembled water splashing into hot oil. With a sharp movement, Huang Kevin sprinted, striking the ball with his right foot underneath it. Raul made a run outside the penalty area, while Ramos leapt in the center, successfully heading the ball past the advancing Daida and Otto into the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the goal was disallowed. The goal was ruled out for Ramos's offensive foul. Upon review, it was indeed a foul as he had pushed Daida. Suddenly, a scuffle seemed imminent. Raul confronted Nesta, who could hardly evade the encounter. Nesta, known for his fiery temper, might have pulled Raul during the defense. It was unlikely that a physical altercation would ensue, as Ramos and Huang Kevin quickly intervened. Ramos positioned himself between the two, urging, "Please, let us not escalate this. There's really no issue at hand. Ask him what happened." Raul pointed at Nesta. Nesta irritably brushed Raul's hand away. The referee, attempting to mediate beside Raul, had little effect. Huang Kevin stepped in, pushing the two apart, inquiring, "What is going on?" "He tugged on me from behind," Raul explained. "Using hands in defense is normal. When the ball came, I had already let go," Nesta clarified. "But you suddenly released me, causing me to lose my balance," Raul retorted, visibly displeased. Huang Kevin turned to Raul, asking, "Was that a penalty?" "No. I'm just frustrated," Raul shook his head. Nesta attempted to interject, but Huang Kevin swiftly interrupted him, declaring, "If it's not a penalty, then there's nothing to argue about. You both shouldn't quarrel over this. I wasn't in the penalty area, so I can't comment on the specifics. Let us leave it at that." Huang Kevin then asked, "Alessandro, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Nesta replied, glancing at Huang Kevin before extending his hand to Raul. After a brief handshake, Raul and Nesta followed Huang Kevin back. "This time, it was my fault," Raul admitted. "Let it go. It's nothing," Huang Kevin said, wrapping an arm around Raul's shoulder with a smile. When Real Madrid players and AC Milan players clashed, it indeed put him in a difficult position. However, on the pitch, the players' interests took precedence over personal feelings. Wearing the captain's armband for Real Madrid, he knew he had to prioritize his team while striving to keep both sides satisfied. Huang Kevin had anticipated that Raul's reaction might have been excessive. Raul had it tough too, after being struck by a teammate. He could only vent his frustrations on an opponent, a form of reverse camaraderie. It was a good habit that Raul needed to maintain. Daida launched a long pass directly toward Kaká. Kaká swiftly maneuvered diagonally to the right. Huang Kevin thought, "What is going on?" Kaká typically surged down the left flank, especially after playing alongside Huang the King, leaning significantly towards the left. However, today he was making a run to the right. Observing Kaká's cheerful demeanor, Huang Kevin felt hesitant to voice his concerns and decided to press forward instead. Huang Kevin extended his right foot, and Kaká deftly nudged the ball forward. Huang quickly shifted laterally, positioning himself on the sideline. To his surprise, Kaká chose to circumvent him from outside the boundary, accelerating ahead. Huang could only pursue him in haste, preparing to teach this young lad a lesson at any opportunity. Marcelo charged forward but was skillfully evaded by Kaká, who broke through with the ball. Heinz's timely intervention successfully confined Kaká near the sideline. Inbu and Gattuso advanced to provide support. However, Kaká's pass was intercepted by Heinz and deflected out of play. Gattuso stepped up to throw in the ball, while Inbu stopped it with his foot and turned to deliver it leftward. Martini, who had moved up to assist, intercepted the ball, directing it towards Kaká. Without pausing, Kaká spun and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, but Ramos managed to block it just in time. With a swift sideways pass from Ramos, Pepe launched a long ball forward. The sphere landed just before the arc, still a fair distance from Guti. Fortunately, Milan's pressure was high, allowing Guti to successfully seize the ball. Robben had already surged to the right side of the penalty area, prompting Guti to lift a through ball. Huang Kevin, sprinting through the center, attracted the attention of Nesta and Otto. Upon receiving the ball, Robben turned sharply, delivering a cross with his right foot without hesitation. And the quality of the pass was commendable, As Huang sprinted toward the left side of the penalty area, he anticipated the ball's trajectory, which sailed over the heads of Nesta and Otto before beginning its descent. Nesta, turning just in time to spot Huang's position, felt a pang of dread. He could only focus on Huang, hoping against hope that he would not score, despite the slim likelihood of such a scenario. Huang's movements clearly indicated his intention to execute a bicycle kick, and Ambrosini, in pursuit, was unlikely to catch up. Indeed, Huang turned his back to the goal on the left side, exerting force with his right foot and propelling himself into the air, his center of gravity tilting backward. As his left leg reached parallel to his body, his right leg, which had initiated the leap, swung around. In that moment, Nesta kept his eyes locked on the ball. The instant Huang struck the ball with his right foot, it soared directly toward the right side of the goal. The distance was too close for Dida. He barely had time to shift his feet before the ball had already flown past him. By the time Dida turned back, he could only watch as the ball nestled into the junction of the right post and crossbar. Boom! Kaiwin! 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 The fans erupted from their seats, wildly celebrating and cheering. Is there a more decisive player in the world? There is none. Kaiwin! 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 Goal! 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 A truly extraordinary strike into the dead corner, executed with a bicycle kick, reflects Kaiwin's unshakable confidence. Were it any other player, such a goal might have been a fluke. Yet Kaiwin aimed precisely for that dead angle with his acrobatic effort, which posed no challenge for him. Even against the formidable AC Milan, Kaiwin remained unfettered, capable of executing bicycle kicks, scorpion kicks, and even heading the ball from outside the penalty area with finesse. While other players revel in the glory of a spectacular bicycle kick, Kevin has already transcended the confines of the pitch and the force of gravity, executing his goals in myriad ways while airborne. Adorned in his jersey, Kevin embodies the epitome of excellence. Stripped of it, even David would feel a sense of shame. His impeccable physical prowess allows him to adapt to any sport, although I have yet to witness him play basketball. One could easily surmise that should Kevin take to the court, he would surpass Michael Jordan and ascend as the greatest basketball player in the world. Raul dashes forward, only to be abruptly sidelined by Ramos. Next comes Robben. Raul hastily concedes his position, and indeed, beauty races past him from where he once stood. One by one, teammates surge forward to celebrate, and Raul, ensuring the backline is clear, finally joins the fray. Kevin, opting out of the jubilation, finds himself encircled by his teammates. Beauty teasingly chastises him. You rascal, didn't you say you'd save your energy for the second half? Fool, does Kevin truly miss a scoring opportunity on purpose? For him, missing is more challenging than finding the corners, Ramos remarked with dissatisfaction. Robben nodded in agreement. As a Dutch player, who hasn't watched Van Basten's legendary footage, that last goal bore a striking resemblance to one of Van Basten's. Yet, the intensity of the defense and the power of the shot differ significantly from Kevin's effort. Robben felt a sense of nostalgia, pondering how, in the absence of a hero, a mere youth could rise to fame. If only he and Kevin had been born a tad earlier, perhaps without one player, they could have added Sneijder or De Jong to form a trio, albeit not the famed Dutch trio. Kevin is the superlative Van Basten, even if he must begrudgingly play a more potent version of Goulet. De Jong is merely a watered-down ridge card. As for Sneijder, his skills align more closely with that of Koeman, a defender-turned-midfielder of the Dutch squad, an inconsequential figure. Alas, even the formidable Arjen Robben finds his brilliance overshadowed by Kevin's radiance. This is not a reflection of his inadequacy, but rather the extraordinary strength of his teammates. If he were to depart from Real Madrid for another elite club, wouldn't he undeniably be the core player there? As Robben celebrates alongside his comrades, myriad thoughts swirl in his mind. Meanwhile, on the Milan side, Nesta, Otto, and Ambrosini stand in the penalty area, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of what to articulate. The probability of executing a bicycle kick into the corner is akin to that of a long-range strike from midfield, both exceedingly arduous tasks. Regrettably, whether by bicycle kick or a world-class strike from distance, the individual who scored moments ago is capable of both. Capello, arms crossed on the sidelines, casts a disdainful glance towards the Milan bench. Did you see that, you fool? Torres's goal was splendid, yet Kevin's was even more extraordinary. Yet even such a world-class bicycle kick would not elicit a fervent celebration from Fabio Capello. As a leading figure among Italian coaches, only he possesses the detached mindset to inspire awe. Ancelotti, that portly fellow, simply does not measure up. Fabio, Milan's long passes were excessive today. Shall we consider bringing in Ivanovic for the second half? Galbiati approached the sidelines and inquired. Hold on, let's reconsider. Marcelo does possess some merit, Capello remarked. Although his fondness for languid Brazilian players was waning, he conceded that Marcelo exhibited remarkable talent in offensive play. Despite the common perception that Fabio Capello is a pragmatic and somewhat mundane coach, let the world witness who raises the banner of offense in the Champions League final. Milan resumed play. Kaká and Imbu teamed up to confront Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin lamented, "This is unbearable. Not only does Van Basten lack defensive skills. Even if he were matched against Barisi, he would struggle to defend against two elite attackers." Consequently, Huang Kevin relinquished his position, standing before Imbu and gesturing for his teammates to advance. Gago, astutely, joined Marcelo in pressing forward. Kaká swiftly turned to pass back the ball and made a rapid forward run. Gattuso, noticing Raul beside Pirlo, opted to carry the ball himself. Gago charged towards Gattuso, who promptly delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Ambrosini. Ambrosini executed a quick diagonal pass to the right, where Kaká, in possession, launched directly at Heinz. What a splendid move by Kaká. He adeptly changed his center of gravity, elegantly maneuvering past defenders, and surged into the penalty area to deliver a cross. Torres dashed past. And sometimes, excessive speed can be a double-edged sword. Real Madrid's defense appeared somewhat flawed today. Zhang. To be honest, Real Madrid's defense has always had its issues. Huang Kevin remarked. I concur. It often seems as though Real Madrid players are channeling Huang Kevin, inexplicably conceding goals. Were it not for Huang Kevin's exceptional conversion rate, Real Madrid might not have reached the Champions League final. That may not be entirely fair. Perhaps they are simply lacking in quality? Unlikely. Heinz was quite formidable during his time at Manchester United. Pepe had a period of outstanding performance. Although he may not currently shine as brightly, he remains steady. Ramos, though a Brazilian disguised as a Spaniard, is defensively superior to Marcelo, particularly in aerial duels. With him and Inde stationed in the penalty area, opposing corner kicks stand little chance of success. It still seems to be an issue of coordination. Real Madrid's defensive strength is commendable. I share that sentiment. When Yankolovsky was injured and Maldini did not occupy the center, Kaladz's presence was noticeably lacking. Milan's defense boasts vast experience. Yet their overall strength has declined significantly since Huang Kevin's arrival. They may not surpass the current strength of Real Madrid's defense. Certainly, when comparing Stam and Cafu, if we assess individual strength, the diminished Ma and the injury-plagued Neymar may still outshine Real Madrid's defenders. The question lies in the extent of that superiority. Furthermore, even if Real Madrid's defensive prowess exceeds that of Milan, their coordination cannot be compared to that of Milan. When comparing defensive capabilities to Italian teams, it's no jest. Even Brazilian defenders must first undergo tactical training in Italy. On the field, Pirlo initiated another counterattack with a long pass. The ball soared behind Marcelo, where Kaká received it on the right flank, unmarked. He carried the ball in from the right towards the penalty area. In this less familiar territory, when confronted by the weight of Heinz, Kaká misjudged the power, pushing the ball too far ahead. Heinz entangled him, and after breaking free, the ball had already crossed the goal line. The pace of both teams' offense and defense today is remarkably swift. Indeed, Real Madrid is advancing through the flanks while simultaneously forming an offensive cluster in the front, whereas AC Milan relies on Pirlo along with several defenders possessing long passing capabilities, delivering the ball whenever a gap appears. After all, both Torres and Kaká possess remarkable speed, allowing them to make runs. Gattuso's defensive strategy against Huang Kevin has been exceptionally effective. Throughout the first half, Huang Kevin has exhibited little beyond his goal, as former teammates know all too well how to defend against him. Shortly after the kickoff, Guti received the ball in midfield under pressure and laid it off to the supporting Ramos. Ramos executed a diagonal pass to Robben, aiming for him to continue attacking on the side of Maldini. However, upon noticing Huang Kevin making a run towards the right flank, Robben opted to return the pass. Huang Kevin was also aware of the fourth official raising the board for stoppage time. With the match so fiercely contested, the first 45 minutes flew by. When an opportunity arises, one must seize the moment to attack. Torres charged directly at Huang Kevin, who deftly pushed the ball forward to the advancing Guti. Torres swiftly turned to pursue Guti. Back! Ambrosini shouted as he too rushed towards Guti. What caliber of team allows Kevin to remain unmarked? Guti indeed passed the ball laterally to the right, prompting Ambrosini to pivot and charge towards Huang Kevin. He positioned himself closely, guarding against a sudden pass from Huang Kevin. Yet, as Huang Kevin moved, he left the ball stationary, stepping forward with his left foot, and with his right foot's instep, he delivered a cross behind him. The ball finding Guti once more. The ball had considerable force. Guti received it, and, with a well-timed backheel, directed it towards the edge of the penalty area. Huang Kevin surged forward from the right flank, and Ambrosini completely abandoned Guti, chasing after Huang Kevin. Even with all his might, he was unable to intercept Huang Kevin. This allowed Kevin to orchestrate a rapid counterattack, which was perilously dangerous. Ambrosini was already prepared to commit a foul. However, Huang Kevin anticipated the moment. Swiftly moving to the side of the ball, delivering a lateral pass to Roll at the top of the arc, Roll turned and sent a through ball behind Kaladza. Huang Kevin, having re-accelerated, instantly surpassed the turning Kaladza, while Nesta charged in from the right, unhesitatingly attempting a tackle. Thud! Huang Kevin struck the ball with his left foot, slightly leaping to evade Nesta's foot. Dida, positioned at the near post, dove to make the save, but the ball was traveling too swiftly. He merely sensed a blur before hearing the rustle of the net behind him. The ball had found the back of the net. The jubilant Real Madrid players rushed towards Huang Kevin. Kevin, goal! Kevin, goal! It was an ostensibly simple shot. Yet the sequence of 11 consecutive passes rendered this team effort extraordinary. The Milan players had performed admirably, had it been another team. They could have secured victory in the first 45 minutes, exhibiting an epic performance on both offensive and defensive fronts. Alas, the heroes of this epic remain mere mortals, eternally unable to contend with the might of the divine. Kevin interspersed his runs, executing a series of four-wall passes with his teammates, effortlessly penetrating Milan's formidable defensive line. Just before the end of the first half, he successfully assisted Real Madrid in completing a comeback. Robben, seeking the ball on the flank, found himself ignored by both Real Madrid and Milan players alike. This clearly illustrates that even a player of Robben's caliber, who had excelled at Chelsea, saw his significance diminish when faced with Kevin's presence on the right. However, this is not a reflection on him. Even if Garrincha were in his place, the outcome would remain unchanged. Throughout the annals of football history, no one has been able to compare with Kevin. I sincerely hope that the young men from Milan can secure the Champions League title, yet we must acknowledge that, at times, football is not merely a sport that rewards effort with victory. Real Madrid's splendid team coordination nearly ignited the entire world. Some young fans from Russia, who had initially jeered at Huang Kevin due to their beliefs, joined the celebrations exuberantly alongside the Mellingers. Football transcends beliefs, races, and skin colors, and its popularity is entirely justified. Adrenaline surged as Russian fans experienced this level of competition live for the first time, their hearts racing with excitement. One by one, they removed their shirts and waved them wildly, presenting a spectacle that would surely leave a lasting impression on the young spectators. Nesta, with his head bowed and hands on his hips, stood inside the penalty area. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet he could not make the tackle. In the past, he had thought Ronaldo was challenging enough, but now there was another formidable opponent to contend with. Next time he visits Huang Kevin's home, he vows to drink and take something back to regain his pride. As Milan resumed play, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. Huang Kevin and Ramos exchanged greetings with the Milan players, sharing light-hearted banter as they walked towards the sidelines. Capello, offering a towel and water bottle, elicited glances from the Milan players, despite the familiarity of the gesture. Kevin, will you play the full match or just 70 minutes? Capello inquired, walking alongside Huang Kevin. I believe I can manage the entire game. I've had ample rest, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Typically, substitutions are made without hesitation. But wasting Huang the King's immunity card in the Champions League final would surely displease him. All right, we shall see how it unfolds. I doubt they can endure the full 90 minutes, Capello remarked, gesturing. Are you suggesting they should conserve their energy for the second half? Huang Kevin asked, astonished. I sensed that your previous communication with them revolved around this matter, after which they began passing to Robben. Capello chuckled as he waved his hand. His backpack accidentally tumbled to the ground, and a slender, segmented stick rolled out. Ancelotti, walking ahead, instinctively turned back and bent down to retrieve it. This is merely a decorative item, Capello explained, then widened his eyes as he noticed the gleam of silver peeking from Ancelotti's cufflinks. Huang Kevin felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. Ancelotti chose to disregard Capello, turning to Huang Kevin to explain. This is the new receiving device, Kevin. I trust you comprehend that the metallic effect is far superior. The wisdom gleamed in Capello's eyes behind his glasses. Nonsense about a receiving device. Perhaps it was merely an armored guise, suggesting a desire for a physical confrontation. Damn it, that rotund Ancelotti is indeed playing dirty. In the Milan locker room, the atmosphere shifted drastically as the players returned, the previous laughter replaced by a solemn silence. The score of 2-1 was hardly remarkable. One goal is never a guarantee, and often, trailing teams manage to stage a comeback. However, the strength of the opposing team and the caliber of its players must be considered. As the Milan players, who knew Huang Kevin best, felt the weight of the challenge, they sought counsel from their captain. Ancelotti glanced toward Maldini. Maldini, steeling himself, rose and addressed the locker room. Today's match is not to be taken lightly. We all know how formidable a challenge Kevin's Real Madrid presents. Yet, we must fight. Only through effort do we find even a glimmer of hope. Consider Italy's unexpected triumph in the past. Our current circumstances are certainly more favorable than those faced by the Italian team back then, are they not? Kaka bowed his head in silence, already resigned to the prospect of a silver medal. Today's match was primarily an opportunity for Kevin to witness his growth over the past 2 years. Maldini's words did little to alter the atmosphere in the locker room. After a minute of silence, no one else stepped forward. The eager Inbu strode to the center of the locker room, feeling a tinge of nervousness as he prepared to speak for the first time in Milan's locker room. At 27, a relatively young starter at AC Milan, he felt the weight of the moment. I'm not here to bid farewell. So don't read too much into it, he stammered, provoking a ripple of good-natured laughter among the players. Feeling encouraged, Inbu continued. We've arrived at the club, and we possess the finest attacking line in Europe, yet we find ourselves trailing. I may not have been in Milan long, but I have witnessed and heard tales of the countless miracles this club has achieved. Even a winger can save 4 penalties. Why can't we overturn Kevin's team? Please, when the final whistle blows, let us celebrate like champions. For in that moment, it will not merely be Milan belonging to AC Milan. It will be Italy and Europe belonging to AC Milan. With that, Inbu overturned the table. His impassioned speech and fervent gestures ignited the locker room. The Milan players rose, roaring in unison, Milan, champions! Milan, champions! Milan, champions! Nesta leaned against Maldini, teasing, our new captain has arrived. Let us hand him the armband. Zlatan is decent, but you surpass him slightly. Yet, Kevin remains the best, Maldini murmured. He had cleverly referenced a phrase about George Best, stating that while Pelé is good, Maradona is better, Best is the best. Perhaps one day Kevin will return, adorned with the captain's armband, Nestor nodded. Ancelotti, gazing contentedly at the fervent players, quietly opened the locker room door, intending to step outside for a smoke. As he pushed the door ajar, he spotted Capello standing a short distance away at the opposite locker room entrance. After a moment's reflection, Ancelotti approached him to extend a greeting. What a coincidence, Fabio, Ancelotti remarked. Indeed, Carlo, Capello replied with a nod. What you witnessed today is, in essence, a talisman intended to ward off malevolent forces. If you possess even a modicum of knowledge about Chinese culture, my meaning would be clear. There's no need for elaboration. The specifics are inconsequential. Ancelotti waved his hand dismissively, raising an eyebrow. I believe the challenges plaguing European football are escalating. Many seem to favor a blend of sorcery and tactics, which is evidently abnormal. Yes, I concur. Capello adjusted his glasses with his middle finger. Every match brings the concern of opponents targeting my players. That scoundrel Rijkaard even employed a sorcerer who was subsequently apprehended. It is rumored that a vast nefarious organization clandestinely orchestrated his rescue. Thus, I devised certain measures to safeguard my players. For the game today is far more perilous than in my time, Ancelotti remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smile, clearly confident in his strategy. How fortuitous. For I have taken similar steps. Protecting Kevin is no simple task, Capello replied with a sardonic grin. As long as Ancelotti does not undermine that wretched radar. Today's match shall not be straightforward. Let us make a pact, then. We shall refrain from employing any extraneous tactics against each other's players and allow the game to return to the pitch, Ancelotti proposed, extending his hand. Capello reciprocated the gesture, clasping Ancelotti's hand. Agreed. I too desire for the match to be more straightforward. They exchanged smiles, with Ancelotti even taking the initiative to light Capello's cigarette. In their youth, cinematic portrayals and societal norms intertwined smoking with allure and fashion, transcending mere gender. While Capello's craving for cigarettes was not as intense as Ancelotti's, he would still indulge alongside Laura at home. Even knowing the health risks associated with smoking, he remained indifferent. Without Laura, the world held no significance for him. The two men conversed about their respective teams, seemingly devoid of any barriers. As the cigarette came to an end, the players from both teams emerged from the locker room, and the coaches swiftly rejoined their respective squads. Galbiati approached Capello, inquisitively inquiring, "How did you find yourself in league with him?" He was acutely aware of the tension between Capello and Ancelotti, recalling the time when Ancelotti sat on the bench as Capello's assistant. Nothing of consequence, Capello shook his head. "That scoundrel seeks to confound me, resorting to underhanded tactics. What a duplicitous little man," Galbiati whispered in astonishment. Who would have suspected that beneath Ancelotti's affable exterior lay such cunning? "Prepare yourself shortly," Capello said, covering his mouth. "After I observe the stars, I shall convene the forum to ensure they inspect the flags and their orientation." "I understand. I will reach out to them," Galbiati affirmed with a nod. As Capello's assistant, he had frequently assisted in arranging formations. He possessed a certain understanding of the strategies of Chi Min Dun Jia and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The positioning of the fans was personally orchestrated by him. The choice to involve fans rather than club personnel stemmed from the unwavering loyalty these supporters exhibited towards Real Madrid, far surpassing that of ordinary players, staff, and coaches. During the first half, when Huang Kevin sustained an injury, a devoted faction of Real Madrid fans established the Kevin Society. This clandestine organization had remained undisclosed since its inception, meticulously screening the composition of its members. Not only were immediate family members included, but even close friends with affiliations to rival teams were excluded from consideration. Thus, it was fair to say that the fans here were the most devoted of the devoted, each hailing from generations of Real Madrid supporters. Beyond the 28 founding members, only 8 additional individuals had been attracted after 6 months of scrutiny. They possessed their own manifesto, insignia, and coded language, convening weekly in secret to share insights on various fan organizations, exchange intelligence on opponents, and deliberate on matters concerning the team, such as banners to be displayed in the South Stand. Galbiati and Capello held these fans in high esteem. Initially, they had approached with a display of their influence within fan circles and society at large, along with their credentials. Even Capello conceded that, should he betray Real Madrid, none among this group would ever turn traitor. With such an organization, Capello found it significantly easier to accomplish his objectives. Milan, we shall always support you. Go Madrid. Go Madrid. The chants of both sets of fans resonated as the players returned to the pitch. The deep hues of the red and black stripes exuded passion, while the crown upon the white jersey signified nobility. This clash, touted as the pinnacle of world football, attracted over 55 million viewers globally. In matches devoid of Huang Kevin's participation, the 27.2 million average viewership for the 2006 World Cup semi-final between France and Portugal stood as the highest figure to date. Today's match had eclipsed that by a factor of 2. This was particularly noteworthy, given that the kickoff occurred after midnight in Beijing, with subsequent replay figures likely to be even more astonishing. The teams exchanged sides and resumed play. Milan opted not to hasten the tempo, instead choosing to methodically organize from the back. Capello gazed up at the starry sky of Moscow, the Z-Way star flickering erratically, while the 3rd and 7th stars of the Big Dipper, along with the bright presence of Lucian and Pujuan, tightened his heart. The Z-Way Emperor star represented Earth, while Pujuan was associated with water, which was inconsequential. However, the wealth-bearing Lucian belonged to gold, which is subdued by wood, causing him to curse inwardly. Was this a portent that someone would undermine Kevin? Capello glanced towards the Milan bench, a cold smile involuntarily creasing his lips. Indeed, that rotund figure, Ancelotti, harbored ill intentions. Fortunately, Fabio Capello was no stranger to adversity. With him present, the Emperor star would not fall today. Inform them. Commence. Capello commanded. Galbiati promptly retrieved his phone, crafting a message to send forth. On the stands, flags representing the 28 constellations fluttered gently. Galbiati approached the coaching bench, retrieving Capello's meticulously crafted celestial cauldron from his backpack. After lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing thrice, he quietly relinquished his position. Capello, with a flourish of his robe, produced the vermilion bird feather fan from the small of his back. Standing on the sidelines, he began to chant. A strand of azure silk drifts behind. Robes of water entwined with silken ties. When the primordial spirit manifests, turtles are vanquished, to slay and seal as the horned wood dragon. A veil of gauze covers the head. Mysteries within the abdomen hold no competition. Subduing dragons and tigers as if commonplace, to slay and seal as the fighting wood insect. In Moscow, the evening air pressure subtly began to drop. The unusual activity at Real Madrid's coaching bench caught the attention of the Milan coaching staff. "Carlo, what is he doing?" Tassadi inquired, turning to his colleague. Capello's actions were evidently extraordinary. "Humph." Ancelotti raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Whatever he is up to, it surely bodes no good. That cunning scoundrel Capello." On the field, Kaka and Yimbu were engaged in a series of wall passes just outside the penalty area, with Yimbu delivering a through ball. However, Torres misfired his shot, hitting it poorly. Hines blocked his path, shepherding the ball out of bounds. Torres could only shake his head as he trudged back, lamenting the missed opportunity. Both teams were still in the exploratory phase of the match, with several attacks lacking conviction and failing to produce any high-quality chances. Ancelotti focused intently on the Real Madrid bench, his gaze fixed on Capello. As Capello concluded his final gesture, standing with hands clasped behind his back, the sky released a single raindrop, which quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. "Damn it! I've figured it out. I finally understand," Ancelotti exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. "That despicable man is performing a rain dance. He intends to use the rain to disrupt our hexagram formation, making it easier for him to target our players." Oh, Tassadi responded, coming to a realization. The sudden downpour startled him. The power of one individual to alter the weather was beyond his reckoning. Yet, upon hearing Ancelotti's assertion of a rain dance, Tassadi felt a wave of relief wash over him, reducing his initial trepidation to mere half. That trendy dance from Africa, what difference could it make? Even if it occasionally proved effective, Italians inherently felt a sense of superiority in the face of all things African. Tassadi resolved to inform the newspapers of this revelation later, urging them to investigate Capello. If a rain dance could indeed summon rain, then Capello must have employed some nefarious means, perhaps even sacrificing something of great value. Speaking of sacrifice, Tassadi couldn't help but glance at Dida on the field. If it came to that, perhaps it was best to substitute Dida after his departure. Gattuso might just stand on the goal line and hold firm. "What am I thinking? I need to remedy this situation on the bench," Ancelotti urged as he observed Kaka slip and fall. "All right, I'll do it now," Tassadi nodded, hurriedly preparing on the bench. Yet Ancelotti displayed not a hint of a smile. He could deceive the assistant coach, but he could not fool himself. Capello, that scoundrel, has truly managed to invoke the rain, a feat that surpasses all expectations. Ancelotti, catching a glimpse of the crimson-clad Acerati seated on the coaching bench, suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. It is the power of the Holy Lance. Capello, that heretic, could never possess such ability. Indeed, that is splendid news," Tassadi replied with delight. "Fortunately, he is also a Christian. Since it is not an evil force, there is no need for excessive worry. Truly, Carlo is remarkable, possessing vast knowledge and an array of tactics." Tassadi felt that he would never be able to stand alone. It is better to follow Ancelotti. On the field, Kaka received the ball in the forward position and deftly nudged it ahead. The rain-soaked pitch accelerated the ball's speed, leaving De Jong caught off guard as the ball whizzed past him. Yimbu unleashed a powerful long-range shot, but Pepe successfully blocked it with his foot. The ball ricocheted off Pepe's sole, soaring into the penalty area. Torres and Ramos surged towards the box, with Torres clearly exhibiting superior speed. He caught up to Ramos from a more distant position. The Real Madrid supporters could not contain their astonishment. This lad from Atletico truly possesses remarkable skill. As both players pursued the ball at the edge of the penalty area, Casillas suddenly charged out of the box, accurately anticipating the ball's descent, and headed it away from the two players. The ball landed on the right flank, directly at Gattuso's feet. Faced with such a golden opportunity, Gattuso swung his right foot with all his might. Casillas leapt swiftly, successfully parrying Gattuso's powerful shot. The ball struck Casillas' chest and rebounded to the top of the penalty arc. Pepe advanced to collect the ball, turning to unleash a powerful kick, only to have Ambrosini intercept it. The ball soared to the left flank. The advancing Maldini seized the ball, with Ramos rushing to defend. With a swift motion, Maldini delivered a cross, the ball sailing over De Jong's head, landing in the center where Yimbu followed up with a brilliantly curved shot. Displaying both finesse and power, a true world-class strike. Casillas, in a desperate attempt, leapt to save but could not prevent the goal. Goal. Yimbu. 22. We are level. Yimbu's magnificent strike found the dead corner, leaving Casillas with no chance to respond. This goal should not have occurred. Pepe and Hines had pursued Torres into the box, while De Jong, in his effort to track back, failed to mark anyone. After the ball bounced, no one was positioned to clear it immediately. Had they not erred, Yimbu would not have had the opportunity to shoot. Indeed, but the quality of that shot was exceptionally high. Just look at this frontal angle. The ball's arc as it approached the penalty area was unmistakably difficult to defend against. Today, both teams scored exceptionally beautiful goals, worthy of a clash between the first and second teams in terms of Champions League titles. This is undoubtedly a match of the highest caliber in contemporary football. Seated in the coach's area, Capello observed that Ancelotti did not celebrate the goal. He stepped out from the coaching pavilion, gazing towards the Milan bench, where he spotted Ancelotti crouched down, fiddling with his small radar. Damn it! Capello turned around and struck the side panel of the rain shelter with a fist. Indeed, Ancelotti had begun to resort to his cunning tactics once again. However, Capello remained undaunted. As he took to the podium, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a torrential downpour ensued. The brilliance of the star Lucien had been obscured by the rain clouds, and no matter what Ancelotti did, he could not harm Kevin. It remained true that only after the completion of the 90 minutes could one ascertain who the true victor was. Capello swiftly handed a towel to Huang Kevin, who was at the sidelines changing his shoes. The Milan players did not celebrate excessively. Changing shoes was of utmost importance at such a moment. With the assistance of the staff and coaching team, Huang Kevin donned his gear and was the first to turn back toward the field. Yimbu, having also changed his shoes, glanced at Huang Kevin, who returned the gesture with a cheerful wave. Yimbu was indeed a player capable of producing highlight-worthy moments. His skill and imagination were truly remarkable. Huang Kevin glanced at the scoreboard. With a score of 22 displayed, the time read 58-21. It was nearly the right moment to unleash a vigorous assault on Milan's defense. As his teammates returned, Huang Kevin called them over and proclaimed, "Let us commence our full offensive now." "Great. I've been itching to do this," Ramos exclaimed with excitement. Robben shot a sideways glance at Ramos, feeling aggrieved. "Damn. I've carried the ball so many times in the first half, and no one was there to support me. All this time, it was you deliberately holding back." He pondered why Ramos had suddenly stopped making forward runs, initially suspecting it was a directive from the coach. Now he realized it was Kevin's idea. "Damn it. Ramos should have at least informed me." "We follow your lead, Captain," Raul teased with a grin. "You do talk a lot, you Atletico lad," Guti chuckled. "Let us show them a thing or two. They shouldn't think that Real Madrid is only capable of this level. Come on, lads." With renewed confidence, the Real Madrid players resumed play, aside from Robben, who wore a frustrated expression. "Damn, I can barely run anymore." Especially after the rain began in the second half. His energy was sapped. Each time he made a run and cut inside, his speed diminished, making it easier for opponents to stick close to him. The physical confrontations and the struggle for balance depleted his stamina significantly. "Damn it. Ramos must have purposely kept me in the dark." Kevin was not one to act in such a manner. Raul initiated the play with a lateral pass, and Huang Kevin once again received the ball on the right flank. Yimbu immediately surged towards Huang Kevin. Without rushing to dribble past, Huang Kevin turned and executed a back pass. Marcelo did not advance. Gago swiftly moved to the left to receive the ball, turning to make a lateral pass. De Jong, in possession, faced Torres's pressing and promptly passed to Ramos. Seeing Ramos with the ball, Torres hesitated and ultimately refrained from closing in. As a forward, being less aggressive in defense was hardly consequential. As Ramos advanced with the ball down the right flank, he continually scanned for Huang Kevin's position. Huang Kevin roamed in midfield, accompanied by Gattuso, without making any forward runs. Pirlo was also nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Were it not for the rain, Ramos would have surely passed, for there was little difference between facing a defender and having no one marking them at all. However, he truly lacked confidence on a rainy day. What if an ill-timed pass compelled Kevin to chase, resulting in a loss of possession? That would be trivial, but what if Kevin lost his footing and sustained an injury? Ramos sighed and carried the ball past the halfway line. Ambrosini hurried towards Ramos, shouting, "Give it to me." As Ramos lifted his right foot, Ambrosini halted, preparing to retreat. Unexpectedly, Ramos gently nudged the ball with his right foot, accelerating past him. "Quick, give it to me." Robben again raised his hand, urging. Maldini swiftly advanced, positioning himself between Robben and Ramos, ready to intercept any pass and to pressure either player. As Ramos continued his run, he lifted his left foot for a lateral pass. But Maldini disregarded the motion, leaning directly into Ramos. Damn it, didn't he fool him? The ploy failed, and Ramos boldly leaned in, his shoulder colliding with Maldini's. Caught off guard, Maldini stumbled as he slipped, allowing Ramos to break free with the ball. Huang Kevin surged forward while Raul deliberately fell back, creating depth on the field. Nesta shadowed Huang Kevin closely, and the defenders concentrated entirely on the interaction between Ramos and Huang Kevin. Without hesitation, Ramos lifted his right foot and caressed the ball's side. The ball soared horizontally toward the edge of the penalty area. Huang Kevin and Nesta sprang into action almost simultaneously, given their proximity. Huang Kevin found it difficult to shake off Nesta. As the ball descended, Huang Kevin recognized he could not delay any longer. Despite Nesta being an Italian defender, his agility rivaled that of any African player. This half-high ball would not pose a challenge for Nesta. In motion, Huang Kevin exerted force with his left foot, leaning forward as he leaped into the air for a header. Nesta's eyes widened in alarm. Damn, too slow. Faced with Huang Kevin, there was no room for luck. He could only watch as Huang Kevin, positioned before him, struck the ball firmly with his head. Nesta had no desire to turn back. The ball zipped past him, heading straight for the goal. Dida, stationed centrally, swiftly moved and leaped, extending his arm in an attempt to block the incoming ball. A mere sliver of space remained between his outstretched arm and the crossbar, yet the ball still struck the lower edge of the bar, crashing down behind the goal line. Huang Kevin. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Huang Kevin completed a hat-trick today, each goal a spectacle in its own right. In the 2005-2006 Champions League final against Barcelona, Huang Kevin executed a leaping header from outside the box, and today, he scored again with a diving header just inside the penalty area, nudging the ball into the net's far corner. This goal could not be blamed on Dida. No choice, even when opportunities are scarce. Huang Kevin still finds a way to shoot. AC Milan's strategy was clear. If they could not contain Huang Kevin, they would need to stifle those providing him passes. As Maldini was bypassed, several players surged towards the right flank. Ramos delivered an excellent cross, and Huang Kevin's header was remarkably imaginative. One might wonder if he honed that angle through his practice of snooker. Black Kevin, indeed. I must express my astonishment. Even AC Milan cannot withstand the prowess of Huang Kevin. I am truly amazed that even with Nesta's close marking, this fellow can still score with a header. It is not that AC Milan lacks strength. Rather, Huang Kevin is exceptionally formidable. If he wins again this year, he will have achieved 4 consecutive UEFA Champions League titles since his entry into the football world. It is utterly infuriating. Can he truly match Real Madrid's historic achievement of 5 consecutive titles? To be fair, even Real Madrid's 5 consecutive victories do not carry the same weight as a potential 5-peat today. Back then, not all elite clubs participated in the Champions League, and the competition was less fierce, making it easier to emerge victorious. If Huang Kevin were to secure 5 consecutive titles, and not with multiple teams, that would indeed be remarkable. However, such accolades hold little value unless Huang Kevin contributes a significant amount. Otherwise, he need not expect me to address him as Brother Kevin throughout my life. Just 5,000 would suffice. I would settle for a mere 1,000. Honestly, even 200 would earn him my respect. It seems that some individuals have chosen a path of mischief. In an era before the term involution existed, the phenomenon was already pervasive. Ramos rushed to Huang Kevin's side, embracing him and running towards the sideline, filled with fervor. Robben, however, stood frozen in the penalty area. Not only did he refuse to pass to me, but he also celebrated alone. In response, Robben resolved to withhold the ball from Ramos later on. At that moment, Raul patted Robben on the shoulder, gesturing towards the sidelines, saying, "Al-Young, the coach intends to substitute you." Indeed, Robben spotted Cassano waiting on the sidelines, with Higuain warming up behind him. The prospect of Huang Kevin being substituted crossed Robben's mind, bringing him a sense of balance as he made his way to the sidelines. That goal was simply magnificent. Guti also approached the sidelines, embracing Huang Kevin's shoulders and remarking that such goals were routine for him. Ramos, feeling disgruntled, retorted. Guti shot Ramos a glance, thinking that Cassano was indeed correct. Without a blood relation, it would be difficult for Ramos to display such pride. Given that Huang Kevin was born in 83 and Ramos in 86, could they be father and son? Guti resolved to consult a scholar on this possibility post-championship. Are you planning to substitute Huang Kevin? Baldini inquired from the sidelines. Substitute Huang Kevin? Absolutely not. Today he will play the entire match, Capello replied, shaking his head. The esteemed master has spoken. What could he possibly fear today, if not for the fond memories of their past camaraderie? Perhaps Fabio Capello would unleash the Nine Heavens Thunder technique to obliterate that rotund figure, Ancelotti. If you aren't substituting, why has Higuain been warming up? Baldini curiously asked. Capello paused, realizing the inconsistency. Indeed, why was Higuain warming up? Observing Capello's reaction, Baldini understood and said, then let him return. No, it's fine as it is. Capello replied. Without someone warming up behind him, he felt as though something was amiss. As one of the finest coaches in Europe, he stands resolutely by the sidelines, braving the rain to support his players. In the midst of the downpour, Higuain indulges in a warm-up, savoring the electrifying atmosphere of the Champions League final. Returning to the center circle, Milan's trident fixates on Huang Kevin. Torres and Higuain exchange a glance, a moment of mutual admiration blossoming between them. Were it not for Kevin's presence, they might well be regarded as the preeminent attacking players in the world. Many seek excuses to absolve themselves. Yet Higuain never believed that a mere few centimeters in height could wield such influence. In terms of speed, agility, and balance, he readily acknowledges the disparity between himself and Huang Kevin. Higuain feels that his only advantage lies in sheer strength, but after observing Kevin's recent performances, even that confidence begins to wane. Alas, Zlatan finds himself once again vying for second place. As play resumes, Higuain takes the initiative, dribbling towards Huang Kevin. In front of him, he executes a deft move, successfully bypassing Kevin. When Kevin pursues, Higuain refrains from an immediate pass, tilting his head to wait for Kevin's approach. At that moment, Gago seizes the opportunity to slide in, redirecting the ball behind Higuain. Kevin, upon receiving the ball, swiftly pivots, evading Kaká's outstretched foot. Kaká, quick to turn, leans against Kevin, but soon loses his balance and is left behind. Kevin advances past the halfway line, with Gattuso and Pirlo charging towards him. A deft flick of his ankle sends the ball back, deceiving Gattuso and forcing him to the ground as he clings to Kevin's waist. Pirlo hastily extends his leg, but Kevin spins, returning the ball to Guti before darting forward. Gattuso trails behind, while Pirlo presses up to confront Guti. Guti remains patient, awaiting his teammate's advance. Only when Pirlo closes in does he deliver a lateral pass to Gago on the left flank. Gago pushes forward, engaging in a 1-2 with Guti. Receiving the ball once more, Guti expertly caresses it with his left foot, sending it swiftly to the left side of the field. Marcelo, without breaking stride, delivers a cross with his left foot, and Huang Kevin, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, unleashes a powerful shot with his right foot. Martini leaps to block, but the ball soars past him. Dida, stationed near the near post, leaps but fails to intercept, and the ball descends into the net. The stadium falls silent, enveloped in the rain of Moscow. Like a bucket of cold water, it doused the spirits of the Rossoneri. They yearned for their team to muster the courage to overcome the miraculous man. In the end, they discovered that the man himself was the miracle. The situation for the Merengues was quite similar. The goals scored today were astonishing. Each was a spectacle in its own right. Many among them had never witnessed the legendary stars of Europe in action. Yet, these past 2 years have undoubtedly been the most joyous moments for Real Madrid supporters. The team continuously reaps championships, suppressing their arch-rivals, Barcelona and Atletico, while maintaining an exceptional level of entertainment in their matches. Football centered around a single player lacks teamwork. But who cares about such matters? It is the spirit of individual heroism that ignites passion within the hearts of the fans. At last, the Luzhniki Stadium erupted with boundless energy. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The fervor of the Madridistas pierced through the rain, successfully reaching the players on the field. Even as the temperatures in Moscow dipped, it could not freeze their fervent hearts. Kevin, Kevin, goal, goal, goal. In a quintessential Kevin-style goal, he struck from the right at an absolutely 0-degree angle, even narrower than that of Van Basten. Yet Kevin still managed to send the ball soaring over Dida's head and into the net. Dida once remarked that Kevin saved his career, but after today, he might need some time to recalibrate his emotions. In truth, Dida need not concern himself with such matters. Kevin has never cared who the goalkeeper is. For no one standing on the goal line can thwart his scoring, unless Kevin himself were to guard the net. I have always been curious about whether Kevin's shooting prowess is superior to his goalkeeping skills. Yet, this question will forever remain unanswered. For there will never be another Kevin in this world. The finest attacking player is Kevin, and the best defensive player is likewise Kevin. Ibrahimovic glanced back at the besieged Huang Kevin, now with a score of 4-2, and felt a peculiar sense. Huang Kevin had been toying with them. Each time AC Milan scored, he promptly answered with 2 goals. Now he was intrigued. If Milan were to score once more, would Huang Kevin retaliate with another pair? In the stands, Abramovich looked towards Peter Kenyon, who too shone with enthusiasm. This former CEO of Manchester United, who had pledged allegiance to Abramovich, contributed significantly to Chelsea's rise. Mourinho's departure was also somewhat tied to him. Both Abramovich and Kenyon favored bolstering the squad with new talent, with Ballack being one of Kenyon's advocated signings. "Shall we pursue Kevin?" Kenyon suggested. Abramovich sighed, "I wish we could, but alas, signing Kevin is no simple feat. This acquisition would undoubtedly be challenging, yet currently, Chelsea scarcely qualifies as a British powerhouse. It can only be regarded as a club with a respectable history in the Premier League." Kenyon remarked, "Before your arrival, Chelsea had only 1 top-flight league title, 5 cup victories, and had claimed 2 cup winners' cups. Many clubs boast similar accolades. Even Burnley, Tottenham, and Derby County possess 2 top-flight league titles. To ascend to the ranks of elite clubs in England and indeed across Europe, Chelsea must persistently secure championships and seize opportunities to clinch the UEFA Champions League. However, in signing Kevin, Chelsea would be instantly recognized as a formidable powerhouse, with a significant likelihood of becoming European champions within 3 years. The previously hesitant Abramovich nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Although challenges abound, numerous solutions exist. The greatest tragedy in the world is not the depletion of wealth, but the loss of life. As long as monetary means can resolve issues, there is nothing beyond his capabilities. The game was poised to resume. The ball was played back to the defense, and Pirlo quickly scanned the positions of his teammates. Real Madrid's defense was even tighter than before, with both Torres and Kaká closely marked. Pirlo refrained from passing, deftly maneuvering the ball with his right foot while awaiting the oncoming challenge from the Madrid players. Raul surged forward, prompting Pirlo to quickly lift his foot and trap the ball. A small depression on the left side of the pitch kept the ball stationary. Raul, having overcommitted, swiftly turned and attempted to regain control with his right foot, an awkward maneuver given it was not his dominant side. He struggled to escape with the ball. Pirlo, positioned closely behind, gently wrapped his arms around Raul, who had yet to adjust the ball to his left foot. Noticing Cassano approaching for support, Raul promptly executed a direct pass. Cassano charged from the right towards the center to receive the ball, while Huang Kevin suddenly sprang into action, darting towards the right flank. Ramos and Guti also surged forward. Eager to make an impression, the recently substituted Cassano displayed his skills, deftly maneuvering the ball before executing a lateral pass that slipped through Ambrosini's legs, propelling himself forward to reclaim possession. Faced with Nesta, Cassano attempted several feints, but found no opportunity to break through. On the sidelines, Capello seethed with frustration. Had it not been the final match of the season, Cassano would have been reporting to the B team the next day. With no other recourse, Cassano returned the ball to Raul, who immediately delivered a penetrating pass. The ball swiftly rolled into Milan's penalty area. As Huang Kevin surged forward, Maldini had already begun his sprint. His start was even quicker than Huang Kevin's, a testament to his keen instinct. If they had both launched simultaneously, he would have been left behind. The ball sped ahead as the 2 players advanced. Huang Kevin was ahead, with Maldini hot on his heels, as the ball reached their feet. Huang Kevin, turning to the side, extended his right foot to control the ball. The seasoned Maldini keenly observed that Huang Kevin was leaning against him for support and decisively maneuvered past him. As Huang Kevin lost his balance and fell backward, he struck the ball with his left foot. With a startled gasp, Dida, who was rushing out, quickly sidestepped and reached out, but the ball flew past his fingertips, crashing into the left side of the net. The Milan fans, still reeling, were struck again by this blow. Luzhniki had transformed into a sea of white. The supporters in the stands waved foam replicas of the coveted Champions League trophy with wild enthusiasm. The first remained unchallenged, while the second could only dream of surpassing. This goal by Huang Kevin was deceptively simple, yet the physical contest was anything but lacking, as Maldini had rested extensively for this match. Faced with a seasoned, world-class defender, Huang Kevin displayed the quintessential response of a forward. Indeed, as he surged into the penalty area, he adeptly positioned himself, preventing Maldini from outmaneuvering him. The confrontation between the two was fierce. Noticing Huang leaning back, Maldini relinquished his position, attempting to destabilize Huang. Yet, in a moment of falling, Huang, undeterred, managed to execute a high-quality shot. With 74 minutes gone and approximately 20 minutes left in the match, AC Milan found themselves trailing by 3 goals, a daunting deficit to overcome. And time was not on their side. In the VIP lounge, Calderon stood by the window, exhilarated by the unfolding spectacle. Behold, the preeminent superstar of football. Following today's match, he was poised for a new round of negotiations with sponsors. He had come to a realization. What did it matter whether he secured image rights? Real Madrid would profit immensely, and what concern was that to him? As long as he kept Kevin content, he could continuously reap benefits from the sponsors. With ample sponsorship, Real Madrid would never lack for transfer funds. Maldini approached Gattuso, insisting, "This cannot continue. We need you to mark Kevin closely." "I understand. I am doing my utmost," Gattuso replied, spreading his robust arms. "You must realize, even Torres and Kaká struggle to keep pace with Kevin's explosive acceleration. There is no alternative. We must try our best." Maldini sighed, massaging his temples, fully aware of Gattuso's truthful assessment. Huang Kevin was not only swift and powerful, but also possessed a varied footwork rhythm that could easily deceive his opponents. Each aspect was troublesome for defenders, and their combination rendered him exceptionally difficult to contain. Nevertheless, difficult as it may be, they had to defend him. Ancelotti shook his head at the scene unfolding before him and turned towards the coaching bench. He hesitated before the ominous red button adorned with a skull, trembling as he extended his index finger. For half a minute, he hovered over the button, until Tassadi crouched beside him, urging, "Press it, Carlo." Ancelotti nodded, gritting his teeth, and pressed down. The receiving device surged to unprecedented power, and what transpired next was beyond his control. Milan resumed play amidst the chants of Real Madrid fans. During this period, even the staunchest Milan supporters had suffered significant blows. Following the kickoff, Real Madrid's pressing intensified, having failed to make an impact earlier. Cassano chased the ball tirelessly, like a rabid dog. Upon receiving the ball in the attacking third, Kaká deftly flicked it inward. Positioned forward, Maldini received the pass from Ambrosini and continued his advance. Given the current circumstances, he had to engage more in the attack to score, while also contributing defensively. Such demands from a 40-year-old player were outrageous, yet he had no choice but to comply. Receiving the ball from Ambrosini once more, Guti surged forward. Maldini, with his right foot, nudged the ball ahead, attempting to squeeze between Guti and the sideline. Guti felt affronted, despite his lack of physical prowess. How dare this elderly man attempt to bully him? Guti swiftly sidestepped to the right, attempting to obstruct Maldini. Maldini slightly angled his body, stepping beyond the boundary and continuing his advance, while an irate Guti turned around and grasped Maldini's arm. The scene was quite comical, with one sprinting and the other tugging. The referee was compelled to blow the whistle and showed Guti a yellow card. That foul was entirely unnecessary, Raul remarked as he returned to midfield. "But I couldn't allow him to pass at will," Guti replied, lowering his gaze. "Just be cautious, Jose. Don't get a red card," Raul advised. "Shut up, Kevin is the captain." Guti chuckled, delivering a playful punch to Raul's shoulder. Pirlo resumed play from the center line, and Ambrosini, upon receiving the ball, turned only to be pressured by Guti. He quickly pivoted and nudged the ball back to the flanking Pirlo. With a swift motion, Pirlo struck the ball with the inside of his foot, launching it forward with his right foot to deliver a cross. The ball zipped from the left side of the midfield into the attacking right flank. Marcelo, positioned high up the field, frantically chased back, but his positioning was too advanced. Heinz realized he would not make it back in time and cursed under his breath as he sprinted towards Kaká. As the ball descended, Kaká anticipated its arrival, meeting it with his right foot and deftly flicking it to the left before accelerating past Heinz. Heinz quickly turned to pursue, but Kaká executed a sudden stop, evading Heinz once more. After taking 2 steps forward with the ball, he turned and delivered a cross with his right foot. Ambrosini leaped outside the penalty area, directing a header into the box. Ibrahimovic, after a series of deft touches within Real Madrid's penalty area, unleashed a shot that was parried out by Casillas, resulting in a corner kick. Pirlo approached, presenting a promising opportunity for AC Milan. Ancelotti, unable to contain his excitement, shouted directions from the sidelines. But the torrential rain made it difficult for the players to hear. The AC Milan players took this offensive moment seriously, nearly all advancing into the attacking zone. Back post. Ramos rose to the occasion, out-muscling Nesta to clear the ball. Huang Kevin stretched his foot, hooking the ball away from Kaká, and surged forward. Could this be another long-distance run for Huang Kevin? Otto, feeling the pressure, charged forward, seemingly prepared to foul, and passed. In the instant Otto attempted the tackle, Huang Kevin stepped forward with his left foot, executing a quick Cruyff turn. After retreating a couple of steps with the ball, he immediately turned again and launched a long pass into the forward area. Milan's defense was remarkably sparse, with only Dida standing solitary in the penalty box. Raul and Cassano charged forward feverishly. With the ball, they would have a 2-on-1 opportunity, capable of scoring even against the likes of Wenger and Ferguson's tactics. Dida, aware of the impending danger, dashed out of the penalty area, recognizing that failure to act would likely result in a goal. The spectators held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding drama. Given that Raul and Cassano had just been in midfield, their proximity to the ball was nearly equal. Cassano, brimming with energy, unfortunately found himself at a greater distance. The decisive moment hinged on whether Raul or Dida would seize the ball first. Raul, gritting his teeth, surged forward. His exertion was significant today, while Dida, as the goalkeeper, had only intervened a few times. Raul was acutely aware that his physical stamina could not rival that of Dida. Nonetheless, he was determined to support this sprint, undeterred by the team's significant lead. He could not afford to squander any opportunity. As he ran, Raul's left foot landed in a muddy puddle, sending a sharp pain through his ankle. Damn, he had twisted it. Yet, he pressed on, laboriously advancing towards the ball. Dida, having anticipated the play, arrived first to the ball, prompting Raul to grit his teeth and attempt a sliding tackle. With a crack, the ball was sent skimming past Dida. Reacting quickly, Dida turned and passed the ball to Cassano, who was making a run in behind. Kaká, arriving to support, seized the ball and swiftly turned, charging towards Real Madrid's half, thus shifting the momentum of the match. Cassano, now backtracking, watched as Kaká nudged the ball over the halfway line, accelerating away from him. Ramos hurried to close down Kaká, but the latter's pace was relentless. After a series of deft touches, Kaká pushed the ball with his left foot, deftly maneuvering past Ramos and into the penalty area. There, he eased off the throttle for a moment to adjust, then unleashed a precise shot with his right foot. Casillas, unable to react in time, watched helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. This goal reignited AC Milan's hopes of equalizing. The players erupted in celebration, embracing Kaká, their chants of his name echoing through the stands. The intensity of the match was palpable, with both teams engaged in a fierce battle of attrition. The decision to start Marcelo indicated a tactical shift, and the camera panned to Raul, still on the ground. Was he injured? It certainly seemed that way, suggesting a substitution was imminent for Real Madrid. Capello turned and raised two fingers, only to realize that Higuaín was still warming up. "Are you ready?" Capello inquired. "Yes," Higuaín replied, his expression inscrutable. After warming up for 15 minutes, how could he not be ready? The coach's actions seemed deliberately torturous, yet it appeared he had been discovered, necessitating a new plan for revenge. "If you are ready, then go," Capello nodded, urging him onward. Perhaps it was the rain, but Raul felt a chill spreading across his back and waist. Huang Kevin and Guti approached Raul. "How are you?" Huang asked. "Time for a substitution." "I can't hold on any longer," Raul replied with a wry smile. Initially, he thought he would be fine, but after a few forced steps, it became clear otherwise. "Well, at least it's the end of the season," Guti remarked with a smile. "You won't be making the national team anyway. A little injury won't hurt." Raul responded. "Thank you. Your words have made me feel a bit better." His ongoing conflict with Aragonés had been well documented, with half of the rumors regarding his alleged dominance stemming from the Spanish dressing room. Guti spoke the truth. Once again, he found himself omitted from the national squad. Ironically, Guti himself had not been selected since 2005, a year prior to Raul's own exclusion, as Raul was lifted onto a stretcher and carried off the pitch. He glanced at the bustling medical team by his side, yet the words to tell them to cease their efforts remained unuttered. As the team captain, one cannot undermine the club's medical staff. Raul merely hopes that the esteemed chief physician, Melserman, can mitigate the shortcomings of the other medical team members. Real Madrid resumes play, but Cassano's unsteady control allows the ball to be intercepted by the opposing team. He swiftly charges forward and brings down Kaká, receiving a yellow card for his efforts. Ibrahimovic initiates the play from midfield, passing back to Pirlo, who once again orchestrates the attack. Higuaín surges forward, extending his foot as Pirlo deftly manipulates the ball, only to be tripped by the pursuing Cassano. "Be careful, lad," Gattuso remarks, his tone relatively courteous given his previously amicable relationship with Cassano during their time on the national team. When Cassano was sidelined, Gattuso had spoken out in his defense. Unperturbed, Cassano shrugs and saunters back. As an attacking player, his involvement in defense already grants Fabio Capello some leeway. To demand precision in his defensive play would be quite arduous for Antonio. Upon rising, Pirlo once again initiates play from the back. Ambrosini receives the ball and shifts it to the right flank. Otto, taking an extra touch, finds himself cornered by Huang Kevin and Higuaín against the sideline. However, Otto manages to recover swiftly, directing the ball off Huang Kevin's leg to secure a throw-in. Although Otto's handling was commendable, the young player still has room for improvement. Indeed, there was a time when the defensive line of AC Milan, featuring Stam, Cafu, Nesta, and Maldini, was regarded as world-class. Now, Cafu's successors primarily rely on Maicon and Alves, both of whom possess distinct attributes, yet Maicon exhibits superior defensive capabilities. In the first half of the season, Ramos performed reasonably well at AC Milan, but upon returning to Real Madrid, his positional awareness seems to have diminished. It's primarily due to the lack of leadership in defense. The difference between having guidance and lacking it is significant, Tassadi remarked. "Let us make a substitution, Carlo. Torres can no longer keep up. Have Filippo warm up." Ancelotti raised an eyebrow and sighed. The weight of too many expectations can burden the players. It's impressive that Torres has lasted this long. Capello also glanced towards the substitutes. With a 2-goal lead, playing conservatively could secure the championship. Today, AC Milan's forward line has indeed exerted considerable pressure on Real Madrid, although Marcelo provided an assist. His defensive effectiveness has been inadequate, with many attacks originating from his right flank. Capello pointed his index and middle fingers at Ivanovic, beckoning him to warm up. As play resumed, Real Madrid continued their vigorous pressing. Milan, in the back line, engaged in a series of passes, but Pirlo, under Cassano's pressure, misdirected a pass that sailed out of bounds. Inzaghi arrived at the sidelines to replace Torres. With his head bowed, Torres exited the field, while Inzaghi immediately approached Huang Kevin, stating, "Little Kevin, I'm about to perform a hat trick and turn this around." Kaká, standing beside Huang Kevin, quickly covered his face, pretending not to recognize Inzaghi. Despite Real Madrid's somewhat lackluster defensive performance today, one must question the source of his confidence. Casillas, however, has displayed remarkable prowess in goal, exhibiting decisive interventions. Kaká believes that Casillas has adopted the goalkeeping techniques of Huang Kevin, which accounts for his remarkable improvement. "Then do your best, Filippo," Huang Kevin remarked with a smile. "What do you mean by do your best?" Inzaghi protested with dissatisfaction. "I will definitely score and ultimately secure the championship." Unable to bear it any longer, Kaká swiftly embraced Inzaghi and guided him towards the sidelines. Inzaghi, struggling, shouted, "Huang Kevin, the best player in today's final is me. Is he out of his mind?" Ramos approached, pointing to his temple. Huang Kevin chuckled as he patted Ramos on the shoulder, saying, "Perhaps the pressure is too immense. The young forwards at Milan must be putting significant strain on him." This matter indeed relates to the esteemed Huang, as both Ibrahimovic and Torres were recruited by him. They represent one of the more outstanding forward combinations in contemporary football. Although Inzaghi possesses commendable scoring efficiency, his style of play does rely heavily on the support of the team. In today's football landscape, most teams prefer well-rounded forwards. Ramos hurled the ball from the backfield, and De Jong, upon receiving it, noticed that Huang Kevin was closely marked, so he hesitated to pass. With Real Madrid in the lead, all they needed to do was manage the clock to clinch the championship. Ibrahimovic, unable to contain himself, rushed to De Jong's side to challenge, prompting De Jong to swiftly pivot and protect the ball. In a moment of impatience, Ibrahimovic pushed against De Jong's back. However, De Jong stumbled but did not fall, returning the ball to the freshly substituted Ivanovic. Ivanovic, controlling the ball in the backfield, took his time before making a pass. "Idiot, pass the ball quickly. Don't linger in the penalty area," Capello shouted from the sidelines. It seemed these players were all lacking in judgment. Who do you think you are to linger in the penalty area while the opponent presses? Even Nesta would not engage in such folly. Upon hearing Capello's words, Ivanovic delivered a diagonal pass to the wide-open Hines. After assessing the situation, Hines sent a pass forward. Huang Kevin, in motion, skillfully evaded Gattuso and Otto while facilitating Gudi's acquisition of the ball in the center. What a splendid play! Huang Kevin's positioning exhibits remarkable intuition. Off-the-ball movement reveals a player's football intelligence, and Huang Kevin's off-the-ball runs are often exceptional, leaving no room for critique even upon review. Whether in timing his runs or in handling the ball, his skills are of the utmost caliber. Indeed, look at Gudi coordinating with his teammates in midfield. Huang Kevin's movements consistently draw Milan's defenders away, making him a significant influence on the pitch. It often requires at least 2 players to mark him adequately. Today, despite Milan conceding 5 goals, it is evident that during every Real Madrid attack, Milan deployed 2 players to press Huang Kevin, one trailing back, and another position to defend against inward cuts. The presence of such a formidable player undoubtedly causes the opponent to struggle. Gudi, once again in possession, observed Milan's pressing formation and prepared to turn back for a pass. Noticing Huang Kevin retreating to evade the pressure, he executed a diagonal pass to the left flank. Huang Kevin received the ball, deftly nudging it with his left foot before charging forward. Gattuso, who had been running towards the center to assist his teammates, once again sprinted towards Huang Kevin. As Huang Kevin seized the ball, Odu swiftly pivoted and sprinted back. Even with Huang still behind him, he dared not let his guard down. Most players had advanced to the midfield during this pressing sequence, leaving only a single defensive line at half. Indeed, even with 4 defenders, Odu felt no sense of security. Huang Kevin surged forward diagonally from the center circle, and Odu exhaled in relief. It was a stroke of fortune that he was not targeted directly. Gattuso, disregarding Higuain at his side, charged straight at Huang Kevin. In that fleeting moment, Huang deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, converting his diagonal run into a vertical assault on the penalty area, successfully evading Gattuso's outstretched foot. The stands of Luzhniki Stadium were a stark contrast of ice and fire. The red of the red and black striped shirts faded, while black began to dominate. Milan supporters watched in silence, their number 10's contributions rendering even their boos stifled, leaving them to pray for a miracle. The fans of the opposing team erupted in cheers for Huang Kevin, their appetite for more insatiable even after taking the lead. Seizing the moment, Odu shifted laterally as Huang swayed his shoulders, shifting his weight with finesse, causing Odu to overcommit. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Kaladza and Nesta exchanged grave glances, their eyes reflecting the weight of the situation. With Yankolovsky injured, their partnership had performed commendably this season, yet against Huang Kevin, their confidence waned. Nesta gestured for Kaladza to press forward. Odu, in pursuit, knew that a brief delay could allow for a 3-man defensive effort. However, Kaladza opted to remain stationary, waiting for the right moment. As Huang approached the penalty area, Kaladza lunged sideways, only to be deftly sidestepped by Huang's left foot, resulting in Kaladza tumbling at the edge of the box. Damn! Nesta felt an urge to curse. Not only had Kaladza hesitated, but Odu's pursuit had effectively obstructed his position, rendering any attempt to tackle futile. Once Huang Kevin entered the penalty area, Odu maintained a firm grip on Huang's right side, while Nesta, trailing behind, was gripped by despair. For heaven's sake, either make a challenge or clear the path. What are you waiting for? Before they knew it, Huang was poised to shoot. Dida adjusted his position in response to Huang's movements, lowering his center of gravity and closing his legs to prevent Huang from targeting both corners. With a sudden burst of speed, Huang flicked the ball away from Odu. Nesta dashed from the center towards the left flank, his full sprint directed at a desperate sliding tackle. Yet, the distance proved too great. Huang reached the left side of the small box and unleashed a curling shot with his left foot. The ball soared from in front of Nesta, hurtling swiftly towards the top of the goal. Dida, crouching at the goal line, sensed impending doom. Rising now would be too late. He could only stretch his arm upward in a futile effort as the ball sailed past his fingertips, and despite his efforts, it crashed into the net with resolute finality. In a moment of miscalculated exertion, Dida executed an awkward somersault, his disheveled appearance becoming the most striking backdrop. Kevin, goal. Once again, Kevin embarked on a long-distance dash. In the 87th minute, this goal decisively sealed the victory. Within mere minutes, Real Madrid would once more hoist the Champions League trophy. As a devoted Milan supporter, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. Yet, the truth remains, Kevin, as a player, has the capacity to influence the positioning logic of defenders. The young lads from Milan received a harsh lesson today. Reality is often cruel, and many times, despite putting forth relentless effort, one still fails to garner accolades and applause. Last year's semi-finalists, this year's runners-up. The evidence is abundantly clear. Wherever Kevin is, he embodies a European champion, while Milan, devoid of Kevin, can only reign supreme within Italy. On the European stage, no one can vanquish Kevin. Throughout history, alliances have been the most effective means to gain power. My sole hope now is that Barbara can persuade Kevin this evening, urging him to return to Milan in the summer. This is the only path for Milan to ascend to the pinnacle of Europe. Ibrahimovic, hands on hips, turned to glance at the encircled Huang Kevin, lowering his head in resignation. Indeed, for every goal you score, they seem to net too. Thanks for the generous tips. Liverpool and Manchester City engaged in a thrilling 4-1 clash, quite fitting indeed. Arsenal also joined the fray with a 4-1 victory, continuing to lead. The suspense surrounding the Premier League title persists. At the beginning of the month, I continue to seek monthly ticket recommendations. The chapter concludes here. 0301. The spring of Coach Han, even Casillas joined his teammates in a rush towards the front line. Had there been more time left in the match, the Real Madrid players would likely have celebrated their triumph outright. With a 3-goal lead, the championship trophy was virtually secured. Ibrahimovic stood there, hands on hips, his head bowed. This was his first appearance in a Champions League final, and he found himself enduring such a humiliating defeat. If his teammates faltered, that would be one thing. However, the Milan players were performing admirably, leaving him at a loss for words. Even if he had anticipated the possibility of defeat, facing the reality still left him despondent. As elite professional athletes, each harbors a fervent desire for trophies. The locker room, once filled with fervor during halftime, now lay steeped in silence. All right, the match continues, announced Maldini. At this juncture, he felt it was futile to encourage them to muster courage. However, they should ultimately strive to play the game to its conclusion. The Rossoneri in the stands gradually fell silent, merely casting complex expressions towards the jubilant merengues across the neutral fan section. Seedorf replaced the exhausted Gattuso. The ball was set to be played from the center circle, and the Milan players showcased their best form. As professional athletes, they were still required to deliver a commendable performance at this moment. Ibrahimovic passed to Inzaghi, who promptly surged forward with the ball. Guti, fatigued as well, found that Real Madrid had exhausted their substitution options. He attempted to intercept Inzaghi, only to be deftly sidestepped, leading to a slip and a heavy fall upon the grass. With a swift move, Gago surged forward, while Inzaghi attempted to bypass his marker. Heinz quickly came over from the left to offer support. Realizing he could not get past, Inzaghi elegantly pivoted and delivered a back pass. Ambrosini, without letting the ball touch the ground, lofted it into the penalty area. Ibrahimovic dashed forward to contest for a chance. Yet his header was rather unremarkable, allowing Ivanovic to comfortably direct the ball to Ramos. Ramos cleared it with a powerful kick towards the front line, but Higuain, after controlling the ball with his chest, was dispossessed by Seedorf. Higuain promptly sought to reclaim possession. Pirlo deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, evading Higuain's challenge before executing another long pass forward. This time, Ramos decisively headed the ball to De Jong, who, upon receiving it, found himself closely marked by Kaká. The two became entangled, while Inzaghi positioned himself near Heinz to prevent any pass to De Jong, who skillfully shielded the ball all the way to the sideline. Facing the touchline, De Jong took a step forward with his right foot and flicked the ball with his heel, attempting to deflect it off Kaká's leg to earn a throw-in. Although the ball did strike Kaká, it also grazed his heel before going out of play. The throw-in offered little opportunity. Indeed, AC Milan continued to exert great effort. This exemplifies the spirit of world-class athletes. even when the outcome seems predetermined. One must not relinquish the fight before the final whistle, a sportsmanship worthy of emulation. Otto approached to take the throw in, but Heinz intercepted the ball, launching a long pass towards Higuain, who was brought down in the backfield, resulting in a yellow card, an indisputable decision. Yes, the referee had already glanced at the watch. This free kick represented the last chance before the match concluded. Should it find the net, it would equal the scoreline of the 1959 to 1960 European Cup final, where Real Madrid triumphed over Frankfurt 7-3, with Di Stefano netting 4 goals and Puskás securing a hat-trick. Accounting for all of Real Madrid's goals, a record for the highest score in a European Cup final. The Real Madrid players advanced, and I surmised that the main free kick taker would indeed be Kevin Huang. In official matches, he has scored a maximum of 6 goals in a single game. If he succeeds today, he would not only equal a record set 48 years prior, but also establish his own personal best for goals in a single match. Ramos stepped back, addressing Huang. "Kevin, it's your turn." He practiced free kicks, not to vie for opportunities with Huang. Huang looked at Guti, who, shaking his head, indicated his legs. "I would like to, but I can hardly stand now. If I were to kick, it would surely miss." Huang nodded in silent understanding. Guti had indeed expended considerable energy today. Beyond passing the ball to him, Guti ventured into the penalty area with each attack, returning to defend against the opponent's onslaught. This is no small feat for a player of his technical caliber. Otherwise, Huang would not have delivered such an extraordinary performance. Even if the opposition focused on the king, they must also contend with other capable Real Madrid players, as they too possess the prowess to score. If Guti and Raul were to be replaced by players who need not defend, Huang's performance would be deemed modest by comparison. As Huang positioned himself at the foul spot, Guti hesitantly suggested, "Shall we just kick it over the bar? After all, we've already won." He typically disapproves of such actions, yet when faced with AC Milan, Guti could still comprehend. Huang Kevin shook his head and remarked, "Giving our all is a sign of respect towards our opponents as well as ourselves. Deliberately missing the goal would only reduce this final to a farce." Ramos lowered his head. Moments ago, he too had hinted at allowing Huang Kevin some leeway. However, upon hearing Huang Kevin's words, he quickly realized the ramifications. If they could control the match, what would the Champions League final amount to? Discarding the thought, Ramos lifted his gaze to Huang Kevin. Truly, he was impressive. Even when confronting AC Milan, he maintained such a professional demeanor. The Milan players silently arranged their defensive wall. Dida did not shout commands to position his teammates. Yet each Milan player adjusted based on their understanding of Huang Kevin. Noticing Huang Kevin positioned just left of the penalty area, Dida surmised he would aim for the left side. Defending against a free kick from a 2-footed player is inherently challenging. Nevertheless, Dida had an inkling that Huang Kevin intended to take the shot with his right foot. Dida took several deep breaths to steady himself. Despite having conceded 6 goals today, he resolved to treat this kick with utmost seriousness. After all, even Huang Kevin could not guarantee a perfect free kick. If that were the case, why couldn't he make a save? Dida slapped his face lightly and clenched his fists. Parrying the free kick would be the best way to repay Huang Kevin, while also demonstrating to those who claimed he was past his prime that as long as he did not retire, he remained Brazil's finest goalkeeper. The crowd was relatively quiet. Unlike the merely hopeful American fans who wished for Huang Kevin to score, the Milan supporters experienced a far more complex array of emotions. They desired Huang Kevin to create new history, yet they did not wish for Milan to suffer a significant defeat. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang Kevin, positioned behind the ball, commenced his run. He stepped forward with his left foot, followed by his right, and in a swift adjustment, his left foot quickly positioned itself beside the ball, with his weight shifting left as his right foot struck beneath it. Thwack! The ball sped past the wall, soaring towards the upper left corner of the net. Dida, prepared yet with knees slightly bent, had not even mustered the strength to react before watching the ball sail into the junction of the post and crossbar. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. The American fans erupted in applause, soon echoed by the Milan supporters and neutral fans alike, regardless of allegiance. Such a display in a Champions League final warranted respect and deserved every accolade from the audience. Crudeli exclaimed with excitement, "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." Once again, Kevin surpassed himself. I had previously stated that while he could score a maximum of 6 goals in a match, it did not mean he was confined to that limit. Now, In the highest echelons of world football, amidst a clash between the teams with the most European titles, Kevin demonstrated through his actions that if he so desired, he could achieve greatness. Real Madrid had now equaled history. Kevin himself was akin to a combination of Di Stefano and Puskas. The young men from AC Milan looked bewildered, yet they had given their utmost. After the telephone scandal, only they continued to uphold the honor of Italian football. Last year, they reached the semifinals, and this year, they secured the runner-up position. This has indeed become their limit. Their advancement is entirely contingent upon when they encounter Real Madrid, led by Kevin. With the captain's armband, Kevin was hoisted high by his teammates. This should be the most decisive Champions League final he has won, despite the thrilling offensive display from both teams. In the season's final match, players across Europe breathed a sigh of relief. Although this year is a major tournament year, the summer competition is the European Championship, and the mainstays of these European powerhouses will no longer face Kevin on the pitch. Once they set him down, Kaká was the first to rush to Kevin. Offering his jersey, Kevin smiled as he removed his jersey and handed it to Kaká. "Wow, you're quick," Inzaghi remarked, still contemplating swapping jerseys to later auction for a profit, hoping to recoup some losses from his previous card games. The Milan players felt a moment of despondency, but most soon stood up. They are not young, and many have won the Champions League several times, so they are not reduced to tears like inexperienced youngsters after a loss. "Congratulations, Kevin." Maldini extended his hand. "Thanks, Paolo," Kevin responded, tapping Maldini's right hand. Little did Kevin expect that witnessing his first final live would result in seeing his father lose. Maldini sighed. "I can't believe it," Kevin quipped. "That old man did it on purpose." He turned to leave, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might just throw a punch at Maldini. "Come on, kid. Don't blame your dad for being harsh. You must accept the unfortunate name Juan Paul. It's just fate." The match didn't reach extra time, but with 10 goals scored, the fans watching on television should still be quite satisfied. Since Greece's miraculous victory in the 2004 European Championship, utilitarian football has prevailed, making it a rare treat to witness such an attacking battle in such a crucial Champions League final. Real Madrid and AC Milan, two football giants, delivered an outstanding match for us. Though AC Milan lost, their sportsmanship remains commendable. Indeed, Kevin once again triumphed in the Champions League final, marking 4 consecutive years as champion. Besides him, Kaká, Torres, and Ibra also performed commendably. Yes, although they lost the final, Torres' summer is just beginning. As a key player for the Spanish national team, he is about to embark on a new journey. Today's opponents, Ramos and Casillas, will transition from rivals to teammates, and we wish them the best of luck. The defeated AC Milan was the first to receive their medals. Compared to last year's semi-final exit, falling in the final was even more disheartening for the Milan players. When Maldini took the stage, he extended his hand, only to reluctantly lower it upon realizing the other party intended to drape the medal around his neck. Subsequently, the Milan players hurried to the stage to collect their awards and quickly departed. The camera panned to the stands, where a Rossoneri fan proudly held aloft a Milan jersey. Even when the team falters at the final hurdle, suffering a rather humiliating defeat, their unwavering support remains steadfast. On the verdant pitch, fans continuously embody the adage that without supporters, football is devoid of meaning. Soon, it was time for Real Madrid to receive their accolades. Huang Kevin led the way, and the crowd erupted with applause once again. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The neutral stands were particularly fervent, their spirits undampened by the biting cold of the Russian air. If one were to overlook their attire, one might easily mistake them for die-hard Real Madrid fans. These young Russian supporters were destined to have an unforgettable evening, especially those who had earlier expressed discontent for religious reasons. Their transformation beautifully illustrated why football is the world's premier sport. On the field, all divisions of religion, politics, skin color, and ethnicity have been transcended. Upon taking the stage, Stefano approached Huang Kevin with a handshake, saying, "I merely arrived in this world before you. That does not grant me the right to evaluate you. If one of us must comment on the other, it should be you." Saying Stefano is rather commendable. "You flatter me," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. The old gentleman had a charming wit. Many legends of the game possess a remarkable ability to connect with others. Otherwise, they would not hold positions within the club. As a club icon, Stefano deftly navigated interpersonal relationships far better than Cruyff, a fact Huang Kevin noted from his very first day at Real Madrid. After donning his medal, Huang Kevin descended the stage, followed by his teammates. Finally, standing once more before the arch of the Champions League winner, he waved at Raul, who shook his head in response. Join the coach. I lifted it last year. You are the true hero. Indeed, Kevin, come forth. Capello nodded in agreement. Huang Kevin did not hesitate, though Capello's striking robe certainly drew attention. One might ponder if this constitutes cultural export. As the countdown commenced, Huang Kevin and Capello lifted the Champions League trophy together. Champions! We are the champions! The Real Madrid players jubilantly leaped in celebration. Next, family members entered for photographs, and Huang Kevin remained the most sought after. Salgado observed his son standing reluctantly beside him, scratching his head in exasperation. Had there been enough space beside Huang Kevin, his son would have undoubtedly abandoned him without a second thought. Alas, who can blame the children for favoring the most exceptional among them? Hojel, come join us for a photo, Raul beckoned, trophy in hand, smiling as he waved. No, I want to take a picture with Uncle Kevin. The eldest son outright rejected his father's request. Dad, bring the trophy over here. The younger son, Hugo Gonzalez, called out. Raul, with a resigned expression, handed the trophy to the two little ones. Raul's sons excitedly crouched before Huang Kevin, while Ramos joined them, standing behind him. A photographer on the sidelines captured this heartwarming scene. Following this, Robben pulled Huang Kevin and De Jong together for a photograph, along with the new 5 Eagles. In every team photo of Real Madrid, Huang Kevin is an indispensable figure. Kevin, are you heading to the mixed zone or the post-match press conference? Baldini inquired. The press conference, Huang Kevin nodded in response. In the context of a Champions League final, he could not evade the interviews. You won't have to undergo a urine test today, Baldini added. That's truly wonderful, Huang Kevin exhaled in relief. Having to stand in the restroom every time is quite a hassle. Perhaps they have grown accustomed to your performance, Baldini chuckled. I hope so. I don't know how Bolt managed to endure it, Huang Kevin remarked. It was during Bolt's last visit to Valdebebas that Huang Kevin realized how fortunate he was to play football. Even undergoing urine tests did not amount to over 200 times a year. In the mixed zone, the game was a straightforward affair. Playing alongside Kevin signified victory. The absence of the Copa del Rey this year was primarily due to Kevin's injury at the time. The elimination from the Copa del Rey distinctly illustrated one truth. Real Madrid's strength was derived from Kevin, rather than Kevin's greatness being contingent upon the club. He had triumphed in the Champions League for 4 consecutive years. Ramos exaggeratedly gestured with 2 fingers, saying, and with 2 different teams, do you understand? No one excels more than Kevin. Even if he were to join Valladolid or Real Betis, he could still lead the team to win the Champions League in 2 years. Isn't that next year? A reporter interjected. Ramos replied, those teams lack Champions League qualifications. Kevin must first guide them to victory before they can compete in the Champions League. One need not win a championship to play in the Champions League, right? The reporter pressed. Fool, how could Kevin fail to secure a championship? Ramos retorted, exasperated. The current journalistic standards are indeed lacking, allowing such questions to surface. Zlatan, this is your first time in the Champions League final. Could you share your feelings? A reporter asked. Would one still be happy after losing? Ibrahimovic countered. When do you think you will reach another Champions League final? The reporter continued. Such questions should be directed at God, Ibrahimovic impatiently replied. Communicating with God is quite challenging. Hey, I meant you should ask Kevin. At the post-match press conference, Luzhniki Stadium was filled to capacity. Even the doors could not close due to the throng of reporters unwilling to leave the press room, requiring the stadium staff to tread cautiously. They could not afford another article tarnishing Russia's reputation. Both coaches and captains made their appearance, and the reporters surged forward like zombies drawn to a scent, stretching their arms to bring their recording devices closer to the stage. Their mouths agape with a cacophony of sounds. Fabio, this is the largest scoreline since the Champions League reformation. Can you share your secret with us? Mr. Capello, why is the Cardinal here? What deal have you struck? Paolo, today you conceded 7 goals. Where did the main issues lie? Once again, you have triumphed in the Champions League. What do you wish to convey, Kevin? Carlo, given that AC Milan's squad has a relatively advanced average age, do you consider this a reason for your defeat? Ancelotti raised an eyebrow as he took his seat and remarked, yes, we lost, and we conceded several goals. However, losing the Champions League final does not imply that AC Milan is inferior to Real Madrid. As you mentioned, Kevin has secured 4 consecutive Champions League titles. which should illuminate the disparity between the two teams. There will always be those who seek to diminish my contributions, Capello interjected with a hint of irritation. Since my return to Real Madrid, newspapers and others have questioned our style of play, pondering whether we excessively rely on a single player, and so forth. What I wish to assert is that Kevin is immensely significant. What is wrong with centering the team around him? I harbor no objections, nor do the Real Madrid players. And we have achieved everything together. Of course, as a coach, I too have made my contributions. Indeed, coaches each have their own contributions, Ancelotti retorted with a sarcastic laugh. If handing Kevin a towel counts, that is. You also provided Kevin with sustenance. Do not presume I was unaware at the time. It is merely fortunate that Kevin's health has not been compromised. Who knows whether what you gave him was detrimental to his well-being? Capello replied. Huang Kevin and Maldini exchanged glances, seated there as spectators. The two were kept apart, with no opportunity to converse. Meanwhile, reporters continued to stir the pot. The coaches of both teams began to dredge up past grievances. Carlo, could you share with us Milan's summer transfer targets? A reporter inquired. We will indeed make significant moves this summer. Milan's squad requires rejuvenation to maintain vitality, Ancelotti responded with a smile. Barbara had previously assured him that the transfer budget would be at least €100 million come summer, coupled with some player sales. This sum would be ample for reinforcements across 3 positions. Besides the forward line, new players are needed in midfield, defense, and goalkeeping. Mr. Capello, what actions will Real Madrid take this summer? Where will your transfer focus lie? Another reporter asked. That is a secret. But I can assure you that we will certainly make substantial moves this summer, Capello said, adjusting his glasses with a smile. Paolo, please say something. Maldini nodded and remarked. Losing a match is indeed disheartening, yet my age and experience enable me to accept reality more readily than the younger players. Some teammates are quite despondent, and I will need to comfort them shortly. The number 10 who emerged from Milan remains the finest player in the world, and that is the sole source of solace for me today. Observing that Maldini had fallen silent, the reporters turned to Huang Kevin and asked, Could you share with us the secret behind your continuous victories, Kevin? There is no secret, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. I do not win continuously. Rather, my team consistently triumphs. To attribute victory to a single individual contradicts the very essence of football. Victory is the result of the collective effort of the entire team, including the coaching staff and club personnel. Our unity is the secret to our success. In the final moments, did you feel pressure taking the free kick? Did you ever contemplate deliberately missing? An Italian journalist inquired. Absolutely not. Huang Kevin shook his head and remarked. The outcome of the match is a testament to the efforts of both teams. As long as the officiating is fair, I would never deliberately squander a set-piece opportunity. To respect others is to respect oneself. Manipulating the results of a game will not lead to favorable outcomes. He concluded, That will be all for today's press conference. Capello interrupted the reporters, urging Huang Kevin to rise. If they lingered, the journalists would incessantly probe into every aspect, even delving into Huang Kevin's private life for their articles. The evening's celebration was grand in scale, with Calderon even inviting familiar journalists, knowing they would write favorably about Real Madrid. Huang Kevin, the focal point of the event, yearned to depart, but found no opportunity. After approximately 2 hours of festivities, he finally seized a moment to retreat to his room. Eagerly, Huang Kevin checked the system. Ding. Successfully intercepted AC Milan player Kaká, Champions League champion. Ding. Successfully intercepted AC Milan player Fernando Torres, Champions League champion. Skill activated successfully, characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully intercepted AC Milan player Paolo Maldini, Champions League champion. Skill activated successfully, characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully intercepted AC Milan player Filippo Inzaghi, Champions League champion. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic replicated. Ding. Successfully intercepted AC Milan player Pirlo, Champions League champion. Skill activated successfully. Characteristic replicated. Season concluded. Rewards calculated. Due to excessive training time and appearances, rewards reduced. Received 3,500 fate points. Ding. Season conclusion fortunate to obtain a special template. Due to excessive training time and appearances, the reward of the special template, Nobita Nobi, has changed to replicate a special template characteristic. Ding. Successfully reached 10,000 fate points. Upon purchasing a template, The system will automatically upgrade to I Am the King of Football Enhanced version, with an estimated upgrade time of 144 hours. The upgrade will be seamless and will add more features post-upgrade. Seeing his fate points soar from 9350 to 12850, Huang Kevin was exhilarated. However, the current template had not refreshed, leaving him unable to make any purchases, awaiting the June refresh. Although he had intercepted Milan, he could not extract any further benefits from his close friend Kaka. Nevertheless, 2 successful interceptions were commendable. Characteristic: Iron Guardian Torres, when playing as a full-back. Positional awareness and one-on-one ability are enhanced, as well as crossing and tackling capabilities. Possessing this characteristic slightly increases the goal-scoring success rate against Manchester United, with the world's best full-back determined by which side Torres plays on. Wow, Iron Torres, Huang Kevin mused, feeling slightly disheartened. He had hoped that intercepting Torres would further augment the speed and explosiveness of the King of Football, given Torres's remarkable pace. Instead, he had acquired this characteristic. While useful, it did not hold immense value for Huang Kevin. Had it not been for his own insistence, the coach would certainly not have allowed him to play as a fullback. With a tinge of disappointment, Huang Kevin continued to read, nearly leaping in excitement. Characteristics: the legacy of the family, Paolo Maldini, in the pursuit of football. If one trains diligently and avoids significant injuries, it is reasonable to ensure that your son may reach the level of Paolo Maldini, and your grandson at least the caliber of Daniel Maldini. Huang Kevin. Previously, he was concerned that his child might not inherit the extraordinary talent of the great Huang. Now, it seems everything is falling into place. If we invite Coach Han to provide commentary, wouldn't it be a matter of the great Huang passing his legacy to the little Huang? Such a vision is splendid, albeit daunting to contemplate. However, what if the child shows no interest in football? What if he becomes engrossed in video games and is perpetually late for training? Or if he is prone to injuries? Like a fragile glass figure? Huang Kevin stroked his chin. Influenced by him, the child would likely have at least a majority interest in football. Even if there are 10 children, let us assume 7 are inclined towards the sport. Among them, 2 may be frequently injured, 2 might be more playful. 2 would be average players, and only 1 would possess the discipline akin to the great Huang. This scenario ensures at least 1 outstanding player. The remaining, even if they lack effort and are injury-prone, with talents comparable to Paolo Maldini, would still be sufficient to make significant contributions as key substitutes for a prestigious club. However, many of the friends around him are quite unreliable, such as Inzaghi and Cassano, which could easily sway the children. If one truly wishes to secure the enduring glory of the Huang family, it would be prudent to have several more dependable offspring. If the players aren't capable, one should bear more children. Many children bring blessings, and the Chinese team shall triumph in the World Cup. Imagine Huang Shiye directing from the sidelines. Huang Paolo dribbling past while assisting Huang Kaka, who deftly plays a through ball to Huang Inzaghi, Huang Roll, and Huang Morata, 3 specters ready to score. Wouldn't they dominate in Asia? That little Daniel also possesses considerable talent, likely on par with an important rotation player or a starter for mid-tier teams. If the great Huang were to have several more children, and they too multiply, wouldn't European football inevitably be filled with the Huang surname? Special thanks to the reader 20191110164404404204 for the generous support. Wow, Benzema is utterly phenomenal. While I am typing, he scores a hat trick in no time. Once again, it is a day to seek monthly votes and recommendations. This chapter concludes. 0302 The True Huang King, Huang Kevin, continues to read. Characteristics: attacking midfielder, Pirlo's long passes are iconic, yet transitioning to become a top player in a different position is even more representative. Possessing this characteristic allows one to seamlessly adapt to a position outside their habitual role, often yielding outstanding performances. Wow, this characteristic is perfectly suited for the great Huang. After all, the great Huang desires to play various positions daily. Sometimes, when he draws a defender card, he wishes to play as a defensive midfielder. Due to the differing styles of play across positions, besides being a winger, he frequently plays as a forward, with the remainder being in midfield. Now, the situation has changed. After embracing Pirlo's style, the great Huang will next dare to partner with Pepe. Oh, no, I mean, with Ivanovic. At that moment, let Casillas witness what it means to have a man shielding him from the storm. Characteristics: the 3-nose forward, Inzaghi, is an atypical striker whose playing style is remarkably distinctive. With this trait, your observation and mastery of timing and defensive positioning will become significantly more accurate. Essentially, this characteristic embodies the concept of countering offside. However, it holds little significance for the yellow ball king, who predominantly advances with the ball and rarely relies solely on opportunistic scoring. Even when lingering near the defensive line, the yellow ball king seldom finds himself offside. His innate ability to evade offside positions is robust, coupled with exceptional speed and explosive power, rendering the need to seize mere moments unnecessary. Provided that the drawn card is not particularly slow, the yellow ball king typically succeeds in avoiding offside. It would be more beneficial to grant him the first touch ability akin to Inzaghi's. Both Inzaghi and Van Basten exhibit remarkable first touch skills, though disparities arise in their subsequent performances. The benefits of intercepting Milan's assets are indeed substantial. Simply possessing the unique trait of Maldini is sufficient for the yellow ball king to reap considerable advantages. Reflecting on the special template traits, we delve deeper into the characteristics of kind-hearted reciprocity. Noera Shinesuk. Noera Shinesuk is a fortunate boy whose mischief often leads to favorable outcomes. When others harbor goodwill towards you, or you towards them, there exists a certain probability of encountering serendipitous events. This trait significantly enhances physical balance and flexibility, as evidenced by two descriptions. However, Huang Kevin has already grasped the essence, based on the narrative of that anime. The first description would manifest in scenarios such as a fan braving the rain to obtain the yellow ball king's autograph, only to catch a cold and end up hospitalized, yet fortuitously meeting a nurse who becomes his girlfriend. Alternatively, Inzaghi might visit to extend warmth, losing 2 weeks' salary to the yellow ball king, and on his way home, he might stumble upon a supermarket and win a trip to Hawaii. Do not question why it is Hawaii. Both Liban and Italy value filial piety, and high-end travel naturally leads to paternal lands. Additionally, Hawaii's vocational school offers a comprehensive curriculum, allowing one to return as Kudo Shinichi after just one holiday. The second description is even more compelling. This marks the first time Huang Kevin witnesses such a substantial enhancement, coupled with various incremental improvements from other traits. He suspects that his balance and flexibility have reached their zenith, especially as he can now effortlessly execute a split comparable to that of a young lady. Flexibility proves advantageous for a multitude of actions on the field, particularly unconventional maneuvers. Agile and nimble offensive players, such as Agüero, may appear less robust than defenders, yet still maintain their footing. This illustrates the role of balance in competitive situations. Furthermore, it greatly enhances ball handling. Players with superior balance are less prone to losing their center of gravity when executing high-speed turns and passes. Maintaining control over their balance ensures they do not deliver absurdly inaccurate passes. This trait is of paramount importance for the yellow ball king. With his height, such a significant enhancement in balance will surely spell trouble for defenders ahead. Young fellows, did you expect this? After a single holiday, the yellow ball king has grown even stronger. Piqué's return to Barcelona and his partnership with Puyol has led him to question his existence when faced with the formidable yellow ball king. With a robust physical presence, the yellow ball king can effortlessly toy with Piqué through a myriad of maneuvers. Alas, President Piqué has already endured enough, having been overshadowed by the yellow ball king. Is it not somewhat unprincipled for him to continue in this manner? Yet, upon reflection, the yellow one is merely enacting a form of justice. Piqué, the notorious rogue, has betrayed friendships. The yellow ball king's role in casting Piqué as a mere backdrop is, in fact, a gesture to support his good friend Messi, who wouldn't raise their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming that the yellow ball king embodies noble righteousness. It seems timely for Messi's endorsement contract to be revisited. Now that the Messi ball king has become a mainstay at Barcelona, the modest endorsement fees of 1 or 200,000 do not seem fitting for his stature. When the opportunity arises, an invitation for dinner at his home could strengthen their bond, and under the pretext of persuasion, he might coax Messi into signing a new contract. Indeed, Huang Kevin has conceived yet another brilliant idea. Subsequently, he could have the newspapers herald that Kevin St. exclusively seeks the finest players for endorsements. A masterful bait to lure interest. In less than 2 years, Cristiano Ronaldo would likely come forth, questioning why only Messi and Kaká are chosen for endorsements. Would he not willingly sign a low-price contract? Brilliant. The yellow ball king is exceptionally astute. Then, The promotional momentum could continue. Is this not a unique take on the Ballon d'Or? When the time comes, figures like Griezmann, Neymar, Mbappe, and Haaland would each be poised with their cups of milk tea. Griezmann would film with his teacup, Neymar would return to Brazil with his cup in hand. Mbappe's room would be adorned with posters of Kaiwan's tea, and Haaland would eagerly anticipate a sip. Agreements could also be forged with UEFA and FIFA, positioning Kaiwan's tea as an official partner of the World Cup and the European Championship. The ambition would be to ensure that football fans worldwide could partake in Kaiwan's tea. Huang Kevin increasingly feels that playing football is a waste of his astute intellect. If he ventured into business, achieving hundreds and thousands of small goals would be a matter of moments. He initially intended to draft a proposal, yet opportunity eluded him. Lily, having not seen him for some time, insisted on showcasing her newly acquired trinket, demonstrating her unyielding childlike spirit. The following midday, Huang Kevin visited the restaurant. Some teammates were already seated, dining. Ramos waved, beckoning him over. Kaiwan here. Huang Kevin took a seat, and Ramos kindly ordered for him, placing a newspaper before him. The front page was adorned with the headline from Labor News, the most widely circulated newspaper in Russia. Unfortunately, the text was in Russian, and although the Yellow Ball King possessed remarkable linguistic talent, he had not learned the language and found it indecipherable. However, he was adept at interpreting images. The front cover featured a photograph of him being lifted high by his teammates. Fear not, Kaiwan, Inwanowicz will translate for you, Ramos chuckled, rising to summon someone. Yet, Inwanowicz's command of Spanish was also lacking, and after much effort, the Yellow Ball King gleaned the general meaning. The Russian journalist was quite meticulous, attributing the victory largely to the Yellow Ball King's efforts, while scarcely mentioning the 3 goals scored by Milan. This report is significantly laden with political undertones. Huang Kevin continues to delve deeper, and indeed, other nations' newspapers follow suit. Ramos truly possesses remarkable insight. The headline in AS reads Kaiwan Stephanopoulos cash. Meanwhile, Marca conducted a post-match interview with Stephanopoulos, the honorary president of Real Madrid, who remarked to reporters, "This was the most predictable final I have ever witnessed. I do not wish to undermine AC Milan. Their prowess is formidable, and they are undoubtedly among the best teams aside from Real Madrid. However, in this match, they were utterly incapable of containing Kaiwan, whose shooting accuracy was astonishingly high. When a player can strike from anywhere on the pitch, there is simply no one who can defend against him. Should FIFA one day decide to rule that goals scored directly from midfield do not count, in response to Kaiwan, I would not be surprised." In an interview with La Gazzetta dello Sport, Ronaldo stated, "Kaiwan is the best player I have ever partnered with, without exception. Even though we have only played one match together, his feet possess incredible magic. Even the most elite defenders cannot contain him. For the next decade or beyond, the criteria for selecting defenders will hinge on how well they perform against Kaiwan. As for me, though I hesitate to admit it, I must concede that I am indeed a notch below Kaiwan, even when I am in peak health." According to Mundo Deportivo, without Kaiwan, Real Madrid is utterly devoid of merit. They owe their championship solely to his outstanding performance. The Times reported, Abramovich attended the match, and the Russian tycoon has yet to abandon his ambitions to acquire Kaiwan. Calderon has declared Kaiwan a non-transferable asset, even for €1 billion. He would not part with him. The Sun disclosed, "We have learned that Kaiwan has a parrot named Paolo, which is remarkably intelligent and often exclaims phrases like, 'Be gentle and daddy.'" To discover what else Paolo can say, please stay tuned for our upcoming reports. L'Equipe noted, Kaiwan has secured the Ballon d'Or for next year with the most outstanding performance in Champions League history. Fontaine has acknowledged that if anyone is to claim his accolade, it could only be Kaiwan. He expressed his concern that Kaiwan might equal his record in a single match. The legendary Pelé, in an interview with the Sao Paulo Journal, stated, "Though I was not present at the match, I watched the live broadcast. I am not at all surprised that Kaiwan scored so many goals. However, I must remind him that his exquisite technique did not manifest significantly during the game. He should adhere to the Samba style of play. Squandering his talent is a crime, as football is not solely about scoring goals. Domestically, there is an overwhelming wave of publicity surrounding Huang Kaiwan. Both print and digital media are saturated with his name. Without it, no one would take notice. Major television networks, even while airing other programs, scroll messages proclaiming, 'Congratulations to our player Huang Kaiwan for winning the Champions League for 4 consecutive years.' In yesterday's final, Huang Kaiwan netted 7 goals. As the Olympics approach, Huang Kevin stands as the finest ambassador. 100 million euros, along with his Champions League performance. Even the Black Kevin Forum moderator must concede, Huang Kevin is truly remarkable. At a little past 7 in the evening, the entire Real Madrid team landed at Madrid Barajas Airport. As they exited the VIP passage, the fans erupted in cheers. This occasion marked the highest number of fans Kevin Huang had ever encountered upon his arrival. The entire hall was packed with people, tightly squeezed together. Female fans were undeterred, and the male fans were even less concerned. Some fans found it impossible to raise their arms due to the sheer density of the crowd, resorting instead to shouting hoarsely, "Champions! Champions! Real Madrid is the champion!" Raul smiled and remarked, "This is the first time I've seen so many fans come to greet us." "What about before?" Cassano inquired curiously. "There were never this many." Raul replied. Before Kevin's arrival, the last championship victory had been against Bayer Leverkusen. Although the fans were excited, the atmosphere paled in comparison to that following a successful title defense. When Raul appeared with the trophy, the ambience instantly reached a fever pitch. Raul then heard the fans' chants, "Kevin! St. Kevin! Kevin, I love you!" Raul could only smile wryly and quicken his pace. Even holding the Champions League trophy, he could not steal the limelight, which spoke volumes about the popularity of Real Madrid's number 10. After much effort, the entire team boarded the bus. Yet the journey home remained exceedingly lengthy. Many fans had driven their cars, surrounding the Real Madrid bus and causing their speed to dwindle. By the time Kevin arrived home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Miss and Lily had returned long before him. After dinner, Kevin retired early for the night. The following morning, he awoke to newspapers still buzzing with news of the Champions League final, highlighting the best-performing players in the match. Recently, the idol Mourinho had not distanced himself from the football scene. In an interview with the Morning Post, Mourinho stated, "I did not watch the Champions League final because I never watch matches that lack suspense." The former Chelsea manager remained one of the most talked-about coaches in football. Even without a current position, his words continued to grace the front pages. Kevin also noticed several prestigious clubs were linked to Mourinho. At this point, it seemed that any club not associated with him would feel remiss. After briefly perusing the newspaper, Kevin changed his clothes and went to celebrate with his teammates. Although this year's championship was fewer than last year's, Calderon had still prepared a grand celebration. During the bus parade, the seasoned Kevin greeted the fans before donning a simple gas mask and sitting at the railing. Spanish fans revel in setting off fireworks to celebrate, with smoke drifting upwards. After every parade, Kevin would invariably cough for 2 days. "Kevin, you're quite cunning." Cassano, having had his fill of festivities, shouted at Kevin in his mask. "Who told you to be so dim-witted?" Ramos, also wearing a mask, chimed in. He had received assistance from Kevin in procuring his as well. With so many preparations, it was challenging to engage with the fans effectively. The absence of 1 or 2 people made little difference. "Are you not afraid that the television station will capture you with a mask on?" Cassano inquired, gesturing toward his own head. At such times, the television stations typically employ aerial shots. "What is there to fear?" Huang Kevin replied with a chuckle. "I simply cannot endure this odor, let alone wearing a mask. Even if I were to have a supermodel perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for me, the fans would still commend me for my appreciation of life." Beauty gave a thumbs up. Huang Kevin was absolutely right. Possessing talent is indeed remarkable. Throughout his years at Real Madrid, Huang Kevin had become the most amiable star player he had encountered. His prowess surpassed that of the marquee players from the initial Galacticos era. As the team bus arrived at the Bernabeu, Calderon had arranged for an artistic performance. Upon seeing the guest performers, Beauty leaned in closer to Huang Kevin and nudged him with his elbow, asking, "Is your girlfriend still in Milan? How will you manage today? Are you hoping to see me humiliated?" Huang Kevin turned to question him. "Don't be shy to admit it. But I certainly do not wish to read about your romantic entanglements in tomorrow's papers," Beauty said with a serious expression, although his demeanor suggested he was eager for entertainment. It was quite amusing. The king of balls never faltered. As for the matter with Shakira, a simple return home would suffice. There was no need to discuss such things with Beauty. Huang Kevin smiled and remained silent, leaving Beauty in suspense. Once the performance concluded, Huang Kevin joined his teammates on the pitch. The night at the Bernabeu transitioned directly into summer, with fans unleashing their fervent energy, chanting, "Champions! Champions! Champions!" Raul once again performed his bullfighting dance, with Ramos joining in for a round as well. Huang Kevin stood by, watching his teammates celebrate. and was eventually pulled into singing Dove with Raoul before it all wrapped up. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, the king of balls returned to his former battlefield. It was over an hour later when he finally returned home. After dinner, the three of them settled in to watch a movie. The young lady was busy with work, and Lily still had school. Both were preparing to return to Milan the next day, which prompted a cozy family activity. Besides, Huang Kevin was not in the best physical shape, as the celebrations had been quite exhausting. The film Cursed Cupid had an intriguing premise, and Lily was engrossed in it. The sponsors are ready to renew your contract, the young lady remarked. You can handle that as you see fit, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Very well, then, the young lady continued, by the way. The princess consort previously asked me if you would consider being her daughter's godfather. The Spanish prince? Huang Kevin questioned. Yes, she visited Milan earlier. Her daughter seemed to bond well with you. The young lady nodded. Forget it. I have no interest. Huang Kevin shook his head. Being a godfather carries only obligations and responsibilities, with no real benefits. After watching the film, the three of them went to bed early. When Huang Kevin awoke, the young lady and Lily had already departed. His close friends were all busy with their own summer plans. Ramos had gone to report to the national team for the European Championship. Kaká and Ronaldinho, as overage players, are participating in the Olympics and have returned to Brazil for training. Messi is also a member of the Argentine U23 team. And even that fellow Cassano has been selected as an overage player for the Italian U23 squad. Huang Kevin can only stay at home playing video games. After receiving several awards from La Liga, Huang Kevin flew back to Milan. At his home in Milan, the young lady has already arranged for a coach for him. In the coming period, the king of Huang will first undergo some training before reporting back. On June 1st, Huang Kevin was greeted by a store refresh. Special template, Keto 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Pele 10,000 points. Beckenbauer 10,000 points. Cruyff 10,000 points. Skills, Curved Ball Mastery 1,500 points. Basketball Mastery 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card 20 points. Special item, Ashley Young Bird droppings 200 points. This refresh was quite timely. Although Keto shares the same surname, the king of Huang feels there is a noticeable disparity in physical prowess between him and Keto. Subsequently, the template finally revealed Pele. Cruyff is also commendable, yet Huang Kevin certainly cannot utilize his template. As for Beckenbauer, the Kaiser is slightly inferior to Pele in offensive capabilities. Today, the king of Huang intends to invest his 10,000 points in Pele, ensuring he becomes a true football king. As for Ashley Young Bird droppings, it sounds dubious. And even with surplus fate points, it would be impossible to purchase this. Huang Kevin directly acquired the Pele template, Basketball Mastery, and the immunity card for 120 points, leaving him with 730 points. Combined with the 2 remaining cards for this season, he now possesses a total of 3 immunity cards. With careful usage over the summer, this should suffice. The skill, Basketball Mastery, allows him to reach the average level of a professional basketball player and slightly enhances his jumping ability. This is the first skill to improve his leaping capacity, which will provide a bonus for heading the ball. As he continued to peruse the options, Huang Kevin noticed another prompt. Ding! Purchasing top-tier templates will upgrade the I Am the King system to the enhanced version of I Am the King system. The estimated upgrade time is 144 hours, and the upgrade will occur without downtime. Upgrade announcement. Fate tasks will undergo some adjustments. Season settlement rewards will be modified. Expectation value lottery will be adjusted. Each time an expectation value lottery is conducted, an A experience card can be chosen for immediate or later use. If the A experience card is used, its upper limit will match that of the original template, while the lower limit will be significantly enhanced. The specific data of the experience card will be randomly determined between the upper and lower limits, and an additional B card of another professional athlete can be drawn. Inheriting one trait, with the primary and secondary roles of A and B cards being interchangeable. Upon reading this, Huang Kevin was momentarily stunned. Initially, he thought acquiring Pele would be the greatest achievement of the month, but he never anticipated such delightful news. He began to grasp the implications of this upgrade. In the realm of football management games, Pele is classified as a player with a rating of 200 CA. If he draws a card for Amad Diallo, rated at 155 CA, the disparity in their capabilities is substantial. However, Should one opt to utilize Diallo, his template strength could range between 200 and 160. And with a stroke of luck, one might even obtain a Diallo of Pelé-esque caliber. Furthermore, by selecting a template, there exists the potential to inherit traits from other athletes, such as Usain Bolt's remarkable speed. Imagine a 200 ca Diallo endowed with Bolt's attributes. Wouldn't that elevate his speed to celestial heights? Without immunity cards, such a player would be nearly invincible. Even in less fortunate scenarios, the enhancement exceeds that of a standard experience card, effectively elevating a second-tier star to the ranks of a first-tier luminary. Nonetheless, the tactical significance remains paramount. The unparalleled prowess of Huang, the Yellow King, on the pitch is attributed to his unpredictable and versatile playing style, making it exceedingly difficult for defenders to anticipate his movements. Even a player as formidable as Pelé would falter if thoroughly analyzed by opponents. However, with the introduction of enhanced experience cards, this issue becomes moot. The new variant does not necessitate immediate deployment. One can utilize Pelé for the first 45 minutes and then switch to the experience card for the next half, leaving defenders utterly bewildered. A single match could showcase two distinct styles, rendering any defender incapable of grasping Huang's unique playing habits. Moreover, it is feasible to assume two positions within one match. In this light, the legendary night in Istanbul may not be the final act. Additionally, Huang has consistently enjoyed favorable fortunes, thus rarely drawing players of the third or fourth prize caliber. Consequently, even when employing an experience card, the baseline remains exceedingly high. Should luck be exceptionally poor, one could simply opt not to use it at all. The flexibility and efficacy of the new experience card are markedly superior. The most remarkable aspect lies in the B card. The A and B cards can be interchangeably prioritized, if I understand correctly. One could utilize Bolt's template as the primary card while inheriting a trait from Diallo. Coupled with Huang's innate talents, he could essentially become a fortified version of Bolt. As for the new King of New London, he has finally returned to a prominent status. Cassano still reminisces about his short video. His teammates are quite enthusiastic regarding this matter. Yet, Huang exhibits little interest in their narratives. In lower-class settings in Europe and America, connections with the underworld are commonplace, particularly with Eastern European players who often have mob involvement in their transfers. Thus, his teammates usually have encountered such figures and are intrigued by these stories. However, were Huang to pen these tales, they would undoubtedly diverge from the conventional themes of individual heroism and grand reunions. Instead, his narrative would reflect a forced initiation into the underworld, a longing for a tranquil existence thwarted by circumstances. A promise to assist the mob boss with one final task to secure his exit would be met with betrayal, illustrating the irrevocable consequences of a single misstep, resonating deeply with the essence of a positive yet gritty mob narrative. A younger brother, an Interpol agent, seeks vengeance for his elder sibling by uncovering incriminating evidence against a notorious crime lord. Ultimately cornered, the elder brother surrenders to the criminal mastermind, only for the younger sibling to feign defiance and deliberately shoot the crime lord dead. The sequel is already in the works. A simple DV film does not necessitate a grandiose script. It can be crafted on location. Pepe and De Jong can portray gangsters without the need for elaborate makeup. Capello could easily embody the Sicilian kingpin. It would be ideal to invite Ferguson to play the head of the Scottish gang as well. The narrative would unfold amidst the rivalry of these factions. As for Ferguson's subordinates, the Manchester United players are readily available. The photograph of the Manchester United gang indeed fits the image of street thugs. Regrettably, the King of the Yellow Ball cannot entice the Manchester United players. Otherwise, this ensemble would create a compelling film. The dual Milan clubs alongside Real Madrid and Manchester United gracing the screen would undoubtedly elevate the box office. Such an idea remains but a fanciful thought. A week has passed, and the system update is complete. Huang Kevin discovers the new system. I am the king of football system. Enhanced version upgrade complete. 1 new fate missions, altering player destinies will yield more fate points. The influence weight remains that teammates outweigh opponents. This makes sense. For all this time, the King of the Yellow Ball has not garnered any fate points from his adversaries. When he snatched the championship from them, their destinies surely shifted. Yet their weight is too minimal. Only a remarkable change would provide fate points to the king. 2. The season settlement has introduced more rewards, including but not limited to special items, with a certain probability of acquiring unique traits. The King of the Yellow Ball has encountered many special items, having previously utilized pig's head meat. Some Milan players still maintain the tradition of consuming pig's head meat, particularly during crucial matches. Most of the time, Huang Kevin hesitates to spend fate points on special items, yet if they are given as seasonal rewards, he might indulge. As for the unique traits, he remains uncertain. 3. The strongest king plan has commenced. Even after possessing top-tier experience cards, one may still purchase new template cards, with the highest values taken from 2 experience cards. Does this imply that if he acquires another Barisi, Huang would become a player embodying both offensive and defensive prowess akin to Pelé? Beckenbauer would weep, and Matthias would fall silent. Not crying would be uncharacteristic of a German. This is indeed promising, providing Huang with a goal to strive toward. Otherwise, the days ahead could become rather mundane. For the new expectation experience cards have been updated. Fate points for drawing cards still correlate with daily luck, regardless of use. Experience cards will vanish at midnight, necessitating a redraw for usage. Upon reaching this point, Huang Kevin could no longer contain his excitement. His expectation points were rapidly nearing completion, making it the perfect opportunity to try his luck. Huang Kevin decides to draw for rewards. In the 1997 to 1998 UEFA Champions League group stage, featuring Galatasaray vs Parma, Arif Erdem's experience card was obtained, revealing the trait of Charles Leclerc's inconsistent performance. This trait indicates that during the initial phase, one may exhibit commendable prowess, but as time progresses, one's performance may wane, occasionally leading to errors. Upon discovering this, Huang Kevin promptly retreated to his room to research Arif Erdem. This Turkish forward's capabilities are estimated to be at the level of a third-tier player. While Charles Leclerc's standing in Formula One is slightly below that of elite competitors, likely placing him in the second-tier category, Huang Kevin began to speculate whether this trait was on par with that of Arif Erdem. Otherwise, it would be peculiar for both players to coexist. It is plausible that a player may possess multiple traits, and while a lesser player may exhibit inferior talent, their traits may still hold merit, thus expanding the range of possibilities. The following day, drawing the traits of Curvely and Hendry further validated Huang Kevin's hypothesis. The traits of A cards and B cards belong to the same tier, indicating that one cannot draw both from the same level. Consequently, one could draw a player like Maradona while also acquiring another athlete of limited prowess but exceptional traits. Huang Kevin had no objections to this. As long as the traits proved beneficial, he was content, affirming the notion that the lottery of player acquisition would indeed be broader. However, it could also lead to the misfortune of drawing Federer with subpar traits, resulting in a scenario where the B card is swapped for Federer's experience card, leaving Robben questioning his own capabilities. After dedicating a month to rigorous training at home, Huang Kevin felt he had nearly matched the 6-month training regimen he had undergone at Real Madrid. The Spanish national team, despite the absence of Xavi, emerged as European champions once more, with Huang's close ally Ramos once again showcasing his flamenco dance. Guti, having faced adversity, found himself recalled to the national team after 3 years, managing to secure a few matches that contributed to the European title. He owed Robben a debt of gratitude, for had Xavi not been injured, he would have had no opportunity. Among the players, the new czar, Arshavin, garnered significant attention, becoming a sensation following the European Championship, with numerous clubs extending offers in his direction. Meanwhile, the latest news from Real Madrid was dominated by the Calderon scandal, revealing a plethora of his misdeeds, which hindered the club's transfer progress. As the season concluded, he brazenly claimed he would recruit Cristiano Ronaldo and Fabregas to refresh Real Madrid's frontline. However, he currently lacked the vigor to advance the team's recruitment efforts, as Florentino was not one to be trifled with. Huang Kevin's foresight allowed him to prompt Roll and Guti's agents to negotiate contract renewals ahead of time, for at this juncture, Calderon was certainly preoccupied with other matters. Abramovich also frequently reached out to Huang Kevin. As a successful businessman, even when he had demands of his own, Abu's eloquence brings a sense of comfort to those who listen. It is no surprise that he has risen to prominence thanks to Old Yi. In that era, one could not thrive without a certain emotional intelligence. In July, the store experienced another refreshing update, which nearly provoked an expletive from Huang Kevin. The special template, Don Quixote da Flamingo, with a staggering 1,000,000 fate points. Templates, Harry Maguire, 6, 500 points. Buffon 9,000 points. Nesta, 9,000 points. Skills, Master of Juggling 4,000 points. Hockey Proficiency 100 points. Items. 24-hour Injury Immunity Card 20 points. Injury Early Recovery Card 500 points. Special Item. Gary Neville's Microphone 800 points. Upon seeing this, Huang Kevin was once again on the verge of cursing. Previously, non-ancient deities capped at 9,000 points. Yet Baresi was merely around 5,000. The prices for defensive player templates were not particularly high. Now, after acquiring Pele, the prices for defensive players approached those of offensive players. According to earlier assessments, Maguire should top out at around 4,000. Nesta should be comparable to Baresi at approximately 5,000, and Buffon, being a goalkeeper, might even be cheaper. Suddenly, the prices surged. Huang Kevin had previously hoped to exploit a bug. Looking at the special template, Doflamingo remains formidable, albeit his development of the fruits is somewhat lacking. Upon hearing the name, Neville's Microphone, Huang Kevin immediately discerned its purpose. After Neville's retirement, he became a commentator, captivating audiences while leading the world to believe his coaching and commentary skills were equally impressive, only to nearly lead Valencia to relegation. This microphone likely enhances cognitive engagement or improves verbal expression. Its efficacy should be commendable, yet at 800 points, it felt a tad exorbitant for Huang Kevin. After some contemplation, he decided to procure Hockey Proficiency, Immunity Card, and Recovery Card for 620 points. Although the Recovery Card was costly, its significance was paramount. The skill of Hockey Proficiency elevates one to the average standard of a hockey player, slightly enhancing strength and balance. Huang Kevin mused, "Is my balance now exceeding expectations?" Strength is crucial in various aspects, such as lifting a person with both hands, which tests one's power. With his physical prowess once again enhanced, Huang Kevin contemplated conducting an experiment. Upon returning home, he fortuitously found Lily nestled like a kitten against the young lady's leg, engrossed in television. Huang Kevin exchanged a knowing glance with the young lady, prompting her to rise immediately. Lily, alert, raised her head and inquired, "What are you two up to?" "Oh, nothing. Just discussing a few matters," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Primarily, Lily's light frame posed no challenge for the illustrious Huang. Observing the young lady wrapping her arms around Huang Kevin, he felt himself sink into her embrace. Lily suspiciously asked, "You don't dislike my figure, do you?" "Oh, don't think too much into it," Huang Kevin reassured her. "Every size has its advantages. We Chinese people adore table tennis, after all." Huang Kevin's attempt to comfort her, however, only rendered Lily silent. She rose and glanced down at her toes. Damn it. Her genetic inheritance was not her fault. Huang Kevin had previously taken Lily by the hand, leading her back to their room to discuss matters. After all, whether it was one sheep or two, they still needed to be herded. Soon enough, Lily dismissed her earlier worries, fixating instead on surviving the night. July 7th, King Huang was forced to interrupt his training for a moment. Robben was once again urging him to release a photo collection. Moreover, fans were fervently requesting that he design merchandise and souvenirs. In the words of Robben's fans, such a talented individual could easily craft designs that would allow them to feel the affection of Huang Kevin. With such a lucrative opportunity, Huang Kevin felt slightly guilty for not capitalizing on it. Besides students, housewives, and numerous male fans of Robben were also rallying behind King Huang. The money there was indeed easy to earn. Huang Kevin deliberately extended his photo shoot for an extra day, arranging for 108 cards to be included as a bonus with the collection. This was entirely meant to provide them a glimpse into the childhood of King Huang. He remembered how, in his early days, he often skipped meals to buy instant noodles. They always said that Robben's economy was flourishing, if that was the case. Transforming instant noodles into a photo collection was hardly a misstep. It was merely a 200-fold increase. For 3,000 yen, one could acquire King Huang's photo collection, complete with exquisite little cards. It was an absolute bargain, a generous giveaway that felt like a gift to the fans. Inside, there were various shiny cards. If one truly wished to collect them all, with a stroke of luck, purchasing 10 or 20 copies might yield the complete set of over 100 cards. Once collected, they could enjoy a free economy class trip to watch King Huang play, and even share a meal with him. Given the current commercial value of King Huang's activities, that meal could be worth hundreds of thousands. Lost in thought, Huang Kevin felt himself on the verge of tears. If only Robben's fans could be a bit more supportive, King Huang might soon ascend the ranks of popularity. Upon returning home, he He planned to search through old photo albums. This card-collecting model was remarkable. In the future, it could be promoted alongside Kevin's tea. There was even potential for a canned version, perfectly suited for Libin's mini vending machines. Alas, in his quest to ensure Libin's fans could enjoy healthy tea at any time, King Huang truly exerted himself. In the afternoon, he went online and discovered that the Black Kevin forum had been shut down. Double happiness. Huang Kevin felt this was a testament to his unwavering belief. As the world smiled brightly upon him, "Add 2 more dishes for dinner, Albert," Huang Kevin instructed. "Certainly, my lord," replied the old butler, promptly heading off to prepare. Recently, he had also returned to Milan. However, someone remained in Madrid, primarily because King Huang feared that the house might be seized by gypsies, making it impossible to reclaim. Who knew whether such matters fell under the purview of the Golden Prison Award? Considerable sums had been invested in that house. If something like that were to occur, King Huang would have nowhere to lament his misfortunes. "What has you in such high spirits today?" the young lady inquired during dinner. "Is it that obvious?" Huang Kevin replied. "Of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't usually waste the kitchen's resources preparing so many dishes," the young lady remarked. Huang Kevin gave a thumbs up, acknowledging that the young lady understood him well. However, he chose not to elaborate, and the young lady refrained from inquiring further. Lily remained at school, and indeed, the two of them indulging in 6 dishes was somewhat excessive. Huang Kevin picked up the remote and turned on the television, just in time to see the face of Florentino. With great enthusiasm, Florentino proclaimed, "Upon my return to Real Madrid, I shall rigorously investigate the corruption within the club. Real Madrid will ascend to new heights. It is time for Europe to recognize the true essence of our club." Huang Kevin glanced at the young lady and asked, "He is back?" "I am unaware," she replied, her expression one of astonishment. Although Calderon had faced some difficulties recently, his numerous championships provided him with a distinct advantage. The club members were not particularly concerned about the kickbacks and even afforded Calderon an opportunity to defend himself. Huang Kevin had heard about this. Calderon had performed admirably and promised to reimburse the club. This matter seemed to have been resolved. How could he have possibly stepped down? Such a prominent figure. A club president with a clear upper hand could not simply resign at will. The young lady took out her phone and made a call, learning the background from her assistant. During the members' meeting, some extreme fans had stormed the venue in support of Calderon. Lacking voting rights, they protested outside, expressing their dissatisfaction with being represented by the member representatives. Furthermore, subsequent revelations regarding Calderon's substantial kickbacks during transfers had ultimately led to him losing the support of the member representatives. A splendid hand had been played poorly. Couldn't they have calmed the representatives on site? Huang Kevin was at a loss for words. "Will Calderon's departure affect you?" the young lady asked with concern. "It should. But it's not a significant issue," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Given his standing, what could Florentino possibly do to him? After witnessing the unfolding of fate, Huang Kevin had contemplated the potential scenarios following Florentino's return. The most probable outcome would involve dissatisfaction regarding the privileges and salary of the king of football. Yet, even if he were discontented, he would have to stifle it. If matters escalated too disgracefully, Florentino might find himself leaving Real Madrid before him. After some reflection, Huang Kevin contacted his teammates to communicate in advance, ensuring that conflicts between him and the club president wouldn't disrupt team harmony. Finding a new club for the king of football would not be a challenge. However, securing a satisfactory team after leaving Real Madrid would not be as easy. "What? Does he dare?" Ramos exclaimed on the other end of the line. "Calm down, Sergio. This hasn't happened yet," Huang Kevin reassured him. "Even if it hasn't occurred, it shouldn't be dismissed. Who does he think he is? If he dares to target you, I will confront him directly," Ramos said, his agitation evident, his voice audible even to the young lady sitting beside him. "Enjoy your vacation." "I'm fine," Huang Kevin chuckled, attempting to soothe him. Ramos had just endured a hectic season. During the first half of the season, after being loaned to Milan, he returned to Real Madrid as a starter and subsequently played in the European Championship over the summer. At this juncture, one must take the time to relax. Otherwise, the new season will be overwhelming. "I will handle it," Ramos declared before ending the call. Huang Kevin listened to the busy tone on the other end, managing a wry smile. "He is quite a good person," remarked the young lady. "Indeed," Huang Kevin responded with a smile, "though Sergio can be somewhat impulsive as a friend. He is exceptional. Even after retirement, we will remain friends. All these men seem eager to snatch you away from me." the young lady complained, wrapping her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck. Compared to women, it is your friends who truly give me headaches. How could that be? After all, we are the ones sharing a room, Huang Kaiwen replied with a forced laugh. The young lady was even envious of the attention he received from other men. When on the team, you would also be staying with Kaka or Ramos, she pointed out. Then allow me to enlighten you on the difference between sharing a room with them and sharing one with you, Huang Kaiwen said, as he swept her into his arms in a playful princess carry. At such moments, there was little to explain. Reasoning with a woman required the right timing. Just as they took a step outside, the young lady's phone rang again. Don't make a fuss. Let me answer the call first, she said, somewhat irritated. You handle your calls, and I will amuse myself, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. It's Florentino, she exclaimed. Huang Kaiwen immediately halted and turned to her. After a brief conversation, she hung up and said, Florentino wishes to visit tomorrow. I have agreed. Let him come, Huang Kaiwen sighed. What is meant to happen will happen. With Florentino's interruption, Huang Kaiwen lost the mood for frivolity and opted for an early night. The next day, he rose early to groom his appearance, determined not to embarrass himself before the new president of Real Madrid. At 10 a.m., Florentino arrived. Albert escorted him into the living room. Mr. Perez, Huang Kaiwen greeted him. No need for such formality. I am your devoted fan, Florentino replied with a smile. Perhaps it is better this way. Considering you are the club president, and I am merely a player, Huang Kaiwen stated. Florentino, however, seemed unbothered and settled himself comfortably on the sofa. Once Albert served tea, Florentino took a sip before speaking. I had always hoped you would play for Real Madrid. It is truly a delightful surprise to find you here upon my return. Thank you for the compliment, Huang Kaiwen replied, maintaining his composure. As Florentino had yet to disclose his intentions, Huang Kaiwen remained patient. The young lady sat quietly beside them. Having chosen to remain at home for Florentino's visit, concerned that Huang Kaiwen might face difficulties. I have come from Madrid to Milan not only to visit the world's finest player, but also to discuss certain matters with you, Florentino said with a smile. Here it comes, Huang Kaiwen thought, realizing that the main point was about to unfold. Please, go on, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. I hope you can relinquish 20 of your image rights to Real Madrid. Before Florentino could finish his statement, the young lady rose and exclaimed, Impossible. Do you have any idea how much Kevin earns from his image rights? Huang Kevin gently grasped her hand, urging her to take a seat, patting her hand a few times in a soothing manner. My apologies for her agitation. Please continue, he said. He was curious to see what schemes Florentino had up his sleeve. You must understand that Real Madrid's 55 revenue-sharing model has achieved great success in the football world. Although those players have ceded 50 of their image rights to Real Madrid, the remaining 50 yields them far greater earnings than their original 100, Florentino stated. Huang Kevin nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Thus, I hope you will transfer 20 of your image rights to Real Madrid. When I promote this externally, I will not disclose the exact figure, guiding the media to believe you have contributed 50 to the club, which would not violate any regulations. Florentino added with a smile directed at Huang Kevin, his expression brimming with concern for his welfare, which Huang Kevin found rather off-putting. Sitting upright, Huang Kevin replied with a smile, Mr. Perez, while there is some merit to your argument, you must recognize that I am neither Zidane nor Ronaldo. My 20 of image rights is worth more than my salary. Transferring 20 of my image rights to Real Madrid would essentially mean I am paying to play. Your salary is also subject to considerable taxation, Florentino reminded him with a smile. Moreover, the substantial income you receive is due to your status as a Real Madrid player. I consulted an accounting firm to estimate your earnings at AC Milan, which pale in comparison to what you earn here. Only Real Madrid possesses such a unique standing in Europe, unlike any other club. Excuse me, but Kevin is indeed exceptional. The young lady interjected sharply. Kevin would never relinquish even a fraction of his image rights. The newspapers make it abundantly clear that Kevin is equivalent to Di Stefano and Puskas. Is there any player in Real Madrid's history more outstanding than Kevin? That is where our perspectives diverge, Florentino remarked, unfazed. I never anticipated persuading either you or Kevin. But as the club president, Barbara, you should comprehend my concerns. Currently, Kevin's salary far exceeds that of his teammates, and he retains all his image rights. This situation could incite discontent among other players. I have already been approached by agents of other players seeking to reclaim their image rights. I cannot empathize with that. The young lady retorted. If we were in Milan, no one would question Kevin's merits. I also doubt any Real Madrid player feels entitled to the same treatment as Kevin. I am sorry, Mr. Perez, but I find your assertions hard to believe. 2 years passed. Although Finning West had yet to adopt the Huang surname, the young lady had firmly established her position. Not only could she easily dismiss her elder sister, but she also subtly held the upper hand. In front of Mr. Bay, she was the dutiful daughter, no longer needing to compromise her principles. When it came to Huang Kevin, should she be provoked, Florentino might find himself in a perilous situation on the streets of Milan, possibly injured and hospitalized. Whether he could return to Madrid unscathed depended entirely on her mood. Very well, let me rephrase that. Florentino chuckled and remarked, I hope Kevin can take a pay cut. 20 million euros is a reasonable salary. What? The young lady sprang to her feet, pointing at Florentino, and exclaimed, You want Kevin to have his salary? He is only 25 years old, not 35. Sit down. Huang Kevin gently grasped the young lady's hand and said, Please, sit. Reluctantly, she sank back onto the sofa, still fuming at Florentino. If the old rascal did not provide her with a satisfactory answer, the headlines tonight would read about a car accident on the streets of Milan. Kevin was indeed exceptional. Yet Real Madrid was unparalleled. Order was paramount. Only through order could the team endure. No individual could surpass the club. I hear Kaká's salary is only 6 million euros. Does Kevin truly surpass Kaká by sixfold? Florentino inquired. Mr. Perez, I believe you did not come here to discuss contracts. If you have something to say, please say it directly, Huang Kevin replied, his expression unreadable. He had discerned that Florentino was merely toying with him. Then I shall speak plainly, Florentino said with a smile. I believe players deserve reasonable treatment. Kevin's compensation exceeds the bounds of reason. If Kevin cannot accept relinquishing his image rights or a pay cut, are you suggesting I should leave? Huang Kevin asked. I would still prefer you to remain. At Real Madrid, you would gain more, Florentino stated. Kevin cannot accept your proposal. A pay cut to 20 million euros would diminish his commercial value. The young lady interjected. Kevin's salary already constituted a minor portion of his overall income. However, a salary of 40 million euros far surpassed that of other players, signifying Huang Kevin's standing in the football world. Should his salary be reduced to 20 million euros while others exceed 10 million, he would no longer appear so exceptional. That is truly unfortunate. We could have had a pleasant collaboration, Florentino remarked. Speak up. What transfer fee would allow Kevin to depart? The young lady asked curtly, Florentino, you are utterly ungrateful. Why not simply spend the money to bring Kevin back to Milan? If Kevin returns to AC Milan, then let the buyout clause be triggered, she added, rising once more, but was gently restrained by Huang Kevin. He gestured for Florentino to continue. Florentino continued, AC Milan is formidable and poses a threat to Real Madrid. Furthermore, Kevin's return to AC Milan may lead fans to draw unfavorable conclusions. What you imply is that you do not wish for the fans to perceive you as the one who drove me away. Although that is indeed the case, Huang Kevin replied. Florentino raised an eyebrow in silence. His expression spoke volumes. You must be dreaming, the young lady stated from the sofa. Kevin has 3 years remaining on his contract, with an option for 2 additional years. This is a renewal clause the club can trigger, correct? I hope we can reach an agreement on this matter. Florentino took a sip from his teacup and leisurely replied, Very well. You are threatening us. The young lady glared at Florentino and said through clenched teeth, Kevin has played for Real Madrid for 2 years and still requires over 200 million euros for his release. I will cover that amount. Do not act impulsively. Huang Kevin gently tapped the young lady's hand and inquired, How much would it cost to join other teams? Aside from AC Milan and Barcelona, it would be 2 billion euros, Florentino replied. Huang Kevin nodded. Destiny had revealed itself when he was injured, yet now, before he had even faced an injury, Florentino could hardly contain his impatience. From the conditions proposed by Florentino, Huang Kevin sensed a lack of sincerity, as if he were intentionally being pushed away. Was he afraid that Huang, the king of balls, might surpass him? When Calderon was still in office, Huang had not committed any egregious acts. Suddenly, Huang Kevin realized where the problem lay. Damn, the issue was with the fans. Regardless of what the newspapers reported, the majority of fans believed that Real Madrid's current success was due to Huang, not Calderon. During random interviews conducted by television stations, fans overwhelmingly echoed this sentiment. Florentino was not merely unable to tolerate the special treatment afforded to Huang. Perhaps that was part of it. However, The crux of the matter was that he could not accept that Real Madrid's triumphs did not belong to him. Cursed be his cunning mind. But do you truly think that after I leave, Real Madrid will continue to win so many championships? Huang Kevin curiously asked, eager to hear Florentino's response. As I mentioned earlier, I am your devoted fan. I distinctly remember what you said at the press conference after the Champions League final. Victory belongs to the team, not to an individual, Florentino replied with a smile. I understand. I will promptly seek a new opportunity. Huang Kevin nodded. Florentino also nodded, smiling as he stood to leave. Why am I not allowed to speak? It's merely over 200 million euros. The young lady lamented. Although we have some money, it is not to be spent frivolously. Huang Kevin replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Who knows how many children we might have in the future? It's wise to save more money. Who would pay for their own transfer? He added, there are plenty of fools in the football world. One could easily find someone to take over for Huang. If not Milan, where do you plan to go? Chelsea? The young lady asked. She was well aware of Abramovich's long-standing interest in Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin smiled and nodded. Yes, to London. I've always been curious about which team truly reigns as the King of London. 0304. It is time for Real Madrid to recognize the kind of player Kevin is, he mused. Are you really going to leave just like that? The young lady questioned. Of course, and I will leave him with a little trouble, Huang Kevin said, gesturing with his recorder and smiling. You are quite clever, my dear, the young lady said, wrapping her arms around Huang Kevin's neck. She simply did not want to see the old man reveling in his triumph. First, let us have a conversation with our Russian billionaire, Huang Kevin suggested. He harbored some reservations about Abramovich. After all, he was also a formidable club president. Just because something is said does not guarantee that it will be done. If Abramovich cannot fulfill his promises, then the King of the Yellow Ball will conclude his employment and return home. Manchester City will require 2 more years to find their footing. And it is inconceivable for the King of the Yellow Ball to join without even qualifying for the Champions League. Among the entirety of Europe, only Chelsea, Barcelona, and Milan can potentially take on the King of the Yellow Ball, while Moratti is unable to afford his salary, and Barcelona may not be willing to spend either. Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga might possess the financial means, yet it does not align with their operational philosophy. In a similar situation, Dortmund is even more inclined to invest, having once nearly bankrupted themselves in a spending spree. Transfer fees are a trivial matter. Typically, major clubs can piece together funds by selling a couple of players. The primary concern lies with the salaries. Huang Kevin took out his phone and dialed. On the other end, Abramovich responded with enthusiasm, stating, I will be in Milan today. Listening to the busy tone, Huang Kevin exchanged glances with the young lady. Shortly after 2 p.m., they spotted Abramovich and his entourage, clad in tailored suits. Abramovich beamed as he shook hands with Huang Kevin and the young lady, introducing, this is Chelsea's CEO, Peter Kenyon, my assistant, Marina Granovskaya. If you need anything, feel free to speak with Marina. She is meticulous and patient. Tenenbaum is an aide in my company and a reliable partner. This is lawyer Daniel Glassel, who will provide us with legal assistance. Observing the enthusiastic Abramovich, Huang Kevin chose not to interrupt the affluent businessman, who had brought along his key associates to present to the King of the Yellow Ball. This display, akin to a peacock showcasing its feathers, did not displease Huang Kevin. However, he thought it best to keep the young lady from running errands, as she was not as amiable as Abramovich had suggested. I need my legal team and assistant to come. This is not an opportune moment for negotiations, the young lady stated solemnly, taken aback by Abramovich's inclusion of a lawyer. My apologies, that was my oversight, Abramovich replied. I heard Kevin might be leaving Real Madrid, and without time to apply for a flight, I took a business class directly to Milan. This is not an issue. We can discuss the future of the team. Abramovich settled onto a nearby sofa, and the young lady promptly retrieved a thick stack of documents from her briefcase. These are my recruitment targets. Kevin, please take a look and see which players might suit best. Naturally, I hope to bring in more renowned players, as not everyone deserves the honor of being your teammate. Abramovich stated with a smile. Huang Kevin returned the smile. It was evident that he aimed to enhance Chelsea's influence while speaking so delicately, flattering the King of the Yellow Ball. Huang Kevin had never been a vain person, yet Abramovich was indeed remarkable. Gently pushing the transfer list aside, Huang Kevin remarked, transfers are the responsibility of the sporting director and the coach. I am merely a player. Do you have any promising candidates in mind for the coaching position? Capello, Ancelotti, Deschamps, or Luis Aragonés? who just led Spain to win the European Championship, or perhaps Jose Mourinho? Abramovich inquired. Mourinho? Huang Kevin straightened up and asked. Hasn't he gone to Inter Milan? Not necessarily, came the reply. Abraham gazed at Granovskaya, who cast a glance at Huang Kevin and shook her head, saying, he turned down Moratti. I've heard he is concerned that you might return to AC Milan this summer, which would hinder Inter Milan's chances of winning the championship. Huang Kevin replied, once again, I inadvertently caused Moratti some trouble. However, this is truly not the fault of King Huang. He was completely unaware of this matter, having been focused solely on training. Before the season concluded, there were credible rumors of Mourinho taking the helm at Inter Milan. He even believed Mourinho had already joined the club, who is currently coaching Inter Milan. Huang Kevin inquired curiously. It is said that they are quite close to Deschamps. Granovskaya responded. Is that so? Huang Kevin nodded. Deschamps is also quite capable. However, being a Juventus legend, Moratti would likely need to invest significantly to bring him on board. But I've heard that Florentino is considering Mourinho as a replacement for Capello, having reached out to him before his return to Real Madrid. What is this nonsense? Huang Kevin exclaimed. The Real Madrid fans have issues with Capello's tactics. Do they truly believe Mourinho would be any different? While Mourinho does grant some freedom to attacking players, he tends to revert to a defensive midfield setup at crucial moments. Will that satisfy the Madrid fans? I suspect he might be drawn to Mourinho's appearance, Granovskaya remarked. Upon noticing Huang Kevin's expression, Granovskaya realized he misunderstood and gently clarified. I've heard a rumor that one of the reasons Bosque was dismissed was that his appearance did not align with Real Madrid's image, which led them to seek out the Portuguese coach Queiroz. Surely, Mourinho is a far better fit than Ferguson's assistant. Indeed, Granovskaya continued. Florentino often behaves quite capriciously. One cannot apply conventional reasoning to his actions. No, sister is absolutely correct. Florentino loves to create a spectacle. Even before engaging with a player, he will generate buzz, preferring to spend a little extra to draw attention across Europe. Once a player joins Real Madrid, they instantly become a superstar. Who in Europe could garner more media attention than Mourinho? In terms of marketability, Mourinho is among the elite in the coaching realm, far more handsome than Queiroz. His superior coaching abilities can ensure Real Madrid remains in the spotlight, meeting all of Florentino's criteria. It is no surprise he is interested in Mourinho. Kevin, do you wish for Jose to return to Chelsea? Abraham asked with a smile. In truth, there is not as great a rift between us as one might think. If you desire, he could return to Chelsea. I believe the finest players and the most extraordinary coach would undoubtedly elevate Chelsea to new heights. Huang Kevin subtly shook his head. Abraham's attitude was indeed intriguing. Just moments ago, he referred to him as Jose Mourinho, claiming unfamiliarity, yet upon Huang Kevin's inquiry, he immediately switched to calling him Jose. While appointing a designated coach would alleviate certain complications, Huang Kevin felt compelled to decline this enticing notion. Given Huang's exceptional talent and prowess, it would be illogical for the coach to single him out. Both Ancelotti, the amiable veteran, and Capello, the resolute tactician, have enjoyed a harmonious collaboration with the illustrious Huang. Thus, the identity of the coach bears little significance. Moreover, should there be any targeting at Chelsea, Abramovich would hardly tolerate such antics from the coach, as he is notorious for dismissing managers. Ancelotti? Abramovich queried tentatively. Forget it, Huang Kevin promptly declined. After painstakingly extricating himself from Milan, he had no desire to endure any further tribulations at Chelsea. Setting aside discussions about the coach, Abramovich slid a sheet of paper before Huang Kevin, inquiring, which first-team players do you believe are ill-suited for Chelsea? Huang Kevin replied. Why is it always the Huang King who is consulted? Perhaps he should just take on the dual role of player-coach. He chuckled, adding, I think it's all quite satisfactory. It was wiser for him to refrain from engaging in transfer matters. Noticing Huang Kevin's disinterest in the transfer discussions, Abramovich decided to set the documents aside. Granovskaya swiftly packed the materials into her briefcase. Raising his glass, Abramovich took a sip and remarked, So, you enjoy whiskey. Once you join Chelsea, I shall arrange for a case to be delivered to you every month. I don't drink much. I merely enjoy collecting it, and only partake when friends visit. Huang Kevin responded with a smile. Then I shall send you some collectible bottles, and do not refuse, Abramovich said with a grin. Thank you, Mr. Abramovich. Call me Roman. He insisted. Very well, Roman, Huang Kevin replied, engaging in conversation. Abramovich shared some intriguing anecdotes from his rise to wealth, clearly demonstrating that sincerity is his secret weapon. Approximately an hour later, the lady remarked, "Kevin, please review the contract. This is merely a draft, just to gauge your interest," Granovskaya explained, treating Huang Kevin with utmost courtesy. "For £100,000 per week?" Huang Kevin inquired. "Indeed, currently the highest earner at Chelsea, John Terry, receives £135 million, Granovskaya clarified. "What does 400,000 equate to?" Huang Kevin asked. "Approximately 18 million after tax. The remainder will be supplemented through signing bonuses and endorsement contracts. As you are aware, UEFA has been deliberating on financial regulations. Additionally, we will provide substantial bonuses for goals, assists, individual accolades, team honors, and even for your recognition at Chelsea," Granovskaya elaborated. Huang Kevin turned to the lady, who continued, "They are willing to offer a signing bonus of 40 million, along with a lifetime endorsement contract with Mr. Abramovich's company, providing an annual sponsorship fee of £12 million. As long as you serve Chelsea for 2 years or more, this endorsement contract will remain in effect." Huang Kevin contemplated this and concluded that his earnings would surpass those at Real Madrid. As for the endorsement contract, Abu's company operates within the oil sector, catering not to ordinary consumers, but to a clientele of substantial caliber. Thus, this endorsement contract carries a connotation of being partially offered for free. Executives from the petrochemical firms would not be swayed solely by the endorsement of the illustrious Huang Wang to justify increased expenditures. The significance of this endorsement parallels that of Beckham as an ambassador for the Qatar World Cup. Abu seeks to leverage Huang Wang's influence. The annual remuneration of 12 million was met with no objections from Huang Wang, as this endorsement would not conflict with his existing commitments. "What if you were to dissolve the company?" inquired the young lady. Granovskaya expressed her discontent, stating, "Robben is a billionaire. He earns a considerable amount annually. I must also safeguard Kevin's interests," the young lady insisted resolutely. Abu quickly interjected, "If within 30 years my company were to be dissolved or declared bankrupt, this contract, valued at £3.6 billion, would be prioritized for offsetting and could partake in asset restructuring. Should such a scenario transpire, the company would no longer be mine, and it would be prudent to allocate more to Kevin." "I have no objections then," the young lady conceded with a nod. "I have a minor request. I would prefer that this endorsement fee and the associated clause be settled in dollars, amounting to 20 million per year," Huang Wang proposed. "Agreed," Abu responded, intrigued. "Kevin, do you lack faith in the British economy? After all, 12 million is approximately 22 million. In a nation where wages do not rise and foreign billionaires are attracted solely by tax incentives, should I hold an optimistic view?" Huang Wang retorted with a smile. Subsequently, the pound experienced a steep decline. Although a loss of £1.6 million per year was noted, it became evident that soon 20 million would surpass 12 million in value. "Your perspective aligns closely with mine. You possess keen insight. We should engage in further discussions regarding economic matters when time permits," Abu remarked. "Kevin, while in London, you may utilize my idle assets. Occasionally, traveling from London to other destinations can be cumbersome without a private jet stationed there. Should you wish to escape to the sea for a weekend getaway, I possess several yachts. If the need arises, I will certainly consider it," Huang Wang replied politely, though he was not particularly fond of borrowing others' possessions. Rumors abounded regarding Abu's yachts, and Huang Wang recalled that Abu had acquired a total of 8 vessels over time, including the Blue Sky, which was lost to another oil tycoon, the Whisper, which was obtained as a parting gift, and the Olympia, given to the emperor. Abu was indeed quite generous when it came to pleasing the emperor. After the young lady confirmed the contract, she handed it over to her assistant for processing. Abu continued, "Coincidentally, Chelsea is preparing to acquire a winger. I had previously identified Robinho from Real Madrid as a potential target. Kevin, what are your thoughts? Are we truly assembling a team focused on the lower half?" "Ahem, he is indeed a commendable player," Huang Wang responded. "If you seek a winger, Juan Mata is also a solid option, and AC Milan boasts the talented forward Balotelli," the young lady suggested. Huang Wang replied, "Are we merely sending excess baggage to Abu? How could you forget about Alpha? That one is the most troublesome. Although Balotelli has had his fair share of troubles, he still possesses the potential for a few more shining years, and finding a new club will not pose a challenge." "Very well, please provide me with the information later," Abramovich said with a smile. He was unconcerned about expenditure. After all, it was merely a matter of recruitment, and acquiring players from AC Milan was not an issue. Does Kevin have any further requests? Abramovich inquired once more. I hope to facilitate the transfer as soon as possible. That is my only request, Huang Kevin replied. Once I leave, I plan to sell the recording to the Sun, enough for Florentino to enjoy a drink, he added. Excellent. We shall depart for Madrid shortly and strive to resolve this matter. Granovskaya nodded in agreement. As Abramovich's chief aide, she was not particularly versed in football. Nevertheless, acquiring players was relatively straightforward. With adequate funds, one could secure a player on the same day. Now that the serious business is concluded, shall we dine together this evening? Huang Kevin proposed. Abramovich rose and politely declined, saying, Let us forego dinner. We will fly directly to Madrid and negotiate with Real tomorrow. Huang Kevin stood and shook hands with Abramovich, wishing him success. We shall meet again soon. Abramovich replied with a smile. Once Abramovich and his entourage had departed, the young lady sighed. He is quite generous. Indeed, it's a good opportunity to earn some money for the child, Huang Kevin lamented. Playing over 20 matches a year and earning a few billion from advertisements. Who knows when this will end? You are not even in Milan. Where would the child come from? The young lady retorted. Ahem, the flight from Milan to London is hardly longer than to Madrid. It's just a little over an hour, Huang Kevin said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. To avoid further discussion about working away from home, Huang Kevin turned on the television. A reporter announced a car accident involving the newly appointed Real Madrid president, Florentino Perez, who encountered an accident en route to the airport at 12:22 p.m. today. Reportedly, he only sustained an arm injury and boarded the plane after a simple bandage. He truly is fortunate, the young lady remarked with a frown. How can one consider themselves lucky after a car accident? Huang Kevin countered. Not suffering severe injuries certainly qualifies as good fortune, she replied, displeased. I wonder how the secretary manages matters. There's no bonus this month. Huang Kevin sensed the young lady's frustration was somewhat excessive. Once again, the king of football would need to contribute to the harmony and stability of Milan. After dinner, the young lady, working from home, quickly forgot about her tasks. The following day at 9 o'clock, Abramovich arose, tidied himself, and meticulously checked his appearance in the mirror before descending for breakfast. After the meal, he dialed a familiar number. Mr. Abramovich? Mourinho inquired, puzzled, on the other end of the line. Call me Roman, Abramovich replied with a smile. Even if we have our differences, it does not diminish our friendship. Mourinho remained silent, utterly perplexed by the purpose of Abramovich's call. The two had experienced a rather unpleasant fallout, and it had been less than 6 months since their last interaction. All right, Roman, what is the purpose of your call today? Mourinho finally asked. I wish to invite you back to manage Chelsea, Abramovich stated directly. Chelsea? No, I shall not return to Chelsea. I cannot accept the club's acquisition of players I do not desire. I have set my sights on new aspirations, and I intend to bask in the Spanish sun. Mourinho vented. As a proud individual, being dismissed is, in itself, a humiliation. Abramovich approached him once again, which brought Mourinho some satisfaction. See, in the end, you still acknowledge my prowess. Abramovich quietly listened as Mourinho aired his grievances over the phone. Are you preparing to go to Real Madrid? Abramovich inquired. How did you know? Well, it doesn't matter, Mourinho replied from the other end. Yes, I am indeed preparing to go to Real Madrid. It is the largest club in the world, and coaching there, with players like Raul, Casillas, and Robben, I shall acquire everything I desire. Have you signed a contract with Real Madrid? Abramovich asked. Not yet, but my agent is in advanced discussions with them. If all goes well, I shall be the head coach of Real Madrid within a week, Mourinho said, laughing on the other end. I truly appreciate your invitation to return to Chelsea, but that is simply not feasible. He aimed to firmly decline Abramovich. Well, Jose, I still hope you could return to Chelsea, as Kevin wishes for your presence here. Abramovich remarked. No, thank you, Mourinho suddenly exclaimed. What, did you say Kevin? Kevin of Real Madrid S number 10? Indeed, we have reached an agreement with Kevin, and he shall soon be juggling the ball at Chelsea. When we met, Kevin spoke highly of you, which is why I wanted to inquire if you would consider returning to Chelsea, especially since we have not had significant disputes, right? Abramovich smiled. Following Kevin's agreement to transfer to Chelsea, his mindset improved considerably. Although he desired Mourinho's return, it was not an absolute necessity. Mourinho's merits and flaws were equally pronounced. While he could bring prestige to Chelsea, he also attracted a fair share of adversaries. Had it not been for Kevin's expressed interest in Mourinho, he would have preferred the likes of Ranieri, who would not protest the acquisition of new players and would actively seek ways to integrate them into the team. Is it truly Kevin? Mourinho asked once more. The crux of the matter was that he could not conceive a justification for leaving Real Madrid for Chelsea, as Real Madrid was the pinnacle of football prestige. Yes, it is indeed Kevin. If all goes smoothly, we shall announce this exhilarating news in the coming days, Abramovich replied. Very well, I shall instruct Jorge to pause negotiations with Real Madrid, Mourinho stated. I hope we can continue our pleasant collaboration, Abramovich remarked. And then he chuckled as he ended the call. Marina Granovskaya asked, why seek his return? She was acutely aware of the discord between Abramovich and Mourinho. In her understanding, a mere employee like Mourinho ought to comply without question. Yesterday, when I mentioned Mourinho, Kevin had a significant reaction, Abramovich said with a smile. I understand. Granovskaya nodded in agreement. Huang Kevin holds significant importance to Abramovich. Abramovich remarked, pay more attention to Kevin. The Chinese tend to be reserved and are not fond of expressing their needs. Understood. Setúbal, Portugal, is a coastal city situated in the southwestern part of the country. With a modest population of merely 60,000, Mourinho possesses a lavish mansion here, valued at an astounding $6 million. In his study, after concluding a phone call, Mourinho communicated this matter to Mendes. Mendes wholeheartedly endorsed Mourinho's decision. The two swiftly reached a consensus. They would keep Florentino in suspense. If Huang Kevin were to join Chelsea, he would accept Abramovich's invitation to return to Stamford Bridge. Conversely, should he not go to Chelsea, he would naturally sign with Real Madrid. On July 15th at 10 a.m., Real Madrid's official website announced a shocking piece of news. The announcement stated, over the past 2 years, Kevin has been the core and soul of the team. We express our gratitude for all he has contributed to Real Madrid. However, he has now chosen to pursue new challenges, and we wish him all the best in his future career. Within 10 minutes, all major European media outlets had reprinted this news. At 1 p.m., Real Madrid convened a press conference. Journalists in the Bernabeu's press hall could hear the protests of fans outside. The streets of Madrid were in disarray, with many Real Madrid supporters taking to the streets in protest. They believed that Huang Kevin, who had been performing exceptionally well, would not abruptly leave without Florentino's influence. Mr. Perez, may I ask why Kevin has chosen to leave? Could you elaborate on any underlying reasons for his departure from Real Madrid? Is it true that his decision to leave is linked to your return to the club? What is the transfer fee for Kevin? How will Real Madrid address the competitive loss resulting from his departure? Florentino, appearing regretful, responded, I apologize for delivering this news, but this is Kevin's decision. Real Madrid respects the choices of every player, especially someone as exceptional as Kevin, who has made significant contributions. Therefore, we have agreed to Chelsea's transfer request, with Kevin's transfer fee set at $1.2 billion, consistent with the amount Real Madrid initially invested in him. I attempted to retain Kevin, but my efforts were unsuccessful. I wish him all the best for his future. And what about Real Madrid's subsequent transfer strategy? Inquired a reporter from AS. He had previously discussed this with Florentino. Smiling, Florentino replied, Real Madrid is the best club in the world. Fans need not worry about the team's roster. To strengthen the squad, we are already in negotiations with Manchester United regarding Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer. Additionally, we will be bringing in other outstanding players. Such a response, however, clearly did not satisfy everyone present. Another journalist posed a question. Barcelona has already recruited Keita and Peak, while Real Madrid has not made any signings and has sold Kevin. Cassano and Robinho are linked with other clubs. It seems the dynasty of Real Madrid is crumbling. Do you believe the fans will be satisfied with the promised Cristiano Ronaldo, whom Calderon previously mentioned wanting to acquire? Florentino furrowed his brow and replied, Barcelona's new acquisitions? A defender worth €5 million is hardly worthy of Real Madrid. Indeed, some players will depart, but that is because Real Madrid only seeks the finest. Rest assured, we will soon undertake more significant actions. That concludes the press conference. Upon finishing his statement, Florentino watched as the press officer reclaimed the microphone from the journalist. Manuel Sierra quickly approached Florentino and whispered, We have trouble. What is it? Florentino inquired. A reporter is conducting interviews on the street. The fans are exceedingly agitated. I believe you should come and see for yourself, Sierra replied, leading Florentino back to the office. Inside the office, a street interview from Madrid television was playing. A fan clad in the jersey from the 1999 to 2000 season shouted at the camera, Kevin certainly did not wish to leave. That scoundrel Florentino should not think we will forget his scandals. Hushed murmurs arose from nearby fans. Following that, many took turns expressing their dissatisfaction to the camera. Florentino is an egomaniac, a braggart who knows nothing of football. His previous policies regarding Zidane and Pavin were abysmal, and now he has driven Kevin away. He and those impeccably dressed member representatives should be ousted. He has ruined everything. Damn it. Kevin made history by scoring 7 goals in a Champions League final. Yet upon his return to Real Madrid, Florentino expelled him. I will not let this go. A heavily tattooed fan passionately pointed at the camera, declaring, Florentino Perez. I am Antonio Lopez, and I am here to tell you. You are finished. Florentino rubbed his temples in distress. What do we do now? Sierra asked, having always been Florentino's assistant. However, facing such dire circumstances on his first assignment at Real Madrid left Sierra at a loss for solutions. Let the newspapers continue to sensationalize the Cristiano Ronaldo transfer saga while accelerating the acquisition of other targets. Today's press conference should somewhat appease the fans. Florentino said with a smile. I never anticipated that Calderon had left behind such a substantial sum. We can secure additional loans. We shall astonish all of Europe. As long as new players continuously appear at the Bernabeu, the fans will soon forget Kevin. They are remarkably forgetful. Sierra nodded in agreement. Understood. Meanwhile, several key Real Madrid players, having received the news, were en route back to Spain or heading towards the Bernabeu. In the meantime, Chelsea, unprepared for their unveiling ceremony, called a press conference. Journalists, upon hearing the news, rushed towards Stamford Bridge with reckless abandon. Near Fleet Street, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. The world's finest player, the miracle of the Christian realm, who has secured the UEFA Champions League title for 4 consecutive years, has joined Chelsea. This is nothing short of a divine gift to the club. Previously, Huang Kevin's exploits in Italy and Spain significantly boosted newspaper sales. Now, he has finally arrived in the Premier League. Reporter Li Hualuo revs his engine, murmuring his gratitude to the heavens and to Kevin. Ignoring the curses from behind, he accelerates fervently, steering towards Stamford Bridge. Arriving early would afford him the prime position to capture the desired photographs, and with a stroke of luck, he might even pose a question. Such impromptu press conferences resemble a battlefield, especially when the star is Huang Kevin, the most beloved player worldwide. As he drives, Hualuo catches sight of a gray Golf. This model sells well in Europe and is quite common, yet the lightning emblem on the door makes his heart race. Damn it! Is that Brown, that scoundrel, rushing to his next life? Hualuo curses under his breath. At this moment, the last thing he wishes to encounter is a rival. And Brown Jones stands as his fiercest adversary. The gray Golf begins to pace alongside him. Hualuo presses the accelerator but finds he cannot shake it off. The Golf surges ahead, then inexplicably decelerates, blocking Hualuo's path. Damn it! Is that bastard illegally modified? Hualuo exclaims in frustration. With Stamford Bridge in sight, he can no longer contain himself. He floors the accelerator, ramming into the back of the Golf. The airbags do not deploy. Quickly unbuckling his seatbelt, he grabs the backpack from the passenger seat, flings open the door, and bolts out. Lee, you son of a dog. You're only fit to report on Naked News. The Golf driver yells, unable to stop Hualuo from escaping. As Hualuo runs forward, he turns back to give a middle finger salute. Upon reaching the Stamford Bridge press room, he discovers 2 colleagues already present. He hastily finds a good seat. Once seated, he realizes he is drenched from head to toe. The adrenaline-fueled dash had left him soaked. Even his underwear could be wrung out. But it matters not. He has secured a front-row spot and chastised that rogue Jones. Everything is worth it. 20 minutes pass, and the once-empty press room fills with journalists, predominantly local reporters. Peter Kenyon, beaming with delight, steps onto the stage and announces, Today, I am thrilled to introduce 2 new friends to you, who should not be unfamiliar. The room erupts in excitement. It is not merely a press conference for Kevin. There are 2 individuals. Could it be? Some journalists speculate if Chelsea has also signed Kaká or Ramos. The thought sends a wave of exhilaration through them as they fixate on the small door between the pitch and the press room. As the small door creaked open, Huang Kevin emerged. Yet, to the astonishment of many, it was not Kaká or Ramos behind him, but rather the one they adored most, the loquacious figure, returned. Huang Kevin took a seat alongside Mourinho on the stage, and the journalists, brimming with anticipation, could hardly contain their eagerness to pose their inquiries. Kevin, Is it true that you chose to leave Real Madrid? What is your salary, Kevin? Jose, what prompted your return to Chelsea? Did you come to the Premier League because it surpasses La Liga? What are your thoughts on the England national team, Kevin? Do you believe you will have a harmonious relationship with Mourinho? Mourinho was taken aback. Having attended numerous press conferences, he had never encountered such exhilaration from journalists. He glanced at Huang Kevin and gestured for him to respond first. Huang Kevin drew the microphone closer, smiling as he replied. My departure from Real Madrid is a complex issue. I can only say that it was not my intention. The club will disclose my salary, but I can assure you it is substantial. As for which league boasts superior football, I cannot comment as I have yet to play in the Premier League. Regarding my relationship with the coach, we have known each other for some time. Mr. Mourinho is one of the most successful coaches in Europe over the past few years, and I believe we will collaborate harmoniously, right? Huang Kevin turned towards Mourinho, who nodded with a smile. The journalist snapped photographs incessantly. Huang Kevin and Mourinho could unhesitatingly assert that other teams paled in comparison, at least in terms of media attention. For the foreseeable future, no team would garner as much focus as Chelsea. Chelsea has several players from the England national team. What do you think of their strength? A journalist inquired once more. England is quite formidable, Huang Kevin responded. Do you believe England can win the World Cup or the European Championship in the future? The questioning continued. You should ask God that, Huang Kevin replied with a chuckle. But Ibrahimovic said you are God, the journalist retorted. That is certainly impossible, Huang Kevin shook his head. Such remarks can be made by others, but he cannot concede to them. Noticing Huang Kevin struggling with the British journalists, Mourinho interjected, Kevin has just arrived in London. He has already answered several questions and will not be addressing any further inquiries. Jose, why did you decide to return? Mourinho stated, Kevin. Upon hearing that Chelsea had signed Kevin, I agreed to return to Stamford Bridge. Can you manage your relationship with Abramovich? A journalist asked. Yes, we had an in-depth discussion, and we will find a better way to coexist moving forward, Mourinho replied. What kind of success do you anticipate at Chelsea? The journalist pressed. Mourinho's smile faded, and he cast a bemused glance at the questioner, saying, I have long stated that Kevin is the ultimate winner, and I am a winner as well. With both of us on the same team, how could any other team possibly claim the championship? I observed Florentino's appraisal of Kevin, and it is evident that he harbors an inaccurate perception of Kevin's capabilities. Now, it is time for Real Madrid to grasp the essence of the player that Kevin truly is. On March 5th, a dynasty comes to an end as Huang Kevin and Mourinho raise the number 10 jersey. The journalists in attendance, fingers flying across their cameras at a furious pace, seemed eager to shatter the shutters. Regardless of whether this Chelsea team soars or grapples with internal discord, these two individuals herald a new era for the Premier League. For the foreseeable future, Stamford Bridge will remain their focal point. As for the Theatre of Dreams and the Emirates Stadium, they merely represent a step back. Compared to the congenial atmosphere of the Real Madrid dressing room, the reporters on Fleet Street would prefer Huang Kevin to solidify his status as a dominant force. It is fitting that Chelsea players are no pushovers, fully capable of usurping Bayern's Hollywood reputation on the pitch. Ideally, Huang Kevin would experience a moment of recklessness, channeling Matthias, and directing his ire towards teammates, which would surely delight the press. The flashes of cameras continued unabated. Mourinho wore a subtle smile, his tailored suit enhancing his debonair appearance. If only Huang Kevin could be replaced by Drogba at his side. Mourinho, returning to Chelsea, relished this sensation. He is Jose Mourinho, destined to be the center of attention. Upon exiting the press conference, Mourinho remarked, Kevin, while you are exceptional, my team has always prioritized form. Those not in good shape cannot start. I understand that every team fields players in peak condition. Huang Kevin smiled and responded, such matters are entirely normal. After all, he, the illustrious Huang, could effortlessly update his status on Lily's social media. Did he truly need to fret over such trivialities? I have heard rumors regarding your time in Milan and Madrid, Mourinho said, pausing to regard Huang Kevin earnestly. I am a different kind of coach. I can say anything in front of the media. However, within the team, no one is afforded privileges. Do you understand my meaning? I comprehend. Rest assured, coach, I require no special treatment, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. He appreciated Mourinho's stance and hoped he would maintain it. Occasionally, Huang wished to experience the world's hardships. The world always smiled upon the illustrious Huang. He was beginning to tire of it. That's splendid, Mourinho chuckled. I was concerned about your adaptability, but it appears we shall have no issues. Certainly. There will be no problems, Huang Kevin nodded. Although the coach was courteous, he would never presume to overshadow him. Very well, I shall take my leave, Mourinho said, casting a glance at Peter Kenyon before striding away with his head held high, proud as a victorious rooster. In an instant, Kenyon approached Huang Kevin, bending slightly as he spoke. Kevin, you need not concern yourself with that fellow. If he continues with this attitude, I assure you he will not complete the season as coach. Kenyon held a deep-seated disdain for Mourinho, stemming from the incident involving Ballack. He is the least enthusiastic about Mourinho's return to Chelsea. Ballack has not been underperforming. If the players are excelling, why then are you discontented? Does this not suggest that your grievances stem not from the players themselves, but rather from those who provide you with these players? He perceives that Mourinho's emphasis on authority transcends the realm of mere coaching. Unfortunately, both Kenyon and Abramovich believe that Chelsea does not require a manager like Wenger or Ferguson, but rather a compliant coach. You are overthinking it. Kevin Huang shook his head and remarked that he feels quite amiable with the coach. The team ought to adhere to its own set of regulations. If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, do let me know, and I shall endeavor to address it. If I cannot resolve the issue, I will discuss it with Robben. Kenyon's smile faltered momentarily before he resumed rubbing his hands with a grin. The more Huang observed him, the more he resembled a sycophant from Game of Thrones, perpetually bowing and scraping. One could only wonder what he was like behind closed doors. Fortunately, he was not required to engage much with the upper echelons of the team. The players primarily focused on the training ground and dressing room. After familiarizing himself with Stamford Bridge alongside Kenyon, Huang departed. Previously, he and the young lady had surveyed properties in London, and this time, with a clear target in mind. He promptly purchased a luxurious residence near Hyde Park in the heart of London. Many houses in London are of the apartment style, with an excess of bedrooms. The house Huang acquired is situated between Hyde Park and Kensington Gardens, closer to the former, offering a picturesque view of the park from the window. It is approximately a 13-minute walk to the main campus of Imperial College and about 10 minutes to Kensington Gardens and Holland Park. Kensington Palace is also a mere 15-minute stroll away. Previously, Huang preferred residing in the suburbs. However, the suburban houses in London are rather antiquated, and those available typically require extensive renovations. He could not very well reside in a hotel while waiting for renovations to conclude, hence the purchase in the city center. Initially, the young lady wished to acquire a property closer to Kensington Palace. However, the greenery in that vicinity is scant, which did not appeal to Huang, leading to the decision to buy near Hyde Park instead. Although the land area is not as expansive as his residence in Spain, the price is more than double. The total expenditure reached 27.7 million, with a significant portion consumed by signing fees. This is primarily due to the scarcity of available properties in London's prestigious neighborhoods. Wealthy individuals from around the globe are purchasing homes here, far outpacing the real estate markets of Madrid and Milan. This can also be viewed as an investment. London's property values are more resilient than the pound, ensuring potential profits when he decides to sell in the future. After the signing, Huang parted ways with the young lady, who had other matters to attend to, while he was due to return to his home country. The Olympic Village opens on the 27th. Yet most athletes have been in training for quite some time. His return at this juncture is indeed a rarity. On his way to the airport, Huang powered on his mobile phone. The Nokia is robust in its exterior, but its internal capabilities are rather average in this era. Upon turning it on, the phone seemed to malfunction, ringing incessantly without any response to his attempts to interact with it. After removing and reinserting the battery, he rebooted it, only to discover a plethora of text messages and missed calls awaiting him. Especially Ramos. The text messages have not ceased. That fellow went on vacation in America, and even the King of Yellow is pained by these international texts. Huang Kevin took the initiative to call, only to discover that Ramos had switched off his phone. So he left him a message urging him not to act rashly. He has refrained from submitting the recording to the Sun, primarily out of concern for Ramos. If Ramos were to engage in any indiscreet behavior, the unexposed recording would provide some leeway. Florentino would not easily jeopardize the club's interests. But that is contingent upon the player's conduct being within acceptable bounds. Should Ramos misstep, who knows whether Florentino would allow the player, valued at no less than 40 million, to languish in the stands. Huang Kevin responded to his teammates via text. An anxious Roll immediately called. What on earth is happening? Roll asked, visibly agitated. Without the captain's armband, Roll's temper was a bit frayed. Don't you understand that, old geezer? He needs Real Madrid to be great because of him. Huang Kevin replied with a smile. No need to rush. The legacy left by Calderon will certainly be cleansed. Although Huang, the King of Yellow, took the first step, others are in peril as well. Huang Kevin recalled that the newspapers had revealed that Florentino's resurgence only regarded 5 untouchables, primarily concentrated in defense and goalkeeping. Marcelo could only count himself fortunate, lacking any suitable top-tier fullbacks, had ever been a tad younger or Ashley Cole not mired in scandals. Marcelo would have had no chance to remain at Real Madrid. Raul, after a moment of silence, remarked, "You had anticipated this, hence the early contract extension? You don't wish to leave Real Madrid before your retirement, do you? A contract until 51 should suffice for you to stay until you hang up your boots." Huang Kevin chuckled. Calderon was not entirely inept. Florentino's resurgence was formidable. Initially, new contracts for Raul and others were delayed, but they would soon be signed. With some concessions made, he is indeed a man of strategy. His ability to remain at the club allows Raul and Guti to end their careers at Real Madrid, preserving a positive legacy. If not, it would merely irritate Florentino. Now, Florentino must be overwhelmed, considering Raul and Guti's combined salary exceeds 12 million, both bound by 5-year contracts. If they genuinely wish to stay, he would find it impossible to cleanse them from the roster. Now, there's a headache. That guy Jose is quite reactive, Raul said from the other end of the line. Then advise him, Huang Kevin suggested. I'm not quite sure what to say, Raul sighed, clearly displeased. However, due to his past conflicts with Aragonés, he has matured considerably over the years, no longer so impulsive. In earlier times, he might have sought out the newspapers to leak information. Let us leave it at that for now, and advise everyone, Huang Kevin said with a smile. I have things to attend to, I'll hang up. Just after Huang Kevin ended the call, he received one from Capello. Kevin, I've resigned, Capello stated bluntly. Why? Huang Kevin asked, astonished. It was evident that Florentino did not favor Capello. Regardless of style or the Calderon label associated with Capello, Florentino holds no affection for either. However, it would be unwise for Florentino to disrupt the tenure of a coach who has brought honor to the team simply because he failed to secure Mourinho's signature. Aside from Mourinho, only Ferguson or Wenger possessed the capacity to placate the fans. While the supporters may not appreciate Capello's methodology, the prospect of a new coach lacking in trophies would undoubtedly be more disheartening. I do not favor his approach. He may choose to dismiss others. But I am also prepared to depart, Capello remarked with a smile on the other end of the line. In fact, I am considering a respite. Coaching a prestigious club like Real Madrid is quite exhausting. Laura and I are planning a trip to Asia. Very well, coach. I wish you a pleasant journey. I am also about to board a plane, Huang Kevin replied. Upon hanging up, Huang surmised that Capello's resignation might be linked to his own departure. Though such matters were beyond his control, his immediate focus was on preparing for the Olympics. Initially, Huang contemplated equestrian events due to their relative obscurity and the comparatively weaker competition. As a frequent rider, he felt somewhat prepared. Unfortunately, the equestrian events were located on Hong Kong Island, rendering participation in both competitions unfeasible due to time constraints. Once aboard the aircraft, Huang opted for slumber rather than indulging in games, using the opportunity to adjust to the time difference. While he was lost in dreams, news of his transfer sent shockwaves across Europe. According to Marca, although Florentino claims it was Kevin's own decision, Kevin has never indicated such a desire. During the championship celebration, he did not express a wish to leave the team. His departure is clearly intertwined with Florentino's actions. The simultaneous exits of Kevin and Capello serve as irrefutable evidence that our club's new president is dismantling the Real Madrid dynasty. Numerous sponsors have approached Real Madrid, foreseeing a significant impact on the club's commercial revenues in the near future. Just yesterday, a group of fans stormed Florentino's residence. The police were unable to manage the situation effectively. Fortunately, Florentino remained concealed in the cellar, leaving one to ponder how he intends to rehabilitate his image in the eyes of the supporters. As reported by AS, a new era has dawned for Florentino. The privileges granted to Kevin were deemed unjust to many players, as evidenced by Van Nistelrooy's expulsion. In the forthcoming Real Madrid, no individual will supersede the team, which may well justify the decision to release Kevin. In a column for Mundo Deportivo, Cruyff stated, I have reiterated many times that Real Madrid suffers from a dependency on Kevin. Florentino has cured this dependency by choosing to lead the club to self-destruction. The Times remarked, The Premier League is on the brink of a new epoch, with the world's finest players yearning to compete in England. Last year, a Russian magnate witnessed Kevin's prowess during the Champions League, and his relentless pursuit has reportedly captivated Kevin, with rumors of a signing fee reaching an astounding 100 million. Deco expressed his surprise to a Times reporter, stating, "One reason for my departure from Barcelona was positional, but the greater reason was the overwhelming strength of Real Madrid. Each time we witnessed Kevin in the starting lineup or warming up during El Clasico, the atmosphere on the pitch would become quite dreadful. He is so formidable that even our utmost defense could not contain him. During my time at Barcelona, we would diligently defend only to return to the locker room disheartened after a defeat to Real Madrid, a recurring theme. I can only express how delightful it is that Kevin has joined Chelsea. I would gladly be his teammate, even willing to assist him in polishing his boots." According to the Daily Mail, it is rumored that Mourinho's return to Stamford Bridge is attributed to Kevin. An important figure close to Abramovich revealed that it was Kevin who wished for Mourinho to coach Chelsea, leading to the club's decision to bring him back. A move that saw Mourinho decline an invitation from Real Madrid. The Manchester Evening News reported that Kevin's arrival at Chelsea has made Cristiano Ronaldo's departure a tangible reality, as Ferguson was reluctant to part with a player he nurtured. However, the offer from Real Madrid proved irresistible, and the Glazers expressed keen interest in it. Their team has already flown to Madrid to discuss transfer matters with Florentino, and it is said that the financial figures involved will astonish the world. The Sun's front page noted that once again, sounds of objects being smashed emanated from Phil Collins' mansion, sparking rumors that the veteran music icon is not in high spirits. Upon arriving in London, Kevin might be inclined to support either Arsenal or Tottenham. In the second edition, Tottenham has abandoned their pursuit of transfer target Del Piero, as his wife revealed their past indiscretions on the pitch, which was evidently unacceptable. The Gazzetta dello Sport conducted a phone interview with Ibrahimovic, who, while on vacation, expressed his surprise at hearing the news. He recalled how Real Madrid eliminated us in the Champions League on 2 occasions, but if we were to meet again next season, there is no way Real could triumph. With Kevin, Real Madrid is a cosmic team. Without him, they are merely ordinary, lacking the prowess of AC Milan. Similarly, Tuttosport interviewed Buffon, who excitedly stated that he had long believed exceptional talents like Kevin should grace more leagues, allowing fans worldwide to witness his astonishing skills. The Premier League is an outstanding league, and its rise is evident, particularly in Asia, where Kevin is undoubtedly the most adored player. This powerful collaboration is thrilling, and I envision him playing a long tenure at Chelsea, potentially becoming the greatest player in their history, rather than merely contributing to the storied legacies of AC Milan and Real Madrid. Leading Chelsea to become a European powerhouse and securing their first Champions League title is where Kevin's destiny lies. Lequip remarked that rather than Real Madrid continuing their championship streak, we have greater faith in Kevin's ongoing triumphs. No player has ever scored 7 goals in a single Champions League final, and it is unlikely that anyone will in the future. Kevin has become a significant benchmark for European coaches in selecting teams, and upon learning of his transfer to Chelsea, concerns arose regarding his potential return to Milan, as Deschamps and Inter Milan have reportedly made groundbreaking progress, ushering in a new coach. After a lengthy journey of nearly 13 hours, Huang Kevin finally touched down in Yenjing. Upon disembarking, he exited the airport with a backpack and a flat cap. His spontaneous return home was facilitated by last-minute ticket bookings, a feat made possible by the less developed state of the internet at the time. A decade later, it would be effortless for international students or travelers to capture moments. Upon arriving at the training camp, Huang Kevin encountered the team leader. After exchanging a few brief words, he was directed to rest. Prior to this selection process, he had undergone testing. Although he was a representative athlete, it was not the case that Huang Kevin could participate in any event he desired. Numerous athletes had competed in various disciplines, yet it was rare for one to participate in multiple events at the same Olympic Games due to training schedule conflicts. However, such issues did not concern Huang Kevin. His talent afforded him certain liberties. He thoughtfully selected archery and athletics. Initially, there was a prevailing sentiment favoring football, but after the Winter Olympics overshadowed the sport, Huang Kevin felt little concern. He believed he could attain the status of a world-class athlete in any discipline he chose. Primarily, men's individual archery had been dominated by the United States and South Korea. If he could triumph over the Americans, it would signify a reduction in their gold medals and an increase for China, a crucial exchange. Defeating South Korea would also be commendable. The essence of archery lies in strength and psychological fortitude. Huang Kevin's strength is undeniable, and his finger dexterity is exceptional. His mental resilience has already been proven on the field. Given the outdoor nature of the venue, dynamic vision plays a significant role, and Huang Kevin's extraordinary innate abilities grant him a keen dynamic sight. Proficiency in related sports, such as shooting, can also provide an advantage. Since he acquired expertise in archery, it has remained his signature event, and his performance has consistently been outstanding. As for the 100 meters, few competitions do not conflict with his schedule, allowing him to select only one additional athletics event. His initial choice of the Bale template considered this aspect. Defeating Bolt is no small feat. Even if Bale possessed Bolt's caliber of talent, years of relentless training would be required to match him. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential. Establishing an Asian record is well within reach. Thus, Huang Kevin has focused his training primarily on archery, while his objective for the 100 meters is to reach the finals and aspire to set an Asian record. The only regret lies with equestrian events, which remain obscure, with little competition and weak contenders. Unfortunately, the venue is located on Hong Kong Island, making it impossible for him to compete in both. After dinner, Huang Kevin briefly acquainted himself with the other athletes before excusing himself to return to his room, where he discussed transfer matters regarding Milan with Mississippi. He was uncertain who among them was genuine and who was not, so he prioritized maintaining appearances. The following day, as Huang Kevin prepared for training, an unexpected incident interrupted him. That rascal Ramos had returned to Madrid. Upon disembarking from the plane, he stormed into Florentino's office, where Captain Raul was negotiating with Florentino. Had Raul not intervened, Ramos might have inadvertently sent Florentino packing. The outcome was that both Florentino and Raul sustained injuries, and Real Madrid was still grappling with the situation. After all, the rebellion of the national team's primary fullback significantly undermined Florentino's authority. Huang Kevin found a secluded corner and dialed the young lady's number. Sergio had confronted Florentino. Leaving him with no choice but to depart from Real Madrid, Huang Kevin remarked, "Shall we directly buy out his contract?" The young lady inquired on the other end of the line. "Ramos is quite a remarkable player. We cannot let him suffer," she added. Huang Kevin replied, "The buyout clause amounts to 80 million euros, plus taxes, exceeding 100 million. What kind of family decides to buy out a contract just like that? To spend over 100 million on a defender would elevate AC Milan to new heights. Furthermore, wouldn't it be better to allocate that sum as an endorsement fee for my good friend Ramos rather than paying a buyout to Real Madrid?" Rubbing his temples, Huang Kevin continued, "You should discuss this with Florentino and strive to secure Ramos at a reasonable price. Should we send him to Chelsea to accompany you?" The young lady asked. "Milan is in greater need of defenders, but it ultimately depends on Sergio's own wishes," Huang Kevin stated. "Primarily, he does not wish to involve himself in Chelsea's transfer matters. Moreover, Florentino may not be inclined to allow Ramos to join his squad. What if we offered Balotelli to Real Madrid?" the young lady suggested. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Your optimism is misplaced," Huang Kevin advised. Higuain has recently been linked with other teams due to his exclusion from Maradona's national squad, failing to meet Florentino's superstar criteria. Does Balotelli fit the bill? A forward worthy of Florentino's attention must, at the very least, be of Rooney's caliber, an absolute mainstay in the national team. Otherwise, he should be a highly sought-after prospect like Benzema, who is consistently compared to the new Ronaldo, while Balotelli falls short in every aspect. He tasked the young lady with addressing the situation regarding Ramos and resumed his training. The transfer market in European football was bustling with activity. Having recently collected 1.2 billion euros, Real Madrid began connecting with star players from various clubs. Rooney and Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United, Gerrard, Xabi Alonso, and Pato from Liverpool, Totti from Roma, and Kaká and Torres from Milan. Due to Fabregas being a key target for Calderon, Arsenal managed to evade Florentino's grasp as he deliberately sidestepped Fabregas. Besides these Ballon d'Or caliber players, emerging stars who have excelled over the past 2 seasons were also linked to Real Madrid. For instance, Diego from Werder Bremen and Huntelaar from Ajax. In their time at Santos, Diego and Robinho were hailed as the new Zico and new Pelé, boasting an array of nicknames. Werder Bremen maintained their performance after Klose's departure, largely due to the outstanding contributions of their midfield linchpin, Diego. As for Huntelaar, prior to the evolution of the dual stars, he consistently averaged a goal per match, earning him the moniker of the Dutch monkey. Florentino's ambition seemed to encompass recruiting top talents from all over Europe. His bold approach to poaching star players from other elite clubs undeniably positioned Real Madrid on a pedestal above the rest. Milan has secured the signings of Ronaldinho and Zambrata, while the transfers of Flamini and Senderos were rejected by Huang Kevin. Both players, having emerged from Arsenal, did not excel during their tenure at Milan, so it would be unwise to consider them as mere backups. Flamini, still only 24 years of age and available on a free transfer, certainly appears enticing. Even if Milan does not take him on, his next destination is bound to be another prestigious club. Mourinho has brought his compatriot Quaresma to Chelsea, while Deschamps, now at Inter Milan, has shifted his focus to Serie A, neglecting his French compatriots. Balotelli's transfer to Inter Milan for $15 million was a deal approved by Deschamps. Ferguson has claimed he would not sell a virus to Real Madrid, yet Mendes' presence in Madrid diminishes the credibility of his words. Under the Glazers, there are no untouchables. Mr. Wenger often asserts that Arsenal is quite wealthy. However, aside from the signing of young Ramsey prior to the summer window in Nasri, Arsenal has not made significant moves. The investments in these two transfers are roughly equivalent to the fees received from the departures of Hleb and Hoyt. The greatest enigma in world football is Wenger's claim of wealth. Just how much does he truly possess? In the midst of training, Huang Kevin received a call from Shevchenko, who expressed his grievances. He had just left Chelsea on loan, only for Huang Kevin to join the same club. It is rather difficult to place blame on the King of Yellow, who is perpetually busy and hardly has time to remember his former teammates. The matter concerning good friend Ramos remains unresolved. Recently, there have been numerous photos of Huang Kevin training. Indeed, while he plays football, he also engages in archery. Doesn't that seem rather absurd? I share that sentiment. If he manages to win a medal, I would consider doing something outrageous. His fame has certainly granted him the opportunity to participate. This individual has led to the closure of our forum, and I harbor no love for him. It seems he wasn't the one responsible for the closure. Didn't they mention a self-investigation? Nonetheless, it is still connected to him. Indeed, his presence has been detrimental. Since his departure, Real Madrid has been in disarray, with several players publicly questioning Florentino's decisions. I was taken aback by Gudi's direct confrontation on television. 14 has always had that temperament. Being a product of Real Madrid's youth academy, he views Florentino as an outsider. I've heard whispers that Ramos allegedly assaulted Florentino in the restroom. Surely not. But Ramos does share a strong bond with Huang Kevin. Florentino is currently facing immense challenges, as the entire football world is criticizing him. Ronaldinho and Kaká have also stated that he has made poor decisions. Wasn't it Huang Kevin who chose to leave? Exactly. He cannot blame the president of Real Madrid when it was his own request. Those Huang Kevin fans truly lack shame. After the Olympics, Huang Kevin may find himself bewildered, genuinely believing he can excel at everything. While archery may not be his forte, his speed might yield commendable results in short-distance running. However, with a time just over 10 seconds, such a performance would hardly secure a medal. On July 27th, Huang Kevin arrived at the Olympic Village. Unexpectedly, Abraham's call arrived. Florentino consented to Ramos's departure, yet he expressed a desire to exchange him for Chelsea's Lampard. Kevin, what do you think? Abraham inquired over the phone. Huang Kevin pondered for a moment before responding. I believe this is a commendable trade. Sergio could significantly enhance Chelsea's defensive prowess. He is an exceptional defender capable of playing both flanks and centrally, thus contributing greatly to the team's depth. Huang Kevin was reluctant to meddle in the team's transfers, yet he felt compelled to intervene this time. On one hand, he could not bear to see Ramos languish on the sidelines. On the other, Lampard's betrayal of Mourinho and Abraham reflected poorly on his character. Huang Kevin had never intended to cultivate a close relationship with him, and now, his departure would be most welcome. I share your sentiments. Florentino had previously desired Lampard. It is surprising that even at 30, he still covets him. If we can acquire the young and talented Ramos in return, we stand to gain significantly. Abraham chuckled on the other end of the line. Thank you, Roman. Huang Kevin replied. Chelsea's defensive lineup was already substantial, and Lampard remained a revered player for the club. Abraham's decision was undoubtedly influenced by Huang Kevin's stature. It's nothing. Everything is for the team. Indeed, for the team, Huang Kevin responded with a smile. Once you conclude your Olympic journey and return to London, I shall host a celebration for you, Abraham said, equally amused. After ending the call, Huang Kevin exhaled a sigh of relief. The matter concerning Ramos had finally reached resolution. The following day, Real Madrid and Chelsea announced this transfer that sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Chelsea fans had some reservations about Lampard's departure, though their dissent was not overwhelming. Lampard's move to Real Madrid served to placate some of the Madrid supporters, especially with Florentino's acquisition of the aesthetically pleasing Pellegrini from Villarreal, which further satisfied the fan base. At the very least, the attitude was commendable. The illustrious Real Madrid should indeed play attacking football. The matter of results could be addressed once the season commenced. For now, there was at least a glimmer of hope. After conversing with Guti, Huang Kevin found his stance remained steadfast. It was evident that his future at Real Madrid would not be particularly pleasant. The excitement among Real Madrid fans did not endure for long. In recent years, Huntelaar, with his 90 goals in 97 matches, had become a coveted target for numerous elite clubs in European football. In an interview with the Dutch media outlet De Volkskrant, he stated, "Some clubs have contacted my agent, all of whom are top-tier European teams. Real Madrid? Yes, they are interested in me. They seek a prolific forward, which I am. However, Chelsea has also reached out to my agent, so I declined Real Madrid's offer. Real Madrid is magnificent, but I wish to play alongside Kevin. During my time with the national team, I heard my teammates discussing Kevin, and I believe we would get along splendidly." Huang Kevin reflected. The European football scene has become a chaotic stew. How did Monkey get entangled with Chelsea? Is he leading the way for the stick-wielding players, and then for those who endure it? This transfer is likely propelled by Abraham or Kenyon. Mourinho would not be particularly fond of a forward like Huntelaar. Before the official announcement, Huang Kevin was already experiencing a headache. The situation at Chelsea was no less complicated than that of Real Madrid. In the final days of July, Real Madrid found itself at the center of public scrutiny. Just as Florentino, who had recently recovered, made a public appearance, he was besieged by fans and hastily departed under the protection of bodyguards. The entire European football scene was reveling in Real Madrid's misfortunes. In August, Huang Kevin encountered another refresh at the store. The special template featured Xiao Ji with a fate value of 1,000,000, while the other templates included Ronaldinho at 9,000 points, Eto'o at 8,500 points, and Deco at 7,500 points. The skills offered were Deadly Outside Foot at 2,000 points and Guasha Mastery at 100 points, along with an item, 24-hour injury immunity card at 20 points. Alas, what use is a special template featuring Xiao Ji? The Barcelona special was rather impressive, with Ronaldinho reaching the pinnacle and Eto'o and Deco receiving similar evaluations, though Huang Kevin felt Deco should be valued slightly higher. This issue presented two skills that left Huang Kevin somewhat indecisive. Deadly Outside Foot was undoubtedly a reference to his new teammate Quaresma's remarkable shot, undeniably powerful, yet 2,000 points felt excessively steep. As for Guasha Mastery, Huang Kevin chose not to purchase it at all, with no special items to consider. He opted to acquire the immunity card for a mere 20 points. He decided to ponder the outside foot matter further, as there was still a month to go. With the Olympics approaching, Huang Kevin dedicated his entire focus to training. In the ranking competition, he held back and secured the 17th position among 64 participants. He easily advanced in the subsequent 2 rounds of the knockout stage. In the round of 16, Huang Kevin faced Lin Dongxian, the champion of the previous World Championship from South Korea. The two were locked in a tie, each scoring 111,111 across 12 arrows. During the tiebreaker, Lin Dongxian shot a 9, while Huang Kevin scored a 10, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. Next, Huang Kevin triumphed over the top-ranked Mexican competitor, Serrano, with a score of 113,110. In the semifinals, his opponent was the Ukrainian archer Robben. After 9 arrows, Huang Kevin trailed by 1 point. He quickly shot a 10, while Robben scored a 9, leveling the score. In the final 2 arrows, both competitors scored 19, but during the tiebreaker, Huang Kevin shot first, achieving a 10 and successfully eliminating Robben to reach the finals. On August 15th, at the Olympic Park archery venue, all 5,000 seats were filled to capacity. The ticket prices for this match exceeded those of other events. Invited as a commentator, Zhang Ji smiled and remarked, "This is my first time commentating on an archery competition. I prepared extensively beforehand." Huang Kevin's athletic talent is undeniable, but what is most crucial is his exceptional mindset. Indeed, Huang Kevin consistently outpaced his opponents with each shot, creating significant psychological pressure. While he is renowned for his composure on the football field, where psychological warfare may not affect him, any of his movements can induce mental strain on his adversaries. Zhang Ji was correct. However, Huang Kevin's opponent today was no ordinary challenger. Park Kyung-mo is the linchpin of the South Korean team, consistently anchoring the final arrow in team competitions, serving as the bedrock of their strategy. Today's match promises to be far from simple. On the sidelines, Huang Kevin meticulously inspected the components of his bow, checking the sight and stabilizer for any faults. Once satisfied, he turned his gaze to the anticipation meter, which had just reached 100, and chose to draw a lottery. Ding! You have received a single match experience card for the 9th round of the 2011 to 2012 Premier League, featuring the clash between Manchester City and Manchester United. With Mario Balotelli and Tommy Poikalinen, the prodigious talent. What an astonishing combination. The pairing of Balotelli and an Olympic archery champion could yield formidable results. But utilizing the Poikalinen experience card comes with significant risks. The dilemma of whether to use it or not lay heavily before Huang Kevin. Gratitude fills him for the rather mundane donations, and he expresses thanks to the leader of the Yeongu fans and the countless supporters. Old Yi has been exceptionally busy, managing to write a few thousand words in the mornings and evenings over the past 2 days. He understands the audience's eagerness for the Premier League season. Yet progress must be gradual. There are still 2 chapters dedicated to the antics of the king of yellow balls, Huang. As for Mourinho, Old Yi has long envisioned playing alongside him. There exists no coach more theatrical in the world. Judging by your responses, it appears many are eager to see Mourinho, which suggests our heroes share a common vision. How delightful. As we conclude, I kindly request your monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter complete. 0306. A frosty arrow across 14 provinces. Huang Kevin gazed at Park Kyung-mo, resolved to give it his all. The 2 most formidable opponents this season are none other than Robben and Park Kyung-mo. He was fortunate to have triumphed over Robben in the semifinals. But today against Park Kyung-mo, his confidence wavered. He opted for the B card, the Tommy Poikalinen experience card, as his primary selection. Now, it was a matter of fate, with the negative traits of Balotelli surely lurking. Ding! You have acquired the trait of Mario Balotelli. Why always me? Trait. Why always me, Balotelli? Your performance will significantly enhance within the first 90 minutes of the match. Upon showcasing an exceptional display, you must bask in the limelight before the camera. Failure to do so will result in a subsequent decline in performance for a period. A sigh of relief escaped Huang Kevin. Among Balotelli's myriad traits, drawing this one was indeed fortunate. It seemed today could herald another victory. Park Kyung-mo took the first shot. The seasoned South Korean veteran confidently struck a perfect 10, mirrored by Huang Kevin's own 10. The second round unfolded similarly. However, in the third round, Park Kyung-mo scored a 9. At the moment Huang Kevin released his arrow, he was distracted, resulting in a score of 7. A ripple of unrest swept through the stands, as the audience sensed the shifting winds. Alas, after 3 rounds, Park Kyung-mo led with 29 points to Huang Kevin's 27, with the winds and rain bearing down. Despite his prodigious talent, Huang lacked the competitive experience required for this moment. Indeed, Coach Zhang, it appears that the situation is not as it seems. Upon reviewing the playback, it is evident that someone directed a laser pointer into Huang Kevin's eyes, reminiscent of tactics employed by Korean spectators during previous women's singles matches. Fortunately, Zhang Huan withstood the pressure. Ahem, the spirit of sportsmanship in Korea is quite notorious in the world of football as well. Park Jingma returned to the field and cast a glance at Huang Kevin, igniting a surge of excitement among the netizens. Following Real Madrid's Asian tour last summer, despite Huang Kevin possessing traits that could endear him to others, such as Angel of the Blue and Son of God, he remains unpopular in the frigid realm of the Han. Even the few infatuated admirers dare not openly express their affection for him. The viewership for Real Madrid's matches, however, has been commendable, with the small faction eagerly anticipating Huang Kevin's defeat. Alas, their hopes were dashed. Today, they aim to show Huang Kevin who truly holds the title of world number 1. That rascal Lin Dongxian must have been bribed to deliberately underperform. Indeed, last year, they had already bribed players from Seoul, and Huang Kevin is quite adept at such schemes. I have already petitioned for the execution of that scoundrel Lin Dongxian. Surely, Park Jingma can effortlessly best a mere football player, as he is the national archery champion. KKKKK, it seems Huang Kevin is finally on the verge of losing. Park Jingma must utter some harsh words after the match. They are still 100 years away from claiming the archery championship. They have, however, secured the women's singles title. Oh dear, it must be a conspiracy. Certainly, it is a conspiracy. Chinese athletes lack sportsmanship. The match between Huang Kevin and Park Jingma continues. Huang Kevin maintains a steady performance. Yet Park Jingma is no pushover. In the subsequent set of 3 arrows, Huang Kevin scored 29 points, while Park Jingma scored 28. Overall, Huang Kevin trails by 1 point. 56-57. In the following 3 arrows, both scored 28 points. Only the final set of 3 arrows remains, and Huang Kevin still lags by 1 point. Excellent. Huang Kevin scored a perfect 10. Despite an unexpected setback at the start, he continues to perform steadily, maintaining an average of over 9 points per arrow. Under these conditions, such a display is outstanding. Park Jingma also scored 10, 10, and yet another 10. The score now stands at 104-105, with our representative Huang Kevin still trailing by 1 point, thus amplifying the pressure of the final arrow. However, pressure does not seem to faze him. Huang Kevin tends to excel in critical moments. In the stands, Laura Capello clutched Fabio Capello's hand tightly, undoubtedly supporting Huang Kevin, especially since his opponent is Korean. Initially unfamiliar with archery, Laura is now wholly engrossed. Fabio Capello maintains a stoic expression, yet the back of his white shirt is completely soaked. Kevin, he can't possibly lose. Can he? Lily asked, her delicate hands turning pale from the grip. He won't. He won't, Barbara reassured her, her gaze still fixed on the field. Though it was uncertain whether her words were meant to comfort Lily or to convince herself. In the AL5 livestream, Credelli remains passionately engaged. Kevin's situation is perilous. The South Korean competitor performed significantly better today than before. Now, only divine intervention can salvage this match. Kevin scores a perfect 10, while the South Korean scores a 9. I mentioned that only God could rescue this game, and ironically, Kevin embodies that very divinity. During the arrow release phase, the South Korean will undoubtedly find no opportunity. Kevin will not only avenge Italy on the football field, but will also do so on the archery range. After the Olympics conclude, he should first journey to Rome to be crowned by the Pope before returning to London. Kevin is a perfect 10. The South Korean is commendable as well, also scoring a 10. However, the speed at which they release their arrows is incomparable. Kevin simply needs to take aim before releasing, while the South Korean likely feels the mounting pressure, a tidal wave of stress that has overwhelmed him. And there goes that wretched laser pointer again. The audacity. What nonsense is this? Should the South Korean really be given a chance? Damn it, they should not have received any votes. During the women's singles, they used flash photography. And now they resort to laser pointers. It's utterly revolting. In truth, Huang Kevin's journey to this point has been arduous, and if he triumphs, I shall refrain from criticizing him in the future. Goodness, there's no sincerity whatsoever. If Huang Kevin wins, he shall be my father. Why hasn't anyone directed a laser pointer at the South Korean? Chinese spectators are not so shameless. It's truly disgusting. After a few flashes from the laser pointer, one can hardly see, and yet they expect to score. Though the laser pointer has ceased, a shadow still looms before Huang Kevin. Having experienced strong light, he will require time to recover. In Olympic archery, the maximum time allowed for each shot is 40 seconds. There's no time for him to regain his sight. The South Korean has shot a 9, but now, when it's his turn to aim, he can hardly see the target. A shadow continues to dance before his eyes. The South Korean on the sidelines hops about, as if victory is already in his grasp. The swift Huang Kevin hesitates to release his arrow. They all know what's amiss. Huang Kevin realizes he cannot afford to wait. After several breaths to steady himself, he closes his eyes. During his training for free kicks, he had practiced blind shots. After positioning himself and observing, he would close his eyes. Overcoming his fear, he found it did not significantly affect his accuracy. Yet, he possesses far less experience in archery than in his 4 years of professional football. The size of the target paper is incomparable to that of a goalpost. At a distance of 70 meters, with such a diminutive target, the sighting apparatus becomes crucial. Closing his eyes equates to relinquishing that aid. Upon reopening his eyes, the shadow remains unyielding. With a sigh, Huang Kevin recalls the muscle memory from his previous shots, raises the bow to his chest, and once more closes his eyes to nock the arrow. His hand remains steady, the bow and arrow motionless. However, after closing his eyes twice, the entire nation of viewers is thrown into disarray. Coach Zhang elucidates. Huang Kevin must be affected by the laser pointer. He cannot see clearly. Indeed, Huang Kevin faces a daunting challenge. It appears that the gold medal in the men's singles will have to wait another 4 years. It is truly unavoidable. This time, Huang Kevin cannot be blamed. Park Jingma noticed Huang Kevin's situation and revealed a faint smile. Do not expect sportsmanship from Korean athletes. They would betray even their teammates for personal gain, let alone their opponents. Huang Kevin, influenced by the laser pointer, felt nothing but joy and elation. Devoid of any other emotions, Park Jingma was already contemplating his post-match remarks. The Korean audience certainly could not acknowledge the incident involving the laser pointer. It was better to feign ignorance. Should he graciously encourage his opponent after the match, or should he indulge in the public's expectations and mock the other side mercilessly? In an instant, Park Jingma had made his decision. Gracefulness does not fill one's stomach. A sharp mockery of Huang Kevin would elevate him to the status of a national hero upon returning home. The brand that previously severed ties with Huang Kevin would undoubtedly offer him exorbitant endorsement fees to salvage their national image. He was immensely grateful that Huang Kevin had flown from Madrid to provide warmth. Were it not for such a unique adversary, he would not have been afforded so many advantages. Park Jingma was already planning where to purchase a luxurious residence in Seoul once he received the endorsement fees. Suddenly, Huang Kevin released his left hand. The arrow from the Yinston X-10 flew at a speed of 60 meters per second. This shot captivated the attention of 5,000 spectators and commentators from around the globe, stirring the hearts of hundreds of millions across the nation. Moments later, the arrow struck the bullseye with precision, penetrating deeply. The slightly trembling shaft seemed to narrate the archer's determination. Hearing the cheers from the crowd, Huang Kevin raised his bow high. He had won. Kevin. A perfect 10, another perfect 10 for Kevin. He is the champion, even with underhanded tactics. Those despicable Koreans could not triumph over Kevin. Italy's defeat in the World Cup stemmed from their lack of strength. Witnessing Kevin's performance, Totti and Vieri should reflect on their own situation, facing the same adversary under equally dire conditions. No, Kevin had been metaphorically crippled, yet still emerged victorious. After the 2002 World Cup, I believed it was impossible for an ordinary individual to win in an unfair match. However, today, Kevin has demonstrated that even in an unjust contest, victory is attainable. I even suspect that Kevin shoots more accurately with his eyes closed. Targeting devices are merely tools to confuse opponents. O'Sullivan should pray daily for Kevin not to retire due to his leg injury. Otherwise, his legend would fade into history. The Laureus Award was granted too prematurely. Federer was fortunate. Yet next year's ceremony will leave Federer with no opportunity, as Kevin is destined to be crowned the World Athlete of the Year for 2008. Old Kevin fan. Wow, he can actually win this. Incredible. Huang Kevin. Brother Huang is formidable. Brother Huang is invincible. Huang Kevin is truly remarkable. Those little sticks must be foolish. I declare that from this moment on. Huang Kevin is my father. I implore you to refrain from such language. Why must you engage in conflict with me? Alas, this forum has once again succumbed to chaos. Cannot you all uphold a semblance of self-respect? My esteemed Huang has already attained world champion status, and yet here you remain. The moderators ought to take action. In the moment of Huang Kevin's victory, the editors of various news websites, having prepared their articles in advance, hurried to disseminate the news. Our athlete Huang Kevin makes history. First gold in men's individual archery. Following his Champions League triumph, Huang Kevin secures another championship. Huang Kevin triumphs over South Korean competitors to claim gold. On the significance of learning, renowned alumnus Huang Kevin becomes world champion. Real Madrid secures double crowns, while Huang Kevin achieves a triple crown. Mourinho, watching the match despite the time difference, was overcome with excitement. Previously indifferent to social media, he took the initiative to register a Facebook account. Mourinho posted a photograph of Huang Kevin, altering a phrase he had previously uttered. Kevin, after Kevin, comes me. Huang Kevin, draping the national flag over his shoulders, waved enthusiastically at the stands, particularly towards the section occupied by the South Korean supporters. Indeed, Huang Kevin exemplified true sportsmanship. As Coach Zhang aptly noted, as the host, it is imperative to not neglect the guests who have traveled from afar. Although victorious, one must also extend compassion towards those who have faced defeat. It is astonishing that Huang Kevin managed to secure victory. That final arrow will surely be remembered as a legendary moment in Olympic history. However, moving forward, precautions must be taken to prevent spectators from bringing laser pointers and flashlights into the venue. Huang Kevin has indeed made history, marking the first gold medal in men's individual archery for our nation at the Olympics. Indeed, Huang Kevin continues to reap championships on the soccer field, and now, having transitioned to a different arena, he remains a victor. Previously, he also claimed victory in the professional snooker qualifying rounds and has yet to experience defeat in any competition he has entered. Following the award ceremony, Huang Kevin participated in an interview. A reporter from the national television station inquired, "What were your feelings during today's competition?" "It was somewhat challenging," Huang Kevin replied. The reporter pressed, "Could you elaborate on the difficulties you encountered?" The primary challenge stemmed from the South Korean spectators in the stands. Their laser pointers were distracting, and I still feel a lingering shadow from that. The reporter asked, "Is this suitable for broadcast? Could you share whether there was pressure during that final arrow?" "Pressure? Not at all," Huang Kevin chuckled. "In truth, I felt quite in tune with my performance. I merely wished to tease them, to let them believe their schemes were successful." Regardless of the circumstances, one must remain resolute post-competition. When confronted by the South Koreans, there is no room for decorum. Were it not for the fear of embarrassing my country, I would have considered giving the stands a gesture of defiance. It is remarkable how audacious the South Korean supporters can be, even in a venue that is not their own. This has certainly reshaped Huang Kevin's perception. The reporter then shifted the topic, asking, "Could you share why you excel in so many sports?" This may indeed be a manifestation of talent. Some individuals are endowed with athletic prowess, while others possess remarkable academic abilities. Each person's gifts are unique, and there is no need to envy others. Huang Kevin remarked with a smile, "Who among us is unaware of his extraordinary talents? Well then, I wish you continued excellence in the upcoming competitions." "Thank you," Huang Kevin replied, still smiling. Noticing reporters from neighboring countries, he hastily made his exit, aware that lingering could delay his departure. Hunger gnawed at him, and he had the 100-meter preliminary heats to prepare for in the afternoon. "Kevin, you are simply amazing," exclaimed Lily, rushing into Huang Kevin's embrace upon their meeting. "You already know how remarkable I am." He chuckled, holding her close. "You're insufferable." Lily playfully punched his shoulder. Huang Kevin then wrapped his arm around the young lady standing beside him. "Were you really not nervous just now?" she inquired. "How could I be?" Huang Kevin responded. "At that moment, I could see nothing. I merely aimed in the general direction and relied on muscle memory to shoot the last arrow. I never expected to win. That was also due to your formidable skill." The young lady laughed, brandishing Huang Kevin's phone. "Your phone is about to explode. Ramos and Kaká have sent hundreds of messages, along with many other players. Even athletes from rival teams are following your updates. There are quite a few familiar faces at Yenjing as well." After sending a group message of gratitude, Huang Kevin proceeded to dine. In the preliminary heats, Huang Kevin advanced with a time of 10:28 seconds from the sixth group. Bolt, too, only clocked 10:2 seconds in the preliminaries, clearly holding back. That evening, in the second round of preliminaries, Huang Kevin triumphed in the third group with a remarkable 10:4 seconds, successfully securing a place in the semifinals. After a busy day, his name continued to blaze across news outlets throughout Asia, Europe, and indeed the entire world. Thanks to the influence of football, Huang Kevin's gold medal achievement became widely recognized. Both UEFA and Chelsea's official websites congratulated Huang Kevin. UEFA's website stated, "Kevin is an exceptionally talented athlete, with greatness that extends beyond the confines of the pitch. He has created countless historical moments on the green field, captivating the world with his skills. He has similarly proven himself on the Olympic stage, and we wish him continued success in his future endeavors." During the second round of preliminaries, Huang Kevin's news had already made headlines in the evening broadcasts. Various local channels' Olympic programs were not to be outdone, with Yenjing Television even enlisting experts to analyze Huang Kevin's final arrow. After several hours of fervent discussion, the excitement surrounding his gold medal only intensified. In the Huang Kevin fan forum, he was deified. In the old Kevin fan club, a number of new sons had emerged. In the Florentino forum, discussions flourished, with members persistently referring to him in a familiar manner. After several wanderings, they had grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Later that evening, Huang Kevin received a call from Ramos. "Kevin, Congratulations on your championship victory. On the other end of the line, Ramos cheerfully exclaimed. Kevin, you should be in training right now, right? Kevin inquired. Sergio, why are you calling me at this hour? I checked the Olympic schedule and thought you should have returned to the hotel by now, Ramos replied with a laugh. The Premier League is about to commence. You must intensify your training, Kevin advised. The Premier League, with its numerous matches compounded by the harsh winter weather and the absence of a winter break, poses a significant challenge to the player's physical condition. No worries, I feel absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to teach Real Madrid a lesson in the Champions League, Ramos declared. Well, that should be manageable, Kevin responded. UEFA is notorious for manipulating matches. They would certainly seize this opportunity, especially after the audio leak. Despite Real Madrid being a top-seeded team, Chelsea's European points are insufficient. Last year, Chelsea could have accumulated more points, but they were eliminated by the King of Yellow. Chelsea's European points firmly place them as a second seed. Regardless of the group they are drawn into, the top-seeded team in that group will undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Real Madrid, having won consecutive championships, is assuredly a top seed. Should UEFA be stringent, they could potentially place Chelsea and Real Madrid in the same group. It remains uncertain whether UEFA will opt for a group stage or knockout format. That would be ideal. That old man Florentino would be in serious trouble. If it weren't for Raul holding me back, he wouldn't be able to leave the hospital so soon, Ramos remarked. You should exercise caution, Kevin advised. Florentino suppressed this matter out of fear for his authority. Rest assured, I will handle it, Ramos chuckled. Kevin felt a slight headache. He dreaded Ramos's interpretation of handling it. After hanging up, Kevin went straight to bed, knowing there was a match the following day. While the vast land of China remained in slumber, Europe welcomed a new day. The headlines primarily featured images of Kevin drawing his bow. The Times, Chelsea has made a sound investment. Whether Kevin's signing fee is 100 million or 200 million is of little consequence. The Olympic competitions have rendered Chelsea the biggest winner of this summer. Mourinho overnight acknowledged on social media that Kevin is a deity. If a deity truly existed, perhaps this would be the extent of their influence. The Liverpool Echo, the man standing on the goal line, is back. Gerrard has not been captured in a favorable light lately. If Real Madrid indeed harbors interest in him, he might leave Liverpool. The addition of 2 English midfielders to Real Madrid would significantly bolster their midfield strength. The Gazzetta dello Sport, the arrogant Florentino seeks to shift the blame onto Kevin, yet sponsors will not overlook his actions. Allowing Kevin to leave would drastically diminish Real Madrid's future revenues. It is rumored that the heated swimming pool in the Bernabeu has already been dismantled, and more sponsors are likely to abandon Real Madrid. Chelsea's commercial income is set to rise considerably. In truth, following Kevin's triumph, sponsors have gone wild. Kin Yong finds himself entangled in a delightful dilemma. He had contemplated that Huang Kevin's joining Chelsea would attract numerous sponsors, yet he never anticipated such a plethora. One entire night, he toiled away, scrutinizing the figures on the contract, doubting whether it was all a financial scam. He and his assistant tirelessly verified the information of both familiar and unfamiliar brands, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. It was at this moment he truly understood the intrinsic value of Kaiwan. Indeed, this was genuine worth. Buffon once again graced the pages of Tuttosport, where he remarked to reporters that Kaiwan has transcended the realm of football, and his talent is exceedingly rare. It is foreseeable that he will deliver remarkable performances in forthcoming projects. However, I must assert that this is inequitable. Kaiwan dedicates the majority of his time to the pitch, leaving little opportunity to focus on training for other endeavors. Witnessing him receive awards with tears in his eyes, I felt the depth of his love for his homeland. I hope Kaiwan can achieve excellence in every Olympic Games. Of course, the body is the most honest indicator. The effort invested in training correlates directly with the rewards reaped. For the sake of securing more gold medals, Kaiwan might consider concentrating solely on Olympic events during the Olympic year. The Pope delivered a heartfelt address in Il Romanista, expressing his sincere wishes for the Olympics to be a resounding success, hoping that the athletes perform at their utmost potential. Sports can forge bridges of friendship and solidarity among diverse cultures, religions, and nations. I believe the Olympic motto of faster, higher, stronger should be augmented with more united, fostering a world imbued with love through the Olympics. Kaiwan is indeed a unique individual, yet I must reiterate that he is not divine. He is the most exceptional athlete I have ever encountered, and also one of the most remarkable young men. Many merely speak of their intentions, but execution proves challenging. However, Kaiwen's active engagement has inspired many to partake in charitable endeavors, and his indomitable spirit has encouraged countless youth. Kaiwen's final arrow is a gospel bestowed by the heavens. Marca reported that although Kaiwen has departed from Real Madrid, a royal spokesperson revealed that they intend to award him the Golden Fleece Medal, making him the first non-political leader to join the Order of the Golden Fleece in history. AS noted that Real Madrid's acquisition efforts remain steady, with Florentino gradually regaining control of the situation. Our new president has articulated well, Real Madrid will not be a one-man team, as he aims to cultivate a squad characterized by teamwork and adherence to the principles of football. World Sports remarked that Florentino paraded through the streets in his emperor's new clothes, deceiving some Real Madrid fans with his flowery rhetoric. However, as the new season commences, they will soon realize that Florentino himself is the greatest deception. L'Equipe reported the failed pursuit of Huntelaar, prompting Florentino to set his sights on lion forward Benzema, though he may return disappointed. According to insiders, after their first encounter with Kaiwen, Benzema became an admirer, adorning his room with posters of Kaiwen. Following Kaiwen's exit from Real Madrid, his statements have instilled a sense of distrust in Benzema towards the club. Asahi Shimbun, the Japanese team exhibits a lack of courage and determination. Even a football player like Huang Kevin has managed to secure an archery championship, which underscores the significance of resolve. The Japanese team should emulate Huang Kevin, mustering greater bravery to strive for better results. Chosen Ilbo, Huang Kevin triumphed over Park Kyung-mo through unscrupulous means, having stolen our gold medal. Reports from Manuel Sierra indicate that yet another sponsor is seeking to terminate their contract, which indeed contains a clause allowing for Kevin's departure. Once Kevin leaves, they can dissolve the contract without any compensation. Let them go. Florentino waved dismissively. They will surely regret it. How could Calderon agree to such terms? This is Real Madrid. However, the current situation is far from ideal. I have heard that acquiring new players is also proving to be quite challenging. Sierra inquired. Should we continue to purge the squad? Certainly, some individuals are utterly unworthy of serving at Real Madrid, Florentino remarked with a smile. Let us expedite negotiations with Manchester United. We require a marquee transfer to invigorate our spirits. Soon, Real Madrid will once again be the epicenter of the football world, and we can also recruit more Spanish players, as local talents are the foundation of the team. Understood, Sierra nodded. You may leave for now, Florentino said with a smile. As Sierra glanced at the scattered remnants of newspapers on the floor, he quickly exited the office. Just as he stepped outside, a loud noise erupted behind him. Sierra hastened his pace, fearful of being treated as a scapegoat. Florentino's current circumstances are indeed strenuous. Yet, his authority remains formidable, having maintained the presence of club legends such as Di Stefano and Zidane, while continuously painting grand visions for the fans, preventing him from facing dismissal in such adverse conditions. Were it someone else, they might have become the first club president in Real Madrid's history to be ousted before completing even a single season. On August 16th, Huang Kevin was making his final preparations after securing the archery championship the previous day. Many who had not followed the competition were now seated in front of their televisions. Capello once again purchased overpriced tickets from scalpers, though in comparison to his coaching salary, it hardly seemed exorbitant. Team leader Luo Chowie kindly asked Huang Kevin, "Do you feel confident about reaching the finals?" "I should be close," Huang Kevin replied while changing his shoes. "That is good to hear," Luo Chowie nodded with a smile. "We've made considerable preparations this time. If you can reach the finals, all the effort will have been worthwhile. Just give it your all without feeling pressured." Huang Kevin said, stretching his body. Observing the full anticipation meter, he opted to draw a lottery. Ding. You have obtained the experience card for the match between Chelsea and Arsenal in the 36th round of the 2008-2009 Premier League season, featuring Theo Walcott and Mike Tyson. Quick reflexes. He is not a sprinter. Walcott's 100 meters is around 10.7 seconds, likely a tad faster than Pelé, without special enhancements. There appears to be no doubt. I will use the Walcott experience card, hoping for a stroke of luck. A player of Walcott's caliber, akin to that of Pelé, would undoubtedly possess remarkable speed. Though not a professional sprinter, he certainly qualifies as an impressive experience card. Huang Kevin continued to examine the attributes. Attribute: quick reflexes, Mike Tyson. Possessing this attribute significantly enhances reaction time. This is splendid. The king of Huang is naturally swift off the mark. Coupled with Tyson's attribute, He should enjoy a substantial advantage during the start. Ultimately, Huang Kevin utilized the immunity card. In the previous preliminary round, he refrained from using the immunity card, as he had not exerted his full strength. However, now he could not afford to be frugal. Walcott is notoriously fragile. Who knows if he can withstand the talent of the King of Huang? During the rest period, his good friend Ramos messaged Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin requested Ramos to verify Walcott's speed. He vaguely remembered Walcott being clocked at 10.7 seconds and wanted to confirm. When Ramos replied, Huang Kevin was taken aback. 10.44 seconds? Such a speed is astonishing for a football player. He might very well be the fastest player currently active. Does Southampton have a hidden secret? They have produced both Walcott and Bale from their youth academy, both exhibiting extraordinary speed. Could it be that the coach who directs their attacking strategies was previously a sprint coach? After exchanging a few more words with Ramos, Huang Kevin handed his phone to the young lady. Certain information stored on his phone was not suitable for sharing with others. Any of those pieces of information could easily make headlines. Noticing a pair of socks nearby, Huang Kevin rolled them into a ball and began juggling them with his foot. His swift movements soon attracted the attention of nearby athletes. After performing a few tricks, Huang Kevin gained insight. After utilizing the experience card, he found that the enhancement was random between Walcott and a Walcott of Pellé's caliber, without displaying the specific level of randomness. However, it was evident that Walcott did not possess such refined ball control. Even a slight enhancement would not grant him such finesse. Therefore, this improvement was significant. Even if he were not at Pellé's level, he should still rank among the elite players. In that case, the current King of Huang, using Walcott's template, would exhibit improved speed compared to the Walcott of Arsenal. This, indeed, was a positive development, alleviating some of Huang Kevin's pressure. The primary concern is that the marginal gains in sprinting are exceedingly pronounced. Even a slight improvement within 10 seconds requires immense effort. In this semi-final grouping, he was fortunate not to be placed in the same group as Bolt. Huang Kevin had other thoughts. If they were in the same group, it would be exceedingly difficult to surpass Bolt, regardless of his efforts. The time Bolt runs does not dictate Huang Kevin's potential. That man is capable of running at a leisurely pace. Even with Huang Kevin's prodigious talent and excellent experience card, pushing himself to the limits may only coax out a fraction of Bolt's potential, compelling him to exert himself a little more. Huang Kevin even harbored doubts that 9.58 seconds was Bolt's ultimate limit. However, with Bolt in the first group and the King of Huang in the second, the scenario became intriguing. After Bolt completed his run, Huang, known as the Yellow King, took his turn, expressing confidence in his potential to secure a spot in the semifinals. I wonder how my father is faring today. He hasn't run yet. I just want to purchase 2 cups of Kevin's tea. To my surprise, you can still get it here. We had to queue for quite a while, and my roommate went to buy it before dinner. By the time we returned to our dorm and played a few rounds of games, he still hadn't returned. A phone call revealed it would take at least another hour. What a hassle. Yesterday, on my way home, I saw someone who bought over 1,000 cups, claiming to treat the entire school. Although I haven't tried it myself. Jay Chou's song has certainly captivated me. I've learned it just by passing by a few times. It's amusing that internet cafes are now playing this tune daily, with Kevin's tea being the sweet accompaniment. I recall seeing Kaka and Messi at a press conference with milk tea cups on the table. My father has certainly been thriving this year. Forget that, it's my father. Right now, my sole focus is on my studies. If I don't excel, I may have to return to inherit the family business. You lot really lack ambition. What is so great about being Kevin's son with such fierce competition? What do you propose? I have no particular stance. It's time to reveal my identity. I am Kevin Ramos. With this identity, once I graduate, my uncle Huang will surely arrange for me to work in Italy, right? I thought you had some integrity. But it turns out you're just here to be Ramos's son. What is wrong with being Ramos's son? My father is a European champion, and my uncle is a world champion. As Huang Kevin prepared to take the field, the results of the first semi-final group were announced. Bolt had a lackluster performance, leading to mistakes in the commentary that had to awkwardly shift from sprinting with all his might to casually crossing the finish line. Nevertheless, Bolt still secured first place in the semi-final group with a time of 9.85 seconds, while American Walter Dix placed second in the group with a time of 9.95 seconds. After the first group of athletes exited, Huang Kevin followed his competitors onto the track, and the Bird's Nest National Stadium erupted in thunderous applause. In the live broadcast, Yang Jian expressed excitement. Huang Kevin is just one step away from the finals. Previously, only Japan's Yoshio Takeda had reached the Olympic 100-meter finals from Asia. In the 1932 Olympics, Takeda's semi-final time was recorded at 10.9 seconds, but he ultimately finished 6th in the finals. Huang Kevin clocked in at 10.2 seconds in the second round of the heats. Yet it feels like he has even greater potential. Currently, the Asian 100-meter record stands at 9.99 seconds, set by Qatari athlete Francis last year. Following Francis is Japan's Inoue Doko, who set a record of 10 seconds in 1998. Huang Kevin has a strong possibility of breaking both these records. Due to his outstanding performance in the heats, he will be running in Lane 5 during the semifinals. Lane 2 features Portuguese athlete Francis Obiquelu, ranked second by the World Athletics in 2006. In Lane 3 is Togo's Richard Thompson, who recently helped Togo clinch the 4x100-meter relay championship at the Central American and Caribbean Championships. In Lane 4 stands Asafa Powell from Jamaica, the champion of last year's IAAF Golden League in Oslo and the recent breaker of the indoor world record for the 60 meters. In Lane 5 is Kevin Huang, renowned as the fastest player in football, excelling among sprinters with remarkable ball skills. Lane 6 features the athlete Colanda Martina from the Netherlands Antilles, the sole sprinter representing the islands this year. In Lane 7 is American competitor Davis Patton, who, as a member of the U.S. team, faced defeat against the British squad in the 4x100-meter relay at the 2004 Athens Olympics. However, at the 2007 Osaka World Championships, Patton and his teammates, Wallace Spearman, Tyson Gay, and Dixon, triumphed with a time of 37.78 seconds, reclaiming the championship for the United States and restoring their pride. Lane 8 is occupied by Japan's Naoki Tsukahara. In Lane 9, Tyson Gay from the United States showcases his formidable prowess, having secured the 100 meters title at the 2007 Sheffield Grand Prix, the 200 meters at the Lausanne Super Grand Prix, and the 100 meters at the London Grand Prix. His performance in the heats yesterday was rather unremarkable. Apart from Kevin Huang, most competitors in the 100 meters possess extensive athletic backgrounds across various events, with few specializing solely in the sprint. While playing football, Kevin reviews his opponent's statistics, yet finds it challenging to remember such data in the sprint. Nevertheless, he understands a crucial truth. In a competition graced by American and Japanese athletes, one must run relentlessly to avoid bringing shame upon their nation. Previously, during an archery event at Olympic Park, only 5,000 spectators braved extreme weather, the atmosphere not as palpable. However, today at the Bird's Nest Stadium, with all 91,000 seats filled, the ambience is entirely transformed. Clad in a red jersey and shorts, Kevin Huang emerges as the shining star of the Bird's Nest. His simple warm-up routines elevate the stadium's energy to a fever pitch, with chants of "Go, Kevin Huang," resounding and echoing across the skies of Yenjing. Historical records indicate that the first ancient Olympic Games, held in 776 BC in Greece, featured sprinting events. Athletics is revered as the father of sports, and the 100 meters is crowned the king of athletics, consistently regarded as a premier event. Regrettably, Chinese athletes have yet to achieve remarkable successes in the 100 meters. Advancing to the semifinals, Kevin Huang has suddenly become the most celebrated Chinese athlete of the Olympics. Sprinting, particularly the 100 meters, carries immense significance. As he prepares on the track, Kevin embodies the aspirations of 9.6 million square kilometers of dreams. The fervent cheers from the stands reflect the earnest hopes of 328 billion compatriots. The hands waving in encouragement, the tightly clenched fists, and the tear-filled eyes of the audience, each express a shared passion at heart. In football, fans represent the 12th player. Today, the crowd of over 90,000 at the Bird's Nest serves as Kevin Huang's powerful catalyst. Let his blood commence to simmer, to ignite, conjuring boundless strength from thin air. On your marks. The signal resonated. Huang Kevin inhaled deeply, exhaling to calm his racing heart. The cacophony of the Bird's Nest faded into tranquility. This was not the cooling of fervent blood. Rather, it was the portent of an impending eruption. In London, the Chelsea players, who should have been training, gathered before the television. Ramos longed to immerse his head within the screen, provoking protests from his teammates. In Turin, Buffon had taken a sick leave. Dressed in silk pajamas within the confines of his home, he remained oblivious to the alluring presence of his stunning wife, Elena Serebriakova. Beside him, The luxurious silk trousers were crumpled in his grasp. Such a scene was not unfamiliar to Serebriakova. Sitting beside Buffon, she could hear his whispered prayers, "God bless Kaiwen, God bless Kaiwen." Set. The 8 competitors crouched at the starting blocks. Bang! The starting gun fired. Huang Kaiwen's formidable leg strength erupted suddenly, propelling him forward like a cheetah. He and Martina launched almost simultaneously. Was it a false start? No, it was Martina, not Huang Kaiwen. The swiftness of Huang's reaction was remarkable. Remarkably, he managed to refrain from a false start. An impressive feat. His reaction time was naturally swift. And his training emphasized not just the start, but also the discipline to avoid premature movement. The attribute of Tyson had enhanced his reaction speed. Realizing it was not his own false start, Huang felt assured. It appeared his training had not been in vain. Martina's false start turned out to be fortuitous for him. Once more, they prepared. Set. Bang. Huang Kaiwen's explosive power was magnificently displayed as he surged ahead in the starting phase. The spectators on site may not have perceived it clearly, but those watching on television could distinctly sense Huang Kaiwen's slight edge. It was almost imperceptible, a fleeting moment that could easily be mistaken for an illusion. Asafa Powell, one of the finest sprinters renowned for his starting technique, appeared affected by Martina's earlier false start, resulting in a slower reaction this time. Huang Kaiwen, endowed with the trait of sprinting mastery, had been studying Powell's starting technique during training. Japanese sprinter Tsukahara Nataka also displayed remarkable speed at the start. He, along with Powell, found themselves slightly trailing Huang Kaiwen, forming a leading pack. American star Gay continued to struggle, maintaining his poor performance from the heats, lagging behind at the start. After 30 meters, Tsukahara fell a bit behind Huang Kaiwen and Powell, whose explosive starting phase was his forte. However, competing alongside Huang Kaiwen proved challenging. Even though his coach prohibited external information, he could not help but compare himself to Huang, who shared his Asian heritage. Having faltered in both starts behind Huang, anxiety began to creep into his mindset. As they advanced beyond 20 meters, catching a glimpse of Huang Kaiwen's seemingly conserving energy, he felt a pang of frustration. This fleeting moment of mental laxity would herald dire consequences. Not only was he left behind by the leading group, but he was also overtaken by the competitors trailing him. Richard Thompson and Francis Obikwelu surged past Naoki Tsukahara one after the other. The commentator from Tokyo Television, upon observing Tsukahara's decline, had already given up on him, exclaiming with rapid fervor, "Yoshi, indeed a testament to Kevin Kuhn." Huang Kaiwen showed no signs of slackening. Rather, he began to accelerate. Each opponent in the semifinals possessed formidable strength. Huang Kaiwen could not guarantee that he would be faster than others in the final 30 meters. Thus, he needed to establish a greater lead ahead. When he previously competed against Bolt at the training facility, he had the luxury of contemplating the gap between himself and the legendary sprinter. However, today, Huang Kaiwen was devoid of such thoughts. His eyes and mind did not wander. He ran as if in training, treating the race as merely another practice session. Noticing he was gradually falling behind, Powell widened his eyes. Given Huang Kaiwen's significant renown, he had specifically watched the preliminary footage of him. At that time, he sensed that Huang Kaiwen was holding back, yet he had not anticipated the depth of his concealment. Powell, too, began to exert himself. His long legs moved with astonishing speed, rhythmically swinging his hips and arms. Yet, he discovered that the gap between himself and Huang Kaiwen had not diminished at all, remaining firmly at one stride's distance. As the race approached its midpoint, Richard Thompson and Alander Martina had caught up to Powell. Although it is imperative to maintain focus on the track, it is nearly impossible to shield oneself from the influence of other athletes. The lackluster Guy-in had also caught up to Naoki Tsukahara, who continued to pay a heavy price for his earlier moment of complacency. After 60 meters, the situation on the field briefly clarified. Huang Kaiwen led, with Powell closely trailing, followed by Richard Thompson. Alander Martina, Davis Patton, Francis Obikwelu, Tyson Guy-in, and Naoki Tsukahara were all in close proximity to one another. Each was a formidable competitor emerging from the 2 rounds of preliminaries, and none could be underestimated. For now, this was merely the arrangement, but the forthcoming developments were uncertain. Huang Kaiwen could distinctly sense the footsteps behind him, even if he wished to concentrate. He found it difficult to replicate the focus and confidence he possessed on the court. If his opponents were to catch up, it would not be solvable by a mere spike or feint. This urgency compelled him to remain vigilant and unyielding. At 70 meters, he could still glimpse the vigorous forms of his rivals straining ahead. In such moments, Huang Kevin had no capacity to accurately gauge whether he was in the lead. He could only assume he was trailing. Gritting his teeth, Huang Kevin exerted even greater force in his arm swings and pushed harder against the track with his feet, striving to accelerate while maintaining his rhythm. At 80 meters and then 90 meters, Allender Martina had already caught up to Richard Thompson, both trailing Powell by a mere stride. This stage was crucial, with just half a stride or a full stride separating them. A moment's carelessness could lead to being surpassed by the competitors behind. Yet, Powell understood that he had no chance of surpassing Huang Kevin. The distance between him and Huang Kevin has expanded from a mere body length to nearly 1 meter. This situation, unless the opponent falters, makes overtaking exceedingly difficult. Huang Kevin noticed that Powell's movements had begun to slow, yet he had no time to ponder the implications. In every Olympic event, he would exert himself to the utmost. The Bird's Nest Stadium was enveloped in silence. The audience before their screens held their breath. The entire expanse of China seemed to have pressed the mute button. The brief distance of a few meters felt interminably long at that moment. In the final 3 meters, the last meter, Huang Kevin surged past the finish line first. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of jubilance. Beijing was ablaze with excitement. The entirety of China was in a frenzy. Huang Kevin claimed the top spot in the second heat. The results were announced. 9:82 seconds, 9:82 seconds, 9:82 seconds, 9:82 seconds. Huang Kevin surpassed Bolt, securing the fastest aggregate time of the semifinals, shattering the previous Olympic record of 9:84 seconds. This was a new record for both the Olympics and Asia. Huang Kevin had made history. Yang Jian's voice began to tremble. Only he knew the psychological journey he had traversed. From skepticism upon learning Huang Kevin would compete in the 100 meters, to mere astonishment at the conclusion of the preliminary round. Yet, when Huang Kevin recorded a time of 10:2 seconds in the second round, Yang Jian's imagination began to soar. After all, Huang Kevin appeared not to have exhausted his full potential. A time under 10 seconds had been Yang Jian's utmost hope. Yet he had not anticipated that Huang Kevin would not only achieve this, but also post the fastest time among all 16 semifinalists, breaking the Olympic 100-meter record. This delight crashed upon him like a tsunami, enveloping him in a profound sense of happiness. Yang Jian feared this might all be a fleeting dream. If it were a dream, he wished never to awaken. The commentary from Tokyo TV had long since forgotten their own national competitors, exuberantly exclaiming, Kevin 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 has run at Asian speed, breaking the Olympic record. The radiant light of the Sun Monarch illuminates all of Asia. The large screen displayed the 4 finalists from the second heat. 1. Huang Kevin, China, lane 5, reaction time 0. 126 seconds, time 9:82 seconds. 2. Asafa Powell, Jamaica, lane 4, reaction time 0. 141 seconds, time 9:90 seconds. 3. Richard Thompson, Togo, lane 3, reaction time 0. 144 seconds, time 9:92 seconds. 4. Quillen Martina, Netherlands Antilles, lane 6, reaction time 0. 156 seconds, time 9:94 seconds. St. Kevin. Cladelli was as exuberant as a child, racing around the studio. After chanting Huang Kevin's name over 20 times, he finally paused to declare, I have stated countless times that Kevin is the best player in this world. No, the best in the universe. Now, I must amend that. Kevin is the greatest athlete in the entire universe. In a project dominated by Black leadership, Kevin shattered Olympic records, decisively debunking the myth that individuals of Asian descent lack prowess in athletics. Those arrogant souls could only bow their heads before him time and again. Although it was merely a semi-final, the significance of this match was profound. Kevin etched numerous milestones in history, emerging as a hero not only for China and Asia, but for the entire world. In an ostensibly inequitable contest, Kevin once again demonstrated that ample talent equates to formidable strength. As I bore witness to the miraculous moments Kevin created, my mind felt utterly overwhelmed. For I could scarcely fathom the limits of his capabilities. To deceive me would be a simple task. Uttering Kevin's name suffices. Yet, it would also be a daunting challenge. Your deceit must be outrageously implausible, for one could never predict when Kevin might transform your fabrications into reality. Among all athletes worldwide, none embodies the Olympic spirit more than Kevin. After enduring 85 injuries over 4 years, he remained unyielded, continuously returning to the pitch in pursuit of his former pinnacle. Even in less than optimal condition, Kevin exhibited unparalleled dominance in the realm of football. Had any other player achieved such feats, they would have long since emulated the private lives of Maradona and Pelé. Yet, the incomparable Kevin, even greater than both legends combined, steadfastly maintains his aspirations. From attempting snooker to participating in the Olympics, Kevin has never ceased to challenge himself. With a closed-eye arrow destined to become a legendary climax in Olympic archery history, the world marveled at Kevin's astonishing shot. Kevin once again broke the Olympic 100-meter record. It is noteworthy that Kevin suffers from permanent hearing loss and his vision has yet to fully recover during these competitions. Even under such extreme physical conditions, he remains the foremost among 16 competitors. I wish to convey that Kevin is not merely the first among these 16, he is the epitome of humanity, the champion of mankind. From this day forward, humanity can be divided into 2 categories, Kevin and the rest of humanity. No, even the divine can be categorized into 2, other gods and Kevin. In the tactical room of Milanello, Paolo Maldini closed his eyes. Yet the image of Kevin Huang lingered in his mind. Gattuso clutched his hair tightly in disbelief. Zambrotta exhaled in relief, grateful for his decision to join AC Milan. Despite Kevin's overwhelming victory over Milan in the Champions League final, Zambrotta believed that, aside from that match, Kevin would refrain from exerting himself against Milan, making his choice to join AC Milan the safest option aside from being teammates with Kevin. Torres rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the swiftness of such a phenomenon in football. Did Bolt not ease up during the competition? Was Kevin not also holding back on the pitch? How could he have thought he could catch up to Kevin's speed? Now, even Torres felt a flush of embarrassment. Gattuso quietly wiped away a tear. Ha ha ha. Look at this grown man crying. Inzaghi pointed at Gattuso, laughing heartily. As Gattuso turned back to take action, he was taken aback by the sight of Inzaghi's weathered face, streaming with tears. With a simple wave to the audience, Huang Kevin made his way towards the dressing room. In nearly 2 hours, the 100-meter final awaited. "Oh, Huang! Incredible! Old Huang!" exclaimed the crowd as they greeted him. Just as Kevin pushed open the door to the dressing room, he was engulfed by a tide of people, team leaders, doctors, and fellow athletes rushed towards him. In such moments, no grandiloquent words were necessary. The sheer exuberance was expressed in the simplest, most genuine language. After much effort, Huang Kevin finally extricated himself from the throng. Luo Chowie promptly adjusted his suit and waved dismissively at the crowd, herding them away like a farmer with ducks. What is going on? They still have a competition to prepare for. Turning back with a smile, Luo Chowie said to Huang Kevin, "Your performance today was phenomenal. This semi-final holds historic significance. As for the final, just give it your all, cast aside any burdens. We shall approach it with a light heart and aim for even greater achievements." Huang Kevin, bemused by the captain's exuberance, found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly possible to reconcile the notions of giving one's all and achieving unprecedented success? With a smile, he replied, "Rest assured, I feel no pressure. However, I must admit, I exceeded expectations today. I may not replicate a time of 9.82 seconds in the final. I understand. I completely understand." Luo Chowie chuckled. "I'll escort them out now, and we shall celebrate your achievements afterward." The raucous dressing room fell silent, leaving Huang Kevin alone. Finally, he exhaled in relief. During training, he had noticed a pattern. He often performed exceptionally well in his early races. Thus, he had not lied earlier. It was indeed possible that he might not match his semifinal performance in the final. Knowing he had shattered the Olympic record for the 100 meters, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Even if he didn't secure a medal in the final, he would have a satisfactory explanation. Curious about the system's prompt he had received earlier, he opened it, only to discover that the system had upgraded. Ding! You have received your first Olympic gold medal. The I am the King of the Ball Power Enhanced version will be updated to I am the King of the Ball Power Enhanced Pro version. This update will occur without downtime and is expected to take 144 hours. This update fixes the bug allowing multiple draws for expectation values in a single day. The experience card for expectation values has been changed to a 24-hour duration, with effects expiring at midnight. After midnight, you may draw again. Just that one line. While it was merely a bug fix, it alleviated one of Huang Kevin's concerns. Competing at home, He had no worries about expectation values, as he could accumulate them multiple times throughout the day. He contemplated taking a gamble to see if he could draw a faster experience card. He felt uncertain about defeating the superhuman Bolt and several other formidable competitors. Who knew if those competitors had used a spray in the semifinals? As for besting Bolt, that would require the luck of drawing a Bolt experience card, relying on the marginal returns of sprinting. Even if other sprinters were drawn, coupled with the innate talent of the illustrious Huang Kevin, it would still be improbable to triumph over the extraordinary Bolt. Only by acquiring a special experience card for Bolt could one ensure a victory against him. With the system now rectified, Huang Kevin has been deprived of even the slightest chance of outmatching Bolt. This, however, may be fortuitous otherwise. The temptation of clinching the championship on home turf might have swayed Huang Kevin's resolve. Now, he can devote his focus entirely to preparing for the finals. As the clock neared 10, Huang Kevin once again stepped onto the track. Prior to the commencement of the finals, the arena was plunged into darkness. Paying homage to the 100-meter showdown, one by one, the names of the competitors and their national flags illuminated the track. It was then that Huang Kevin grasped the essence of what the team leader had meant by preparation. When the spotlight shone on lane 5, Huang Kevin smiled and waved. Yet a flicker of pressure coursed through him. This evening, the Bird's Nest had made special arrangements. As our athlete Huang Kevin had just shattered the Asian record for the 100 meters, as well as the Olympic record for the men's event. Nevertheless, the Jamaican sprinter Bolt likely still possessed untapped potential. He would be Huang Kevin's greatest adversary in the finals, with Bolt in lane 4 and Huang Kevin in lane 5. Yang Jian excitedly announced this. Huang Kevin found himself sandwiched between Bolt and Richard Thompson, with Powell beside Thompson. Following the semifinals, everyone had cast aside the notion that Huang Kevin was merely a fast runner. The gravity in Bolt's gaze towards Huang Kevin was palpable. He had never anticipated sharing the track with him. Huang Kevin's time of 9:82 seconds had significantly impacted him, leading Bolt to suspect that Huang Kevin had been holding back. Thus, Bolt resolved to exert himself even more in the finals. On your marks, set. A sharp crack signaled the start. It was impossible for Huang Kevin to ignore Bolt. Once again, Bolt's start proved to be his Achilles heel. With his remarkable dynamic vision, Huang Kevin surged forward, instantly realizing that his reaction time surpassed that of Bolt. Yet, this advantage did not allow Huang Kevin a moment's respite. As he raced, he instinctively kept an eye on the left lane. Before reaching 30 meters, he no longer needed to monitor Bolt, for Bolt had already surged alongside him. At 40 meters, Bolt began to accelerate, moving ahead of Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin, focused solely on the figure before him, completely forgot that this was a race with 8 competitors. Bolt maintained his lead, followed closely by Huang Kevin, whose advantage was not as pronounced. While Huang Kevin's start was indeed rapid, his acceleration phase lagged behind that of Bolt. Bolt glanced back, then dashed past the finish line ahead of Huang Kevin. Huang Kevin secured second place, earning the silver medal. Huang Kevin had done it again. With a time of 9:84 seconds, he had not surpassed his semifinal performance, and the Olympic record he had just established was eclipsed by Bolt's 9:66 seconds. Yet, none of this mattered. Huang Kevin had achieved the first ever silver medal in the history of Asia for the 100 meters. The Bird's Nest erupted with fervor. Huang Kevin! Huang Kevin! Huang Kevin! After a series of fervent cheers, the audience finally remembered to applaud the champion. In a jubilant celebration, Bolt suddenly turned once more and sprinted towards Huang Kevin. Their simultaneous dash captured the attention of the entire arena. At the moment of their intersection, both Huang Kevin and Bolt extended their left hands, two southpaws exchanging a high five that reignited the passion within the Bird's Nest Stadium and across the globe. Countless flashes immortalized this moment. Although the morning papers were still being meticulously edited, the headlines had already been predetermined. Their instinctive high five, coupled with their mutual glance back, constituted a scene that could be deemed a classic among the annals of modern Olympic history, an event nearly impossible to surpass. Following the award ceremony, Huang Kevin did not grant any interviews but opted to return for rest, his body weary from the exertions ahead of a challenging new season. In the mixed zone, Bolt was interviewed. When it was the turn of the national television station, he playfully imitated Huang Kevin's celebratory backflip, instantly lightening the atmosphere. A reporter from the national station posed a question, and after careful consideration, Bolt responded, "This year, I began training diligently and truly attempted to surpass myself. I have refined my technique, and today was a performance I am quite pleased with. However, I am not entirely satisfied with my opponent. Kevin clearly has significant room for improvement. He has put pressure on me. Laughs. I have always said that Kevin has the potential to break the 10-second barrier, but I did not anticipate that he could pose such a threat to me. Yes, it seems there is still a gap between us. Yet you must understand that Kevin's training has immense potential for advancement. I believe he can run under 9.8 seconds. What remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Florentino, who had been waiting to seize the global spotlight, was eager to convene a press conference. He had initially hoped to create a world-shattering announcement, but found that the world had already been astonished, compelling him to release information to overshadow Huang Kevin's Olympic performance. Having already faced scrutiny over an archery gold medal, the addition of a silver medal in the 100 meters could spell disaster for him, an outcome Florentino dared not contemplate. An hour later, at 6 p.m. in Madrid, in the Bernabeu's press room, a composed Florentino faced the reporters with a beaming smile and announced, "We have reached an agreement with Manchester United to sign Cristiano Ronaldo. The transfer fee amounts to €100 million plus Cassano, culminating in a staggering total of €1.5 billion. The impromptu press conference drew significantly fewer journalists than usual. Yet the noise was tenfold greater. The intentions behind the €1.5 billion were glaringly evident, clearly aimed at countering Kevin's €1.2 billion transfer fee. Florentino was known for employing such tactics to generate buzz. While they felt a twinge of sympathy for the player arriving from the Premier League, who was indeed remarkable, they knew he was merely a pawn in Florentino's game to undermine Kevin's influence at Real Madrid, destined to bear immense pressure. Of course, this was not their concern. They were there solely to report the news. This news is quite remarkable and will be featured on the second page tomorrow. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's official website has also announced this information. Having just settled in Manchester and preparing to embrace a new chapter in life, Cassano is indulging in some relaxation online, eagerly anticipating his meeting with the new coach and teammates. Undoubtedly, his greatest expectation lies in encountering Kevin Huang on the Premier League stage. If he could secure a victory and score a hat-trick, it would be nothing short of perfection. As Cassano aimlessly browses through sports news, he fails to come across any mention of himself. Soon I shall be the center of attention, he mutters to himself in annoyance. Suddenly, he spots his name. Upon clicking on the news, Cassano is rendered utterly speechless. Under different circumstances, he would have rejoiced at the announcement of his 50 million market value. However, Florentino's recent maneuver is evidently aimed at suppressing Kevin from all angles. After a brief moment of distraction, Cassano rises and forcefully slams the mouse onto the ground, causing his laptop to tumble down as well. Damn it, bastard. Cassano curses for 10 minutes before regaining his composure. Once he places the computer back on the desk, he discovers that the monitor is broken and the mouse is also malfunctioning. The touchpad is somewhat unresponsive and Cassano struggles to operate it. After half an hour of difficulty, he finally manages to send out a social media update. His latest post reads, "I apologize, but I do not believe a player frequently relegated to the B team is worth 50 million. My true value is only 19.99 million. And Kevin remains the best in the world. 0308. To the wealthy brother, let us have a showdown. Asahi Shimbun. Kevin Huang has shattered records, creating new history. His Asian speed truly deserves the title of Golden Flash. A.S. The second phase of the Galacticos is set to embark. With the foundation of a 6-time champion defense and the introduction of frontline stars, promising a reasonable and balanced squad. Marca. Real Madrid's recruitment has faced challenges and has now turned its attention to Van der Vaart. Florentino values Van der Vaart's reputation as the Dutch Beckham and aims to prove that a Dutch player can thrive at Real Madrid. Following Kevin's gold medal triumph, 3 sponsors have reportedly terminated their contracts. Although Florentino has found new sponsors, the funding has significantly diminished. Florentino is in dire need of commercially valuable players, and Van der Vaart evidently aligns with his recruitment strategy. Gazzetta dello Sport. Bolt has publicly admitted that he does not measure up to Kevin. The fact that Kevin can secure an Olympic silver medal without systematic training validates Bolt's statement. Throughout Olympic history, there have been a few multi-talented prodigies, yet none among them are football stars, let alone comparable to Kevin. Daily Mail. It is reported that Manchester City owner Thaxton has reached a substantive phase in the sale of the club, and a new owner will soon be welcomed. However, we express skepticism regarding whether the Middle Eastern investors truly comprehend the essence of football. Sun. Through extraordinary means, We have obtained a recording and will be providing readers with a week-long detailed analysis of the circumstances surrounding Kevin's departure from Real Madrid. The Times. Mourinho hopes that Kevin can enjoy more rest. He candidly acknowledged that Kevin's return to Stamford Bridge is still a distant prospect. Simultaneously, Mourinho expressed unwavering confidence that his team would not become overly reliant on any star player, even one as significant as Kevin. His squad will certainly not fall prey to a dependence on Kevin, and before Kevin regains his optimal physical condition, he intends to secure a series of victories to reassure the fans. Liverpool Echo. Liverpool's efforts to strengthen their squad are hindered, and surprisingly, Kevin is at the heart of the issue. Benitez wishes to bring his compatriot Albiol to Anfield, but Albiol is resistant to joining a league where he is unfamiliar with defending against Kevin. Build. The transfer market website has updated Cassano's valuation to $19.99 million, while Kevin still holds the record for the highest transfer fee in the world. Roberto Baggio, in an interview, remarked that Cassano is an exceptionally talented player, a young man with great potential. Is he the successor to Baggio? He is not a new Baggio. He is simply Cassano, Antonio Cassano, whose playing style differs from mine. There is no definitive claim to superiority. However, if he aspires to succeed, he must address certain issues. Cassano's performance last season was commendable, yet it lacked consistency. So I believe $15 million is a reasonable price. Ferguson, during an interview, revealed a piece of information as well. The Manchester United legend stated, "Not even a virus would be sold to Real Madrid?" Yes, I misspoke. Some matters are beyond my control, as I am merely the club's coach. Cassano is indeed a fine player, but his transfer fee is not the rumored $50 million, but rather $18 million. Although Ronaldo's departure left him disgruntled, he still chose to step forward to assist his protégé. The record transfer fee is not an easy burden to bear. When your transfer fee surpasses that of another player, fans rightfully expect your performance to exceed that player's. But is it so easy to surpass Kevin? Ferguson expressed his dissatisfaction with Florentino's actions. Kevin remains vacationing in Yanjing, awaiting the closing ceremony. His accolades, 1 gold and 1 silver, undoubtedly made headlines. A media outlet even prematurely announced the top 10 athletes of 2008, with Kevin surpassing Federer and Bolt to claim the top spot. Mourinho and Chelsea have granted Kevin a holiday until mid-September. However, Kevin plans to return right after the closing ceremony. Mourinho's arrangements are indeed rational. He intends for Kevin to return and undergo a systematic physical conditioning regimen, making his debut between early October and November. This scientifically sound plan aims to prevent players who participated in summer competitions from suffering from inadequate rest, which can lead to extreme fatigue and serious injuries due to 2 consecutive seasons and a summer of relentless competition. Typically, players participating in summer tournaments do not receive such treatment. Clubs are aware of the players' poor physical conditions, yet they cannot afford to have a key player miss a significant portion of the season. The absence of a principal player has a considerable impact. Mourinho's strategy is quite reasonable, but Kevin is not inclined to wait that long. He, known as the king of yellow balls, possesses extraordinary talent and does not require an extended period for adjustment. At worst, he might sustain an injury, but with the use of the early recovery card, the king of yellow balls can swiftly return to peak condition. Reports from The Sun have once again thrust Florentino into the limelight, albeit not in the manner he would have preferred. The departure of Kevin Huang had long been shrouded in mystery, but it has now been confirmed that Florentino orchestrated his exit. In the opening round of the Premier League, Chelsea triumphed over Portsmouth with a score of 4-0, thus rendering Mourinho's earlier remarks devoid of ridicule. During the post-match press conference, Mourinho cheerfully stated that Ramos had integrated well into the team, while Quaresma still required time. He reassured that Kevin need not rush his return. What we desire is a healthier Kevin. In light of this, Abramovich even took the initiative to contact Kevin Huang, inquiring whether he wished to reinstate Dr. Melserman. The prospect of leaving Real Madrid stemmed from a significant concern regarding the veterinary practices, which were deemed excessively harsh. Otherwise, minor injuries would not have compelled Kevin to consider a tumultuous return to Milan. Yet, he hesitated, even with his remarkable gifts. The risk of jeopardizing his life was too great to ignore. On August 20th, Van der Vaart made his appearance at the Bernabeu, providing fans with a much-needed outlet for their sentiments. The unveiling ceremony attracted over 40,000 supporters. However, they were not there to welcome the new player. Instead, they chanted various slogans, allowing Van der Vaart to experience firsthand the discerning nature of fans from one of the greatest clubs of the 20th century. Their primary intent was to express their discontent. Florentino, ever astute, utilized Van der Vaart as a shield against criticism, while simultaneously diverting attention away from Calderon's scandal to prevent his own ousting. As more details emerged from the Sun, the majority of Real Madrid fans gradually accepted the current circumstances. The situation had solidified, and it was imperative to avoid internal discord before the season commenced. Particularly with the addition of Xabi Alonso, a glimmer of hope emerged. Local stars garnered greater affection from the fans, and the midfield trio of Xabi Alonso, Lampard, and Gago appeared quite formidable. Veteran players brought experience, while the younger ones exhibited innate talent. Some fans have begun to urge Florentino to expedite the acquisition of a defender, as they are reluctant to witness Torres and Marcelo occupy the flanks as starting players. This time, Florentino invested $25 million for De Jong, securing Xabi Alonso from Liverpool. He has developed a keen interest in transferring players to the Premier League, as recruitment in Serie A has gradually faltered, with only the top 3 northern teams maintaining their spending. The Premier League, aside from the traditional Big Four, has several other clubs with commendable purchasing power. Most crucially, many players in the Premier League pique his interest, and this cash-plus player model not only facilitates player offloading, but also inflates transfer fees. De Jong's valuation stands at $35 million as per the contract, even though his market value on Transfermarkt is merely $18 million. This $60 million caliber acquisition has undoubtedly captured the attention of the European football scene. Xabi Alonso stands as the most expensive midfielder in the summer transfer window, his prowess sufficiently guaranteed. Various newspapers and sports programs opine that, in the post-Kevin era, Real Madrid's performance will not falter significantly. On August 24th, Chelsea clinched a dramatic victory against Wigan Athletic just before the final whistle. In an interview, Mourinho remarked that this is merely the growing pains of a team in transition, asserting that Chelsea will soon unveil formidable attacking capabilities. Following the closing ceremony, Kevin returned to London, though he is yet to join the team for training. Each day after practice, Ramos reports to Kevin's residence, where he is currently residing temporarily in a hotel. On August 28th, Ramos and Kevin awaited the draw for the Champions League group stage. With Miss and Lily absent, Ramos took up temporary residence with Kevin. They planned to explore potential properties together when time permitted, as purchasing real estate in London is far more reliable than Ramos' own investments. Will we draw Real Madrid? Ramos inquired excitedly, rubbing his hands together. I don't know, Kevin replied with a shake of his head. Who can predict the outcome? There are several strong teams in the second tier. The 8 teams in the second tier include Chelsea, Juventus, Porto, Lyon, Inter Milan, Werder Bremen, Atletico Madrid, and Villarreal. Each of these teams harbors the potential to emerge as group winners. At 6 o'clock London time, which corresponds to 7 o'clock in Switzerland, Kevin and Ramos sat at the dining table to witness the draw. Milan was placed in Group B, while Real Madrid found itself in Group H. As the second-tier teams were drawn, Werder Bremen was assigned to Group B, Inter and Barcelona to Group C, and Juventus faced Bayern in Group F, while Chelsea still awaited their fate. Real Madrid's opponent would be determined between Porto and Chelsea. However, Kevin had a strong premonition that Chelsea and Real Madrid would indeed share the same group. Group G saw Arsenal drawing Porto, and ultimately, Chelsea was allocated to the same Group H as Real Madrid. Splendid, Ramos exclaimed. That old fellow must not have anticipated such an outcome. Kevin nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the King of Yellow returned to the Bernabeu, allowing the Merengues to once again admire his prowess. The remaining teams in Group B were Anorthosis Famagusta and Sporting Lisbon, while the last 2 teams in Group H were Zenit St. Petersburg and Panathinaikos. The strength of the teams in the 3rd and 4th tiers is neither overly formidable nor weak. Yet what truly vexes is the necessity of traveling to Russia in the dead of winter for away matches. European powerhouses generally harbor a disdain for playing in Russia and Turkey, the former due to climatic challenges, and the latter because visiting players and fans often encounter violence. Each time a team visits Turkey, they are advised to discourage their supporters from attending the match. Fortuitously, Kevin had nearly completed his rest. The following morning, he joined Ramos for team training. The Kamba training facility still had portions under construction, and Abramovich's investment in Chelsea is well known. In contrast to the Glazers, who neglect to maintain their stadium and upgrade training facilities, Abramovich can be regarded as one of the finest owners in football. After parking, Ramos and Kevin proceeded to the locker room to change into their gear. The first person he encountered was Mata. He had been sold to Chelsea for $15 million by the young lady. "Good morning, Kevin," Mata greeted with a smile. "Good morning. I didn't expect to see you here," Huang Kevin replied with a nod. "Indeed, I never thought I would have the chance to play alongside you one day," Mata exclaimed with excitement. The first time they met, Mata was still a player for Real Madrid's B team, while Huang Kevin had just signed a record contract worth $35 million, far surpassing the salaries of other players. Mata was pleasantly surprised by how approachable such a star player was. At that time, Huang Kevin's demeanor left a very good impression on him. "Let us give it our all. Have you played yet?" Huang Kevin inquired. Chelsea's opponents in August were not particularly strong, so he had not been paying attention. "Not yet," Mata replied, scratching the back of his head shyly. "I'll strive to earn my chance soon." "Keep it up," Huang Kevin encouraged, patting Mata on the shoulder. "The coach appreciates diligent players, and your hard work will surely pay off." Yes, Mata nodded vigorously as he left the locker room. Ramos chuckled. "That kid is quite nice. All right, let us change. The teammates must be outside by now," Huang Kevin said. "Sure, Kevin, your spot is here," Ramos pointed to a locker. Huang Kevin walked over and opened the locker, where his jersey and shoes were already placed. He hadn't woken up too late today, but he heard from Ramos that Mourinho had strict training requirements, and players would try to arrive early. After they changed, it was evident that several teammates were already warming up. Terry greeted with a smile. "Our world champion has finally arrived. Everyone is looking forward to meeting you." Huang Kevin waved with a smile. "Don't mention the world champion. I'm merely a European champion in the football realm." For times, Ramos held up 4 fingers, indicating the number. His English was still quite poor. Terry looked at the two with an expression of disbelief. When Mourinho first arrived at Chelsea, he claimed they were nothing, while he himself was a Champions League winner. Now, with a past Champions League champion joining, they still hadn't secured the trophy themselves. Terry shook his head. "Now that he is here, the Champions League is not far off." He smiled. "Let me introduce you to the teammates." "All right. Thanks, mate," Huang Kevin nodded. His feelings towards Terry were quite complex. However, Huang Kevin wouldn't judge Terry solely based on a single incident. He had also read about Bridge's ex-girlfriend. Without direct interaction, it was hard to gauge what kind of person Terry truly was. Just like with Cutie, Huang Kevin was fairly certain that the latter had an affinity for women. Some things required personal observation. Among so many Chelsea players, only Terry openly supported Abramovich. "This is Cole. You should have met him before," Terry said. "Wonderful," Ashley Cole complained with a laugh. "Last time we met, my market value dropped by $5 million after 2 matches. You know Drogba, right?" "He is quite distinctive," Terry added with a smile. Drogba proactively remarked, "Call me Didier. We shall collaborate splendidly." "Very well, Didier," Kevin Huang responded with a smile. "Carvalho, my partner." "Good morning, world champion." "Kevin, welcome." Deco stepped forward to greet him. As someone not particularly adept at socializing, this was a challenge for him. "Hello. Thank you for your kind words in the newspaper," Kevin Huang said with a smile. "I only spoke the truth," Deco replied with a grin. "This is our very own Cole, England's finest prodigy," Terry interjected with a wink. Joe Cole, somewhat irritated, punched Terry lightly, saying, "What am I, a genius, in front of Kevin? By the way, Kevin, your English is remarkably good. I possess a certain talent for languages." Kevin Huang smiled. Huntelaar suddenly bounded over and took Kevin Huang's hand, saying, "Kevin, I am Jan Huntelaar. We were both born in '83. Quite a coincidence. Besides being teammates, I hope we can also become friends." Kevin Huang chuckled. "Huntelaar is quite the enthusiastic character." "I hope so too," he added. "And you should know Steel Helmet as well." "Get lost, you rascal," Czech teased, turning to extend his hand to Kevin Huang. "Thanks for scoring so few goals in the last 2 matches." "No wonder," Kevin replied. Even with the team heartthrobbing Angel of the Blue, it was remarkably easy for the Golden Boy to integrate into the locker room. Today, the Chelsea players were exceedingly warm. And only now did Kevin realize the situation. They felt that he, Huang, had scored far too few goals, comparing his experiences to those of other opponents. They held him in high regard. The crucial point was that he was playing as a goalkeeper at the time, so the conditions for scoring were hardly favorable. After exchanging greetings with his teammates, he noticed that Mourinho had already positioned himself on the sidelines. Even in training attire, his appearance remained striking. "Kevin, back with us so soon?" Mourinho asked, waving with a smile. Kevin approached and stood beside Mourinho, saying, "I feel sufficiently rested, so I wanted to return to training early." I'm sure the fans can hardly wait for my debut at Stamford Bridge. Very well then, you shall begin with recovery training. Once you're in better shape, we'll integrate you into the main practice. Mourinho warmly draped his arm around Kevin's shoulder, pointing towards the training field. No need to rush. We shall maintain our winning streak until your return. It's your call, coach. However, I hope not to miss any crucial matches, Kevin Huang replied with a grin. After all, he was a killer of the elite. Sitting out against top teams was hardly an option. Should he instead face West Brom and Fulham? Well, it will depend on your physical condition. If the team doctor gives the green light, you shall take the field. Mourinho nodded in agreement. Kevin's situation was somewhat unique, and he could not continuously have him focus solely on physical conditioning. Since Kevin returned to London, he had graced the front pages of newspapers 14 times and had been captured on television 3 times. Even going out for a meal could ignite a restaurant's popularity. The fans are left to wonder what exactly he has consumed. Mourinho has also taken note of the news, and the owner has even specially introduced the Kevin meal, showcasing remarkable ingenuity. Very well, said Huang Kevin. Mourinho clapped his hands to capture the player's attention. Now that our number 10 has returned, let us first congratulate him on his achievements at the Olympics. If you do not wish to face the staggering speed of 9.82 seconds during training, I advise you to exert yourselves more vigorously, he proclaimed loudly as the players gathered around. His rapport with the players is generally amicable after the last class. Many Chelsea players expressed their reluctance to part ways with him. This return has also been warmly welcomed by the majority of the Chelsea squad. All right, Robben Hood. We want the Champions League. Yes, we want the Champions League. I heard you were drug tested twice. Is that true? The world champion, Ramos, shouted while vigorously waving his arms. Soon, the training ground was filled only with the cheers of world champions. A figure interrupted the lively scene. Mourinho, with a serious expression, watched Anelka run into the crowd and gestured, "Come with me to the office. The rest of you continue training. For now, Kevin will not be practicing with the team." Anelka is indeed a genius. As a forward, he possesses both physical prowess and refined technique, yet his personality and that of his agent brother are quite exasperating. Previously, Mourinho believed that film portrayals exaggerated the ignorance of athletes' families until he encountered Anelka. Anelka's brother epitomizes the clueless type, convinced that his brother is unparalleled, always demanding exorbitantly based on that belief. This has become a source of concern for the club's higher-ups. Moreover, when it comes to tactics, Anelka's dim-witted brother tends to meddle as well. Whenever Anelka is benched for a few matches, he eagerly accepts interviews. Mourinho escorted Anelka away. Huang Kevin, smiling, suggested, "After training today, let's go out, and I'll cover all expenses." Hooray for Kevin. What a generous fellow. You're quite remarkable, world champion. The atmosphere on the training ground became even more exuberant. Ashley Cole exclaimed, "Then I'll make you spend big today?" Huang Kevin nodded with a smile. "As long as you don't waste it, I'll foot the bill." Inviting teammates to his home for the first time might be a little uncomfortable for some. There are always those who prefer not to visit others' houses. Huang Kevin had observed this during his time at Real Madrid. The cultures of England and Spain differ significantly, especially among these English internationals, nearly all of whom are socialites. Hence, this time, he decided to take his teammates out for fun first. Intending to host gatherings at home once they became familiar, Terry approached and said, "I'll keep an eye on them to prevent them from overspending." "No worries. Just let everyone enjoy themselves," Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Terry gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his generosity. Later that night, around 11, Huang Kevin and Ramos returned home. Ashley Cole suggested going somewhere else to continue the festivities, but was declined by Huang Kevin. Even if Mourinho tacitly permitted the Yellow Organization Committee to take a team-building outing today, it does not imply that he would condone discovering through the newspapers that players were seen at 3 a.m. escorting 2 young ladies to a hotel. The transfer market is nearing its closure, and Real Madrid, alongside the recently acquired Manchester City, has become the focal point of this period. Manchester City has made a splash with their various signings. However, their most expensive acquisition remains the Brazilian forward Joe, at merely 18 million. While other players such as Ben Hyam, Company, and Wright Phillips were procured at relatively modest prices. The British media has yet to grasp the wealth of the owners behind Manchester City, and they continue to ridicule the club's bids for players like Kaká and Kevin. On the other hand, Real Madrid has garnered attention due to another round of news. On August 31st, the Marca newspaper featured the headline Galactic Armada 2 stranded. The article remarked on Florentino Perez's grand promises, Yet the team suffered a disappointing 2-1 defeat to Deportivo La Coruña. Their new stars, Ronaldo and Robben, appeared eager to showcase their skills but failed to coordinate effectively during play. The midfield performance left much to be desired, with Lampard, newly arrived in La Liga, struggling to adapt to the Spanish rhythm. Although he displayed commendable effort, his positioning highlighted a lack of synergy with teammates, while Xabi Alonso similarly found it challenging to acclimatize to his new companions. Despite the influx of new talent, Real Madrid still relies heavily on Raúl for goals. Marcelo's blunder directly contributed to a conceded goal, contrasting sharply with Alves, another Brazilian fullback, who made an assist in his debut match. Following Kevin's forced departure by Florentino, the dynamics between Barcelona and Real Madrid have dramatically shifted. On the day of the match against Tottenham, Kevin found himself once again relegated to the stands by Mourinho. Chelsea's performance was lackluster, engaging in a back-and-forth with the Tottenham side diminished by the absence of Berbatov. British commentator Martin Tyler noted that the most prominent player was seated in the stands, while those on the pitch collectively had fewer Champions League goals than he alone. However, while Kevin is undeniably talented, the Premier League presents a unique challenge, and he must exert greater effort to maintain his previous form. Ultimately, the match concluded in a 1-1 draw, shattering Mourinho's declaration of invincibility. In the post-match press conference, Mourinho appeared displeased, stating that Darren Bent's goal bore signs of offside, particularly given the peculiarities surrounding certain players in the Premier League, such as English nationals. Wanda Ramos derisively remarked that some individuals perceive themselves as exceptional, yet cannot embrace their ordinariness. He asserted that it was a match devoid of controversy. Acknowledging the numerous opportunities they squandered in the second half, he resolved to have his players reflect on their performance. Upon finishing, De Ramos exited promptly, leaving Mourinho visibly irate. "Damn it, that bastard," he muttered, observing the eager reporters, and rose to leave with a scowl. He was well acquainted with the English press. In moments like these, speaking was futile, as they would merely extract snippets of his words for ridicule in their publications. Chelsea is in dire need of a resounding victory. At midnight, Kevin once more awaited the refresh of the store. Special template, Zhang 1,000,000 destiny points. Template, Matthias, 10,000 points. Rummenigge, 10,000 points. Gerd Muller, 10,000 points. Skills, power free kick, 500 points. Haircut mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. The special template turned out to be this. The combat power of Zhang seems quite formidable, and his athletic talent is remarkably impressive. It is notoriously difficult to gauge the combat strength in comedic comics. Among the trio from Germany, only Matthias piqued Huang Kevin's interest. Upon seeing the skills, he recalled the oversight regarding the outside of his foot. However, what is missed is missed. The King of Yellow himself possesses decent skills with his exterior foot. The power-free kick is rather expensive, and Huang Kevin remained undecided on whether to purchase it. Ultimately, he opted to acquire the immunity card and haircut mastery for 120 points. The skill of haircut mastery elevates one to the level of a seasoned Tony, enhancing finger dexterity. Anything can be trimmed with a mere pinch of the fingers. With a mindset of trial, he was pleasantly surprised by the improvement. Though finger agility holds little merit on the pitch, the King of Yellow enjoys gaming, making this enhancement quite beneficial. After a brief international match day, Mourinho approached Huang Kevin. "Coach, is this about tomorrow's match?" Huang Kevin inquired. "Indeed," Mourinho replied with self-deprecation. "You must have heard that our owner wished to acquire Robinho, but Manchester City outbid us. He has informed me that you will make your debut at home tomorrow, starting after the presentation ceremony. Such is our owner. He claims he will refrain from interfering with team matters." Huang Kevin listened quietly on the sofa to Mourinho's grievances. There was little he could do. After all, he was merely a player. After about 5 minutes, Mourinho paused to ask, "Do you have any objections to starting?" "I have no objections. I am fully prepared," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. The Manchester rivals are set to face Chelsea in succession. He originally thought his debut would be against Manchester United, but unexpectedly, the King of Yellow's first appearance would be against Manchester City. It was unavoidable. As the King of Yellow, he would have to face off against the new wealthy adversary. 0309 If the heavens have feelings, they too shall age. Chelsea's official website announced Huang Kevin's debut at Stamford Bridge tomorrow, instantly setting the world in motion. Reporters from Fleet Street incessantly contacted their sources, hoping to acquire more precise information. How would Huang Kevin make his entrance? What preparations had Stamford Bridge undertaken? What formation would Mourinho employ? What is Huang Kevin's current form? And why the sudden starting position? A reporter from the Manchester Evening News specifically intercepted Joe Hart after training for inquiries. With a smile, Hart remarked, "Kevin is indeed exceptional. But the Premier League is by no means an easy league. With their reinforcements, Manchester City has become significantly stronger. Many experts believe that Kevin will struggle to maintain his previous goal-scoring efficiency, and I find their analysis somewhat credible." Reporter, do you simply believe what others say? There are doubts about the mental state of this U21 goalkeeper. The reporter cast a sympathetic glance at Hart. This statement would make headlines. And tomorrow's match could be quite brutal. Yet, they seemed indifferent to whether Hart might suffer psychological repercussions. What they desired was sensational news. The reporter inquired, "Do you have confidence in keeping a clean sheet against Kevin? To claim such a feat might seem presumptuous, but I have meticulously studied Kevin's set pieces, particularly his free kicks, and I believe I have deciphered the key to his shooting trajectory." The reporter nodded. A headline was forming. Hart declares he will render Kevin ineffective. How did you perceive Kevin's free kick trajectory? The reporter pressed on. Young Hart smiled and responded. Before anyone strikes the ball, their body exhibits a corresponding movement. And Kevin is no exception. While it can be challenging for him to take free kicks with both feet, it poses no issue for me. I am the type of goalkeeper with quick reflexes on the line. I can make a judgment the moment he kicks, and then execute the save. The reporter nodded again. Hart claims his reflexes can thwart any of Kevin's shots. What do you anticipate the outcome of this match will be? The reporter asked. Hart replied, Manchester City is no longer the team it once was. After the addition of several talented players, we have quickly developed a commendable synergy. And Chelsea will not find this match easy. Hart believes Chelsea will struggle to maintain their previous success. Excellent. The reporter concluded the interview with a smile. There is significant news today. Currently, the Manchester Evening News tends to favor the Red Devils, and only after an editorial change will it become a mouthpiece for Manchester City. Twisting Hart's interview for sensationalism poses no psychological burden for them. In the evening, Gary Lineker hosted the flagship football program Match of the Day. Today's guest was Arsenal legend Tony Adams. After a handshake, Adams was the first to speak. Gary, you have always been a fervent admirer of Kevin. What are your thoughts on his transfer to the Premier League? Lineker, taken aback by Adams' directness, quickly composed himself to respond. It is a delightful summer. And Kevin's talent is unparalleled. I share that sentiment. But how long do you think it will take him to acclimatize to the Premier League? Adams inquired. Lineker pondered for a moment and replied. Kevin missed half of last season due to injury and played relatively few matches in the latter half, albeit with significant running in crucial games. Considering the training during the break and the Olympics, I believe Kevin's physique has not yet recovered to even 50%. In this match, he might only display his skills for half the game. By December, as the demanding fixtures commence, Kevin should be in peak condition, having also adapted to the style of the Premier League. That aligns with my thoughts. Tanya Adams nodded and remarked that Kevin had proven himself in 2 leagues consecutively and would not lose his way upon transferring to the Premier League. However, the Premier League is indeed distinct from other leagues, and he would require ample time to acclimatize. If fortune were to frown upon him, he might only adapt to the Premier League style by the next season, as its defensive systems are entirely different from those in Serie A and La Liga. Yes, but I believe Kevin does not need such an extensive period, Ranker interjected. The two engaged in a discussion regarding the forthcoming Premier League scenario. Although Huang Kevin possessed remarkable skills, the British remained somewhat arrogant, asserting that any player entering the Premier League must adapt to the world's finest league. The following morning, Huang Kevin discovered an interview with Hart in the newspaper. He was surprised to find that Hart exuded considerable confidence. Before heading to the team, Huang Kevin first scratched off a lottery ticket. In the UK, these scratch cards offer smaller prizes, yet the variety is abundant and readily available in supermarkets. Currently, the highest prize he had encountered was only 150,000. Following his transfer to the Premier League, his income from this avenue had diminished. Italy still boasted the highest prize amounts, while the purchasing process in the UK was more convenient. This might also explain the prevalence of such consumption among the British populace. Upon checking, he realized he had won the second prize, yet Huang Kevin felt little excitement. He was, after all, a player of Pele's caliber. The experience card was valid for 24 hours, not just a single match, so Huang Kevin opted for a card draw. Ding! You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Real Madrid and Rayo Vallecano in the 33rd round of La Liga for the 2001-2002 season, featuring Roberto Carlos. Known as the king of left swipes. Wow! Exclaimed Huang Kevin, as he had no familiarity with the athlete named king of left swipes. He made a point to open his computer and discovered that he was a Muay Thai fighter, famed for his powerful legs. A potentially enhanced Carlos, combined with the characteristics of a Muay Thai athlete, meant that Manchester City players would likely face discomfort today. Following the transfer of Ren Zhong-in-bu, Huang Kevin's talents had further intensified. He had now become a Super Pele. After being tormented for half a match by a Brazilian king, he was now up against a truly formidable opponent. If he did not turn hard into a sieve today, it would be said that Huang had not eaten his fill. Huang Kevin continued to read. Since the summer transfer window had not closed, he refrained from accepting destiny tasks due to uncertainty regarding Chelsea's roster. Task 1 for the season: change Quaresma's fate, enabling him to become an outstanding team player. Huang Kevin rubbed his temples. Quaresma was known for his individualistic playing style. Accepting the task would indeed provide a boost, but it would be solely directed at him. Transforming a player with such a self-centric style was no simple feat. Task 2 long-term: alter Joe Cole's fate, ensuring a smoother progression in his career. Joe Cole could be regarded as England's most technically proficient player following Gascoigne. Yet he had faced a series of unfortunate timings. His technical prowess has been unable to flourish fully, whether in the Premier League or the England national team. An abundance of injuries has hindered his development significantly. Task 3 long-term: alter Huntelaar's destiny, enabling him to become a pivotal figure in the Dutch national team. Huang Kevin remarked, Monkey Brother is indeed not very popular in the Dutch squad. However, elevating his status within the team cannot simply be achieved through casual greetings with the likes of Huang the King and Robben. Even if their relationships are amicable, it would be unrealistic to expect Robben and Sneijder to directly regard Huntelaar as their leader. After assessing the 3 tasks, it seemed there was little chance of completion. Thus, he contemplated which alliances might yield beneficial effects. After some deliberation, Huang Kevin decided to accept Joe Cole's task. Joe Cole, having made numerous appearances for Chelsea and being capable of playing multiple positions in the front line, would harmonize well with Huang the King, making their collaboration on the field much more enjoyable. Ding! Task 2 long-term accepted. Abnormal state increased. Abnormal state: Cole's inspiration. As a player prone to injuries, Cole greatly admires your legendary story and looks up to you as a role model. He is willing to heed your every suggestion and will actively cooperate with you on the field. Upon task completion, this abnormal state will transition into a player relationship. After reading this, Huang Kevin nodded in satisfaction. With this state, the synergy between him and Cole would undoubtedly improve. He took Cole's number 10 jersey, hoping to see Cole excel on the pitch. Upon noticing the High Priest button, Huang Kevin chose to ignore it. There are already too many bonds of life and death. Activating the High Priest's active effect would render Huang the King unable to play. Inzaghi and Maldini, those 2 old-timers, had endured their fair share of minor injuries towards the twilight of their careers, while Guti and Cassano were not exactly paragons of durability. Robben, needless to say, was the epitome of fragility, and Kaka, due to his style of play, was also susceptible to injuries. Kevin, let us go, Ramos said after washing his bowl. Let us go, Huang Kevin replied with a smile. Today not only marked his first appearance, but also the unveiling ceremony. At 2 p.m., the Chelsea squad arrived at Stamford Bridge ahead of schedule, primarily for Huang Kevin's presentation. Kevin, get ready to come on, Boaz reminded him. All right. Huang Kevin nodded with a smile before leaving the dressing room. Upon entering the tunnel, he removed his jersey and handed it to the staff. Abramovich excitedly ascended the makeshift stage, microphone in hand, declaring, I have said that I will make Chelsea a powerhouse. Therefore, I have signed the greatest player in football history. I believe you cannot wait to see him make his debut at Stamford Bridge. The crowd erupted, chanting, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. Stamford Bridge resounded with thunderous applause. Now, let us dim the lights and hand the stage over to Kevin, Abramovich said with a smile. Though it was still early afternoon, the overcast skies in London made the visibility drop significantly as the stadium lights were turned off. The spotlight illuminated the entrance of the players' tunnel, where the shirtless Kevin Huang, clad only in his shorts, astonished Chelsea fans, yet their exuberant cheers erupted nonetheless. Huang, Huang, Huang. As Kevin ascended the stage and embraced Abramovich, the latter departed, leaving the audience to discover that a band had mysteriously appeared. Grasping the microphone, Kevin remarked, "My footballing prowess should require no further validation, right?" A ripple of laughter echoed through Stamford Bridge, for no one dared to question the talent of a core player from a team that had clinched the Champions League title 4 times in the past 4 years. It seems that validation is unnecessary. There's still a match today, so there's no rush. With a smile, Kevin continued, "Hence, I shall sing a couple of songs first. Looking at our attire, does anyone have a particular band in mind?" Some Chelsea supporters had already begun to speculate. Yet uncertainty lingered. At that moment, the band sprang into action, and the prelude resonated. The more than 40,000 fans in the stands were instantly engulfed in fervor. "Queens, we will rock you." The crowd roared as Kevin sang the opening line, transforming Stamford Bridge into a harmonious chorus. Queen, a quintessential British band, had their melodies hummed by nearly every Briton. The live rendition of their song delighted the English fans immensely, as voices soared in unison. Although Kevin's vocal ability was merely slightly above KTV standards, it mattered little. His spirited gestures on stage incited even greater enthusiasm among Chelsea supporters. The anthemic chant of West London began to spread. "I'll rock you, I'll rock you." As the final line concluded, the fans exchanged knowing smiles. However, the band offered no respite, launching into another prelude. Stamford Bridge erupted into sheer ecstasy. No English song suited the football pitch or a player's performance better than this one. As the lyrics flowed like a gentle stream, they suddenly surged with passion. "But I've persevered, and I shall continue. We are the champions, my friends. We will fight until the end. We are the champions. We are the champions." Over 42,000 voices at Stamford Bridge echoed the refrain repeatedly. As the last line concluded, Kevin raised his right hand and, with the microphone in his left, proclaimed, "Next, I ask you to support the team, support your teammates, and me, so that we may secure every championship." Huang, Huang, Huang. The cheers, interlaced with shouts, resonated once more. The atmosphere tenfold more fervent than before. Kevin promptly returned to the tunnel, retrieving his jersey from the staff before heading back to the locker room. It was still too early for warm-ups. Martin Taylor remarked with a smile, "Today's unveiling ceremony was quite splendid." Kevin effortlessly stirred the emotions of the fans, and his choice of songs was indeed fitting. However, he must be aware that the Premier League is an arduous competition. The absence of a winter break alone poses challenges for players from other leagues, and the addition of another domestic cup competition tests their stamina. Achieving all titles in the Premier League is not as straightforward as it is in other leagues. His partner, Andy Gray, nodded in agreement. Joe Hart is absolutely correct. Many players struggle to acclimate to the intense physicality and pace of the Premier League after their arrival. Nonetheless, Kevin's technical prowess is remarkable. While he may not have found his scoring boots today, providing assists for his teammates is commendable. At the pre-match press conference, this match was dubbed the Battle of Money. The proud Englishman saw no distinction between the headscarves and Abramovich. After all, the Russians are not Europeans. Just as the headscarves and those impoverished Eastern Europeans are not Europeans either. The Manchester City manager, former Manchester United captain Mark Hughes, reflected on his career, noting, "I am aware that Chelsea has grown significantly stronger since my playing days, but Manchester City has transformed as well. They approached me to coach City for a reason. Today's match may prove challenging, yet we are prepared." Dressed in a black suit, Mourinho waited for the press room to settle before speaking. "The fact that we previously drew with Tottenham has no bearing on Kevin starting today. I reiterate that Chelsea will not overly rely on any single player." The reporters nodded in unison, taking note of his words for future reference. "John, tell us about Kevin," a journalist called out. "Yes. Share with us about Kevin's training sessions," another urged. Chelsea captain John Terry spoke up, saying, "I'm not quite sure how to articulate this. But Kevin only trained with us a few days ago. Yet, one must acknowledge that some individuals simply appear superior, even when they are not fully exerting themselves. So, are you suggesting that Kevin is better than all of you?" "Indeed," Terry affirmed. "Although it may be awkward to assert, I must speak the truth. During training, Kevin managed to evade all our defenders. He turned and dribbled past us again, and we had no means to stop him. If he hadn't chosen to halt himself, I believe he could have surpassed us time and again." "How is your rapport with Kevin?" Van Nistelrooy has often claimed that Kevin is difficult to deal with. "That's all falsehood," Terry shook his head. Kevin is more affable than the average star player. Well, that concludes today's press conference. He needs to warm up, Mourinho announced as he rose. Terry nodded and departed alongside him. During warm-ups, Kevin's form was evidently impressive, Martin Taylor commented. Indeed. But such flair may not necessarily translate well in the Premier League, Andy Gray replied. As both teams completed their warm-ups, let us turn our attention to the starting lineups. Chelsea's 4-4-2 diamond midfield. Goalkeeper. Check. Defenders. Ashley Cole, Carvalho, Terry, Bozingwa. Midfielders. Kevin Huang, Ballack, Deco, Joe Cole. Forwards. Maluda, Huntelaar. Manchester City's 4-3-3 with two defensive midfielders. Goalkeeper. Joe Hart. Defenders. Michael Ball, Micah Richards, Kompany, Zabaleta. Midfielders. David Dunn, Dietmar Hamann, Stephen Ireland. Forwards. Wright Phillips, Joe, Robinho. The absence of Drogba from the starting lineup indicates that Mourinho does not regard Manchester City as a significant threat. Robinho, a former teammate of Kevin during their time at Real Madrid, is among the most expensive transfers of the summer, with all top 4 transfers linked to Real Madrid. As Robinho awaits the kickoff at the center circle, he mentally prepares for a potential defeat. Had it not been for the lucrative offer from Manchester City, he would not have chosen them. Playing alongside Kevin Huang promises victories, yet he has already claimed numerous titles, thus pursuing wealth at this stage is justifiable. As for the prospect of defeating Chelsea, Robinho remains skeptical that anyone can overcome Kevin Huang's team. At 5:30 p.m., referee Mark Halsey blew the whistle to commence the match. Maluda initiated the play with a lateral pass to Huntelaar, who swiftly returned the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Deco was astonished to find that no defender was closely marking Kevin Huang. How audacious of a team like Manchester City to neglect tracking Kevin. Even Barcelona would not dare to do so. Without a moment's hesitation, Deco deftly struck the ball with his right foot, sending it soaring from the halfway line towards the left flank. Unfamiliar with Deco's passing style, Kevin quickly surged towards the left side, leaping to intercept the ball just before the sideline. Ireland and Zabaleta rushed to close in on him. Ashley Cole approached, signaling for the ball, as Kevin flicked it back with his left foot, evading the two defenders. As Ireland and Zabaleta closed in, Kevin once again utilized his right foot to delicately chip the ball. It gracefully sailed over Zabaleta's head. Suddenly, Kevin, positioned near the sideline, burst into action, darting past Zabaleta and heading towards the penalty area. The Chelsea fans in the stands gasped in awe. They had never witnessed such Samba-style dribbling from their players. Kevin's momentary explosion of speed was truly remarkable. The entire Manchester City defense began to retreat. Hamann, who had moved from the center to provide support on the right, hurriedly attempted to catch up. As he ran, Kevin lifted his right foot, cleverly using his heel to nudge the ball forward. Suddenly, Joe Cole emerged in the center, receiving the ball and immediately executing a diagonal pass towards the edge of the penalty area. Kevin accelerated past Hamann to collect the ball. A quick succession of passes enabled Kevin to evade the pursuing Ireland. Kompany, now trailing Kevin, could only hope that Hamann would quickly arrive to assist in defense. As Kompany moved cautiously, his gaze fixated on Kevin De Bruyne's feet, having studied the technical analysis revealing that De Bruyne's shoulders and eyes could be deceptive. Keeping his focus on the ground was the most prudent choice. Suddenly, De Bruyne lifted his left foot, feigning a shot, prompting Kompany to swiftly extend his leg to block. With a gentle touch, De Bruyne lowered his left foot and began to dribble laterally. Kompany struggled to regain his balance and was swiftly outmaneuvered. Richards rushed in to apply pressure. Just as Richards extended his foot, De Bruyne pivoted and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and ricocheted into the net, leaving Hart, positioned at the near post, instinctively raising his arms in a gesture resembling surrender. As he was completely out of position, the Stamford Bridge Stadium erupted into a jubilant sea of celebration, with Chelsea fans chanting the name of their star player, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. They recognized De Bruyne as one of the finest players in the game today, yet they had yet to fully appreciate the extent of his brilliance. In their last direct confrontation, De Bruyne's performance had been impressive but not extraordinary. However, today he had struck decisively, breaching the opponent's defenses without any alteration in possession. The Manchester City defense appeared as if it were merely a training exercise in his presence. In the VIP box, Abramovich clapped with a smile. Having long desired to bring De Bruyne to Stamford Bridge after witnessing his exceptional talent over the years, the wait had been lengthy, But today's display made it all worthwhile. Kevin, what a goal. Just 34 seconds into the match, De Bruyne had already scored against Manchester City. Martin Tyler remarked with a grin, "It seems I was mistaken. De Bruyne is indeed capable of scoring today." Indeed, De Bruyne's goal was exquisite. Andy Gray nodded in agreement, adding, "However, this goal came in the early stages when the Manchester City players had yet to find their rhythm. We must wait and see." As the Premier League is no simple league. Mourinho, standing on the sidelines, clapped with a smile, having always believed that De Bruyne would fit perfectly into his team. Yet, he had no intention of being like Capello, serving star players with water bottles, devoid of any coaching dignity. Jose Mourinho was a unique figure, never one to bow before his players. In his team, there was but one authority, himself, Jose Mourinho. Hart remained in front of the goal, still holding his arms aloft. Astonished that the net had been breached so early in the match, he attributed the goal largely to his teammates obstructing his view, insisting it was not his fault. Though several defenders were older than him, as a product of Manchester City's youth academy, Hart felt justified in admonishing his teammates. "What on earth are you thinking? Your positioning is chaotic, and you blocked my view," he shouted. Richards glanced at Kompany before turning to Hart. "Apologies, I'll pay more attention next time. Be careful," Hart replied, turning to retrieve the ball. Manchester City restarted play, while Mark Hughes on the sidelines furrowed his brow in concern. This Manchester City side has yet to achieve the desired effect. Although their performances at the season's outset were commendable, it was primarily due to the lack of strength in their opponents. After all, the players' market values speak for themselves. The synergy among the players remains disorganized, necessitating further time for cohesion. Had they not faced Chelsea today, their situation would have been considerably better. On the pitch, Chelsea launched another counterattack. Huntelaar received a long pass from Joe Cole and initiated an advance through the center, while Hammond chased back, persistently tugging at Huntelaar from behind. Just shy of 10 meters from the penalty area, Huntelaar tumbled heavily to the ground. A yellow card. Rising to his feet, Huntelaar clutched the ball and gestured to Kevin. "Kevin, I've earned a free kick. You take it." Joe Cole, nursing his face, glanced at Kevin. Showing no intention of moving, he felt that his free kick proficiency paled in comparison to Kevin's. On the sidelines, Mourinho was both exasperated and amused. He had forgotten to designate Kevin as the free kick taker, so the order on the field should have been Joe Cole, followed by Deco. Although he was inclined to allow Kevin to take the kick, it was absolutely unacceptable for players to make such arrangements without his consent. He was prepared to show Huntelaar a thing or two. After all, that young man was not the forward he desired, but rather a capricious addition from his obstinate boss. With a smile, Kevin approached. Everyone was so eager that he felt it would be impolite to refuse their requests. Standing before the goal, Joe Hart had adjusted his mindset. He had also seen the Manchester Evening News misinterpretation of events. However, he did not consider it a problem. Young people are often filled with pride, after all. As a potential future custodian for England, he had graced the newspapers numerous times. Hart believed he was not inferior to Yashin. With unwavering confidence, Hart clapped his gloves and pointed towards Kevin. Engaged in conversation with Joe Cole, Kevin had not even noticed. "That lad is provoking you," Joe Cole remarked, pointing towards the goal. "All right, I'll test my touch," Kevin replied with a nod. Upon the referee's whistle, Kevin planted his foot and struck the ball, which soared over the wall and flew towards the right side of the goal. Anticipating the height, Hart swiftly leaped to the side, successfully palming the ball away. Kevin shook his head. The Premier League's match ball differed from that used in La Liga. This season, the Premier League employed Nike's new Al-90 Omni ball, which exhibited variations in both touch and weight. During open play, the difference was negligible, but during set pieces, it was distinctly felt. He still needed to find his rhythm today. "That lad has provoked you again," Joe Cole cautioned. Kevin turned towards Manchester City's penalty area. Hart, having successfully intercepted the ball, did not immediately distribute it. Instead, he clutched the ball under one arm and, with his fists clenched, shouted in Kevin's direction. Kevin was at a loss for words. His free kick conversion rate was not 100%. It was entirely normal for someone to save a shot. Did Hart think he was invincible? Originally, Huang Kevin intended to utilize Bai for half the match before substituting in Carlos. However, upon reflection, he decided not to wait and directly summoned Carlos to engage Hart. We witnessed Hart being momentarily bewildered. Ding! Successfully activated Robert Carlos's 24-hour experience card, acquiring the trait King of the Left Sweep, Sovereign Over. Trait. King of the left sweep, Sovereign Over. Renowned for his leg technique in Muay Thai, Sovereign Over possesses formidable explosive power in his left leg, significantly enhancing his left-footed strikes. Huang Kevin nodded towards the penalty area. You're the one they call Joe Hart, aren't you? Hart released the ball, and Maluta surged forward to pressurize. Company received the ball, pivoted, and swiftly passed laterally to a teammate. Richards stood stationary, awaiting the ball, when Huntelaar suddenly sprang into action, stretching out to intercept the pass. Richards hurriedly approached to apply pressure, while Huntelaar, with his back to the opponent, received the ball and, noticing Bollock's movement, executed a back pass to him. Bollock, retreating, deftly nudged the ball to Huang Kevin. Huang extended his left foot to halt the ball and swiftly turned, denying Sabolita any opportunity to block. He struck the ball fiercely with his left foot. Bang! Sabolita heard a resounding thud, not even catching a glimpse of the ball's trajectory. Only feeling a fierce gust of wind pass before him. Hart, positioned to the left of the goal, leapt into action, extending his right arm. However, the ball's velocity was too great. Before he could achieve sufficient height, it had already crashed against the inner side of the crossbar and rebounded beyond the goal line. As the ball settled, both the crossbar and the entire goal continued to tremble. The chilling ice rain pelted my face relentlessly, at a speed of 162 kilometers per hour. Kevin's long-range shot has transcended the realm of typical strikes, Martin Taylor remarked. Oh, that's impressive. Andy Gray's voice abruptly rose an octave as he inquired. How many kilometers? 162 kilometers per hour. Andy Gray swallowed the tail end of his sentence, exclaiming, Goodness, was that a stationary shot without a run-up? Indeed. It was pure power from a standstill. Andy Gray fell silent, audible gulping echoing in the air. Just how extraordinary is 162 kilometers? The legendary English striker Shearer, known for his strength, set a personal record of 137 kilometers per hour during a long-range shot in a 1997 Premier League match between Newcastle and Leicester City. And that was after a run-up. Huang Kevin, on the other hand, executed a direct strike without any preparatory motion. After a moment, Andy Gray posed, Kevin, could he potentially reach over 170 kilometers? I believe so. If Mihajlovic can achieve it, Kevin should be capable as well. All right, God bless Hart. The crowd at Stamford Bridge felt little beyond the sheer absurdity of the shot's speed. However, fans watching on television were astounded by the exaggerated statistic, their eyes wide as they gazed at Hart. English fans nodded in agreement, God bless Hart. After David Seaman, Hart stands as England's most promising goalkeeper. Let us hope he isn't reduced to a mere shadow in this match. Hart retrieved the ball from the net, cradling it in his hands, preparing to launch it for a teammate's throw-in. As he readied himself to throw, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Initially dismissing it as mere illusion, he lowered his gaze to discover the ball had indeed become misshapen. Blast it! Upon closer inspection, Hart realized the ball was undeniably deformed. No wonder the posts had been trembling. He could only raise his hand towards the front. Noticing this, the referee approached, inspected the situation, nodded, and after examining the ball held by the ball boy, permitted Hart to replace it. With this occurrence, the spectators quickly grasped what had transpired. After merely 7 minutes of play, had they truly managed to damage the ball? Today's footballs are worlds apart from those of yore, imbued with advanced technology and enhanced durability. Barring rare manufacturing defects, they are not easily destroyed. Upon receiving the new ball, Hart flung it away, casting a glance at his gloves. Doubt crept in regarding their shock absorption capabilities. After vigorously rubbing his face with both hands, Joe Hart muttered words of self-encouragement. No, don't be afraid, Joe. That was just a coincidence, yes. It must be a coincidence. Even as a goalkeeper, one can occasionally strike the ball with great force. Indeed, that must be it. Hart nodded vigorously, attempting to convince himself. In Manchester City's attacking play, Robben received the ball and ventured down the middle, deliberately avoiding a confrontation with Huang Kevin. Even for a fleeting moment. In their time at Real Madrid, Cassano and Huang Kevin had shared the pitch the most. Observing from the sidelines, he noticed that each time Huang Kevin was bypassed, he would inevitably seek the opportunity to reclaim the ball. He certainly did not wish to find himself featured in a highlight reel of Huang Kevin's dribbles post-match. Robben deftly maneuvered with his right foot, effortlessly slipping past Huntelaar. Faced with Bollock, he executed a series of feints. Robben's center of gravity remained low, his shoulders swaying significantly as he performed the tricks. His feet moved like windshield wipers, repeatedly gliding over the ball. Ballack lunged in, making contact with Robinho's inner foot, nudging the ball behind him. Robinho fell, arms outstretched, while the referee remained unresponsive. As Joe Cole received the ball in the middle, he was confronted by the relentless pressure of David Dunn, who resorted to both hands and feet. Cole swiftly turned and executed a back pass. Bozingwa advanced to receive the ball, initiating a drive forward. From the substitutes bench, Ramos sprang up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Idiot, just pass to me. Send a long ball to the left flank. Pass the ball quickly." Mourinho made a concerted effort to maintain his composure, casting a fierce glare at Ramos from the corner of his eye. "Damn it, who is the coach here? You or I? This team is facing significant issues. One or two players disregarding my authority is one thing, but now someone is attempting to direct from the sidelines. Fine. Come training day after tomorrow, and you'll learn who the real coach is." The Portuguese had no trouble understanding Spanish. Bozingwa, spotting the left flank, finally recalled that star player valued at 120 million. With a powerful swing of his right foot, he dispatched a long pass. The ball sailed along the halfway line towards the left side. The Irish player hurried towards Huang Kevin as the ball descended. Huang Kevin effortlessly nudged it forward with his left foot, and the ball obediently rolled ahead. With unyielding determination, he surged past the Irish player without halting the ball. Sabolita rushed forward, only to see Huang Kevin deftly flick the ball away from Sabolita's right side with the outside of his left foot. Swiftly maneuvering around the opponent on the left, accelerating toward the left flank, Hammond sprinted from the center to provide defensive support. Huang Kevin's speed left him in awe. Indeed, he was worthy of his remarkable 9.82 seconds. Kompany and Hammond arrived at the left side together. This time, the ball was knocked further away, nearing the baseline. Huang Kevin extended the inside of his left foot to intercept the ball, executing an abrupt stop. To his surprise, Kompany maintained his speed, unlike Hammond, who had overshot. As the opposing players converged to defend, Huang Kevin had no choice but to pass back to Ashley Cole. Cole subsequently played a horizontal pass to the center, where Deco was brought down from behind by the recovering right. The referee whistled for a free kick. Previously, Kevin had taken the penalty, but would Chelsea allow him to do so again? Joe Cole possessed exceptional technique and could easily take the free kick himself, as noted by Andy Gray. As Deco rose, he glanced at Joe Cole and suggested, "Shall we let Kevin take it?" He had no intention of taking the kick himself. Joe Cole waved towards Huang Kevin, and when he approached, he whispered, "I'll stand off to the side to provide cover. You take the kick." Huang Kevin shook his head, insisting, "You go up and prepare for a second attack. No need for your cover today." Joe Cole, somewhat perplexed, moved closer to the wall. Meanwhile, Robinho, having returned to the half, contemplated his presence in the wall. He consistently maneuvered to evade Huang Kevin, aware that the English media would be on the lookout for drama, needing to be more visible on screen. Over to the side, tall players interspersed within the wall, as Kevin's free kicks often targeted the center and sides of the wall. "You must jump quickly, understood?" Robinho instructed, hands on hips, fully engaged. He urged the players to quickly throw the ball during the counterattack, also calling back to Hart, regardless of whether he understood Portuguese. Robinho positioned himself beside Kompany, having observed that Huang Kevin rarely managed to bypass the wall, deeming this position relatively safe. After all, Huang Kevin possessed considerable power, and being struck would be painful. Noticing the distance Huang Kevin retreated, Robinho's eyes widened. He recalled the legendary Roberto Carlos. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang Kevin sprang into action. With a powerful stride, he launched himself, striking the ball with his left foot on its side. The moment he shot, Robinho heard a resounding crack. Instinctively, he shielded his head and curled into a ball on the grass. Huntelaar, squeezed within the wall, quickly turned his head. The ball soared half a meter above him, and he felt the wind tugging at his hair painfully. Players from both teams turned to watch the ball as it traced an exaggerated arc toward the center of the goal, seemingly destined to soar over the crossbar. However, Hart realized that this shot not only curved but also descended. Unsure of the outcome, he instinctively dove towards the left. But once again, this time, the ball first darted into the top left corner of the goal, only then did his arm arrive in position. It was a goal, a hat trick. Huang Kevin, having performed the hat trick, spread his arms wide, embracing his teammates who rushed in to celebrate. There will be time for further celebrations after scoring a few more. The king of the yellow ball can wait. The excited Chelsea fans leaped from their seats, energetically waving their blue scarves. Ramos again dashed to the sidelines, shouting passionately at the pitch and vigorously waving his arms. He swiftly turned towards the stands, raising his arms in triumph, as the Chelsea supporters echoed his movements, chanting in unison, "Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen." Over 40,000 voices from West London resounded with the might of an army. "What a goal! Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen!" Martin Tyler exclaimed with fervor. "This is the most magnificent free kick I have witnessed in the Premier League since Beckham's departure." In just 9 minutes and 11 seconds, Kaiwen executed a hat trick. In his debut, he shattered the record for the fastest hat trick in Premier League history, previously held by Dwight Yorke, who scored 3 goals in 22 minutes against Arsenal in 2001. Kaiwen achieved this remarkable feat in a mere 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Perhaps I misspoke. It is not Kaiwen who must adapt to the Premier League, but rather the Premier League that must adjust to Kaiwen. The young Hart, crestfallen, seemed to berate himself for not jumping a fraction quicker. His judgment of the ball's trajectory was commendable. Indeed, Hart is a promising young talent. However, he should be thankful he could not intercept Kaiwen's shot, which reached a staggering speed of 169 kilometers per hour. On the sidelines, Mourinho maintained his previous stance, yet his clenched fists trembled slightly. He struggled to contain his emotions. He had anticipated Huang Kevin prowess, yet witnessing his performance live was exhilarating. If only he had had such a player earlier, he would never have faced dismissal. No, Jose Mourinho would never overly rely on a single player. Mark Hughes waved to summon Hammond to the sidelines, preparing to relay some tactical instructions. In truth, it would have been better for Stephen Ireland to match up against Huang Kevin, yet Ireland was a troublesome character. Had there been another player available, Hughes would undoubtedly have opted against Ireland. The incident where he feigned a family death to skip training for a date with his girlfriend was utterly absurd. This Manchester City starting lineup was fraught with complications. Mark Hughes, a former Manchester United captain, found it challenging to manage these individuals completely. "Coach, what are the plans?" Hammond inquired from the sidelines. "Tell them to concede fewer free kicks and to defend in numbers. Also, do not allow Kaiwen too much space to shoot. If possible, block his attempts," Hughes instructed. Hammond's eyelids twitched. Having witnessed Huang Kaiwen's shot up close, he felt as though the ball deformed at the moment of impact. To attempt to block such a shot was a daunting prospect. If luck were to fail him, the muscles may not have tightened, but the risk of a direct injury is ever present. You must strive a bit harder. I firmly believe in the significance of mental fortitude. With a sufficiently robust inner strength, one can achieve remarkable performance, as Mark Hughes remarked. Ferguson previously expressed similar sentiments, and despite their past disagreements due to Hughes's tenure at Manchester City, he instinctively echoed the same notions. Harmon nodded and turned back. Mental strength, he thought, is not a matter of insanity. One certainly wouldn't employ their body to block such a terrifying shot. He resolved to convey the coach's intentions, as he would not participate himself. Once the game resumed, it was evident that the morale of the Manchester City players visibly waned. Most of them were drawn by lucrative contracts, with several capable of securing positions at teams with Champions League or Europa League qualifications. Their choice to forego European competitions was purely for financial gain, and thus, any semblance of cohesion was non-existent. Paying tuition is a rite of passage for every wealthy club, and the only players likely to remain at Manchester City were Hart and a few defenders. Robben continued to surge through the middle with the ball, ignoring any confrontation with Huang Kevin. The latter found it perplexing. After finally seeing Carlos play as a winger, he was deprived of the opportunity to showcase his defensive skills. Huang Kevin sprinted towards the center to defend. Robben executed a lateral pass before making a forward run without the ball. Right on the left, received the ball and charged ahead, embodying the quintessential speedy English winger. Boswinga hesitated to intervene, allowing the opponent to exploit his speed. Upon reaching the byline, Wright swiftly turned and delivered a cross. Terry outmuscled his marker and easily headed the ball away. Ashley Cole received the ball and sent a long pass forward. Huntelaar, waiting at the center circle, was obstructed by Harmon from behind, denying him the chance to turn. As Huntelaar leapt for a header back, Huang Kevin, having tracked back to the defense, suddenly launched towards the ball. The 40,000 spectators at Stamford Bridge witnessed an astonishing scene. Although Ireland was closer to the ball, Huang Kevin's explosive speed erased the advantage as he surged forward, flicking the ball with his left foot, propelling it past the halfway line. Ireland was left trailing behind, unable to hinder Huang Kevin for even a moment. The ball soared several meters, yet as it descended, the distance between Huang Kevin and the ball shrank to less than 3 meters. As Sabalita turned to chase back, Huang Kevin completed an impressive overtaking maneuver. Holy shit, Mourinho, who had been restraining his emotions, couldn't help but curse. The sheer speed at which Huang Kevin dominated was utterly astonishing. What was even more outrageous was that Huang Kevin was not racing against the opponent, but was in pursuit of the ball. Mourinho even speculated that if Huang Kevin exerted himself a bit more, he might arrive before the ball. Goodness, no wonder. With such speed and explosiveness, how can any defender withstand this? Harman rushed over to provide support, yet Huang Kevin, in a tussle with 2 defenders, still managed to maintain possession, prompting Mourinho to raise his arms in exhilaration. Damn, with such a formidable winger, how is he not obliterating the entirety of Europe? Huang Kevin advanced the ball to the left side of the penalty area, prompting Kompany to swiftly engage in defense. The two stood face to face, and Kompany sensed an overwhelming pressure. In such moments, he found it impossible to avert his gaze from Huang Kevin's upper body. Suddenly, Huang sprang into action, his long legs swiftly gliding over the ball. He executed a rapid bicycle kick. As Kompany focused intently on Huang's feet, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The speed was astonishing. He could barely discern the movements of Huang's feet. After the third deft touch of the ball with Huang's left foot, he flicked it with the inside of his right foot towards the baseline, pivoting to sprint again. Despite his vigilance, Kompany lagged behind by a step. By the time he turned, Huang had already twisted his body and delivered a cross with his left foot. The ball soared towards the goal, where Richards, Hart, and Huntelaar leapt simultaneously. All 3 were a moment too late, and the ball sailed past the near post to the far side. Good heavens! The velocity of Kevin's pass was remarkable. If he intended for his teammates to contest for the header, he ought to have tempered the speed. Andy Gray remarked. Martin Taylor nodded, observing, Kevin's explosive power in his legs is unparalleled. He completely outpaced Kompany this time. It's not that he lacks technical prowess. Rather, he simply doesn't require it. I am now convinced that Premier League defenders are in for a significant challenge, an immense challenge. Little Wright fouled Deco in the center, perhaps believing that today's referee was Ian Wright. It was difficult to comprehend such a defensive approach if it weren't for Little Wright officiating the match. The position for the free kick was somewhat distant. While Kevin possessed considerable shot power, I recall he was not particularly adept at taking long-range free kicks. Deco noticed Huang Kevin approaching the site of the foul and willingly relinquished the penalty-taking role. He had initially intended to execute a tactical free kick, passing the ball into the penalty area, but with Huang's arrival, he reconsidered. Should we let them contest for the header? Joe Cole inquired. Having watched numerous match tapes of Huang Kevin, he was aware that Huang rarely took long-range free kicks. Then let us go for it. Huang nodded affirmatively. All right. I'll be waiting for a second chance at an attack, Joe Cole replied with a smile. Obviously, the responsibility for contesting headers was left to others. He had no desire to engage in excessive physical confrontations. This was a form of self-preservation for a fragile player. While he would not shy away from challenges, there was no need to join the fray during set pieces. As Robinho retraced his steps, he kept an eye on Huang Kevin's movements. Observing Huang retreating, he found himself near the center circle. His eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, isn't that approach run a bit excessive? This exaggerated distance for the approach run allowed Robinho to ascertain that Kevin's method of taking the free kick today was indeed an imitation of Roberto Carlos. Robinho glanced down at his physique, noting a slight increase in weight, yet his resilience against physicality remained relatively low. A solid kick could very well send him straight to the hospital. Never mind, I want to return to defend, he thought. It was entirely reasonable for an attacking player to remain upfield, awaiting a counterattack opportunity. Hart also took note of Huang Kevin's approach distance. To be honest, he felt a twinge of fear. Confidence does not equate to a lack of intellect. After several saves, he could discern the exaggerated speed of the ball. Moreover, he had already concluded that Huang Kevin's free kick possessed greater power than the previous long-range shot. Hart took several deep breaths, gradually regaining his composure. At such a distance, the force of the shot would inevitably diminish. It should be manageable. He clapped his gloves together twice for encouragement and positioned himself centrally near the right post. Leaving the left side to the wall of defenders, the referee lowered his whistle, and Huang Kevin initiated a series of quick steps for his run-up. After 2 steps, He launched himself forward with a powerful stride. Despite the distance, he managed 6 strides in his run-up. Yet, the exaggerated pace of his feet sent a shiver through the Manchester City players forming the wall. It was hard to fathom the terrifying potential of such explosive power when unleashed in a shot. Huang Kevin's left foot struck the ball fiercely from the side, generating such immense force that his entire body was lifted off the ground. The sound startled Abramovich, who was seated in the box. He had not anticipated such a resounding impact that penetrated the enclosure. His wine glass tilted, spilling expensive red wine onto his trousers, yet he seemed oblivious. His gaze fixed intently on the pitch. The ball arced around the right side of the wall. Hart was certain it was headed for the corner flag. After discerning the trajectory, he exhaled in relief. No amount of self-encouragement could suppress his subconscious reluctance to confront Huang Kevin's free kick. However, the next moment, Hart noticed the ball shifting in midair. It appeared to veer away from the corner flag, and before he could ponder the anomaly, the ball, with an exaggerated curve, crashed into the inside of the right post. Throughout the entire sequence, Hart barely had time to shift his feet. He remained baffled, unable to comprehend how the ball had found the net. The players from both teams turned to observe the goal, their reactions hardly more profound than Hart's. They stood rooted, gazing in disbelief at the bouncing ball within the net. Huang Kevin sprinted towards the corner flag, executing a backflip before raising his arms in triumph. His signature celebration ignited a fervor at Stamford Bridge. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. The cameraman zoomed in on Huang Kevin's face, eager to capture the moment. The stadium erupted in absolute ecstasy. Nearby fans raised their arms in exuberance, yearning to rush the field and embrace Huang Kevin. Mourinho and Villas-Boas, returning to the coaching bench, rushed to the sidelines, embracing one another to unleash their excitement. "Jose, did you see that? Jose, my God." Mourinho nodded vigorously, then pushed Villas-Boas aside. He quickly adjusted his collar and suit, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he stood coolly at the edge of the pitch, pretending the earlier display of emotion was not his. On the substitutes bench, Ramos shook his head repeatedly. These inexperienced players, if they were under Capello, they would lose their starting position in no time. Damn it. Why isn't Kevin celebrating after his goal? The broadcast room fell into silence for a moment before Martin Tyler laboriously spoke up. 196 kilometers per hour. Andy Gray swallowed hard and, with equal difficulty, added, "This shatters Shearer's record of 182 kilometers per hour for Chelsea. It should be the fastest strike in European football. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," Martin Tyler nodded. Although the Germans claim Matthias struck at 210 kilometers per hour, that match lacked any official speed data, making it undoubtedly fictitious. Yes, that's a fabrication. The Germans have a penchant for embellishment. Andy Gray asserted confidently. 196 kilometers per hour, that sets a new record. I believe that after today, when Kevin takes free kicks, the opposing players will undoubtedly hesitate to form a wall. Hart once again petitioned the referee for a new ball. If Kevin continued his performance throughout the match, the supply of match balls prepared for Stamford Bridge might prove insufficient. Buffon, watching the match from home, felt a tightening in his chest. This was no longer a matter of merely conceding goals. It was a matter of life and death. Surely, Juventus wouldn't have to face Chelsea this season, would they? His 31st birthday was approaching. Although a goalkeeper's career tends to be longer, if he were to encounter a few more of Kevin's strikes, Buffon couldn't help but wonder how much longer he could endure. Perhaps he should consider joining the LA Galaxy? American teams surely wouldn't have the opportunity to compete in the Club World Cup, would they? Huntelaar was the first to rush towards the corner flag. One by one, Chelsea players surged forward, surrounding Kevin to celebrate. "Kevin, that was absolutely incredible. When the ball flew past me, I was terrified it would hit me. Thankfully, when we first met, you didn't strike so fiercely. Otherwise, that poor fellow in the helmet would have been in trouble again. Ha ha, I suspect that after today." Peter won't even want to face Kevin in training matches. They were only halfway through the first half and were already leading by 4 goals. The Chelsea players felt no pressure whatsoever. Meanwhile, Capello, sitting in an internet cafe with a premium QQ membership to watch the match, blurted out a string of Italian, catching the attention of nearby youths consumed by their gaming addiction. Capello cursed, "Damn it. Can't he at least suggest that Kevin alter his striking technique? Kevin's physique simply cannot withstand such force. That damned loudmouth is unworthy of coaching Kevin. Selfish, foolish, a despicable little man." Laura Capello gently patted his back, attempting to soothe him. You took time off from your mentor to watch the match just to vent your frustrations? This isn't in line with your usual demeanor. A mentor is a mentor, Capello corrected. All right. Calm down, Laura replied in a tone akin to pacifying a child. You needn't worry too much. Kevin likely knows what he is doing. Sighing, Capello lamented. It seems that apart from Fabio Capello, there is no other coach suited to guide Kevin. He continued to focus on the screen as Joe Cole, on the right flank, suddenly delivered a precise through ball. Huang Kevin sprang into action, and amidst the low-resolution broadcast, Capello felt as though Huang was teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he had surged into the penalty area. Sabolita's tackle provoked yet another round of curses. An unsightly league, a band of robbers, murderers. Laura wore a resigned smile, for her husband found it nearly impossible to maintain composure while watching Kevin play. A penalty. The dreaded red dot special. Mourinho seemed to have collided with Ramos, who appeared ready to rush onto the pitch. Was it a misperception on my part? Both Mourinho and Ramos hurried to the fourth official to lodge a complaint, while Chelsea's coaching bench was abuzz with activity. Martin Tyler chuckled, noting that it was rare for players to join in on complaints. Huang Kevin directly grasped Huntelaar's hand as he rose. Fortunately, he had utilized the immunity card today. The tackle was merely routine, yet Huang felt that without the immunity card, his ankle would scarcely endure the force of each strike. Carlos's leg muscles had developed considerably, enabling him to withstand such formidable explosive power. A fortified version of Carlos, combined with the attributes of a Muay Thai champion, would yield a force beyond human tolerance. Are you all right, Kevin? Joe Cole approached with concern. I'm fine, Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. Do you want to take the penalty? Huntelaar inquired, clearly desiring the opportunity. If you want to kick it, by all means, Huang Kevin smiled. One goal more or less mattered little to the Yellow King. Huntelaar stared at the ball, momentarily lost in thought, before vehemently shaking his head. Forget it. You take it. He truly wished to claim the penalty. Yet reason dictated that taking it might lead to complications. Each team's penalty taker was predetermined. Being a forward did not guarantee one the privilege of taking penalties. He needed to earn the trust of his teammates through goals. Although his scoring efficiency was high, the Eredivisie was no longer a top-tier league. Despite his impressive record of 90 goals in 97 matches, he could not sway the Chelsea stars. This dilemma did not afflict Huang Kevin. He glanced back and observed that Ballack and the others showed no intention of stepping up to take the penalty, so he positioned himself at the 12-yard mark. Damn! The young Joe Hart felt his legs tremble. Yes, he was indeed afraid. One ball replacement could be deemed a coincidence, but two was undeniably beyond coincidence. When a player broke two balls with his shots, even a fool would recognize the magnitude of his striking power. The penalty was considerably closer than a free kick. Hart felt an instinctive dread. If Huang Kevin's shot struck him, he feared he would be carried off on a stretcher. As Huang Kevin placed the ball on the penalty spot, Hart's body quaked even more violently. Though he desperately sought to overcome this condition, he could not persuade his mind. Despite the summer heat, he felt as though it were a frigid winter's night. With each step Huang Kevin took backward, Hart sensed the chilling taste of death for the first time. It is an indescribable sensation, yet Hart swears he truly feels the approach of death. As the whistle blew, Huang Kevin began his run-up, and after two strides, his left foot struck the ball. Center field. Hart discerned Huang Kevin's shooting trajectory and shifted left, conceding his position. Almost simultaneously, a resounding friction echoed from the net behind him. The ball has entered. After conceding another goal, Hart felt a strange sense of relief wash over him. He relaxed, feeling a warm dampness within his trousers. Football is utterly relentless. Deco rushed toward Huang Kevin alongside his teammates. He finally understood why Real Madrid players celebrated with such fervor. Playing alongside Kevin, one truly need not exert themselves excessively. Simply pass the ball to Kevin, and one can await the ensuing celebrations. A joyous season could lead to a sextuple triumph. No wonder those Real Madrid players supported Kevin so passionately. Reflecting on the hardships endured at Porto, Deco felt increasingly grateful for his decision to join Chelsea. While it is often said that players ought to strive with all their might, amidst numerous direct confrontations, he had fought valiantly. Yet not only victories eluded him, he had not even managed a draw. Faced with such formidable players, the optimal strategy is to become their teammate. The earnest-looking Deco found himself on the periphery of the celebration, yet a smile graced his face. Jose, should we make a substitution? Villas-Boas inquired. Huang Kevin had only recently concluded his recovery training. At this rate, he might risk injury. Yes, a substitution is imperative, Mourinho exclaimed, clapping his hands firmly. He turned and dashed toward the team doctor, signaling Kalu to warm up. Be prepared. As soon as Kaiwen exits, conduct a thorough examination to ascertain his condition promptly. If there are any issues, establish a treatment plan immediately or consult experts from other nations. Our owner should not be concerned about the costs in such matters. Mourinho spoke swiftly. But, Mr. Mourinho, it is impossible to conduct a comprehensive examination on the pitch, the team doctor lamented. Damn it, Mourinho retorted, kicking the water bottle holder away. He turned back to the team doctor, exclaiming, use your brains. If a thorough examination cannot be performed here, then send Kaiwen to the training facility, understood? Did I say to conduct a full examination on the sidelines? All right, Mr. Mourinho, the team doctor nodded in response. They were accustomed to Mourinho's temperament. While he could indeed be harsh when anxious, he was generally kind to everyone. Thus, Chelsea staff did not hold grudges against him. At that moment, Joe Cole sent a pass towards the left corner flag. Inside the penalty area, Kompany and Huntelaar surged toward the ball. However, from outside the frame, a figure dashed in with an overwhelming velocity. Number 10. This ferocious speed was starkly evident in contrast to the opposing players. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. The Chelsea supporters were filled with adrenaline, fervently chanting Kevin Huang's name, as if their enthusiasm could propel him to even greater speeds. Kompany effortlessly evaded Huntelaar and burst out of the penalty area, while Huang had already angled his run to position himself behind Kompany. In the blink of an eye, he accelerated once more, extending his left foot to deftly flick the ball behind him. The Chelsea fans in the left side stands widened their eyes in astonishment. They could hardly believe it. Huang had truly accomplished the impossible. Despite the greater distance he had to cover, potentially double that of his opponent, Huang still emerged victorious in seizing possession of the ball. They vowed that such a sight would never grow tiresome, no matter how many times they witnessed it. Huntelaar reached the edge of the penalty area to collect the ball, closely pursued by Richards. Realizing he could not turn, Huntelaar quickly executed a diagonal pass with his right foot, finding Joe Cole at the top of the arc. Michael Ballack lunged towards Cole, who promptly shielded the ball and passed it to Ashley Cole on the left flank. Observing the throng surrounding Huang, Ashley Cole delivered a quick lateral pass to Ballack. Before Ballack could even adjust himself, he was brought down by a brutal tackle from his compatriot, Hammond. Shall we make a substitution, Jose? Villas-Boas inquired. With the ball now dead, it was possible for Huang to leave the pitch. Wait, just hold on, Mourinho replied, his gaze fixed on the field. He knew Huang's free-kick prowess often peaked at 2 per match. If he scored this time, it would mark Huang's first-ever free-kick hat-trick. Any player would surely be incensed at the prospect of being substituted in such a scenario. Let us wait a little longer, no rush, he decided. As he observed the opposing players nervously forming a wall, a faint smile crept onto Mourinho's lips. Last year's Champions League encounter against Real Madrid had required him to burn the midnight oil in meticulous preparation, yet he had still been unable to eliminate them. The critical factor had been Huang. The goalkeeper's long sprint was simply absurd. Now, it was finally the turn of other coaches to feel the pressure. Mourinho cast a disdainful glance at Hughes on the Manchester City bench, revealing a smirk. Few in this world commanded his respect. As for former Manchester United captains, coaching was not the same as playing. With the likes of Robben, Steve Bruce, and Roy Keane, none had exhibited coaching prowess worthy of note. In Mourinho's eyes, the entire lineage of Red Devils coaches merely basked in the glory of that Scottish legend. Once again, Huang took a running start and struck the ball. It soared low, slicing past the wall and hurtling straight towards the left post of the goal. Joe Hart, anticipating the trajectory, dove swiftly, extending his arm. He felt an overwhelming force at his fingertips, followed by excruciating pain. Hart's agonized scream sent shockwaves through both teams. Manchester City players rushed to assess the situation, while Chelsea players refrained from celebrating, standing nearby. It's your turn to be substituted, Huntelaar gestured towards the sidelines. Huang turned to look and, to his surprise, it was indeed true. He hadn't expected that even after transferring, the King of Yellow would be unable to complete the full match. Today, he had only played for 40 minutes, such a waste. However, during his debut appearance in Mourinho's team, it would be unwise to refuse the coach's substitution. Otherwise, Mourinho would surely be displeased. Huang Kevin made his way to the sidelines as a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Yet it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Chelsea fans. They rose from their seats, applauding fervently, chanting his name. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin, in their excitement. The fans expressed their emotions through vigorous clapping and shouting. After exchanging a high five with Kalu, Huang Kevin stepped beyond the white line. Mourinho swiftly approached, wrapping his arm around Huang Kevin's shoulder, and warmly inquired, "How do you feel, Kevin?" "I can still play, coach. I am not that fragile." Huang Kevin replied with a smile. "Better to be cautious. Even if you feel fine now, it doesn't guarantee you'll be fine during the Christmas fixtures." "I have ample experience in this regard," Mourinho said with a grin. "Then I shall heed your advice." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. Mourinho led Huang Kevin to the team doctor, stating, "The doctor wants to examine you, so you both can head back without waiting for the results here." The doctor glanced at Mourinho. "Did you not say a full examination was necessary?" At that moment, he could not undermine Mourinho's authority, thus simply nodded at Huang Kevin. "Isn't this a bit of an overreaction?" Huang Kevin mused, noting the doctor's expression. Reluctantly, he followed the doctor down the players' tunnel. After a thorough examination by the Manchester City medical staff, it was determined that Hart had only a fractured finger and no other issues. "Joe, you'll need to rest for a while," the doctor announced. Upon hearing this, Joe Hart inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "It's good to be alive." Post-match press conference. Mourinho was in high spirits, even donning a neatly pressed spare suit. Sitting there with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, his face revealed little emotion. Embodying an air of superiority, Mark Hughes wore a grim expression. Were it not for the generous compensation from the owner, he would have preferred to avoid the press conference altogether. Today was destined for humiliation. Alas, it is all for the money. The atmosphere at the press conference was electric. Journalists were in a frenzy, particularly the British reporters. The arrival of Huang Kevin, the first player in the Premier League, assuredly monopolized the headlines. The Stamford Bridge press room was packed, with even standing room at a premium. The seasoned British journalists secured the front row, leaving foreign reporters struggling to compete. "Mark, could you share your feelings after the 1-0 loss? Do you believe you lack the capability to manage a Premier League team?" "Mr. Mourinho, you substituted Kevin just before halftime. Was it due to an injury?" "Jose, could you explain why the combined goals of the other Chelsea players today do not equal Kevin's tally?" "Real Madrid suffered another defeat, and Robben was benched. What are your thoughts, Jose?" "Mr. Hughes, why does your coaching prowess appear so vastly different from your statements?" "John, could you share your feelings about playing alongside Kevin? When Robinho squats down to avoid becoming a human wall, will he face any repercussions? For the upcoming match against Manchester United, will Kevin still be a starter, Jose?" Kevin executed a hat trick of free kicks. Which do you believe was more impressive, his or Mikhailovic's? It is rumored that Kevin's penalty reached speeds exceeding 200 kilometers. Could his injury be attributed to the force he exerted? Today's score has set a record for the largest margin in Premier League history. What are your thoughts on this match? What is the situation with Hart, Mr. Hughes? The enthusiasm of British journalists took Mourinho by surprise. He did not expect such a large turnout following a match with Manchester City. Suppressing his astonishment, Mourinho endeavored to maintain composure. Mark Hughes decided to speak candidly before departing, stating, "Today we were defeated by Kevin, not Chelsea. Kevin indeed possesses extraordinary talent. His relentless scoring has shattered our confidence. Moving forward, I will ensure the players recalibrate their mindset. As for Joe Hart, I am also uncertain about his condition. I reiterate, this score does not reflect the gap between the two teams. Had Kevin been a Manchester City player, Chelsea would have been the ones to lose." With that, Hughes swiftly departed the scene, as if fearing a delay might result in repercussions. The journalists had no objections to his exit. Were it not for his status as a former Manchester United captain, they would have likely shown little interest in interviewing him. Among Premier League managers, Mourinho is the most engaging figure, followed closely by the age-old rivals Ferguson and Wenger. As for Hughes or Keane, their mentions must invariably include Manchester United. Once the press conference settled into silence, Mourinho smiled and remarked, "Today's match will significantly enhance our team's future, greatly bolstering our confidence." Kevin's performance was exceptional, as I anticipated. The reason for Kevin's superior goal tally compared to others is entirely due to his skill and tactical acumen. Jose, if the tactics favor Kevin, does that not imply your reliance on him? Tottenham's strength is not markedly greater than Manchester City's, yet you managed to draw with them, a journalist pointed out. Mourinho's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. "This is an entirely different match. One cannot assess team strength merely by appearances. My tactics do not favor Kevin. Rather, his individual ability is remarkable. Once he receives the ball, he no longer requires collaboration, and today, 4 of his goals came from set pieces. What about Real Madrid? Another journalist inquired. I prefer not to discuss other teams. Real Madrid is a great club and our opponent in this season's Champions League. However, we are confident in our ability to top the group ahead of them, Mourinho stated. What gives you this confidence? Is it Kevin? Last season, you lost both encounters, the journalist continued. Before he could finish, Mourinho slammed the table and exclaimed, "Enough. I have already stated that Chelsea will not excessively depend on any single player." After speaking, Mourinho sat there with a sullen expression, utterly disinclined to engage in conversation. Terry, noticing the tension, quickly pulled the microphone closer and remarked, "We are a united team, with our tactics meticulously arranged by the coach." As the coach stated, "It is not that we excessively rely on Kevin. Rather, his prowess is such that given any opportunity, he can effortlessly find the back of the net." What do you think of Kevin's shooting power? Terry chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You know, when I was near the wall, witnessing the speed of the ball, I could only think one thing. If it hits me, it would surely hurt. At that moment, I turned sideways. Feeling that a broken arm would be easier to handle than a fractured rib, that was my instinctive reaction. I believe that after today, many will be reluctant to face us. Were I an opponent of Chelsea, seeing Kevin wind up for a strike would instill fear in me. Is Kevin injured? How is his condition?" inquired a reporter from the Times. Kevin should be fine. The coach believes his return to training was too brief, and he still needs to adjust his physical state. Of course, I cannot guarantee anything. The team doctor is the one examining Kevin, Terry replied. Huang Kevin has been injured more times over the past 4 years than the entire Chelsea squad combined. He cannot assure anyone about Huang Kevin's status. The final question, will Kevin be playing in the league match against Manchester United? The reporter from the Times pressed further. They seemed indifferent to whether Huang Kevin would participate in the Champions League. Chelsea's first opponent in the Champions League group stage, Panathinaikos, was viewed by British journalists as equivalent to a championship team, thus lacking their interest. Terry glanced at Mourinho, who stated, "I will not disclose the lineup arrangements in advance." That concludes today's press conference. Upon seeing Mourinho rise, Terry promptly followed suit and exited. Later, Huang Kevin dined with Ramos. The two had arranged to join Kaka and others for an online gaming session. While they were engaged in a game, Cassano called. "Hello?" Huang Kevin tilted his head, holding the phone. His account in the game had already been exposed. Although the guild was formidable, there were plenty who sought to exploit him. Fortunately, the game developers had slightly reduced the drop rate of his equipment upon death. Otherwise, he would have lost everything. "Did you see my goal? Best goal of the week?" Cassano asked excitedly from the other end. Ramos interjected loudly, "Idiot, this week's Premier League goal of the week will belong to Kevin. Are you dreaming about being named the best? I mean the third round. You understand, Sergio Huang?" Cassano retorted loudly. Huang Kevin set his phone to speaker mode, placing it on the table to allow Ramos and Cassano to converse. "Yes, I saw your goal. It was decent. But if you had watched Chelsea's match, you wouldn't be making this call," Ramos scoffed. The kind of goal scored by Cassano, where he dribbles past 2 defenders, is merely child's play for Huang Kevin. Unless the opponent's defense is utterly lax, allowing for a counterattack, Huang invariably surpasses at least one line of defense. Just wait, in the next round of the league, I will undoubtedly lead Manchester United to victory over you, Cassano proclaimed with indignation. Ramos shrugged and replied, "What if you lose?" "If we lose, then it is certainly my teammates' fault," Cassano asserted, unwilling to wager with Ramos on such matters. "TSK, if you win, it's all your glory. If you lose, you blame your teammates." "Truly lacking in class," Ramos remarked. "Huh, Kevin Jr., just wait for me to dismantle you." Cassano angrily hung up the phone. Ramos scoffed. "That fool thinks scoring 2 goals means he can triumph over us. In truth, he played exceptionally well," Huang Kevin smiled. Ramos nodded in silence. Cassano surprisingly fits Sir Ferguson's tactics well. Sir Ferguson's Manchester United has always placed great importance on the flanks, and a player like Cassano, with his exceptional dribbling skills and innate talent, could effectively draw the opponent's defensive attention. Although he may not be able to execute solo runs consistently, he certainly creates opportunities for his teammates. He has an excellent rapport with Berbatov. His successful performance at Manchester United after leaving Real Madrid is somewhat unexpected. Conversely, De Jong, who moved to Liverpool, seems to be struggling. At Hamburg and Real Madrid, he was utilized primarily as a defensive player, causing a significant decline in his offensive capabilities. It is impossible for him to directly replace Xabi Alonso. Benitez still needs to recalibrate his positioning of De Jong. The following morning, Huang Kevin remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. His debut had successfully dominated the front pages of every major European sports media outlet. The Times featured a large photograph of Huang performing a backflip, stating, "Before the match at Stamford Bridge, Kevin sang we are the champions," and he proved his choice with actions. A dazzling dribble past 3 players, a long-range shot, a breathtaking penalty kick, and a free-kick hat-trick. Disaster for Premier League goalkeepers. The Guardian proclaimed, "A new era is on the horizon. The upcoming Premier League promises fiercer competition and stronger confrontations. If players lack physical resilience, they may find themselves on a stretcher courtesy of Chelsea's players." The Daily Telegraph reported, Kevin's singing at Stamford Bridge caused several fans to faint. He quickly became the new darling of Chelsea supporters after his debut. During our interviews, Chelsea fans expressed discontent over Lampard kissing the Real Madrid crest, chanting a new fan song that asks, "Who needs Lampard?" The Sun added, Joe Hart suffered a fractured finger accompanied by bruising and is currently hospitalized. Upon investigation, we discovered that Hart is particularly sensitive to the name Kevin. He is experiencing severe psychological issues. According to reliable information from the hospital, this outstanding young goalkeeper may be suffering from depression. In the second edition, after Chelsea's resounding victory, Ashley Cole celebrated exuberantly at a nightclub, telling Cheryl he would go out to celebrate with Kevin, though Kevin did not appear at the club at all. The Manchester Evening News reported that Ferguson remarked on Mourinho as a formidable adversary. He also expressed his belief that Mourinho would not overly depend on a single player, as Mourinho is a tactical savant, and his matches are never straightforward. Even in the absence of Kevin, Chelsea remains a challenging opponent. Kevin is an exceptional player, capable of securing numerous titles under any circumstances. His presence undoubtedly simplifies the path to victory. The Gazzetta dello Sport noted that Crudeli missed Kevin's debut due to his commentary on Milan's match. Nonetheless, he conveyed that he was not at all surprised by the velocity of Kevin's shot. Had it not been for the goalkeeper Hart's grandstanding in the press, Kevin would not have executed such a menacing strike. Kevin possesses remarkable power but is disinclined to endanger his teammates for an easier triumph, exemplifying his inherent kindness. Buffon, in an interview with Tuttosport, stated that the entire Juventus squad is prepared, acknowledging the challenges of returning to the Champions League. However, they intend to approach each match with the same seriousness as a World Cup final, aiming to secure the top position in their group to avoid encountering stronger opponents. Regarding Kevin's Premier League debut, he opined that it was merely a game, whether with Manchester City or other Premier League teams. It is increasingly difficult to satisfy Kevin's competitive aspirations. With his extraordinary strength and speed, Kevin, a remarkable talent, has the potential to surpass existing records. Marca reported that Robben's agent expressed dissatisfaction with Florentino and Pellegrini. Beauty supported Robben, leading to a division within the Real Madrid dressing room. Raul and Salgado opted for stability, which left Robben feeling betrayed, believing he lost his position due to Florentino's preference for his own acquisitions. The recordings of Kevin's departure corroborated this sentiment. According to Mundo Deportivo, Guardiola's team has begun to find its rhythm, while Real Madrid's record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses in 4 matches indicates that the new Galacticos are struggling. The reappearance of white handkerchiefs at the Bernabeu, absent for the past 2 years, serves as a testament to the fans' dwindling patience. L'Equipe reported that UEFA is preparing for its annual Best Goal Award. Initially, UEFA intended to name the award after Puskas. However, the clamor for a Kevin Award has made the decision challenging, as there is no precedent for naming an award after an active player. Carlos, currently playing in Turkey, spoke with a reporter from the Brazilian Daily, stating, "I have watched Kevin's matches, and his running style indeed mirrors mine. When he was at Real Madrid, he learned the techniques of force from me. Yet, one must understand that some geniuses are truly unreasonable. My shot speed has always been below 160 kilometers per hour, while Kevin has long surpassed my limits. Facing such an opponent on the field is daunting. Should we advance and encounter Chelsea, I would likely need to request leave from the coach." The combination of Huang Kevin and Queen has completely captivated Chelsea fans, not to mention his on-field performance. His penalty, clocking in at over 200 kilometers per hour, cast a shadow over the hearts of all Premier League goalkeepers. The retired renowned goalkeeper Schmeichel even publicly advised Huang Kevin to temper his shooting power. as it would be more beneficial for both his own physical well-being and the safety of his opponents. On September 16th, during Chelsea's home match against Zenit, Huang Kevin was listed among the squad. Coach Zhang had the opportunity to commentate on Huang Kevin's match once again, but unfortunately, he did not take to the field. Chelsea's resounding 5-0 victory over Zenit instilled confidence in Mourinho for the upcoming matches. At the post-match press conference, Mourinho, who was still serving his Champions League ban, remarked that due to the expectations of the fans, Kevin would make his debut soon, but his physical readiness was still far from the required standard. It was premature to discuss whether he would start or play the full match against Manchester United. You might as well ask God, he quipped. Before the match against Manchester United, Premier League CEO Richard Scudamore held a press conference. This architect of the Premier League era addressed the reporters, stating, "We typically choose the highest bidders to safeguard the interests of Premier League clubs. However, I made a miscalculation regarding a significant market. The Premier League share is being encroached upon by Serie A and Bundesliga. Our league no longer appears on mainstream Chinese television, and Kevin's transfer has failed to rectify this situation. Following an investigation, it became evident that the pricing set by Tiansheng Company was indeed burdensome for fans, leading to a continuous shrinkage of the Premier League market. Fans have shown greater enthusiasm for discussing Kaka, Torres, Yambo, or Ribery and Klinsmann, indicating a decline in the influence of the Premier League. Consequently, we convened a meeting of Premier League club chairmen, resulting in a vote of 17 in favor, 2 abstentions, and 1 against. With their support, we decided to terminate our broadcasting contract with Tiansheng Company ahead of schedule and sell the broadcasting rights to the most authoritative television station in China at a lower price to cultivate the market. We believe this decision will benefit the entire Premier League." It was precisely because of the potential he perceived in the Chinese market that Richard Scudamore chose to collaborate with Tiansheng. Yet he did not anticipate that Tiansheng would not only set exorbitant prices, but also display an exceedingly arrogant attitude. Even some fans willing to pay a premium to watch matches expressed dissatisfaction with Tiansheng. The broadcasting rights held by Tiansheng have not only caused the Premier League's viewership in China to plummet, but have also severely damaged the league's image. Huang Kevin's demonstrated commercial value during his time in La Liga cemented his resolve to reclaim the rights from Tiansheng. The owner of Tiansheng initially purchased the broadcasting rights for a Tyson match for 50,000, selling it to a television station for 1 million, thus eyeing the sports market. After acquiring the Premier League broadcasting rights, he proposed an astronomical advertising fee of 50 million per year, with a monthly viewing fee of 188 yuan. However, reality swiftly brought him back to earth, as the advertising fee was reduced to 1 million. With an annual package priced at 588 yuan, yet still yielding fewer than 10,000 users. In stark contrast to the over $30 million spent on acquiring broadcasting rights, Tiansheng's losses have left him utterly unrecognizable. The aging Song, who once proclaimed his intention to educate Chinese fans about paying to watch football, conceded his defeat during the summer. He has finally come to realize that no one is willing to spend 3 months' worth of a graduate's internship salary, or the majority of a typical month's wage, merely to watch the Premier League. Even if he wished to persist, his backers at Goldman Sachs would not endorse such a venture. The commercial value of La Liga and Serie A surged following the arrival of Huang Kevin, successfully persuading the owners of Premier League clubs to return the broadcasting rights. Consequently, Chinese fans will no longer need to rely on QQ membership channels or streaming platforms to watch the Premier League. They will be able to catch the highly anticipated clash between Chelsea and Manchester United. On September 21st, Huang Kevin accompanied his teammates to Old Trafford. "We have obtained the starting lineup, yet Huang Kevin remains absent from the starting roster." Indeed, Mourinho stated that Huang Kevin lacks sufficient rest, which is the truth. However, Manchester United is certainly not an easy opponent. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Chelsea, in a 4-3-3 formation with 2 defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, check, defenders, Ashley Cole, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Deco, Joe Cole, Mikel, forwards, Maluda, Anelka, Quaresma. Manchester United, in a 4-4-2 formation with 2 defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Van der Sar, defenders, Evra, Evans, Ferdinand, Gary Neville, midfielders, Cassano, Scholes, Hargreaves, Park Ji-sung, forwards, Berbatov, Rooney. Ramos and Cassano are good friends, having faced each other in the Premier League after Ramos left Real Madrid. Following the departure of Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester United did not recruit many players, yet their performance remains remarkably stable. Drogba has yet to fully recover, and the attacking combination of Anelka and Quaresma is indeed something to look forward to. Yes, on the Manchester United side, Vidic is also sidelined due to injury. Park Ji-sung has been positioned on the right flank, presumably to counter Huang Kevin, though regrettably, Huang Kevin is not starting today. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, referee Klettenberg blew the whistle to commence the match. Manchester United kicked off. Rooney passed to Cassano, who skillfully touched the ball with his right foot. Quaresma's token pressure was easily evaded. Cassano advanced the ball into the attacking third, and after a series of exchanges with Berbatov, delivered a diagonal pass. Rooney's shot from just outside the penalty area narrowly missed the right post, earning applause from the fans at the Dream Theater. Seated on the bench, Mata quietly inquired, "Was Cassano always this formidable?" "He has always possessed great talent," Huang Kevin responded with a smile. "Cassano is a character with issues. He simply hasn't encountered the right coach." It's a clash of troubled youths today, with Cassano facing off against Quaresma and Anelka. Mata remarked, "This match is all about rebellion. I feel the Premier League is entirely different. It's quite challenging." Huang Kevin reassured him, "Do not worry, you will gradually adapt." Compared to the Premier League, Huang Kevin harbors greater concerns about today's referee, Mark Klattenberg. As the foremost among the 4 blind arbiters of the Premier League, his officiating is as unpredictable as Scholl's tackles. One can never foresee what transpires in the next moment. The Red Devils, playing at home, are launching a fierce offensive. In the 18th minute, Cassano and Park Ji-sung exchanged positions, squeezing past Ramos into the penalty area. Ramos, off balance in his run, nearly fell, while Cassano quickly executed a back pass to Berbatov, who shot from the arc of the box, only to be thwarted by Cech. Park Ji-sung followed up, successfully scoring. Manchester United takes the lead. Cassano orchestrated this offensive splendidly, benefiting from Ferguson's trust, and his positional training at Real Madrid has been put to good use. In contrast, Chelsea's attacking line falters. Quaresma's positioning seems entirely out of sync with his teammates. He holds onto the ball too long, only passing it when he is utterly unable to progress. Reminiscent of a player on Manchester United's bench, Mourinho could not help but shout instructions, urging his players to engage in tighter combinations. In truth, while Mourinho has numerous defensive strategies, he grants considerable freedom in attack. Yet, Quaresma's performance severely hampers the team's offensive efforts. With his hands in his pockets, Mourinho cast a furtive glance towards the bench. Huang Kevin sat there, casually chatting with his teammates, a sight that brought him some comfort. However, he truly did not wish for Huang Kevin to take the field unless absolutely necessary. Ferguson's words were a psychological tactic, one he understood well. Yet, Jose Mourinho also possessed his own pride. In times past, without Huang Kevin, he had held the upper hand against Ferguson. Would he truly concede to the media that he must rely on Huang Kevin? Absolutely not. Huang Kevin sensed that he would definitely need to play today. The immunity card could wait. It was better to save it for the occasion he did not take the field. Watching his anticipation level reach 100, Huang Kevin opted for a lottery draw. Ding! You have obtained the 24-hour experience card for the Premier League match between Liverpool and Manchester United in the 26th round of the 2022-2023 season, featuring Anthony Mateus dos Santos. Courtesy of Maria Apollinaris K. Goodness! Huang Kevin felt an urge to curse. Anthony and Mateus, both formidable names individually, when combined, seemed nothing more than school supplies. If he were to play today, he would first utilize Pelé. The risk associated with the compass was too great. After equalizing the score, he would then contemplate whether to experience Anthony. Upon examining the characteristics of this B card, Huang Kevin was curious about the potential effects of combining the compass with the B card, alongside Xavi's traits, the magic of love spinning around. Would it not leave the Manchester United players utterly bewildered? In the 33rd minute of the first half, Scholes unexpectedly unleashed a shot from 38 meters away. The long-range effort struck the arm of Odoin and ricocheted into the penalty area, where Cassano, positioned offside, effortlessly lifted the ball to alter the score. Klattenberg pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal as valid, which sent the match spiraling into chaos. Chelsea players rushed to seek an explanation, while Manchester United players shielded the referee behind them. Mourinho surged to the sidelines, exclaiming vehemently, This should have been a free kick, not a goal-scoring opportunity. For heaven's sake. Where are your eyes? The fourth official glanced at Mourinho, reminding him, please mind your language. Shouldn't it be the referee who pays attention to his decisions? For heaven's sake. Shouldn't he take a look at his own vision? Mourinho shouted. Villas-Boas covered his face in despair. Here we go again. Indeed, the fourth official alerted the chief referee. Clattenburg reached into his pocket and brandished a red card high towards Mourinho. Jose, you are being too impulsive, Villas-Boas advised. For heaven's sake, this is a referee issue. What is going through his mind? It was him before, wasn't it? Shouldn't the FA reassign him to officiate in the Championship or League Two? Mourinho approached the stands, venting his frustrations. Villas-Boas had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Once Mourinho finished his outburst, he inquired, what are the arrangements? Should we let Kevin play? Mourinho paused for a moment and quickly replied, let Kevin warm up in midfield without returning, substitute him for Quaresma, and ask Kevin if he prefers to play on the left or the right. All right, I understand. What about Anelka? Villas-Boas asked. Check on Didier's condition with the team doctor. If he is fit, replace that idiot. Mourinho exclaimed angrily. Rest assured, Kevin will make a difference once he steps onto the field, Villas-Boas chuckled. The previous match against Manchester City had instilled him with great confidence. Indeed, it will be different. Mourinho immediately turned and commanded, by the way. Do not mention that substituting Kevin was my idea. Spin, leap, I close my eyes. Manchester United. Manchester United. We are the Red Boys, marching on the road to Wembley. 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 We are the great Manchester United, advancing towards Wembley. At every halftime during the Dream Theater, Manchester United's second anthem, Glory Belongs to Manchester United, would play. The stirring melody harmonized perfectly with the score of 20 displayed on the scoreboard. Huang Kevin prepared to rise for warm-ups when Sir Ferguson approached with a smile, saying, shall we head back together? How is your body holding up? Not bad. I have almost fully recovered, Huang Kevin replied with a grin, following Sir Ferguson towards the tunnel. A brief warm-up wouldn't hurt. It is better to be prepared. I estimate you will be starting in October. Ferguson remarked. That depends on the coach's arrangements. I have no objections, Huang Kevin responded with a smile. I had devised some tactics specifically for you, but it seems there will be no opportunity to employ them today. Ferguson stated. There will be chances. I will come on in the second half, Huang Kevin replied cheerfully. Sir Ferguson paused for a moment, then looked at Huang Kevin 2 seconds later. Huang Kevin nodded with a smile. Ferguson glanced at Scholes, who was joking at the tunnel's entrance, scolding. Why aren't you back in the dressing room during halftime? Don't you need to hear the tactical adjustments? Scholes hurriedly rushed back, not even exchanging a word with O'Shea beside him. No youth player at Manchester United is unafraid of Ferguson, especially those from the older generation of youth training. Ferguson displayed a modicum of patience towards the youth, yet Scholes and his contemporaries had certainly endured their share of criticism. In the past, Giggs had excelled and gradually emerged as a key player, encouraged by the elder statesmen of the team to beseech Ferguson for a small automobile, only to be summarily expelled from the office. Upon returning to the dressing room, Ferguson chewed thoughtfully, only to realize that his gum had mysteriously vanished. He retrieved a pack of gum from his pocket, attempting to extricate a piece with trembling fingers, but to his vexation, it would not yield. In a fit of irritation, Ferguson simply stowed the gum back into his pocket. A 2-goal lead is indeed a commendable advantage. However, the players of the Red Devils were adept at reading the room, and it was evident that the coach was less than pleased. The atmosphere in the dressing room was so tense that none dared to utter a word. Ferguson scanned the room, failing to identify anyone suitable for reprimand, and with a resigned sigh, he made his way to the center of the dressing room. I saw Kevin at the entrance of the players' tunnel just now. He informed me that he intends to come on in the second half, Ferguson declared. The Manchester United players finally comprehended the source of their coach's ire. They had previously succumbed to Kevin in both the Champions League group stage and the final. Ferguson nodded, pleased to see the players grow anxious. Yet, he felt additional pressure was required. Have you considered why Kevin felt compelled to inform me of his intentions to enter the fray? Ferguson's tone grew somber as he fixed a fierce glare upon each player. The United squad found themselves bewildered. Bloody hell! Ferguson bellowed, his face flushed with anger. It is precisely because he perceives you lot, you Manchester United players, as no threat to him that he is unafraid of my tactical adjustments in midfield. While you revel in your lead, come the second half, you shall merely serve as the backdrop for his exploits. By nightfall, that scoundrel Lineker will be spouting nonsense on television, lamenting how well Manchester United performed. while my disciples toiled in vain, unable to contain Kevin. After losing the Champions League title to him, you've all developed a phobia of Kevin. Henceforth, every season, Chelsea will secure at least 6 points against Manchester United. Damn it. Ferguson roared once more. This is unacceptable. Do you comprehend? Understood. The players shouted in unison, with Gary Neville leaping from the bench, rallying his teammates. Ferguson nodded slightly, waving his hand to signal the players to take the field. While it may have distorted the intent of young Kevin, certain measures must be employed in the pursuit of victory. Kevin was warming up, as was Huntelaar, and it appeared that Boas had just conferred with Drogba, indicating that Drogba had yet to fully recover from his injury. Mourinho's suspension from the Champions League was still in effect, compounded now by a domestic ban. I sensed that his assistant Boas, with such training, will soon be ready to stand on his own. In critical moments, Mourinho would undoubtedly rely upon Kevin, and as Kevin prepared to enter the hallowed grounds of Old Trafford, the thunderous boos from the crowd made it abundantly clear that the Red Devil supporters were not keen on witnessing his presence on the pitch. Indeed, today's Chelsea formation has undergone a transformation compared to the previous match. The pairing of Mikel and Deco as double pivots clearly illustrates Mourinho's respect for Manchester United. However, the synergy displayed by Cassano and his teammates was remarkable today, with his presence felt in both goals. Indeed, Coach Zhang, have you noticed that Cassano's movements on the field now resemble those of Kevin Huang during his time at Real Madrid? It is indeed the case. Ferguson has granted him considerable tactical freedom, and Cassano's positioning and organization do bear the hallmark of Huang. Certainly, he appears to be influenced by Huang. Since joining Manchester United, Cassano has evidently adopted a more team-oriented approach. While at Real Madrid, he frequently passed to Huang, yet when Huang was absent, he often attempted to dribble solo until dispossessed. In contrast, his recent performances at Manchester United reflect a marked change. Perhaps it is Ferguson's influence. The manager has consistently praised Cassano. In every interview, he commends him, recognizing that Cassano has a temperament that thrives under gentle guidance. With Ferguson's extensive experience, he adeptly manages such a spirited player. Yes, Huang has entered the pitch, replacing Quaresma, while Huntelaar takes the place of Anelka, with Huang moving to the left flank to face Park Ji-sung. Today's clash has transformed into an Asian derby. Park has excelled at Manchester United, but can he withstand Huang's onslaught? They both await the referee's whistle at the center circle. Huntelaar turns with a smile, saying, "I'll press the defense ahead, creating opportunities for you, Kevin." Huang responds with a thumbs up. Huntelaar is a commendable player. Despite being a poacher akin to the king of the small box, his awareness far surpasses that of others. Should the opportunity arise, it would be splendid for Huang to assist Monkey Brother for a splendid start in the Premier League. With a sharp whistle from Clattenburg, Huntelaar immediately plays a lateral pass. Huang, using the outside of his right foot, gently controls the ball, awaiting Park's approach. With the formation tightly packed, there is little room for him to maneuver. Park swiftly charges towards Huang, who shifts his weight, arms outstretched for balance, yet refrains from extending his foot, anticipating Huang's next move. Huang deftly flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot, prompting Park to follow suit. Only for Huang to deftly pull the ball back with the tip of his shoe. The mastery of the whip-tail technique, honed through rigorous training, has made Huang one of the most skilled players on the planet. Coupled with the whip-tail master accolade awarded by Ronaldinho, employing this technique is as effortless for Huang as a simple touch. As he observes Hargreaves and Scholes darting towards the left flank, Huang refrains from taking on defenders, instead pulling the ball back to his left foot, using it for support while executing a return pass with the inside of his right foot. He anticipates the setup, adjusting accordingly. Upon receiving the pass, Ashley Cole sees Park beside Huang and immediately lifts his head to assess the situation. Noticing a lack of promising opportunities, he opts for a lateral pass to Deco. Upon seeing only Park nearby Huang, Deco becomes vigilant. He gestured to Joe Cole to create space, propelling himself forward with the ball. Scholes dashed towards Deco, who swiftly executed a diagonal pass to evade Scholes' challenge. Without pausing, Joe Cole directed the ball forward, allowing Deco to regain possession. It was a splendid 1-2 play as Deco ventured down the left flank, with Huang Kevin making an incisive run. Yet Deco struggled to find an opening for a pass. Deco's intention to distribute the ball was glaringly evident. Park Ji-sung and Gary Neville seemed determined to sandwich Huang Kevin between them. Huang Kevin found himself unable to advance further, as any movement would lead to an offside position. Noticing he had reached the attacking third, Deco accelerated, driving the ball forward. Meanwhile, Hargreaves, lurking beside Huang Kevin, hurried over to apply pressure. With a resounding thud, Deco unleashed a powerful strike just outside the penalty area, the ball striking the left post and rebounding away. It was a near miss. Deco's long-range shot was of remarkable quality. Indeed, last season, he had combined well with Iniesta and Ronaldinho, but now he found himself as a teammate of Huang Kevin. Though Deco may not possess the same renown as Ronaldinho, identifying his shortcomings is a daunting task, as he excels in all facets of the game, demonstrating exceptional defensive skills during his time at Barcelona. Florentino, however, criticized Deco, asserting that he had attempted several times to seek out Huang Kevin during this attack, questioning whether he could perform without him. Moreover, despite the space available on the left flank for Maluda, he failed to deliver a pass, indicative of a small-minded mentality. It is no wonder that Barcelona often faltered. Two pivotal players from the Dream Team, one a teammate of Huang Kevin, the other retired in Milan, seemed to have no one but Huang to rely upon. Maluda's individual capabilities were lacking, and being a left-footed player forced to operate on the right flank was indeed a challenge. Unfortunately, Huang Kevin's desire to occupy the left side left no room for competition. Had Maluda been replaced by Robben, the situation might have improved, as Robben's cutting inside from the right was formidable. Yet, one must wonder if Robben had even watched Real Madrid's matches last season. Even he would have to prioritize passing to Huang Kevin while playing together. A once dynamic inside forward had devolved into a player who hesitated, adjusted, and ultimately delivered a left-footed pass. To accommodate Huang Kevin, Robben, despite years of neglecting his right foot, had made significant strides in its development over just one season. Frustratingly, playing alongside Huang Kevin required even a two-footed player to think creatively in delivering passes. Ferguson stood on the sidelines, chewing gum, his outward composure masking the turmoil within. He sensed that Manchester United was likely to concede in the second half. Huang Kevin's off-the-ball movement had drawn three United defenders away. If Chelsea could not capitalize on this, those players might as well abandon the Premier League. The pressing question now was whether Manchester United could score again and how many goals Chelsea could net. United organized another attack, with Scholes launching a long pass from midfield that accurately found Cassano on the left wing. Cassano deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, drawing Ramos off balance, before executing an outside-of-the-foot push that slipped the ball through Ramos's legs. Ramos, however, quickly turned and closed the space, effectively marking Cassano immediately. "Don't turn your back on me," Cassano shouted in frustration. Ramos skillfully guided the ball into the penalty area, prompting Cech to secure it with his hands. Once Cech cleared the ball, Ramos turned to Cassano and made a face. "What a childish fellow," Cassano remarked, watching Ramos's retreating figure. Today, he was determined to show Ramos his prowess. The ball advanced to the front line, where Deco swiftly passed to the central position occupied by Huang Kevin. With a deft touch of his instep, Huang evaded Hargreaves' lateral advance. Scholes, closely shadowing Huang, attempted to poke the ball away, inadvertently striking Huang's leg. Yet, Huang maintained his balance, deftly maneuvering the ball with his right foot as he surged toward the penalty area. Hargreaves charged at Huang once more. Cole, positioned further up the field, retreated to support, yielding his space as Huang initiated a second surge. Although Cole did not directly collaborate with Huang, his movement momentarily obstructed Hargreaves. Huang sprinted ahead, pursued by Hargreaves and Scholes. Evans from the defense lunged at Huang, who slightly slowed down, using a shoulder feint to glide past him effortlessly. With a swift motion, Huang supported himself on his left foot, executing a deft turn with his right foot and backheeling the ball into the penalty area. Huntelaar, racing down the left flank, arrived at the edge of the small box and unleashed a right-footed shot, only to have it directly parried by Van der Sar against the crossbar. Alas, Huntelaar's shot did not do justice to Huang's exquisite assist. Huang had created an opportunity against a resolute defense and two defensive midfielders. Yet Huntelaar's finishing was slightly lacking. As the corner opportunity arose, we turned our attention to it. Huntelaar covered his face with his hands and turned to Huang to apologize, to which Huang nonchalantly waved off. Indeed, Huntelaar's early shooting skills were not up to par, and among the Dutch attacking players, he was relatively less technically gifted. Seeing that Huang had no intention of heading to the corner flag, Cole moved toward the left side to prepare for the corner. Observing his teammates' positions, Huang opted to stand just outside the corner flag. Chelsea certainly possessed no shortage of players adept at seizing opportunities. With a determined run, Cole delivered the ball toward the edge of the penalty arc, directly targeting Huang. Ferdinand emerged from the box, leaping to powerfully clear the ball. Huang immediately sprang into action, but the ball was cleared too far. Scholes, receiving the ball, was still a couple of meters away. Pass. Quick pass. Ferguson urged from the sidelines. Scholes turned and executed a deft chip with his right foot beneath the ball. His long passing ability is among the finest in European football. The ball soared from the backfield straight into Chelsea's half. Berbatov, Rooney, and Cassano all sprinted toward the Chelsea penalty area. In the course of their run, Rooney flicked the ball to Berbatov, who positioned himself in front of it. Without turning, he lifted his right foot, backheeling the ball to the left flank. Cassano leapt from the left side, extending his right foot to nudge the ball behind Mikel, then accelerated past him. Once the ball reached him again, Cassano directed it with his right foot into the penalty area. The sphere rolled diagonally into the box, where Berbatov, in motion, deftly lifted his left foot to flick the ball towards Rooney, who stood poised to strike. Boaz's eyes widened in alarm. They were about to concede a goal in this 2-on-1 situation. Just as Rooney's header connected with the ball, Cech reacted with remarkable agility, leaping to deflect it onto the crossbar. The sound of the ball meeting his glove was distinctly audible. Ferguson clenched his fists and struck the air in frustration. What a splendid opportunity. It was just a hair's breadth away. Cech truly lived up to the potential Ferguson had once seen in him. Along with Cech, there were Mikel, who had been transformed from a technically gifted player into a defensive stalwart, and Robben, who had transferred to Real Madrid. These players were once targets on his transfer list. The traitorous Kenyan had divulged Ferguson's transfer ambitions to the new ownership before his departure. Up. Focus on set-piece tactics and aim to score again, Ferguson shouted from the sidelines. His strategy was straightforward. Even if they could not contain Huang Kevin, as long as Manchester United could score more quickly than him, victory would still belong to them. Ferdinand, upon hearing this, sprinted towards Chelsea's penalty area. Scholes took the corner from the right, and players from both teams crowded around the goal. Terry and Ferdinand leapt simultaneously, both engaging in grappling, but neither managed to gain the upper hand. Positioned further back, Ramos headed the ball out of the penalty area. Maluda, stationed on the right side of the penalty box, charged forward with the ball, swiftly advancing towards Manchester United's half. The theater of dreams erupted with thunderous boos. This time, most Manchester United players had moved up to participate in the corner attack, leaving their defense alarmingly exposed. Only Evra stood in front of Maluda, while Park Ji-sung trailed behind. Hargreaves was tracking back from the center. Maluda sensed mounting pressure while carrying the ball. His individual dribbling skills had never been particularly strong, and he doubted his ability to bypass Evra. In this scenario, he could only attempt to maneuver past him with sheer speed. Pass it. Upon hearing the call, Maluda noticed Huang Kevin bursting past Hargreaves. It was evident he had outstripped him. On the left flank of Manchester United's front line, only Huang Kevin remained. With no time to hesitate, Maluda made a slight adjustment and sent the ball diagonally with his right foot. Huang Kevin received the pass smoothly, his pace unperturbed, guiding the ball forward effortlessly. Van der Sar, positioned in the penalty area, was thrown into a state of panic. He dared not advance, for Huang Kevin's audacious chip shot could easily land in the net from outside the box. His best chance now was to remain at the edge of the penalty area, hoping for a miracle should he need to dive for a save. The thought of Hargreaves catching up to Huang Kevin was unfathomable. Even if Huang Kevin could not run faster than 9.82 seconds on grass, he was still among the fastest players in football. As Huang Kevin approached the penalty area, Van der Sar began to adjust his footing, positioning himself to face Huang Kevin squarely. As Huang Kevin stepped into the box with his right foot, his left foot swiftly struck the ball from behind. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Huang Kevin's movements appeared somewhat awkward. However, with remarkable flexibility and balance, he successfully executed the shot. The ball soared into the air, hurtling towards the goal, while Van der Sar instinctively reached out but failed to make contact. The ball flew over his arm and fiercely penetrated the upper left corner of the net. Kevin, goal, goal, goal. Kevin, in his first shot after coming onto the pitch, breached Manchester United's defenses. Cruyff jubilantly exclaimed, although it was merely an unremarkable counterattack goal. The speed exhibited by Kevin was truly astounding. He had participated in the defense within the penalty area, and by the time he maneuvered out, he had fallen far behind. Yet, upon reaching the midfield, he overtook Hargreaves. This seemingly impossible goal was solely a product of Kevin's speed. Maluta, a player of modest ability, delivered the most illustrious assist of his career. Playing alongside Kevin is effortlessly rewarding. If you can merely pass the ball, you can easily rack up assists. After De Jong and Guti departed from Kevin's vicinity, they were unable to replicate their previous form, which serves as the best testament to Kevin's prowess. He effortlessly conceals his teammates' shortcomings with his individual brilliance, making the entire team appear as football superstars. Other clubs seeking to acquire Kevin's teammates should exercise caution. For when playing alongside Kevin, their true abilities remain obscured. Kevin dashed into the goal to retrieve the ball. That is the essence of Kevin. He never concedes defeat until the final minute of play. Although Manchester United temporarily led 2-1. I must extend early congratulations to Chelsea for their impending comeback against Manchester United, as Kevin orchestrated yet another classic victory. Damn, he knew it would unfold this way. Ferguson slammed his hand down and turned to the bench. In such moments, he resolved to deploy his most trusted player. Darren, come here, Ferguson called. Fletcher sprinted to the sideline, saying, "Boss, when you go in, stick closely to Kevin, just follow him. In situations like this counterattack, you'll be fine. When he off the ball, the referee shouldn't issue a card. Also, make sure not everyone rushes to defend Kevin. At most, you and Gary should collaborate on defense." Ferguson instructed, wrapping an arm around Fletcher. "Understood, boss," Fletcher nodded. "Be clever in defense, keep your hands to yourself, and try not to earn any cards, all right?" Ferguson queried. "Okay, boss. All right, warm up then." Ferguson patted Fletcher on the shoulder. Fletcher was uncertain of his potential impact, but this was the best course of action. Huang Kevin's technical skills are top-notch, and his physical attributes are exceptional. It is exceedingly difficult to contain him entirely. Ferguson sighed, how splendid it would have been if we had gone to China for a friendly match in the summer of 2004. Both coaches prepared to make substitutions. On Chelsea's side, young Mata was warming up, finally set to make his Premier League debut. The young Mata is quite the intriguing figure. He hails from Real Madrid's youth academy, but upon the expiration of his contract, he joined AC Milan as a free agent. Last season, he was loaned out by AC Milan, where he excelled. And this summer he transferred to Chelsea for a fee of 15 million, having connections with Huang Kevin at all three clubs. In a strategic substitution, Manchester United replaced Park Ji-sung with Fletcher. Park had performed admirably in the first half, yet Huang Kevin's entrance saw him falter defensively, making Ferguson's decision quite intentional. As play resumed, Manchester United still directed the ball towards Cassano, who was heavily involved. Cassano advanced down the left flank only to be met by a fierce tackle from Ramos, who sent the ball skidding behind him. The possession was lost. Cassano, rising, engaged in a tug-of-war with Ramos as they both sprinted after the ball. Ramos's physical advantage was evident, as Cassano struggled to break free. "Pass it." Huang Kevin's call prompted Ramos to glance up, quickly using his shoulder to shove Cassano aside before charging towards the ball, executing a deft inside foot pass. The ball swiftly rolled towards the right flank. Huang Kevin, now on the right, lifted his left foot to let the ball glide beneath his cleats. And as his foot descended, the ball settled perfectly in front of him. This seamless, unpretentious control showcased Huang Kevin's exquisite touch and awareness. In the stands, a small group of fans clad in blue erupted in excitement, their cheers piercing through the jeers of the Dream Theater. Ferguson anxiously observed the field. Hesitant to utter a word for fear of disrupting his defenders, his only solace found in chewing gum vigorously. Huang Kevin, now in possession on the right, drew the attention of most Manchester United players. Scholes was the first to charge towards him, with a slight shift to glance at the left flank. Huang Kevin's movement altered the defensive focus of United. Gary Neville hurriedly made his way toward Ashley Cole. Suddenly, Huang Kevin lifted his left foot, delivering a subtle through ball. The ball zipped past Scholes, who was caught off guard, not realizing it was not intended for the left side. Huntelaar, roaming centrally, sprang into action. The ball skillfully threaded through the gap between Evra and Evans, finding Huntelaar, who turned and deftly pushed it with his right foot, sending it past the diving Van der Sar and into the net. 22. The score was equalized. After the goal, an exuberant Huntelaar dashed towards the left corner flag. The 35 million transfer fee weighed heavily on him, especially compared to the fees of his national teammates Robben and Sneijder, which were not nearly as high. The prolonged wait for a goal had subjected him to considerable scrutiny, but at last, he had found the back of the net. As he reached the corner flag, pumping his fists towards the away fans, Huntelaar suddenly felt something amiss. Glancing back, he noticed only a few teammates beside him. Ramos, Joe Cole, and Deco had raced over to celebrate with the assisting Kaiwen. Huntelaar thought to himself, damn, I messed up. In my excitement, I forgot to acknowledge the assist from Kaiwen. Chelsea has equalized, with Huang Kevin showcasing his distinctive personal flair in this assist. Fletcher was deployed specifically to shadow Huang, and Ferguson undoubtedly instructed him to maintain a flexible positioning. However, passive defense makes it challenging to keep up with an opponent's proactive movements. Huang's speed and explosiveness are apparent, as he effortlessly evades Fletcher and advances down the right flank. Upon receiving the ball on the right, he immediately glances towards the left, yet instead of passing there, he delivers a sublime no-look pass to the right side of the penalty area, truly an unanticipated maneuver. Less than a minute after the previous goal, Chelsea has leveled the score. It is essential for the Manchester United players to recalibrate their mindset. In such moments, impatience can lead to conceding further goals. The admiration for Huang's pass is palpable, especially after hearing Coach Zhang's praise. It truly is remarkable. There's no denying Huang's prowess, which even Manchester United's elite defense struggles to contain. Evans is not formidable enough, and Vidic's injury is a significant setback. Even if Vidic were present, he would find it difficult to restrain Huang, having faced him before. Rooney's performance today has been lackluster, squandering several opportunities. Berbatov should have taken more shots. Regardless of their efforts, it has been over 4 years, and Huang remains undefeated. As Rooney prepares to restart play, his gaze remains fixed on Huang. The number 10 jersey owes its significance to Huang, yet the gap between their respective 10s shows no sign of narrowing. In fact, it appears to be widening. One wonders when this cycle will come to an end. After the restart, Rooney takes the ball and charges forward, eager to make an impression in front of Huang. Yet, the imposing figure of the Scottish manager looms over him like a heavy stone. Any hint of provocation could jeopardize his starting position for the next match. Ferguson is not one to indulge them. Joe Cole rushes into press, and Rooney, shrugging his right shoulder, forces his way past Cole. The level of physicality between the two is distinctly unequal. Mikel quickly moves to assist, and Rooney opts for a lateral pass. Evra, arriving to support, receives the ball from Rooney and, after a quick glance, finds no opportunities. So he takes it upon himself to advance with the ball. The Red Devils in the stands sing loudly. Not only are they capable of equalizing, but even if they find themselves trailing, Ferguson's team possesses the potential to turn the tide. Manchester United fans will not abandon their support over such minor setbacks. Mikel charges towards Scholes, who swiftly passes to Evra. Evra attempts a chipped-through ball with his left foot, but underhits it slightly. Ramos leaps to intercept with a header, and he and Evra race towards the ball. From a greater distance, Evra chooses to slide tackle, while Ramos accelerates, deftly flicking the ball with his right foot and following it with a jump. Magnificent. Ramos has evidently mastered Huang Kevin's dribbling techniques, as Huang is known for his penchant for flicking the ball over sliding defenders. The two maneuvers executed by Ramos reveal his dedication to practice, as he hardly resembles a mere defender. As he regains possession, Ramos lifts his head and swiftly swings his right foot, positioned near the halfway line. Huang Kevin pivots and takes off. Fletcher is just a step behind him, yet he finds himself outpaced by more than 2 meters. The Manchester United supporters in the stands widen their eyes in astonishment. Even though they are aware of Huang Kevin's speed, witnessing it in action is always a breathtaking experience. Such a player would leave even Michael Owen struggling to keep up with his explosive acceleration, let alone Fletcher. Hargreaves immediately darts towards the left flank, prompting the entire Manchester United formation to shift in that direction. Huntelaar hastily retreats. Upon seeing Huang Kevin advancing centrally, he opts to drift wide to receive the ball. With a sharp pass, Huang Kevin sends the ball forward while on the move, and Huntelaar, after controlling it, promptly returns it to him. Without pausing, Huang deftly nudges the ball to his feet and continues his advance towards the United defense. Hargreaves closely trails behind, exerting all his energy merely to maintain a position behind Huang Kevin. As Huang advances, Evans spreads his arms and begins to retreat. Ferdinand, positioned higher up the pitch, has yet to recover. This time, he must defend on his own. As Huang approaches, Evans's footwork becomes increasingly frantic. He lowers his gaze to find an opportunity to intercept the ball. In a sudden burst of movement, Huang flicks the ball from his right foot to his left, using the inside of his left foot to push it into the penalty area. Evans instinctively turns back, and Huang accelerates past him into the box. Neville, stationed on the left, sprints towards Huang, while Ferdinand, returning to the penalty area, commits to a sliding tackle. Van der Sar rushes out from his goal. As Huang reaches the ball, Ferdinand's foot is already extended in front of him. With a quick flick of his right foot beneath the ball, Huang executes a low shot, only to be brought down by Ferdinand's challenge. The trio of Van der Sar, who is diving to save, Ferdinand, who is sliding in, and Neville, who is standing in defense, can only watch as Huang's gentle shot rolls past the goal line, finding the net. The crowd erupts as Boas rushes to the sidelines, wildly waving his right arm, his mouth agape as if to devour the moment. Fans in the away section go into a frenzy, waving everything in sight, embracing one another, and bouncing jubilantly in the stands. On camera, the impeccably dressed Chelsea manager, Mourinho, is no exception. He raises both arms in excitement, then pretends to stretch, shaking his arms a few times before lowering them and adjusting his jacket, ultimately placing his hands in his pockets. Huang Kevin is immediately embraced by Ramos, soon surrounded by his Chelsea teammates. The once vibrant atmosphere of the Dream Theater falls into a hushed silence. In the studio of Sky Sports, Andy Gray repeatedly uttered a single word: unbelievable, unbelievable. Martin Tyler was the first to react, exclaiming, "Goal! What a goal!" Kevin deftly toyed with Manchester United's entire defense. He sped past Fletcher on the left flank, who was unable to keep up, then glided towards the center, shaking off Hargreaves. Finally, as he maneuvered, he left Evans looking like a bear stung by bees, with the young defender's actions inadvertently enhancing Kevin's remarkable performance. Manchester United boasted the finest defense in the Premier League, yet they appeared woefully inadequate before Kevin. Indeed, it seemed that United's backline could not adapt to Kevin's magical footwork. Andy Gray nodded in agreement, stating that this dribble was comparable to Bergkamp's legendary turn. Although Kevin approached the defender head-on, his movements were fluid and graceful, executed with barely a pause. Ferguson's squad needed to regain their focus swiftly, as time remained in the match and opportunities still lay ahead. Laughing, they began to retreat. Huang Kevin opted to use an experience card. Having taken the lead, he was finally able to test the power of the compass. A tribute to Manchester United's hefty investment of €100 million. Ding. Using the 24-hour experience card for Anthony Mateus dos Santos, you gain the trait Maya Plisitskaya, elegant spin. Trait: elegant spin, Maya Plisitskaya. As a national treasure of Russian ballet, her spinning movements are swift and graceful. Possessing this trait accelerates your speed while spinning, facilitating better control of your center of gravity. Is Huang, the king of the ball, to play the compass? Opening as a compass, I am set to outshine Manchester United. Anthony once became dizzy during training, but with this trait, such an issue should not arise. Today, the king of the ball would present Manchester United with an extraordinary challenge across time and space. Manchester United resumed play, initiating a backward pass to organize their formation. Scholes faced pressure and delivered a back pass. Mata and Huntelaar surged towards the United defense to apply pressure. Ferdinand received the ball and passed it sideways to Neville, who swung his arm and sent the ball forward. Ashley Cole and Rooney raced towards the ball. Cole, being slightly faster, extended his left foot to poke the ball behind Rooney. Positioned near the halfway line, Huang Kevin swiftly initiated his run, extending his foot to hook the ball back. Taking advantage of the moment, Fletcher positioned himself closely behind Huang Kevin to prevent him from turning with the ball. Without looking back, Huang Kevin suddenly raised his right foot and flicked the ball. The ball swiftly rolled through Fletcher's legs. Deco, arriving at the right moment, successfully gained possession. As Fletcher turned to observe, Huang Kevin had already dashed into the attacking zone. In a fleeting moment of inattention, he was entirely outmaneuvered by Huang Kevin. Deco pivoted and delivered a diagonal pass. Huang Kevin received the ball, anchoring with his right foot, and with a deft touch of his left, he sidestepped Hargreaves' challenge. Evra charged directly towards Huang Kevin, who, while in motion, executed a back pass and veered towards the right flank. Joe Cole received the ball and, with the inside of his foot, directed it towards the right. Huang Kevin, receiving the pass, deftly curled the ball with his left foot while pivoting counterclockwise on his right foot. Upon completing his second turn, Huang Kevin abruptly halted and delivered a pass with his left foot. Mata, advancing towards the defensive line, received the ball without breaking stride and executed a diagonal pass towards the center. Huntelaar surged forward, unleashing a low shot with his right foot, which rolled past van der Sar and nestled into the net. Gratitude is extended to Xiao Yihang for his generous support. Another morning spent rising early and returning at night to write nearly 10,000 words. It remains a day filled with requests for monthly votes and recommendations. He possesses a kind of magic that can invert black and white. Yes, Villas-Boas clenched his fist and raised his arm, the veins in his right hand bulging. The first button of his suit burst open. The rest of the Chelsea coaching staff were no better off, with excitement palpable on the sidelines as they shouted with enthusiasm. Ferguson shook his head repeatedly. After all, it was merely a league match. Following the reversal of the score, he began to regain his composure, contemplating the disparities between the two teams and strategizing for their next encounter. Queiroz gazed enviously at his compatriots on the Chelsea bench. Having coached Real Madrid once, he had come to terms with his own capabilities. Presently, Villas-Boas resembled him in his earlier days, alongside an exceptional coach. One is bound to gain the attention of formidable teams eventually. On the field, Huntelaar, having scored twice, dashed towards Huang Kevin, yet his speed fell short. Ramos, Joe Cole, Deco, and even Mata, who assisted Huntelaar, had already reached Huang Kevin's side. Huntelaar couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder, when watching Real Madrid matches, those players seem to sprint with such speed. If one does not run faster, they will certainly be left behind. Now standing on the periphery, he could only awkwardly wave his hand. This was hardly the treatment befitting a goal scorer. The top leagues are indeed a challenging arena. Huntelaar resolved that after his next shot, he would turn and run directly towards Huang Kevin, regardless of the outcome of the shot. Damn! He was determined not to be outpaced by his teammates. After Manchester United resumed play, Cassano, under pressure from Mikel, was forced to the sidelines. Evra moved up to support, but Cassano refrained from passing. By the time he sought to deliver a pass, the opportunity had vanished, and he could only kick the ball off Joe Cole's legs to earn a throw-in. Ferguson observed, shaking his head in disapproval. Players with good technical skills often fall prey to this flaw. When they get carried away, they neglect to pass. However, one must be able to resolve the situation independently if they choose not to pass. Cassano had performed admirably today, his agile movements enlivening Manchester United's attack, consistently finding openings in Chelsea's vulnerable defense. Yet, as the second half commenced, Ferguson glanced at the bench. Manchester United still had 2 substitutions available, and it was time to make a change. Tell them to warm up, Ferguson instructed. Queiroz nodded and conveyed the message to the substitutes. Evra stepped up to throw in the ball, and Scholes immediately returned it. Hargreaves seized the ball and swung his right foot, aiming to launch a long pass for a counterattack. Nearby, Mikel noticed this and charged forward, leaping to block the pass. The ball struck Mikel and ricocheted toward Manchester United's penalty area. Huntelaar leaped to contest the aerial ball, raising his arms to maintain balance. His left hand inadvertently nudged the ball, sending it behind Evans. Clattenburg made no call, and Huntelaar seized the opportunity to drive toward the Manchester United penalty area. Alas, that was a handball. Clattenburg might have overlooked it. Indeed, Ferguson rushed to the sidelines to protest, leaving the fourth official in a difficult position. Mourinho had already taken to the stands, and now Ferguson had little to say. What a splendid tackle by Gary Neville, crucially sending the ball out of play. Despite holding a yellow card, he dared to make such a challenge in the penalty area, a true show of courage. Manchester United made substitutions, with Nani replacing Cassano and Tevez coming on for Rooney. The fans at Old Trafford applauded the two, although Rooney's performance had been somewhat lackluster, having missed 2 golden opportunities, while Cassano had played commendably. Ferguson smiled as he patted the two on the shoulder, guiding them back to the bench, as if he hadn't just been shouting from the sidelines. Deco approached to take the corner kick, and Huang Kevin leaped, but alas, he failed to elevate. Ferdinand cleared the ball from the penalty area, as Manchester United maintained tight defensive coverage on Huang Kevin. Scholes received the ball outside the box, but before he could pass, Ramos was already at his side, extending his foot to intercept. Scholes pivoted to shield the ball, while Joe Cole, lurking just outside the box, managed to poke the ball behind him. Ramos turned to chase the ball, but Hargreaves had already surged past him. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to turn, Ramos opted for a backward pass to the defense. Carvalho received the ball and delivered a diagonal pass to the returning Deco, who swiftly distributed it to Huang Kevin. Just outside the penalty area, Huang Kevin advanced to the edge of the box, prompting Evra to spring into action. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang took a step forward and executed a curling shot. The ball arced between Evra and Evans, flying toward the left side of the goal. Van der Sar reacted swiftly, diving to his side, but was unable to reach the ball. It grazed the outside of the left post and went out of play. Huang Kevin shook his head as he walked back. Indeed, his left-footed curling shot was not quite up to par. Out of 3 attempts, only 1 had been on target, and the conversion rate thereafter was dismally low. Given this, Huang Kevin decided to retreat a bit to orchestrate the attack, allowing Manchester United to witness the essence of Brazilian maestro, Xavi. As he retraced his steps, Mata approached and inquired, "What is on your mind?" Huang Kevin responded, "Are you looking to play on the right flank? We could switch positions. The assistant coach mentioned it when I was called up." Mata suggested. "That works. You can play on the left," Huang Kevin nodded. However, the chemistry between them was not yet established, and flexible positional exchanges were still a distant prospect. To maximize Huang Kevin's influence, it would be more prudent for him to stay closer to the right flank. In that scenario, he could also interchange with Joe Cole, as both Maluda and Kalu preferred the left side, while Joe Cole often operated on the right. In that fleeting moment, the strategy crystallized in Huang Kevin's mind. He increasingly felt that his absence from the coaching realm would be a detriment to the world of football. However, as a family-oriented man, he decided to wait until his children were older before pursuing a coaching career. The match clock was winding down. Following a goal kick from Manchester United's defense, the ball was swiftly propelled forward. Gary Neville advanced with the ball, only to be met with Mata's pressing, compelling him to play a lateral pass. Owen Hargreaves surged forward with the ball, showcasing his versatility as a player capable of occupying various midfield positions, complemented by his commendable speed. Upon reaching the halfway line, Hargreaves again played a side pass, and Neville delivered a cross. The ball zipped from the right flank to the left, where Evra leapt ahead. Heading the ball back into play, Ramos, who had charged forward, was caught off guard as the ball ricocheted off him towards the center line. Evra and Ramos, heading in opposite directions, both raced towards the ball, arriving simultaneously. Evra adeptly angled his body and extended his leg, maintaining a low center of gravity, while a standing Ramos struggled for balance, ultimately falling back onto the grass. Meanwhile, Huang Kevin, now positioned on the right, sprinted back, but found himself too far away. He had just taken a few strides with Fletcher when Evra executed a lateral pass. Scholes advanced with the ball. While the positions of Berbatov and Tevez were not particularly advanced, the two forwards dropped back, allowing Chelsea to ease their central defense. Suddenly, Scholes unleashed a long pass that soared into Chelsea's penalty area. The substitute Nani, brimming with energy, made a sudden move that caught Carvalho off guard. As Carvalho turned, his hands pressed against Nani's waist. They were in a race, with Carvalho losing his footing as he steadied himself after pushing Nani, who tumbled forward into the penalty area. This unexpected turn of events left the entire Old Trafford in shock. Players and coaches alike gaped in disbelief. A moment later, the contrasting reactions of Boas, frustrated and waving his arms, and Ferguson, exuberantly rushing from the sidelines, were striking. Nani, sprawled on the ground in the penalty area with his hand on the ball, waited for the referee's whistle, which did not come after several seconds. He glanced at Clattenburg, who gestured with his hands across his chest, indicating it was not a penalty. In disbelief, Nani clutched his head as Cech approached to pick up the ball for a free kick. The thunderous boos from the stands echoed through Old Trafford, directed not at Chelsea's players, but at referee Mark Clattenburg. Ferguson again rushed to the sidelines to voice his grievances, while the fourth official attempted to mediate. Huang Kevin, standing with his hands on his hips, observed this farce unfold, unaware that the absurdity was far from over. As Cech retreated to take the free kick, Nani, rising to his feet, looked to Clattenburg, who shrugged to indicate he had not blown the whistle. Approaching the ball, Nani struck it towards the goal. The whistle finally blew, and Clattenburg pointed to the center circle. The goal counted. Ferguson at the sidelines was left astonished, never anticipating such a dramatic twist. Now it is time for Villas-Boas to voice his grievances. The emotional landscape of both coaches has undergone a complete transformation. Manchester United has scored a goal, a moment marked by tumultuous twists and turns. Clattenburg's series of erroneous judgments have turned a penalty into a contentious goal, with the assistant referees expressing differing opinions on his decisions, yet he remains steadfast in his calls. The incident where Carvalho brought down Nani was undoubtedly a penalty, yet the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. If a penalty is not awarded, Nanny's handball could be deemed intentional, yet the referee has not signaled for that either. I am beginning to grasp Clattenburg's rationale. His intent appears to be to allow play to continue until he blows the whistle. Zhang's analysis holds merit. Yet the outcome seems to oscillate, and it is clear that Clattenburg's officiating will be a focal point post-match. Mikel, seeking clarification, received a yellow card, and the Chelsea players are visibly agitated. Had he simply awarded the penalty, much of this turmoil could have been avoided. Today, Clattenburg's officiating has been riddled with errors, benefiting both sides. Kevin Huang, running alongside his teammates, attempts to persuade the referee. Don't let the coaches into the stands. We could end up with 2 dismissals. In the stands, Mourinho appears exhausted from his tirades. Nearby, a Chelsea fan remarks, "That guy, Clattenburg, only favors Newcastle. Other teams can expect no leniency." It indeed seems to hold some truth. Mourinho, arms crossed, nods in agreement. "Rest assured, we shall not lose today," the fan continues. Intrigued, Mourinho turns to inquire, what will be the outcome of the match? Kevin won't score again. That Dutch forward will complete a hat trick, the fan asserts confidently. Mourinho regards him with skepticism, contemplating various possibilities, such as Ronaldo's bewildering performance in the 1998 World Cup final or the recent telephone scandal. Does this fan possess inside information? Why do you say that? Mourinho asks. Divination, alchemy, astrology, and tarot. I am versed in many things, including alchemy that traces back to Hermes of ancient Greek mythology, the fan replies. Mourinho, exasperated, thinks, what a fool. He believes he is some shadowy figure in European sports, yet he is merely a charlatan, and his interest wanes instantly. Despite the prevalence of superstitions in football, even Huang's previous coaches were mystics, yet Jose Mourinho has never subscribed to such beliefs. He places his faith solely in himself. If such sorcery were effective, what need would there be for football coaches? He might as well hire a few wizards to oversee the matches, turning each game into a battle of magic. Mourinho scoffs at the thought. Only those foolish Italian coaches would entertain such notions. Though skeptical, he engages in conversation with the fan, even sharing urban legends he has encountered. Away from the media, Mourinho is relatively affable, as long as one does not offend him. He is quite approachable. However, Huang's frequent retreats and circular movements compel him to glance at the fan once more. Is it true that no more goals will be scored? As time progresses, the match has entered stoppage time. Huntelaar has yet to find the net again. While Mourinho feels disappointment, he also exhales with relief. Nonsense astrology. As a coach, one should focus on tactics. In the 94th minute, Huang Kevin received the ball on the right, with Fletcher persistently harassing him. After spinning in place, Huang Kevin failed to evade and instead made a back pass as he moved toward the center. Deco, receiving the ball, swiftly laid it off to Joe Cole, who, under pressure from Hargreaves, delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Ashley Cole. Ashley Cole surged down the flank and unexpectedly executed a back pass. Huang Kevin attracted the attention of Scholes and Ferdinand in the center, allowing Joe Cole, unmarked on the left side of the penalty area, to receive the ball effortlessly. With a deft touch using the inside of his foot, he sent the ball into the box, where Huntelaar, positioned in front of the goal, nudged it with his foot. Van der Sar, too far to the side, was unable to react in time, watching helplessly as the ball rolled into the net. Beep, 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 the final whistle sounded, transforming the theater of Dream's desperate counterattack into a mere fantasy. Ferguson had come to terms with reality. As an experienced coach, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, contemplating the upcoming matches. With 38 rounds in the league, losing 1 or 2 games would not have a significant impact. A score of 3-5 was not overly lopsided, nor would it dampen the team's morale. The goal was simply to minimize points lost in the ensuing matches. Having processed this, he approached Boas with a smile, extending his hand and saying, "You did well, young man." Boas was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he restrained his excitement and replied, "Thank you for the compliment. He did well. Indeed. Today, he led his team to victory over Manchester United. Moreover, with Mourinho facing a suspension, it meant he would have to serve as the interim coach for several matches." In that fleeting moment, Boas contemplated many things. Perhaps he truly was a commendable coach. Who knows, he might even manage a top-flight team in the future. In the stands, Mourinho applauded the players. Although he did not show it outwardly, he was profoundly astonished by Huntelaar's late goal. This was not merely a matter of a single goal. The fan had also correctly predicted the goal scorer. Was this mere coincidence? Or something more? With an insatiable curiosity, Mourinho yearned to uncover the truth. As he watched the players exit the field, preparing to return to the tunnel, he snapped back to reality and descended from the stands. "Jose, are you going to the press conference?" Boas inquired. After a moment's thought, Mourinho shook his head and replied, "Never mind, you go instead. If I attend, those reporters will certainly look for trouble, and I fear I may not be able to control myself. Today's red card suspension will depend on how the referee writes his report afterward. If I can't restrain myself at the press conference and say a few more words, it could lead to an extended suspension. I am well aware of that." He preferred to comment on newsworthy subjects, drawing the attention onto himself to alleviate pressure from the team. The reporters also favored such a style. It was a matter of mutual benefit. However, it seems somewhat unworthy to face the media after being incited by reporters to impose additional suspensions. Mourinho ultimately decided against attending the press conference. Once present, he would be unable to exert control, given the notorious nature of British journalists. "Very well, I shall go," nodded Villas-Boas. "By the way, do not mention that it was I who instructed Kevin to take the field," Mourinho suddenly interjected. "Understood, I shall remember," Villas-Boas replied, proceeding into the tunnel. "Sir, could you elaborate on the reasons behind the defeat? Does today's loss relate to Manchester United's summer recruitment challenges? Did Chelsea's dynamics shift with Kevin's introduction, suggesting a dependence on him? How did Cassano perform today? Why did Mourinho skip the press conference, assistant coach? Park Ji-sung's performance was commendable. What prompted his substitution?" The barrage of inquiries left the two coaches in attendance quite displeased. Ferguson spoke first. "It is entirely normal to win or lose in football. As for our team's strategic formation, that is not for your scrutiny. I have long stated that Chelsea is a formidable opponent, and Kevin will be pivotal in determining the outcome. Thus, can it be inferred that Manchester United's defeat stemmed from Chelsea's substitution of Kevin?" One journalist ventured. "You may interpret it as such, considering you only report what suits your narrative," Ferguson retorted, his Scottish origins notwithstanding, as he too had faced skepticism upon his arrival in England. Why was Park Ji-sung substituted? Came another question, albeit in less than perfect English. "Enough," Ferguson exclaimed, rising from his seat and striking the table. "The arrangement of players is my concern, not yours. I must return to the dressing room to check on those lads." This concludes today's session. Deep down, Ferguson was not genuinely angry. Rather, he sought an opportunity to exit. Otherwise, these journalists would undoubtedly attempt to sow discord between him and Mourinho. Even if he was unperturbed by Mourinho, he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. Mourinho was a formidable adversary, unlike any young competitor he had encountered before. Wenger and Cruyff still frequently engaged in verbal sparring with Mourinho. One could only commend the Korean journalist for posing such a pertinent inquiry. Otherwise, Ferguson would have had to expend effort finding a way to leave. With Ferguson's departure, the journalists shifted their focus. "Assistant coach, where is Mourinho?" They pressed once more. "First of all, I am not referred to as assistant coach. My name is Luis Andre Villas-Boas. You may call me Andre or Mr. Villas-Boas. It is a compound surname. If it poses a challenge, you may simply call me Mr. Boas. You address others as Mr. Why then do you only use Jose's surname? Simply because he is absent from the press conference?" Villas-Boas replied, somewhat irked. "Very well, Mr. Boas. Where is Mourinho?" the journalist inquired. Their primary concern remained Mourinho. "Jose has other commitments, which is why I am here for the press conference," Villas-Boas explained. "Was Kevin's appearance on the field orchestrated by Mr. Mourinho?" another journalist asked. "No, it is my decision," Boas asserted. "The moment Kevin stepped onto the field, Chelsea's dynamics transformed. Does this not imply that Chelsea with Kevin and Chelsea without him are two entirely different teams?" a reporter inquired. Boas chuckled and shook his head, responding, "I have encountered this question numerous times. Kevin is undoubtedly one of the finest players in the world. However, football necessitates a collective effort from 11 individuals. Today, Huntelaar achieved a hat trick. Was not his performance remarkable? Chelsea plays team-oriented football and does not excessively rely on any singular player." The journalists in attendance expressed their skepticism. The match against Manchester City was one matter, yet today, the presence of Huang Kevin made a conspicuous difference. "May I address the refereeing situation?" Upon hearing this question, Boas felt a sudden pang of apprehension. He quickly rose and stated, "The matter of officiating is not for me to comment on. I must take my leave now." He was acutely aware of the repercussions following Mourinho's post-match criticism of the referee that led to his suspension. In this instance, Boas was cautious with his words. After all, he had only recently assumed the role of fitness coach to direct from the sidelines. If Sir Ferguson refrained from commenting on the referees, what right did he have to do so? Boas remained astutely aware of his position. Previously, he had observed Sir Robben and Mourinho handle such inquiries with ease at press conferences, but now that he found himself in the same position, he realized the immense pressure involved. At this moment, he merely wished for Mourinho's suspensions to be fewer. On the return bus, Mourinho praised the entire team, and the atmosphere aboard the vehicle grew lively. Players chatted in small groups. Ashley Cole glanced forward and noticed Mourinho had not turned around, then turned to ask, "Shall we go out to celebrate tonight?" Everyone seems to agree. Who exactly is everyone? Huang Kevin queried. The match had begun earlier today, leaving plenty of time. John, and many others. Winning against Manchester United is certainly cause for celebration, Ashley Cole winked. Very well, Huang Kevin nodded in agreement. The nightlife in London is vibrant, which explains why Chelsea players enjoy going out. However, Madrid and Milan are not to be underestimated either. Having returned to London, it was nearly 8 p.m. After dining together, Huang Kevin donned a cap and walked down the street with his teammates. Even in winter, the ladies out for a night on the town often dressed quite alluringly, especially since summer had only recently passed in England. Ashley Cole and the others scanned their surroundings, and upon seeing Huang Kevin in his cap, Ashley Cole remarked, "Are you afraid of being spotted? Sometimes they might call you. Money can resolve it." "No. It's primarily because I've heard that the rain in London can lead to hair loss," Huang Kevin chuckled. Terry touched his hairline and said, "No wonder then. What is there to worry about? If need be, one can always shave it all off." Ashley Cole playfully punched Terry. Terry then playfully wrapped his arm around Ashley Cole's neck, and the two began to horse around as they admired the scenery. Eventually arriving at the nightclub that Ashley Cole frequented, it was evident that he often visited, as he slipped the bouncer a tip and led his teammates through the VIP entrance. A few individuals sought a suitable place to revel, with Ashley Cole ordering a considerable amount of drinks. The venue was bustling with numerous ladies. Ashley Cole turned and remarked, "One must truly enjoy themselves when venturing out." Huang Kevin nodded in agreement, remaining silent, as the ordinary ladies around him failed to pique his interest. Deco's eager expression did not escape Terry's notice, who cheerfully suggested, "Shall we go down and have some fun?" Deco nodded in affirmation. "Look over there. Isn't that Peter with someone?"